System industrial technology refreshing novel technological domination reborn in 2017, the protagonist acquires a black technology system. Starting in the new energy industry, the protagonist enters the physical technology industry, developing smartphones, drones, rockets, lithography machines, and more. When the time is right, he develops quantum technology, ion propulsion technology, life support systems, controlled nuclear fusion technology, space navigation technology, and more, beginning to venture beyond Earth. Many netizens, without Zhou Mo's open source, would there be the technological development of our society today? Zhou Mo is the light of humanity, the greatest person in the world. Ma Kaiyuan. Only Zhou Mo can lead humanity to Mars. I am just a greenhorn in his presence. Nobel Prize Committee. The Nobel Prize is unworthy of Zhou Mo. Awarding him this prize is an insult to him. Dongda University leader. As long as Zhou Mo is willing to serve the people, I can always support him. Chapter 1. On the verge of bankruptcy, deep in desperation. The company's financial situation isn't good this year. We've suffered significant losses, and there's hardly any working capital left. Last week, President Zhao from the construction bank called to inquire about our company's loan that's about to mature. It seems he's heard some rumors. Several other minority shareholders asked me to pass on a message. They want to withdraw their shares immediately and demand their initial investment be returned. Mr. Zhou, that's the state of the company this year. The situation is very bad. What do you think of the plans I devised? If we don't come up with a solution soon, we'll have to watch the company go bankrupt. Bankruptcy. The word was like a biting gust of wind, instantly bringing Zhou Mo's chaotic thoughts back to reality. Zhou Mo looked up, his gaze finally landing on the worried-looking middle-aged man before him. He then remembered that the man was Sun Jian, the company's vice president and sales director. He was only in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He exuded an aura of maturity and competence, in the prime of his life, full of energy and potential. However, the graying temples of his temples had unknowingly appeared, and the wrinkles on his face seemed meticulously sculpted by the chisel of time, deep and pronounced. At this moment, he was frowning, giving a long, detailed report to Zhou Mo. Uncle Sun, I want to be alone and think things through. Is that all right? Zhou Mo interrupted Sun Jian's report directly. Sun Jian paused, staring at Zhou Mo for a moment. Seeing Zhou Mo's somewhat bewildered expression, he assumed Zhou Mo was under too much pressure lately. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have told him so much all at once today. Zhou Mo, I've watched you grow up since you were little, and I understand the significance and importance this company holds for you. But many things can't be achieved just by wanting them. This time, you need to be more open-minded. Then, he took a contract from a folder and placed it on the table in front of Zhou Mo, sighing. He said, Zhou Mo, listen to your uncle's advice. If it really doesn't work out, just sell the company. This is Yuelong Group's acquisition plan. You can take a look and think it over. That's the company's current situation. Think it over first. I'll go out now. With that, Sun Jian left the office. Zhou Mo noticed that Sun Jian's figure was slightly hunched. Not at this moment. Only Zhou Mo remained in the office. He leaned back in his office chair and rubbed his temples, beginning to process the information in his head. He had just transmigrated from Earth, and Sun Jian had been reporting on the company's situation to him then. That was why he looked so bewildered. After sorting through this body's memories, Zhou Mo found some useful information. In his memories, this planet was similar to his previous life's Earth. However, in his previous life, Zhou Mo had always been a laid-back, ordinary human with no aspirations for life. Unexpectedly, after transmigrating here, he had become a second-generation debtor. That's right, a second-generation debtor. Here, Zhou Mo's father had been running this auto parts company. This company was transformed from a small machinery factory into a private enterprise during a restructuring. Over a decade of development, it had captured a portion of the market in the auto parts industry. Weekend's father was unwilling to continue manufacturing auto parts for others. Before his car accident, he invested most of the company's capital in research and development, claiming that new energy was the future and that they needed to develop electric vehicles. However, despite the money spent, there were no results. His father was in a car accident 6 months ago and has since passed away. Weekend's mother died when he was very young, and he was raised by his father alone. Thus, after 6 months, the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Since his father's accident, Old Sun has been managing the company. Old Sun, also known as Sun Jian, is a company veteran and has been his father's right-hand man for over a decade. Especially in the last 6 months, he has single-handedly supported Weekend, keeping the company afloat. The company has a few small shareholders, totaling less than 20, who are long-time investors who contributed capital in the early stages. Sun Jian doesn't own any shares. Weekend's father offered him some, but he refused. The reason given was that acquiring shares would change things between them. Unable to dissuade him further, Zhou Mo's father gave up on insisting. Having understood the whole story, Zhou Mo decided to focus on resolving the immediate problem. Other issues could wait. The main issue now was that funds invested in research and development had caused a break in the company's cash flow. Zhou Mo couldn't understand why his father would do this, leaving him with such a huge hole. Fortunately, Sun Jian had left him an acquisition plan when he left. Zhou Mo had no interest or affection for the company, and he also had many conflicts with several minority shareholders. It was better to sell it sooner and enjoy the money. This was Zhou Mo's reluctant choice. After all, new capital injection or research results could help the company out of its predicament. Capital injection was the simplest solution, but currently no one was willing to take such a big risk. Research results would also be helpful. They could be used as collateral for loans. But right now, Zhou Mo had practically nothing. Thinking this through, Zhou Mo opened the acquisition plan on his desk and began to carefully review it. His future happiness depended on this acquisition plan. This general manager Wu had been fighting with Zhou Mo's father for over a decade. He never expected it to end like this. Zhou Mo shook his head indifferently. It had nothing to do with him anymore. After carefully reading through it, Zhou Mo found the acquisition plan to be quite reasonable. The price was good. It didn't take advantage of his misfortune or fleece him, and the terms were very favorable. This way, he could take this huge sum of money, protect the jobs of his longtime employees, and then gracefully exit the situation. Having made up his mind, Zhou Mo reached for the phone on the desk. Ding. System check in progress. What a system. Chapter 2 The emergence of the system ignites hope. Beep. System detection in progress. Company on the brink of bankruptcy qualifies. Both parents deceased qualify. Host meets all conditions. Binding system now. Successful binding of the black technology system has been activated. A mechanical voice resonated within Zhou Weikend's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly encountered a system? Despite never having witnessed such phenomena, he was well acquainted with the concept. Zhou Weikend's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he swiftly adjusted his demeanor and opened the system panel. Before him appeared a colossal wheel, segmented into numerous sections, each corresponding to a specific technological advancement. However, these technologies were rather rudimentary, lacking the advanced innovations he had yearned for, such as controllable nuclear fusion or warp drives. Beep. Host detected initiating the system for the first time. Please claim your newbie gift package. A newbie gift package? Zhou Weikend pondered in confusion what it might contain. He then glanced at the system's explanation. Due to the host currently having 0 points, a one-time newbie activation gift will be awarded. Points? At that moment, Zhou Weikend noticed additional information below the panel, which he had overlooked in his excitement. Level, LV1 host. Zhou Weikend points, 0 at this juncture. The black technology system was merely at its initial level. The conditions and changes for upgrades remained ambiguous, leaving Zhou Weikend to speculate that higher-level technologies would be more sophisticated. The explanation indicated that as more individuals utilized the technological products produced by the company, the host could accrue more points. Points could be used for a lottery, akin to the aforementioned wheel. Eagerly, Zhou Weikend opened the newbie gift package. Congratulations, host has received 10 points and 1 directed lottery draw. A directed lottery? This meant he could specify the technology he wished to draw. What a fortuitous occurrence. Without hesitation, he declared, lottery, directing towards new energy electric vehicle technology. In no time, his 10 points were expended. Beep. Technical data has been generated. Please check. Check. How was he to do that? Surely the technical data contained a wealth of information. Zhou Weikend observed several technical data packets emerging at the bottom of the system interface, displayed like files on a computer desktop. These included battery technology, motor technology, charging technology, electronic and electrical architecture technology, and vehicle body and chassis technology. He extended his hand and tentatively clicked on battery technology. The interface flickered, akin to opening a folder, revealing dozens of technical data packets, encompassing battery material research, battery management systems, BMS, battery manufacturing process technology, and battery thermal management technology. Zhou Weikend mused, is it truly this straightforward? He proceeded to click on the battery management system, BMS, technology. More data packets appeared, detailing battery status monitoring technology, battery state estimation technology, battery safety protection technology, and energy balancing technology. Sucking in a breath, Zhou Weikend exclaimed in delight, ha ha ha, I'm going to strike it rich. With this system, how could I fear my company's collapse? However, a thought struck him. How could he convey this information externally? Would the company's researchers doubt its authenticity if presented directly? Even if they didn't, what would happen when they left for other companies? The host can designate individuals to transfer the technical data into their minds. Recipients of the transmitted data will not disclose any information and will not betray the host. The system's voice provided reassurance, eliminating Zhou Weekend's concerns. Henceforth, the company's research personnel would serve as his unwavering support. At that moment, he discerned other potential applications of this function. If he could directly transmit data to others, it implied that he could gain the allegiance of all. Why bother maintaining a company? He could simply transmit information to the entire world. Please do not harbor unrealistic expectations. This function has a limitation on the number of individuals based on level and is only effective for internal company personnel. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhou Weekend's expression fell. It seemed he could not exploit this loophole. Nonetheless, one should not be too greedy. Possessing this system was already a remarkable fortune. He noted that at his current level, he could only transmit to 10 individuals. However, for the company, this was already sufficient. Still, after much contemplation, Zhou Weekend resolved to sell the company. Would it not be more advantageous to start anew with the capital? The new energy sector had yet to attract many players. Entering now would allow for vehicle production without the stringent qualifications of the future. Rather than selling the company, he would have to engage in endless struggles with the shareholders. Lacking the funds to buy back the shares from the minor shareholders, he grasped his desires and promptly dialed Sun Jian's number. Hello, Uncle Sun. I've made up my mind. I'm ready to sell the company. However, I have one condition. After negotiating with Sun Jian, Zhou Weekend awaited his uncle's discussions with the Yuelong Group. If his conditions were met, he could proceed with the sale of the company. Chapter 3: Selling the Company. Setting sail anew. Ha ha ha. This kid Zhou Weekend has finally come to his senses. Yes, this young man was previously intent on dragging things out with us. What prompted such a swift change? It must have been the attractive offer from President Wu. Indeed, he once claimed he wouldn't sell the company. And now he is ready to part with it. Surely, it's all about the price? I thought he was more principled than that. President Wu's offer was substantial, and they were poised to profit handsomely. It seemed they were fortunate. Rumors suggested that Yuelong Group had recently faced negative press, perhaps seeking to acquire their company to divert attention and boost its stock price. In any case, it was good news. They could finally rid themselves of this failing enterprise. The company had little to offer and consistently operated at a loss, making it difficult to sell. As Zhou Weekend and Sun Jian approached the meeting room, they overheard the conversation. Anger surged within Zhou Weekend as he recognized the three minor shareholders, Old Lu, Old Wang, and Old Chun, who had joined during the company's early development. Over the years, their investments were minimal, yet they had reaped dividends many times over. Despite this, they remained unsatisfied, frequently visiting the company to meddle in its operations, often arranging for acquaintances to enjoy free meals. Zhou Weekend's father, being a man of integrity, had not refused them due to their long-standing relationships. However, Zhou Weekend was unwilling to indulge such behavior any longer. Just as he was contemplating how to address them, he was startled to hear them speaking ill of him behind his back. Gentlemen, is it not unbecoming to speak ill of others? Zhou Weekend entered the room abruptly, with Old Sun following closely behind. The trio, caught off guard by the sudden entrance, exchanged glances and shifted uncomfortably in their seats to mask their embarrassment. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Old Lu, a portly figure clearly belonging to the high-risk demographic, spoke first. Cough. Zhou Weekend, you've arrived. Please don't take offense. After all, we hold shares in the company, and it's only natural to express concern. Old Wang, catching on, chimed in. Indeed. We also hope for a favorable sale price. We wouldn't want you to suffer losses. A good price would ensure your future is secure, wouldn't it? According to their narrative, it seemed that Zhou Weekend was somehow at fault. Zhou Weekend took a seat at the head of the table, with Sun Jian following suit beside him. Over the weekend, I overheard some disheartening remarks. Sun Jian cast a glance at the weekend and casually remarked, since everyone thinks this way, it is for the best. Our goal remains the same, to secure a favorable price for the company. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in enthusiastic agreement, affirming that Sun Jian's words were indeed sensible. Their shared objective of financial gain was enough motivation. Lao Chun leaned back in his chair, nodding vigorously. Seeing their consensus, Sun Jian continued, therefore, we will need everyone's cooperation in the negotiations with the Yuelong Group. Absolutely, certainly. Someone chimed in. By the way, when is the Yuelong Group arriving? Asked another. Yes, Lao Sun, did they mention a time? Lao Lu interjected, growing impatient as he longed to finalize the deal and depart with the money. Sun Jian glanced at the clock. It was nearing 10 o'clock, close to their scheduled meeting with the Yuelong Group. They should be arriving soon. Indeed. As Sun Jian finished speaking, the meeting room door swung open, and 3 individuals entered, led by General Manager Wu Long of the Yulong Group. The 2 accompanying him were presumably lawyers. Upon Wu Long's entrance, Lao Lu and the others promptly stood, eager to greet him. "Mr. Wu, it's been a while. Once the deal is completed today, we shall be friends." The Yulong Group, being a publicly listed company in their city, far surpassed their own in strength. Observing this, Sun Jian pulled the weekend closer, concerned that his discomfort might adversely affect the negotiation outcome. However, the weekend had already stood up. Smiling as he extended his hand to Wu Long held no grievances against him, only against his father. The funds from the acquisition would be vital for the weekend's future endeavors. Perhaps a cordial atmosphere would yield better results. Wu Long was momentarily taken aback, as were others. Previously, the weekend had exuded an air of arrogance, often clashing with Wu Long due to long-standing animosities with his father. What had prompted this change? The answer lay in the allure of financial gain. After a brief pause, Wu Long burst into laughter, clapping the weekend on the shoulder. "I have long told your father that a merger would be beneficial for both companies. Yet he refused. I must admit, I feel quite sorry about the recent events concerning your father." Wu Long was in high spirits. Throughout his rivalry, he had seldom triumphed over his adversary. Unexpectedly, his opponent's son had now softened. This turn of events was not one he had anticipated. "Whatever conditions you have, I am inclined to accept." Wu Long immediately acquiesced to the weekend's terms proposed the previous day, realizing the young man aimed to utilize the sale proceeds to follow in his father's footsteps. He deserves to suffer. The weekend had insisted that the research and development department remain under his control after the sale. This would save considerable time in his effort to rebuild the company. The group then convened to negotiate the purchase price. Although Wu Long had initially proposed an acquisition plan, the final terms required discussion. After several rounds of eloquent exchanges, a consensus was reached. Yulong Group would acquire the weekend's company for $1.5 billion. The R&D department would remain with the weekend, although all research outcomes would belong to Yulong Group. Despite significant investments from his father during his lifetime, no products had materialized. However, some value remained. The others, particularly the minor shareholders, expressed no dissent regarding the arrangement, as they had little interest in the R&D department. Subsequently, the group signed the contract on site. Following the acquisition, the R&D department would be entrusted to the weekend, with funds designated for him deposited directly into the department's account as investment capital. This arrangement allowed the weekend to avoid hefty corporate taxes, as the proceeds from the sale would be converted into funds for the new company, a legitimate tax-saving strategy. Had they sold the company for $1.5 billion, the weekend would have incurred at least $40 million in taxes. While the minor shareholders could overlook their small stakes, the weekend, in dire need of funds, could not afford to be indifferent. Chapter 4. Rebuilding the company. Preparing to set sail after completing the transaction, the weekend departed the company with Sun Jian, severing all ties. They were headed to the former R&D department, located in a nearby building. There, they would oversee the handover of previous research results, while those who wished to remain would join the weekend's new company in the meeting room where they had just signed the contract. Although the weekend and Sun Jian had left, the others lingered. "Mr. Wu, you so easily handed the R&D department over to that young man?" Lao Lu inquired, leaning closer to Wu Long in a sycophantic manner. Wu Long regarded Lao Lu with a discerning eye, fully aware of their true nature. Despite having acquired the company and exerted pressure on the weekend, he held disdain for these parasitic individuals. "What else would you have me do? Do you desire the R&D department for yourselves?" Wu Long replied nonchalantly. No, Mr. Wu, you misunderstand. I lack the resources for R&D." Lao Lu hastily shook his head, realizing that pouring all funds into research would be tantamount to self-destruction. He would not be as foolish as the weekend and his father. "Then it is best. If there is nothing further, you may all leave." Wu Long dismissed them without hesitation. He was well aware of their intentions and did not wish to be associated with them. Lao Lu and the others exchanged glances before looking back at Wu Long. Seeing his resolute stance, they refrained from further discussion and exited. "Uncle Sun, the establishment of the new company will rely heavily on you." After selling the company, Sun Jian was pleased that the weekend had not departed immediately. He sighed, offering sage advice. "Xiao Mo, I know I cannot dissuade you. Pursue what you wish, and leave the company formation to me. Just remember to recognize when to cut your losses. This company took your father over a decade to build to its current stature. I have worked here for many years as well. It would be disingenuous to say I feel nothing at its sudden sale. I only hope you fare well, so that I may honor your father's legacy." The weekend listened intently. He held no emotional attachment to the company itself, having unexpectedly encountered someone who cared about him. He felt a twinge of gratitude. Sun Jian's words were in his best interest, and there was no reason not to heed them. Due to various circumstances, he could not explain himself directly. For now, maximizing his benefits was paramount. He could always consider reacquiring the company later when finances were no longer a constraint. A confident smile graced the weekend's face as he declared, "Uncle Sun, if an opportunity arises in the future, we shall reclaim the company." His gaze was resolute as he met Sun Jian's eyes. Sun Jian looked at him in surprise, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Very well. Your words are sufficient." They proceeded to the R&D department, where many employees were idly sitting, engrossed in their phones. The weekend felt a surge of frustration. After investing so much into research and development, the funding chain had snapped, yet there had been no results to show for it. However, upon reflection, the realization that research and development investments do not always yield results quelled the initial anger. "Everyone, gather around. I have something to announce," Weekend proclaimed, clapping his hands. The dozens of researchers present immediately stood to attention, for this was the chairman. Despite his youthful appearance, they felt a tinge of trepidation. "I have just signed a contract with Mr. Wu from Yuelong Group to sell the entire company." As soon as Weekend uttered these words, a wave of murmurs swept through the room. "What? The company has been acquired? So soon? I had heard whispers that our financial situation was precarious. How wonderful. I want to be unemployed after all. Indeed, we are of little use here, with no funds for research." This was undoubtedly the most prudent decision made since Mr. Zhou took office. Sun Jian, standing nearby, frowned at the chatter surrounding Weekend's statement. Before he could speak, Weekend raised his voice again, even more emphatically. "You may be disappointed. The research department remains mine, but previous research achievements will be handed over to Yuelong Group. Therefore, I am offering you an opportunity to leave now. Yuelong Group will welcome you. Otherwise, there may be no chances left." Weekend no longer required such a large research team. The system could only accommodate 10 individuals, and thus retaining merely 10 would suffice. The implication of Weekend's last remark was lost on them. "I was startled. I thought I was still working under Mr. Zhou." "Of course, Mr. Zhou's finances cannot compare to Yuelong Group's. I will definitely join Yuelong. Is there even a choice? Anyone with sense would choose Yuelong Group." "Wonderful. My compensation will surely increase significantly at Yuelong." Sun Jian, having heard Weekend's words, opened his mouth as if to speak. Wasn't there a plan to re-establish the company? If all these people departed, recruiting new staff would consume considerable time. However, Weekend turned to him and shook his head slightly. Sun Jian exhaled and closed his mouth. For now, it was best to follow Weekend's lead. Before long, a multitude of individuals began to leave, some perhaps out of embarrassment, others feeling they might never see Weekend again, avoiding eye contact. Fewer than 10 researchers remained in the room. Among them were several older individuals, long-standing members of the company. While age can confer advantages in research, it also carries disadvantages. Logically, these individuals should have been optimized out, yet they had been retained by Weekend's father, a benevolent man who hesitated to dismiss anyone without cause. This was the reason why a small company had so many researchers. Weekend nodded in satisfaction. This number was just right. "Thank you all for staying, regardless of your reasons. I assure you, you shall not be neglected." His words were met with enthusiastic applause, as if he were also cheering himself on. "Mr. Zhou, we trust you, and we believe in you. Indeed, if we can overcome this challenge, we will surely thrive." "Absolutely. We are grateful that Mr. Zhou did not lay us off." Weekend reflected on the truth that adversity reveals genuine loyalty. This old man had indeed done something good. Although he had left behind a significant burden, he had also provided steps for Weekend to ascend. Sun Jian nodded slightly. Weekend's actions were indeed correct. "Xiaomo, what shall we name the new company?" After a moment of contemplation, Weekend resolved that since a system was already in place, his aspirations should be lofty. Let it be called Xinghai Technology, symbolizing the stars and the vast sea. Chapter 5. Data Transmission. Remarkable results. Subsequently, Weekend and Yuelong Group conducted the handover of the company and its research patents. This process spanned several days and was quite intricate. Once completed, Yuelong Group transferred over 1.2 billion in funds to the account of Xinghai Technology, providing Weekend with the capital to make a fresh start. Sun Jian also began recruiting new personnel to establish the new company. Seated in his office, Weekend gazed at the 1.2 billion on the account, feeling a profound sense of stability. With the funds now secured, he could commence research and development. Once Uncle Sun completed the company setup, the results would likely be forthcoming. "System," Weekend called out mentally. The system interface materialized before him. "Commence transmission of the new energy electric vehicle technology data. Please select personnel for data transmission." Currently, the research department comprised 8 individuals, plus Sun Jian, totaling 9. Weekend prepared to transmit data to these 9 individuals, opting to provide more information to the 8 researchers, while only superficial details would be shared with Sun Jian. According to the system, after the data transmission, they would not betray Weekend. Weekend had been observant of Sun Jian's conduct, but wished to avoid leaving any potential risks. Moreover, after the data transmission, they would not encounter any issues that could endanger their lives. Transmission. Weekend commanded directly. Data transmission in progress. Beep. Transmission complete. Was that it? The speed was astonishing. Weekend had expected a lengthy process, yet it concluded so swiftly. He felt no discernible changes. That evening, Sun Jian returned home. His wife was in the kitchen preparing dinner. "You're back early today," she exclaimed, peering out from the kitchen. I felt exceptionally fatigued today and decided to return early." Sun Jian placed his belongings on the counter, noticing his wife cooking but not seeing their daughter. "Honey, have you been too tired lately? You should rest for a while. Dinner will take a bit longer." Sun Jian nodded. "All right, just call me when dinner is ready." He had been busy setting up the company, which was likely the cause of his fatigue. His wife sighed, knowing how hard he had been working but choosing not to express too much concern. In the home of a Shanghai technology researcher, another individual, Lu Su, finished his dinner and stood up, feeling overwhelmed by fatigue. "Honey, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm going to rest." Lu Su was one of the researchers who remained at Shanghai Technology. For reasons unknown, he yearned for a good night's sleep. His wife, who was washing dishes, noticed his weary expression and comforted him. "You've indeed been working hard lately. Go rest. I'll take care of the children." She was also sympathetic, tidying up while speaking. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in the homes of several other individuals. The following morning, Weekend arrived at the company early. Sun Jian had also come in early and went straight to Weekend's office. "Xiao Mo, I feel like I've gained some new insights. Aren't you preparing to restart the research on new energy electric vehicles? I believe I can offer some assistance." Sun Jian beamed, exuding confidence. "Uncle Sun, I need you to manage the company. The establishment of the company requires your expertise now. As for the research, I have some ideas of my own." Weekend thought to himself that the system's data transmission had evidently been successful. However, he politely declined Sun Jian's offer. He had only shared superficial information with Sun Jian, which was not particularly valuable. With the support of the 8 researchers, he could develop what he desired. Sun Jian pondered for a moment, realizing Weekend had a point. "Very well. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance." Next, Weekend summoned the company's research personnel for a brief meeting. Upon entering the conference room, he found them engaged in enthusiastic discussions. On the weekend, Zhou Mo vaguely heard discussions regarding new energy electric vehicle technology. As he entered the conference room, the attendees immediately took their seats in an orderly fashion, silencing their conversations and gazing at him with eager anticipation. Observing their demeanor, Zhou Mo smiled and nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed the system's assertions were indeed accurate. This group exhibited a heightened loyalty towards him. Conversely, it appeared that the volume of transmitted information also influenced their allegiance to some extent. Given their trust, Zhou Mo decided to be forthright and instructed them to commence the research and development of new energy electric vehicles. "Our company will continue its focus on the development of electric vehicles, with General Manager Sun currently restructuring the company. I hope we can produce our first test vehicle before that. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task." The team responded enthusiastically. Zhou Mo felt a surge of inspiration. Delaying the RD efforts would only squander valuable time. Clarity of thought enveloped him, and the researchers present buzzed with their resolve and transformation. "Lu Su, with your extensive experience and formidable capabilities, you will oversee the coordination of the RD efforts. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Lu Su, filled with excitement, looked at Zhou Mo and assured him, "You can count on me, General Manager." At over 40 years old, Lu Su had devoted many years to this company. Grateful for the opportunity to contribute, he felt a profound sense of appreciation, especially as Zhou Mo's father had refrained from dismissing him despite his age. Consequently, Shanghai Technology Company accelerated its recruitment efforts while simultaneously hastening the development of electric vehicles. Given the company's limited overall strength, Zhou Mo initially opted against developing SUVs or sedans, instead choosing to create Tulu, a vehicle that did not yet exist in this world. The potential for sales was immense, and the production of Tulu was comparatively simpler than traditional vehicles, allowing for expedited manufacturing. Its affordability, lack of licensing requirements, and ease of sale made it an ideal choice for Shanghai Technology, which had only $1.2 billion in funds. By producing Tulu, the company could generate revenue swiftly. Following the system's transmission of electric vehicle technology materials, the R&D team promptly immersed themselves in development, successfully producing the first test version of Tulu in no time. Chapter 6. The first live broadcast and endurance test general manager. Here is our developed Tulu. Awaiting your naming, Lu Su announced while guiding Zhou Mo and Sun Jian through a tour of the latest creation. Zhou Mo surveyed the small, boxy vehicle before him. Feeling quite pleased, it resembled the Tulu he had seen in his past life. The dimensions measured approximately 3 meters in length, 1.5 meters in width, and 1.7 meters in height, accommodating 4 seats with a maximum speed of 60 km/h. This size configuration was among the best for Tulu. Powered by Shanghai Technology's latest lithium battery, the vehicle boasted an electric range of up to 200 kilometers, more than sufficient for the daily commuting needs of the average person. Everything looks promising. Let us proceed with the road test to evaluate the vehicle's performance. As for the name, let me ponder for a moment. Zhou Mo instructed while Lu Su and the team began preparing the vehicle for testing. During the road test, all necessary equipment had to be arranged in advance. While Zhou Mo engaged in discussions with Sun Jian, Uncle Sun, let us conduct a live broadcast during the road test. This vehicle lacks recognition, and our company has no established sales channels, making initial sales challenging. A live broadcast could promote Tulu while showcasing its performance. Zhou Mo conveyed his idea to Sun Jian. This decision was not made lightly. Zhou Mo had recently delved into online research and discovered that no company had yet sold cars through live streams. The electric vehicle market had evolved similarly to his previous life, yet the short video industry had advanced significantly, presenting Zhou Mo with a unique opportunity. Is this truly feasible? Zhou Mo, setting aside the viewer count, what if issues arise during the broadcast? Sun Jian expressed his concerns, aware that tests often encountered problems, which would expose any flaws to the audience. Zhou Mo shook his head, patiently explaining, our vehicle is reasonably priced, easily affordable for anyone in urban areas seeking transportation. With no direct competitors or comparative benchmarks, coupled with the exceptional quality of our Tulu, we have nothing to fear from scrutiny. Having experienced the internet in my past life, I understand that any publicity, even negative, can be beneficial. A vehicle that draws criticism is far better than one that goes unnoticed. Seeing Zhou Mo's resolute stance, Sun Jian ceased his objections. Very well, Zhou Mo. We shall proceed as you suggest. However, let us prepare thoroughly to avert any potential issues. Zhou Mo agreed, eager for the live broadcast success. Together, Zhou Mo and Sun Jian conducted a comprehensive inspection of Tulu, ensuring all equipment was installed and adjusted appropriately, including the devices necessary for the live broadcast. After extensive preparations, they successfully completed the setup. Zhou Mo activated his phone, using Shanghai Technology's official account to initiate the live stream. The visuals were clear, with the broadcast interface divided into 3 sections, allowing viewers to observe Tulu's status and data. The live stream featured a challenge. Endurance test, electric vehicle surpassing 2,000 kilometers without charging. All set. Uncle Sun, you will drive, and Lu Su will sit in the back. Zhou Mo stated before taking his seat. Lu Su exchanged a glance with Sun Jian, silently questioning his driving capabilities. Sun Jian responded with a slight nod. Driving Tulu was a simple task for him. Zhou Mo settled in the passenger seat. With 3 people on board, the vehicle's performance would still be commendable, although a full load might affect its range. Lu Su, once the live stream commences, remember to send a few gifts and distribute some red envelopes periodically to boost viewer engagement, Zhou Mo reminded him. Lu Su, having quickly grasped the basics, opened the live stream and promptly sent several gifts, offering red envelopes to those who followed Shanghai Technology's official account. Initially, the account had fewer than 10 followers, all company personnel. However, the allure of gifts and red envelopes soon attracted several viewers to the stream. As Sun Jian drove through the city, Zhou Mo noticed viewers entering the live stream and posing questions. Sitting in the passenger seat, he seized the opportunity to engage. Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Shanghai Technology. This vehicle is our latest development, currently undergoing an endurance test. Sun Jian maintained a leisurely pace, while viewers began to inquire about the company, revealing their unfamiliarity with Shanghai Technology. It is my first time hearing about this as well. Manufacturing vehicles? Can any company produce cars now? Just this past weekend, we mentioned it, and it sparked a rather sarcastic atmosphere in the live stream. Sun Jian was diligently driving, oblivious to the commotion, while Lu Su in the back seat wore a somewhat displeased expression. However, Weekend seemed unfazed, focusing intently on the camera, patiently explaining, everyone, please calm down. Allow me to introduce the specifications of this vehicle. Weekend intended to tread lightly, knowing that discussing Shanghai technology would likely not inspire confidence. With pride, Weekend declared, "First and foremost, this vehicle can travel 200 kilometers without needing to refuel." Laughter erupted from the viewers. Haha, host, how can a car run without fuel? Are you joking? Some viewers chimed in. Oh, I've heard of electric vehicles that don't require fuel. Is your car electric? Though skepticism lingered, a few were aware of electric vehicles. Weekend nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is an electric vehicle. A single charge costs merely 15 yuan, and it boasts a range of 200 kilometers, making it ideal for daily commutes. It's perfect for errands like grocery shopping or picking up children." The vehicle also has ample space, comfortably accommodating 4 passengers without feeling cramped. As Weekend spoke, the number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased, many witnessing his style for the first time. With little need for Weekend's explanation, viewers began discussing among themselves. Is the range really that high? The cost is astonishingly low. It's far more economical than refueling. If true, I too would be interested in purchasing one. Really? Host, is this vehicle expensive? As Weekend concluded his introduction, a flurry of comments expressed interest in buying the car. However, he was not ready to disclose the price, opting to build suspense. As more people joined the stream, the viewer count surged from dozens to over 1,000. Chapter 7. Live Testing. Hard to believe. Weekend shrugged helplessly. The price is yet to be determined by the company. I am not privy to that information. However, as I mentioned earlier, it will certainly be affordable. Host, you said it, we trust you. Is it genuinely capable of 200 kilometers? While some viewers were intrigued by Weekend's presentation, the more rational audience was larger. They believed that regardless of the claims, a car would inevitably be expensive. Others focused on the vehicle's range, concluding that if it genuinely achieved 200 kilometers, it would suffice for daily commuting. Weekend understood their concerns, aware that those interested in electric cars prioritized range. Isn't that what we're testing today? Once we deplete the battery, we'll conclude the stream, and you will see the vehicle's performance firsthand. Weekend aimed to keep viewers engaged, drawing in more participants. Lu Su in the back, holding his phone, occasionally sent gifts and red envelopes to attract more viewers. With the influx of gifts and Weekend's commentary, the viewer count quickly escalated to 10,000. Haha, we surpassed 10,000 viewers. Let's celebrate with a 10,000 yuan red envelope. Weekend announced joyfully, sharing the news with Lu Su in the back seat. Lu Su promptly released a generous red envelope. The host is generous. I will remain in this stream to support you. I didn't stay for the red envelope. I'm keen to see if this vehicle truly possesses such impressive range. Weekend chuckled at the comments, amused by the viewers' enthusiasm. Time flew by, and Sun Jian remained focused on driving for nearly 2 hours. Weekend pointed to the screen. Take a look here. It displays the vehicle's performance over the past 2 hours. We've driven for nearly 2 hours at an average speed of 52 km/h, covering a total of 100 kilometers. There remains 43 battery. Let us see how far we can go. Based on what you've said, this car can't reach 200 kilometers. Exactly. Are you trying to fool honest people? I said this car wouldn't perform well. I don't understand why tens of thousands are watching. Weekend had barely finished speaking when those unfamiliar with electric vehicles began voicing their doubts. This was typical. Generally, electric vehicles exhibit additional wear, and the stated range only reflects ideal conditions. Not only was Weekend providing information, but viewers in the stream also contributed to the discussion. The host is right. Electric vehicles typically achieve only 75 to 85 of their advertised range. Indeed, with 3 passengers, this vehicle's current range is quite commendable. Among the multitude of viewers, some were well informed. Host, your car's battery must be exceptional. Which company manufactures it? Yes. Have battery performances really advanced to this level? I wasn't aware. I can confidently assert that no battery on the market matches the prowess of this company's. Weekend smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his voice. The battery of this vehicle was developed by our company, and all the technology in this car is proprietary. If you wish to learn about our company's history, please follow this account. We will later produce a video on this topic. Although the company had been sold, the research department remained intact. It was essential to cultivate an image of a company that invests in research and development. After Weekend's statement, the follower count for the video account surged, quickly exceeding 100,000. Gaining such a following in just 3 hours was impressive. I never anticipated Shanghai technology would be so formidable. Host, I apologize for my earlier volume. Amidst the lively discussions, the test drive reached its conclusion. Sun Jian parked the vehicle, and Weekend began summarizing. As you can see, the vehicle currently has only 1 battery remaining. The screen indicates we traveled a total of 185 kilometers at an average speed of 51 kilometers/h. How satisfied is everyone with this range test? Very satisfied. I never expected this vehicle to perform so well. Indeed, a range of 180 kilometers is more than adequate for daily commutes. This car is truly impressive. I calculated that owning this vehicle could save over 10,000 yuan annually. If this car hits the market, I'll be the first to buy one for commuting. Host, I hope this vehicle is released soon, if the price is right. I plan to buy one for my father and another for my wife. I will keep a close eye on the host. I hope the car launches soon. Thank you all for your support. Please follow this account. We will inform you of any updates as soon as they arise. With that, Weekend concluded the live stream. In the final moments, he noticed the viewer count had reached 200,000. Xiaomo, I truly didn't expect this live session to yield such success. Sun Jian, having parked the vehicle, noted the stream statistics as well. Uncle Sun, we should leverage this live streaming approach to sell cars in the future. We can effectively move inventory this way. Next, we must begin mass production to seize the market. Weekend was determined not to let other companies exploit any gaps. Lu Su, what is the production cost of this vehicle? Weekend suddenly recalled someone had inquired about the car's price during the stream. General Manager, given that this vehicle features the best battery, it is somewhat pricier. The cost price is approximately 8,000 yuan. Lu Su spoke cautiously, pondering whether this cost was too high. What? 8,000? Is it really that affordable? Weekend was astonished, and Lu Su was equally taken aback by Weekend's surprise. Indeed, the vehicle's design is quite simple, consisting merely of 4 wheels, a chassis, a sofa, along with an outer shell and a battery. As sales begin to pick up, the production cost of our vehicle could decrease even further. Upon hearing Lu Su's statement, Weekend suddenly had an idea. No wonder so many companies in the past ventured into the senior-friendly vehicle market. It was indeed highly lucrative. It seems we must meticulously strategize the launch of this vehicle. After Weekend's live broadcast concluded, he remained unaware that the video concerning the endurance test of the senior-friendly vehicle had gone viral online. With a range of 200 meters and a suitable size, this vehicle could simply be charged and driven, leading to an explosive popularity online. Chapter 8. Sustaining Momentum. Live streaming to give away cars following the conclusion of the testing phase. Weekend devised new plans for the company's future development. He named this electric vehicle Tulu Generation 1, abbreviated as Tulu 1. He refrained from publicly referring to it as the senior-friendly vehicle. Weekend aspired for this car to become a national model, believing it should not be confined by a limiting name. The term senior-friendly was less than ideal and could potentially hinder the vehicle's market positioning. Additionally, to cater to a broader audience, the endurance range of Tulu 1 was redefined into 3 categories: 100 meters, 200 meters, and 300 meters. The Tulu 1 with a 100-meter range is priced at 12,999 yuan, yielding a nearly 6,000 yuan profit per unit based on current costs. The 200-meter version, with slightly enhanced specifications, is priced at 19,999 yuan, resulting in a profit of 12,000 yuan per vehicle. Finally, the 300-meter variant is priced at 29,999 yuan, with a profit of 20,000 yuan. Given that the entire vehicle is manufactured by Xinghai Technology Company with minimal research and development expenditure, the costs are comparatively lower. Subsequently, Xinghai Technology needs to establish production lines for these 3 configurations. Once the first complete vehicle rolls off the assembly line, it will signify the commencement of large-scale sales for the Tulu 1. During the construction of the production line, Weekend remained industrious. He prioritized completing the promotional video task he had mentioned during the live stream. Weekend arranged for a promotional film showcasing Xinghai Technology's journey, emphasizing that it is a company dedicated to research and development, which even faced bankruptcy for the sake of innovation. This was a truthful narrative, requiring no embellishment from Weekend. Upon uploading the video, it garnered sympathy and recognition from netizens. It was surprising to discover that there were companies in our nation that had gone bankrupt in pursuit of research and development. It was evident that the original chairman possessed remarkable foresight. Otherwise, Xinghai Technology would not have been able to develop the vehicle so swiftly. However, I hold a different opinion. I believe the previous company hindered the research department. Why else would they complete the development so quickly after selling the company? At any moment, affirmation is invariably accompanied by skepticism. In truth, I have scrutinized the vehicle, and its technological content is rather modest, with the battery technology being the only advanced aspect. I think the original owner was somewhat foolish. The company was struggling to survive, yet they invested all their resources into research and development. Isn't that rather imprudent? It's merely an electric vehicle, akin to the remote-controlled cars I played with in my childhood. What distinguishes it? Ha ha ha. It is vividly described. There is hardly any technological sophistication. Weekend chose to ignore the discussions in the comments section. The more heated the debates among netizens, the greater the visibility of Tulu 1 would become. To maintain the buzz, Weekend released several videos about Tulu 1 every other day. Sometimes, these videos showcased the vehicle's exterior, performance, and specifications. At other times, they revealed the pricing. When Weekend announced the vehicle's price, it caused a significant stir. No way. It's that inexpensive? The cheapest is only $12,999, and the most expensive is just $29,999? This can't be true, right? Is the quality guaranteed? Even at $12,999. What more could one want? If I bought a vehicle for that price, even if it exploded, I would still endorse it. Most importantly, this vehicle meets my need for driving without a license, registration, or insurance. I want to purchase the highest configuration. When will this vehicle be available? I can hardly wait. For some reason, I feel that the nightmare of fuel vehicles is approaching. After some time of operation, the follower count of Shanghai Technology's account surged to over 1 million. Weekend sensed the opportune moment and decided to appear in the latest video. He stood in the center of a hall, with a Tulu 1 parked behind him, and greeted naturally, "Hello, everyone. I am Weekend, the CEO of Shanghai Technology. Thank you all for your support during this time." After introducing himself, Weekend bowed respectfully to the screen. Today, the follower count of this account has successfully surpassed 1 million. As a token of appreciation, I have decided to give away 20 Tulu 1s to our supportive fans through a lottery during this live stream. From now on, for every additional 1 million followers, I will give away 10 more Tulu 1s, and this promise will remain valid until my next live stream. I welcome all interested friends to participate. I will share daily updates on our vehicle production progress. In closing, he expressed his gratitude for the support. Weekend spoke sincerely, and with his striking appearance, he exuded a sense of persuasion and relatability. This video went viral across short video platforms. Wow, is it really that extravagant? It's the first time I've heard of a company giving away cars in a live stream. Is it genuine or just a scam? Given the vehicle's pricing, there would be no need to deceive. Otherwise, they would certainly face backlash from netizens in the future. The car isn't overly expensive, yet it's quite impressive. Who would complain about something free? CEO Weekend, I follow you not for the car, but for your looks. CEO Weekend, I wish you a happy new year in advance. It's still 6 months until the new year. Why the early greetings? As others have said, I wish CEO Weekend a happy new year in advance. It begins with looks, entangles with talent, and remains loyal to character. CEO Weekend, I support you. Since the recent live stream, Sun Jian has also taken the initiative to study the short video and live streaming industry. Whenever he has free time, he eagerly scrolls through videos on his phone. Of course, most of his time is spent in the comments section of Shanghai Technology's official account. Excitedly, Sun Jian rushed into Weekend's office, praising, "Xiao Mo. Your strategy is truly impressive. The follower count is rising so rapidly. Our Tulu has become famous in no time. Ha ha ha. Uncle Sun, this is just the beginning. In due course, the follower count will be even more astonishing." Weekend was delighted, yet the follower count had only reached 6 million. Even if he gave away 70 cars, that would amount to 1 million yuan, which does not meet his foundational requirement of reaching 10 million followers. Upon hearing Weekend's ambitious goal, Sun Jian sighed resignedly, uncertain whether Weekend was overly ambitious or simply out of touch with the times. "Uncle Sun, you must have come for other matters as well." "Indeed, there is something. Recently, numerous distributors have contacted us, expressing their desire to help us sell the Tulu 1. I came to inquire about your thoughts." Sun Jian's expression shifted as he began discussing business matters. Weekend tilted his head, immediately suspecting that these distributors had seen the short video released by the company. However, this could be beneficial, as they would alleviate some of the burdens. "Uncle Sun, please engage in discussions with them. If the pricing is agreeable, we can allocate a portion of Tulu 1 to them." As the weekend approached, preparations were underway to shift most operations online. The first-generation Tulu only comprises 3 models, distinguished primarily by their varying ranges, while their appearances remain largely similar. Some dealers were facilitating offline channels, enabling a swift market capture. Upon receiving instructions for the weekend, Sun Jian immediately initiated action. As dealers became aware of Shanghai Technology, other companies also began to take notice of the first-generation Tulu. Chapter 9. The production line takes shape in an office building within Jiangqing's urban area. Old Lu sat at his desk, engrossed in videos on his phone. "In a world without you. Oh, I hear the fleeting years carried by the wind. The inventor of short videos was indeed a genius. The young women featured were not only stunning but also possessed enviable figures, far surpassing the appearance of his elderly wife. Typically, he refrained from openly watching short videos at home, as doing so led to an avalanche of dance videos featuring beautiful women. Each time his wife discovered his viewing habits, he would be met with a torrent of scolding, leaving him with no choice but to indulge during his idle moments at the office. Suddenly, old Lou stumbled upon a video related to the weekend, abruptly straightening in his chair. The first-generation Tulu boasts a maximum range of 300 miles, and it requires no refueling? Could it be that the much-touted new energy vehicle has finally been developed? After absorbing the video's content, old Lou found himself perplexed. Glancing at the likes, comments, and shares, he was astounded. Goodness, several million views. He then clicked on Shanghai Technology's profile and noted the follower count. Incredible, over 10 million followers? When did Shanghai Technology become such a sensation on short video platforms? Hadn't this company just been established not long ago? After piecing everything together, old Lou clenched his fist. Reflecting, that rascal Weekend has hit the jackpot. This is a pathway to fortune. He thought to himself, if Weekend profits without my share, I shall not stand idly by. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. A sudden realization struck him. Shanghai Technology was formed from the previous research and development department. This should entitle him to a stake. If not more, perhaps even a share in the company. Hello, old Wang. I have news, he began. Old Chen, great news. We can make money again. After coordinating with old Wang and old Chen, old Lou ended the call, placing his phone on the desk and huffing, humph. That little brat. He profits without informing us. If he thinks he can earn in peace without us, he's mistaken. Meanwhile, the former 3 minor shareholders had arrived at the company and were causing a commotion. Sun Jian, aware of the situation, promptly went to Weekend's office to inform him. Commotion? What do they mean? Weekend inquired, setting aside his documents and regarding Sun Jian with curiosity. They believe they are entitled to a share of Shanghai Technology, hence their insistence on dividing the equity. Upon explanation, Weekend comprehended their intentions. It appeared they regretted their decision not to retain the research department and had come to backtrack on their earlier agreement. They had previously assured Weekend of their commitment and even signed a contract to prevent such occurrences. Expel them. We operate by the contract. There must be integrity in our agreements. With a smile, Sun Jian nodded and set about addressing the issue. As he descended the stairs, old Sun, old Wang, and old Chen awaited at the reception. Upon seeing Sun Jian finally willing to meet them, they rushed forward. Old Lou initiated the emotional appeal. Old Sun, this isn't fair. After all, we were once part of the same company. Old Chen chimed in. Indeed, should we not consider our past relationships? We worked together for so many years. Does that count for nothing? Sun Jian did not meet their gaze. Instead, he regarded them with disdain, remaining silent. As the tension mounted, old Wang could no longer contain himself. This company rightfully belongs to us. We are merely reclaiming what is ours. Exactly. President Wu granted the research department to us. Not to Weekend alone, old Chen echoed. Sun Jian, observing the shameless antics of the trio, was both amused and infuriated. Do not be ridiculous. We are law-abiding citizens. Everything must proceed according to the law. If you disagree, take legal action against us. Security, please escort these individuals out. Without further ado, Sun Jian instructed several security personnel to remove old Lou and his companions from the premises. President Zhou has decreed that these individuals are not permitted to step foot in this company. He prefers tranquility. As old Lou and his associates were ushered out, Sun Jian reiterated, rest assured, we will not allow these individuals to enter the company again. Old Wang shouted insults. Old Sun, you scoundrel. How can you turn your back on us? They lamented. We never made things difficult for you, did we? How did it come to this? Old Lou pondered their predicament. They understood the legal binding nature of the contracts they had signed. Their visit was merely a gamble, but their usual tactics of helplessness had failed this time. A glint of determination sparked in old Lou's eyes as he devised a plan. If you refuse to share the wealth, I shall ensure you do not enjoy it either. Come, let us go somewhere. Old Lou led the way, with old Wang and old Chen exchanging bewildered glances before turning back to observe the towering structure of Shanghai Technology. Let us go. Let us see what old Lou has in mind. Just as Sun Jian departed, Lu Su eagerly approached Weekend. President Zhou, our Tulu production line is now complete. The first vehicle is about to roll off the assembly line, and we hope you can witness this moment. Weekend, brimming with excitement, leaped from his seat. He had awaited this day for far too long. The production line was finally ready. That is splendid. Let us head over at once. Oh, and please summon Sun Jian to join us. Weekend added a final instruction as he briskly exited his office, with Lu Su following closely behind. On their way, Lu Su informed Sun Jian, and by the time he reached the factory, everything was nearly prepared. Weekend nodded at Sun Jian and turned to Lu Su. Please introduce us to the setup. Certainly, President Zhou. This is our entire production line for the first-generation Tulu, Lu Su explained. The line comprises 5 key components: stamping, welding, painting, assembly, and inspection. He elaborated on the overall structure of the production line before guiding Weekend and Sun Jian to the stamping section. This section is the stamping production line, which includes stamping machines, shearing machines, and CNC bending machines. Here, we cut the purchased steel plates and other metal materials to appropriate sizes using the shearing machine. The stamping machine then presses out various components of the car body, such as the outer shell and chassis parts. The CNC bending machine precisely bends parts that require shaping. Lu Su's explanations were thorough, leaving no detail unaddressed. Weekend had some prior knowledge of the industry, but witnessing the operations up close was a first for him. Chapter 10. The birth of a marvelous vehicle, astonishing everyone next. Lu Su explained the welding, painting, assembly, and inspection processes to Weekend. By the end, Weekend had acquired a general understanding of the production process for the first-generation Tulu. Gazing at the state-of-the-art production line before him, Weekend felt a surge of satisfaction. Once these lines began operating, it would be an unceasing stream of revenue. The thought of it being akin to a money-printing machine left him exhilarated and unable to sleep. Let us commence production immediately. Upon hearing Weekend's command, Lu Su swiftly directed the initiation of the production line. Thanks to the preparations made in advance, all materials and components had been readied beforehand. The first vehicle was completed in less than 5 hours, officially rolling off the assembly line. During this period, the Weekend also organized the short video operation department to film the entire process. Indeed, it is the short video operation department, newly established by the Weekend, specifically tasked with managing content for short video platforms. The completion of the production line for the Tulu vehicle and the official rolling off of the first car marked a momentous occasion, warranting the release of a short video. The Weekend gazed at the Tulu generation before him, noting its enhanced aesthetics compared to the earlier test model. He called out, "Who wishes to be the first to try this vehicle? Its inaugural drive belongs to him." Laughter erupted among the group after his declaration. "I want to try it." Lu Su was the first to raise his hand. He had been responsible for the Tulu since its inception, and although there was a system for data transfer, everyone was well aware of his contributions. The Weekend glanced at the others present. They had no objections. "All right, Lu Su, you may take it for a spin. Gao Yi, ensure the camera follows." The Weekend readily acquiesced, referring to Gao Yi, the head of the short video operation department. Filled with excitement, Lu Su climbed into the driver's seat. Gao Yi arranged for his team to set up the camera, preparing to capture footage for future content. Shortly thereafter, Lu Su returned after taking the car for a test drive. "Boss, this vehicle is easy to drive and quite enjoyable, reminiscent of toy cars from childhood." Lu Su parked, exited, and eagerly shared his impressions. "Ha ha ha, toy car? That's a first for me," the Weekend remarked, amused, joining in the laughter. The others present were eager to experience it as well, having never driven an electric vehicle before. Given the car's smaller dimensions, they were curious about its driving experience. Moreover, being all technical enthusiasts, who among them hadn't played with toy cars in their youth, with Lu Su likening the small car to a toy, their interest intensified. Everyone eager to try it took turns driving around. Ultimately, this poor Tulu generation vehicle endured quite the thrashing from dozens of grown men. After their turns, the group acknowledged that this vehicle indeed differed from conventional gas-powered cars. Despite its modest price of $15,000, it accelerated swiftly on the road, providing a thrilling pushback sensation. They were left pondering how the Weekend conceived such a remarkable vehicle. Truly a genius. "All right, it's getting late. Let us all head home to rest. Gao Yi, remember to edit the video." With a glance at the time, nearing 8 p.m., he decided to let everyone leave early. "Rest assured, tonight I will complete the video." Gao Yi promised, appearing determined to finish the editing before taking a break. The Weekend waved his hand dismissively. "Take a good rest. You can finish it tomorrow. There will be several important live broadcasts coming up, so you need to be well rested." Ultimately, the Weekend could not dissuade Gao Yi, and he advised him to finish early and then rest, agreeing to count this period's work as overtime for additional pay. The following morning, the Weekend posted the video that Gao Yi edited onto the short video platform. Having previewed the video, he found it satisfactory. Upon release, it immediately attracted a flood of comments from netizens. "The car has finally gone into mass production. I want to know where to place an order." Many were eager for the Tulu generation's production, now finally realized. The boss certainly didn't deceive us. He updates us daily on the vehicle's status. Boss, when will you host a live stream to give away cars? I can't wait. The boss's follower count had soared to 15 million. Did that mean he would give away 160 cars? This aligned with what the boss had previously stated. It was evident that most were drawn to the prospect of a free vehicle, reluctant to spend their own money. Naturally, some merely spoke without intent to participate in the lottery. Isn't that excessive? Wouldn't the boss incur significant losses? What losses? He has gained so many followers. That is quite a profit. I now question whether he will actually give away cars. Is it necessary to doubt the boss? 160 cars amount to 4.8 million. That is pocket change for him. Let us not jump to conclusions. Wealthy individuals often have myriad reasons to avoid giving away cars. Online discussions ensued about whether the weekend would fulfill the car giveaway. Meanwhile, the weekend was diligently preparing for the upcoming live broadcast. With 15 million new followers, failing to deliver on promises would spell disaster for him. One could easily condemn him with mere words. The weekend was keen to avoid having his name tarnished, as a few 100,000 was still within his means. While the weekend busied himself, old Lu and his companions arrived at the Yuelong Group. Mr. Wu, look. This Shanghai Technology is the company that the weekend restructured. Old Lu offered his phone to Wu Long, who declined to take it, leaving old Lu feeling slightly awkward. At Wu Long's silent gesture, the secretary stepped forward to retrieve the phone from old Lu. The screen displayed a video about Shanghai Technology. Wu Long watched intently, while old Lu and his companions stood silently beside him. Previously, they had approached the Weekend's company, hoping to employ underhanded tactics to gain shares. But the Weekend was not easily swayed. Thus, they sought out Yuelong Group. He recalled that Shanghai Technology was founded on the original company's research and development department. The prior R&D department had little technological prowess, and any research achievements had been transferred to Yuelong Group. However, the current prowess of Shanghai Technology seemed suspiciously robust. It was likely that Shanghai Technology had developed innovations that were not shared with Yuelong Group, or perhaps their latest products incorporated Yuelong Group's patented technologies. Old Lu increasingly believed this to be the case. Otherwise, how could one explain the current achievements of Shanghai Technology? If the Weekend sought to prevent them from profiting, they certainly would not let him off easily. Hence, he promptly approached Yuelong Group to find Wu Long. Old Lu noted that Wu Long furrowed his brow upon finishing the video, indicating that there might be something worth pursuing. Chapter 11. Live Car Giveaway. Unprecedented excitement after watching the videos. Wu Long looked up at old Lu and his companions. However, he remained silent, deep in thought. From these videos, it was evident that Shanghai Technology possessed significant capabilities, not to mention the vehicle named Tulu. Even the batteries used in it were not something an ordinary company could possess. Although Yuelong Group had always been a manufacturer of automotive components, they were generally well-versed in the automotive industry landscape. Recently, he had heard of several startups planning ventures in the new energy vehicle sector, with even some established car manufacturers looking to enter the fray. As far as he knew, the most critical components in electric vehicles were the three electric systems: the battery, the motor, and the electronic control. He recognized this market opportunity, prompting Yuelong Group to prepare for entry. It was not imperative to manufacture cars. Merely entering one of these three sectors would suffice for Yuelong Group to remain competitive in future developments. This was also why he sought to acquire the Weekend's company. Previously, the Weekend's company had invested in R&D early on, yielding several research achievements that indeed placed them ahead of Yuelong Group. Yet since the acquisition, Yuelong Group had not launched any significant products, let alone ventured into the critical, high-tech lithium battery industry. How, then, did Shanghai Technology acquire such formidable lithium battery technology? Is it truly a stroke of luck? Or has there been a sudden moment of clarity? Perhaps during the last technical handover, some information was intentionally concealed over the weekend, never transferred to the group? He himself is uncertain and must investigate further. Seeking to clarify everything, Wu Long inquired, "I sincerely appreciate the information you have provided. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon witnessing Wu Long's unexpected politeness, Lao Lu and his companions straightened their postures slightly. "Wu General, it is evident that Shanghai Technology has pilfered the research achievements of Yuelong Group. Otherwise, how could they possess such formidable strength?" Lao Lu continued, "Indeed, Wu General, has Shanghai Technology even been established for a month? Under normal circumstances, such capability would be impossible." Before Lao Lu could speak further, Lao Wang and Lao Chen hastily cast aspersions upon Zhou Mo. "During our last visit to Shanghai Technology, Zhou Mo didn't even come out to greet us." Regardless of their status as elder figures from Zhou Mo's father's generation, Zhou Mo showed them no courtesy, allowing them to be humiliated at Shanghai Technology. Thus, they felt compelled to retaliate. Observing their eagerness to tarnish Zhou Mo's reputation, Lao Lu covered his face with his hands. Wu Long is no fool. He wouldn't be easily swayed by their antics. Their intentions were all too apparent. Shanghai Technology had no benefit to gain from them, and they were merely attempting to sell information to Yuelong Group. On one hand, they aimed to obstruct Shanghai Technology, while on the other, they sought some form of compensation. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Unbeknownst to them, these two were incapable of grasping the situation. He regretted bringing them along. Wu General. I find the source of Shanghai Technology's technology somewhat dubious. Hence, we promptly brought this information to you. Wu Long cast a sidelong glance at Lao Lu. Promptly find me. It seems you were more eager to seek benefits from Shanghai Technology. They are all cunning foxes. Who doesn't know the other? Nevertheless, the information they brought was indeed significant. So he refrained from dismissing them outright. I genuinely appreciate your bringing such crucial information. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Long continued, in the future, should your company require assistance related to our group, you may contact Secretary Lu, who will provide you with support. Secretary Lu is the very individual who answered Lao Lu's phone call moments ago. Lao Lu, delighted, had precisely sought this promise. Yuelong Group is a large conglomerate. Even a mere trickle of resources would suffice to satiate them. Thank you, Wu General. This is simply our duty. We will rely on Secretary Lu in the future. Lao Lu hastily expressed his gratitude, smiling at Secretary Lu, whose face was a tapestry of wrinkles. Secretary Lu responded with a professional smile and a slight nod. Subsequently, Lao Lu and his companions departed from Yuelong Group. Wu Long instructed, investigate this matter thoroughly. You know what to do. Upon hearing the command, Secretary Lu left promptly. Wu Long rose, gazing at the flowing river outside, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Technology, Zhou Mo was fully prepared. He scheduled the live stream for the delivery of cars at 7 p.m. This timing ensured that most people would be off work, resulting in a more vibrant audience. Several hundred vehicles would be dispatched, promising an extended duration for the event. With the live stream commencing at 7 p.m., it could conclude early in the night. As Shanghai Technology announced this news on Doushou, it promptly swept across the entire internet. Many who were previously unaware received notifications from the Doushou platform. Clearly, Doushou also intended to hype up Zhou Mo's car delivery event. At this moment, Shanghai Technology's follower count surged dramatically, surpassing 29 million and rapidly approaching 30 million. I'm so excited. I'm about to receive a free car. Is someone dreaming upstairs? Wake him up. Diabetics should stay away. They can't be allowed to taste sweetness. It's almost 7 p.m. Why hasn't the live stream started yet? There's still 20 minutes. I trust Zhou General. He is so handsome, he wouldn't deceive us. While netizens eagerly awaited the live stream, tension brewed elsewhere. At Yuelong Group, Wu Long sat in his office chair, a mobile device mounted on his desk. His expression was grave as he monitored the comment section of Shanghai Technology, evidently waiting for Zhou Mo to commence the live stream. Naturally, other automotive companies were also keeping a close watch on the situation. Zhou Mo's live stream was set to make waves, and not only netizens would receive the news. Automotive companies were determined not to miss out. Shanghai Technology's marketing strategy had garnered nearly 30 million followers at a cost of less than 10 million renminbi. If they could replicate this success, they too would welcome it. This marketing approach was certainly worth emulating. Simultaneously, they noted the advanced lithium battery used in the Tulu 1. The power battery was exceptionally cutting-edge, excelling in both range and battery longevity compared to competitors. Currently, Shanghai Technology had only recently been established, and its overall capabilities were limited. They could not instantly manufacture sedans or SUVs. However, they firmly believed that once the Tulu 1 became a hit, Shanghai Technology would inevitably enter these markets. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. They too needed to prepare in advance. After a brief wait, the clock struck 7 p.m., and Zhou Mo promptly initiated the live stream, appearing on screen. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Mo, and I welcome you to today's live lottery event. Zhou Mo beamed, waving at the camera as he introduced himself. At that moment, a flood of viewers surged into the live stream. The sudden influx caused many phones to lag due to the overwhelming number of participants. At Shanghai Technology, Gao Yi closely monitored the number of viewers entering the stream. Before Zhou Mo could finish his opening line, over 1 million viewers had already joined. In the blink of an eye, the number of concurrent viewers reached 2 million and continued to rise rapidly. Gao Yi gazed at the data before him, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious! This is astonishing." He then gave Zhou Mo a thumbs up from in front of the camera. Zhou Mo noticed Gao Yi's gesture and nodded slightly. Understanding that the live stream statistics were likely impressive, Zhou Mo continued, "As of now, this account has amassed 34.76 million followers. To express my gratitude, I will be giving away cars based on the 35 million follower milestone. Therefore, today I will be giving away a total of 360 Tulu 1 vehicles. Wu General is incredibly generous. I've never seen such a magnanimous boss." Zhou Mo's actions garnered much admiration, yet a group of viewers grew impatient. "Wu General, when will the cars be given away?" "Yes, let us get started quickly. We can hardly wait." Noticing the eager comments, Zhou Mo decided to forego any further introductions. Recognizing the anticipation, he declared, "Let's begin now. We will first give away 60 Tulu 1 vehicles. Those who follow our account can directly claim a fortune bag below their avatars. Winners will be contacted by our team. To clarify, you will receive the cars for free. Please do not be deceived. 3, 2, 1, fortune bags go." With Zhou Mo's command, a fortune bag appeared beneath the avatars. Within this fortune bag were 60 Tulu 1 vehicles, and the time for this round of giveaways was set for 10 minutes, inviting comments for participation. As Zhou Mo released the fortune bags, more and more viewers entered the live stream to partake in the lottery. Concurrent viewers surged past 4 million. This was merely the first round. With 60 vehicles in this round alone, there were still 5 more rounds to come. During these 10 minutes, Zhou Mo remained actively engaged. "The lottery results will be announced in 10 minutes, so allow me to introduce our company's production line." After the weekend concluded, I approached the assembly line of the Tulu generation. The camera followed closely beside me. Is the automotive assembly line a closely guarded secret of the company? Can it be displayed so readily? Shouldn't there be confidentiality surrounding it? What if other companies catch a glimpse? What are your concerns? Since General Zhou has stated that it can be showcased, it must indicate that the technology is rather outdated. What a jest. This is, in fact, the most advanced technology available. Automotive companies are also glued to their screens, utterly astonished by the operations being conducted by Zhou. Within one automotive firm, several individuals engaged in discussion. "Boss, Zhou has indeed revealed their production line. There are currently millions watching, and soon, several hundred million will tune in. Is Zhou out of his mind? Or has he lost touch with reality? Who can fathom his thoughts? Perhaps he must be out of sorts. Regardless, pay close attention and learn well. Our company might soon launch a vehicle of this type." The boss, unperturbed, shamelessly absorbs knowledge. The others exchanged glances, subtly nodding. After all, it would be unwise not to observe. They fixated on the live broadcast, fearful of missing any detail. Zhou was not at all apprehensive about others learning. The production line is straightforward, with little to conceal. The key components are all finished products, such as the power batteries, which are sourced from other factories. Following the guidance provided by Lu Su, Zhou succinctly introduced the 5 primary segments: stamping, welding, painting, assembly, and inspection. General Zhou is truly remarkable. He possesses such intimate knowledge of the entire production line. It is only natural for him as the company's owner, is it not? As the owner, Zhou is responsible for many facets. One would expect he would not be well versed in such details. Through General Zhou's introduction, I have gained increased confidence in the Tulu generation. A company bold enough to showcase its production line is indeed a reliable enterprise. If I do not win, I shall purchase one outright. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the first batch of 60 Tulu generations was successfully drawn. Zhou announced the lottery results. "Congratulations to the 60 fortunate winners. Do not be disheartened if you did not win. The second round will commence shortly." "Oh no, why wasn't I chosen?" "Don't mention it. I was among the first to enter the live room and did not win either. You should see the current online numbers. There were millions participating simultaneously. Do not lose hope. There are still 300 vehicles remaining. Perhaps luck will be on your side. May the heavens bless us with abundant fortune." The first round concluded, and the online audience soared to 6 million. Gao Yi observed the data on the computer screen, growing increasingly delighted. Furthermore, it was exhilarating to note that the follower count had surged by over 1 million in those 10 minutes. This influx of viewers likely stemmed from Zhou's broadcast, as many had not encountered his videos previously. A myriad of individuals wished to take a chance and test their luck. After all, following costs nothing. If fortune favored them with a vehicle, it would be a delightful outcome. Soon, the second round of the lottery commenced, mirroring the first, with 60 slots available. "Mine. Oh mine. Please, grant me one win. Me. The barrage of comments flowed rapidly, each expressing hopes of winning. This time, Zhou engaged with the audience while monitoring the comments. Among the winners from the first round, one shared their success in the group. Those fortunate enough to win a car were eager to boast. "Ha, I'm incredibly lucky today. I won a little electric car. Winning image, congratulations. Is this for real? How much is that car? What luck? Where did you win it? My envy knows no bounds. Why was I not so fortunate? Many extended their congratulations while others inquired about the location of the draw. It's being held at Shanghai Technology's live room. They're still drawing. Search for Shanghai Technology on Dousho to find it. The lucky viewer generously shared the lottery's location. Upon receiving this information, everyone hurriedly opened Dousho, eager to try their luck. At this moment, a man hurriedly dialed his wife's number. Hello, dear, quickly use Dousho to find Shanghai Technology. What is going on? Is something wrong? Shanghai Technology is live streaming a lottery. Do you know what they're giving away? A car. The woman was somewhat skeptical, doubting her husband's claims. Is this a scam? How could anyone give away a car outright? It's absolutely true. I just saw someone win in the group, and I participated too. The results are yet to be revealed. You should try as well. There are less than 5 minutes left. The man urged, believing that if they both participated, their chances of winning would double. If either of them won, he could boast about it. After hanging up, the woman frowned at the abrupt disconnection. Oh well, I might as well check it out. She reluctantly followed her husband's advice, entering Dousho and searching for Shanghai Technology. The first live broadcast she encountered was Zhou's. She widened her eyes, realizing that the live stream was indeed giving away cars. However, the number of viewers seemed overwhelmingly high. After several attempts to enter, she faced network errors and could not access the live stream. At that moment, she began to believe that the lottery might indeed be genuine. Ultimately, with persistent effort and multiple screen taps, she finally accessed the live stream. Glancing at the top left corner, she noted that there were 3 minutes remaining. After navigating through several network errors, she managed to catch the tail end of the lottery. Shortly after she joined the draw, the results were announced. She saw a notification pop up on the screen. Congratulations on winning the lottery. Below was an image of a Tulu generation electric vehicle. Taking a deep breath, she marveled at her good fortune. When did my luck become so favorable? To ensure she had not misread, she carefully checked once more. Indeed, she had won. Hello, dear. Oh no, don't call me right now. I didn't win the last round. The new draw is about to begin. Her husband responded impatiently. Darling, I won. I just won. What? You won? Her husband's astonished voice echoed through the phone, nearly deafening her. It's true. Let me send you proof. All right, send me a screenshot. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Dousho, Shi Jianshu, the head of the operations department, approached Chairman Zhang Lidong. Chairman, do we need to assist Zhou in attracting viewers? The number of people watching the live stream has surpassed 7 million and is nearing a record. Shi was perplexed and questioned. Their operations department was the most lucrative segment of Dousho. Anyone wishing to gain popularity on Dousho needed to invest in purchasing traffic, as each view corresponded to a price. He felt a sense of inequity. Why should others rely on spending money for visibility while Zhou managed to achieve it without any expenditure? Moreover, Zhou had created such a buzz without notifying their platform in advance, showing them no courtesy. Thankfully, their chairman was magnanimous and chose not to stoop to Zhou's level. Had it been Shi, he would have certainly shut down Zhou's live stream immediately. In truth, Zhou had not spent a single cent during this period, at most. He had sent a few red envelopes during the broadcast to attract a portion of the traffic. The surge in followers for Shanghai Technology's account could also be attributed to Dousho's back-end promotion. Originally, it was necessary to spend some money over the weekend to purchase additional traffic, as he was intent on selling goods, specifically electric vehicles. However, the weekend turned into a grand spectacle online, enticing many to partake. Consequently, little money was spent, and Douyin's back-end was also assisting him. After all, this situation appeared mutually beneficial, a win-win scenario for both parties. The weekend garnered followers while Douyin gained engagement and popularity. Zhang Lidong, upon hearing Shi Jianshu's complaints, looked up to explain, this marketing strategy is advantageous for both of us. There is no need for any sense of imbalance. After clarifying, he returned to his tasks. Noticing that Shi Jianshu had yet to leave, he sighed. The individual before him was not yet 30 years old, and his ascension to the head of the Douyin operations department was not purely due to merit, but rather the relationships he possessed that others lacked. Douyin comprises 3 main departments: technology, operations, and content review. The technology department, as its name implies, demands robust technical expertise, which Shi Jianshu lacked. Initially, he was meant to be assigned to the content review department, but due to a recent incident that thrust Douyin into the spotlight, the requirements for that department were intensified. Ultimately, he was placed in the operations department, which bore greater internal significance, as any mishaps there would likely remain contained. Zhang Lidong fixed his gaze on Shi Jianshu and asked sternly, "What do you intend to do?" "While I am the chairman of Douyin, there exists an entire group above me." Douyin is merely one of the ventures in their portfolio, albeit the most successful, yet it remains under the management of others. Shi Jianshu, not a fool, recognized that Zhang Lidong was leveraging the group's authority to warn him against any further mischief. It's nothing. I will comply with the company's arrangements and assist in ensuring the success of this live broadcast. With no other option, Shi Jianshu capitulated. Zhang Lidong, witnessing Shi Jianshu's concession, smiled once more. Very well, you may leave now. I must attend to my work. Shi Jianshu cast a glance back at Zhang Lidong, who was engrossed in his documents. Before exiting the office, after his departure, Zhang Lidong looked at his retreating figure with a resigned shake of his head. He simply wished to be a good-natured individual, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Once back in the operations department, Shi Jianshu resumed his work, concealing his true thoughts from those around him. Time flew swiftly. The weekend's lottery was now in its final round. A total of 300 electric vehicles had already been distributed, leaving just 60 remaining. Once today's live broadcast concluded, that would be the end of it. At this moment, the last lucky bag was about to close in under 3 minutes. The weekend announced to the viewers, there are less than 3 minutes left to participate in the lucky bag. Those who haven't joined yet should hurry. This is the last chance. I must win at least once. My car. Will I miss out this time? I've waited so long without winning a single time. Please grant me one last chance. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see who has won the lucky bag. Winners will be contacted by our dedicated staff. We only require an address from you. The entire process is free of charge, so please be cautious of scams. For those who did not win, fret not. Our electric vehicles are now in mass production. You can place an order at any time by clicking the little fan below or visiting our official website. Guaranteed free shipping to your home. As the lucky bag winners were announced, the weekend seized the opportunity to run an advertisement. At this moment, viewer numbers peaked, yielding unexpectedly positive results. Chapter 14. Remarkable data. Enormous response. With the lottery concluded, the online viewership in the live broadcast room began to plummet. Most followers of the Shanghai Technology account were there solely for the lottery, and with that now over, remaining was futile. Observing this, the weekend stepped away from the camera, disappearing from the screen and exiting the live broadcast room. The entire session had begun at 7 p.m., and it was now 9:38 p.m. The live broadcast had lasted 2.5 hours, significantly longer than the weekend had anticipated. Throughout this duration, the weekend had been the sole presenter. Although others remained nearby, the weekend first approached Gao Yi and inquired, how did the live broadcast perform tonight? Gao Yi's face was flushed with excitement. Mr. Zhou, to say it was good would be an understatement. The effect of this live broadcast has been phenomenal. Please take a look at the data from tonight's session. Gao Yi turned his laptop screen toward the weekend. At that moment, Sun Jian and Lu Su joined them, gathering behind the weekend to observe the live broadcast data together. Gao Yi explained, tonight, the peak concurrent viewership reached an astonishing 14 million, with an average of over 8 million online. More than 1.5 billion people entered Mr. Zhou's live broadcast room to participate in the Lucky Bag lottery. All three of these metrics have shattered Douyin's records. The weekend nodded in approval. As long as there were no major setbacks, he was satisfied regardless of record-breaking. Lu Su, hearing Gao Yi's explanation, chimed in, Mr. Zhou, the success of this live broadcast is largely thanks to you. Haha, it is a collective effort. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. It is getting late, so please tidy up and rest. Additionally, I will ensure that those present tonight receive an extra 2 months' salary, while other company staff will receive an additional month's pay. The weekend felt elated. This way, the company could continue to thrive without immediate financial concerns. Suddenly recalling that everyone had been working hard lately, the weekend thought to reward them. The best way, of course, was to provide bonuses. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Your wisdom is commendable. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted in the room. Their efforts during this period had finally borne fruit. Not only had the live broadcast been a resounding success, but they also received bonuses. Subsequently, Gao Yi compiled the live broadcast data. With the weekend's approval, he directly published it on the Shanghai Technology account. The team at Shanghai Technology packed up their belongings and left the office to rest. Little did they know that today's live broadcast had caused a tremendous stir across the internet. In the comments section of the live broadcast data posted by Gao Yi, many were engaged in discussion. It's hard to believe so many people watched Mr. Zhou's broadcast. Did anyone actually win a Tulu electric car? I'm curious. Many did not win during the live stream. Did anyone really win? I did. Image. You're quite lucky, but the number of Tulu electric vehicles is too limited. The number of participants seems to be in the tens of millions. The odds of winning are significantly lower than in a lottery. The car isn't expensive. Why not give away more? Perhaps I might win next time. It's not that there are too few, it's that you are too greedy. Exactly. Not winning just means you were unlucky. Mr. Zhou doesn't owe you anything. Since it's not expensive, why not just buy one? It's about the same price as a smartphone. Indeed, those who didn't win can easily purchase one, and it comes with free shipping. The individual who had initially spoken was left momentarily speechless by the rebuttal. Nonetheless, discussions in the comment section persisted. At the Yulong group, Wulong had just finished watching the entire live broadcast by the weekend. How is the investigation proceeding? Wulong rubbed his temples, glancing at Secretary Liu. It has been thoroughly investigated. The technology that Shanghai Technology is currently utilizing is indeed what we recently developed, Secretary Liu replied. Having consulted both former members of the Research and Development Department and personnel within Shanghai Technology, Wulong furrowed his brow. Although he had mentally prepared himself, it was still somewhat difficult to accept. He had only just successfully acquired his father's company over the weekend, and now, another competitor had emerged. He was particularly envious of Shanghai Technology's advancements in power battery technology. Do you have any good suggestions? Secretary Liu organized his thoughts before responding. Shanghai Technology has already begun accepting pre-orders. We could purchase a unit to dissect and analyze. Wulong waved his hand dismissively. Pre-ordering is already too late. Contact the winners of the lottery. If we spend a bit more, they should be the first to receive the electric vehicles. Secretary Liu nodded and continued. I believe we could attempt to engage with the weekend to acquire Shanghai Technology and see if he would agree. If he declines, we could leverage public opinion online to pressure him. How would we utilize public opinion? Wulong's interest was piqued. This time, the weekend had made use of the internet to catapult Shanghai Technology into the limelight. We could have people spread rumors online, claiming that Shanghai Technology has stolen and utilized our technology. How could a company so newly established achieve research results so swiftly? Why were there no results previously? But now there are. Conspiracy theories often seem plausible, yet many are drawn to them. Although the weekend generously distributed 360 Tulu electric vehicles, the majority of participants did not win. Those who did not win would surely harbor resentment, which we could exploit. Secretary Liu expressed his thoughts with enthusiasm. Clap, clap, clap. Wulong applauded. This is excellent. I am curious to see how the weekend will address this situation. It is a sound strategy. Let us grant him an opportunity. Tomorrow, inquire about his willingness to sell Shanghai Technology. Secretary Li bowed in response. Understood, General Wu. At Dapeng Automotive, the executives had just finished watching the weekend's live stream. The live stream from Shanghai Technology has concluded. I trust everyone has seen the viewership data. What are your thoughts? Su Dapeng inquired. Addressing the executives seated around the conference table, Dapeng Automotive, established just a few years prior, focused on the new energy market. After several years of effort, they had developed multiple concept models and were nearing the final stages of production for their first mass-produced vehicle. Recently, they had seen Shanghai Technology and the Tulu electric vehicle emerge online, garnering unprecedented attention. Su Dapeng recognized an opportunity to promote Dapeng Automotive by emulating Shanghai Technology's internet marketing strategy. With the live stream concluded, he sought to gather innovative ideas from his executive team. Mr. Su, I believe the weekend's live stream giveaway was quite ingenious. Once our vehicles enter mass production, could we not employ a similar promotional strategy? Zhao Lin, the head of marketing, was the first to respond. It was evident to all that Shanghai Technology's live stream giveaway had been a tremendous success, transforming a previously obscure company into a star enterprise. Dapeng Automotive was envious, and Zhao believed replicating Shanghai Technology's marketing strategy would yield significant results, even if not as successful as the original. Zhao, you seem to be dreaming. How much is a Tulu electric vehicle worth? What is the value of our Dapeng Automotive? Can we afford to give them away? Zhang Yifan, the head of production, interjected bluntly. Dapeng Automotive's costs were substantial, and the idea of giving away vehicles before they were even sold seemed ludicrous. Calm down, Zhang, Zhao Lin replied patiently. There is a saying, one must give to receive. If we do not invest in promotion, how will customers know about our company? As the saying goes, even good wine fears being hidden in a deep alley. We must adopt a long-term perspective. He envisioned a marketing campaign that would involve a live stream giveaway, placing the responsibility on the marketing department. The potential success would undoubtedly reflect on him. Zhang Yifan, though he acknowledged Zhao's point, still felt the vehicles were too costly to give away. He opened his mouth to speak, but Su Dapeng interjected. Ahem, we certainly need to promote. But the method can be discussed later. Time is not pressing. We have some time before Dapeng Automotive officially enters mass production. Su Dapeng had grasped their thoughts and, sensing that Zhang Yifan wished to speak again, interrupted him. He pondered their discussion. While promotion was essential, the vehicles were indeed too expensive to simply give away. The following morning, at Shanghai Technology, the weekend arrived at the office. Just as he sat down, Sun Jian and Gao Yi rushed in. Mr. Zhou, our live stream yesterday was phenomenal. There are reports everywhere online about our vehicle giveaway, Gao Yi exclaimed, providing an update on the aftermath of the live stream. He even pulled out his phone to show Zhou the news on various platforms. After the exhausting live stream, the weekend had gone home, taken a shower, and collapsed into bed, unaware of the online buzz. He had anticipated great success, but never imagined the results would be this extraordinary. Very well, he nodded, handing his phone to Gao Yi and turning to the now cheerful Sun Jian. It seems your presence here must be related to this matter. Sun Jian had previously appeared worn from the pressures of managing the company, but with its recent growth, he now wore a contented expression. Indeed. Remember we had mentioned that dealers were reaching out to us? After yesterday's live stream, a plethora of dealers contacted us. This morning, upon arriving at the office, I discovered that orders for our Tulu Generation 1 electric vehicle have surpassed 200,000, and the numbers are continuing to rise at an astonishing rate. Sun Jian's voice trembled with excitement, unable to contain his elation. After all, 200,000 orders were monumental. Many automotive companies struggle to sell that many in a year. Yet they had achieved it overnight. Even with the vehicle's affordable price, only $29,999 at most, this level of demand was remarkable, far exceeding typical automotive industry metrics. What? 200,000? The weekend leaped from his seat, incredulous. This is unbelievable. Son, this is not the time for jokes. It is indeed 200,000. I have had the back-end statistics confirmed no less than 10 times, so there is no mistake, Sun Jian assured him. If it weren't for Sun Jian standing right before him, the weekend might have doubted the validity of such a figure, but upon reflection, he realized the vehicles were simply too affordable. He recalled that in his previous life, a certain model had been immensely popular, selling millions annually. In Blue Star, there was no comparable vehicle, and he had indeed chosen the right path. This data is not known to anyone else, correct? The weekend asked earnestly. Sun Jian, perplexed, shook his head. No. Zhou Weekend sighed in relief, grateful that they were not a publicly listed company. Had they been, they would have been compelled to disclose their data. A foolish act during this opportune moment of silent prosperity. It was imperative to keep this information confidential, even among those within the company. Upon hearing Zhou Weekend's comment, Sun Jian grasped the situation. No problem, but the challenge we face now is that we have too many orders, and we cannot produce them all in a short time. Sun Jian raised a pressing concern that required immediate attention. If delays persisted, customers might suspect issues within their company. Uncle Sun, do you have any viable solutions? Zhou Weekend turned to Sun Jian, confident that he would have a strategy. Sun Jian, having contemplated the matter, responded directly. The simplest solution to our production capacity issue is to establish a new production line. However, constructing a new line is a lengthy process. And since we will not be manufacturing this type of vehicle indefinitely, it is not economically feasible to build multiple lines. Zhou Weekend nodded slightly. He had previously advised Sun Jian against excessive production lines. Sun Jian continued. Thus, my suggestion is to engage a company for contract manufacturing. This way, we only need to relinquish a small portion of our profits, alleviating many complications. Indeed, their first-generation Tulu vehicle was highly profitable, and conceding a fraction of that profit posed no issue. After some contemplation, Zhou Weekend raised a critical question. Contract manufacturing is feasible, but how do we ensure quality? We are producing vehicles, not mere commodities. Sun Jian had anticipated this concern. We can partner with established traditional automakers for contract manufacturing. With their extensive experience in vehicle production, quality can be assured. Moreover, the production of our first-generation Tulu is straightforward, allowing us to maintain control during the final inspection. The most crucial component, the power battery, will be supplied by us, thus guaranteeing the quality of the Tulu. Sun Jian's proposal for contract manufacturing indeed seemed promising. Those emerging enterprises with limited initial funding had similarly relied on such arrangements. If they could manage more complex electric vehicles, would a simpler Tulu pose any challenges? Uncle Sun, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall find an automotive manufacturer with the best cost-performance ratio for contract manufacturing, ensuring the quality of the Tulu is paramount. Chapter 16. Commencing negotiations, the dragon ascends with Zhou Weekend's consent. Sun Jian swiftly set plans into motion. In addition to seeking contract manufacturers, it was essential to ramp up production of the power batteries. If the battery production lagged behind vehicle manufacturing, resulting in vehicles lacking power supplies, it would be quite ludicrous. Sun Jian promptly reached out to Lu Su, and the two prepared to collaborate on the task. Lu Su would address the issues surrounding the power battery production line, while Sun Jian would focus on identifying suitable contract manufacturers and negotiating sales with distributors. "Mr. Sun, our company is undoubtedly the most sincere," exclaimed Ding Feng, chairman of Wanbang Group. Wanbang Group was a recently established conglomerate involved in various automotive services, including rental and sales, and was among the first to approach Shanghai Technology with the hope of representing the Tulu's electric vehicle sales. "Chairman Ding, there is no need to elaborate. You must understand this is simply not feasible," Sun Jian interjected, waving his hand dismissively to reject Ding Feng's proposal. He could not entrust the sales rights to a single company, besides concerns about being constrained by such firms. He was also aware that allowing one company to monopolize sales would significantly slow market penetration. Time equated to money, and speed was of the essence. Swiftly capturing the market was paramount. Furthermore, even if they granted exclusive sales rights to another company, they would still likely offer a low price. Sun Jian spoke the truth. Ding Feng's assertions were not aligned with his essential requirements. Ding Feng lowered his head, furrowing his brow, knowing Sun Jian's words were grounded in reality. However, their company had only recently been established, and its sales network was far less developed than those of other firms, rendering them unable to make substantial commitments. It was evident to any discerning observer that the Tulu electric vehicle would undoubtedly be a tremendous success. Though priced affordably, the volume of sales would ensure profitability. As an industry insider, Ding Feng had a rough understanding of Tulu's production costs. His company had even conducted estimates, revealing that the profits would be exceptionally lucrative, possibly surpassing those of other vehicles priced tens of thousands higher. "Chairman Ding, do not lose heart. Let us discuss the sales pricing. There will still be opportunities for collaboration in the future." Sun Jian painted a bright picture for Ding Feng. Meanwhile, he sought to expedite the process. As Ding Feng was not the only distributor present, after finalizing arrangements with the distributors, he still needed to approach contract manufacturing companies. Realizing Sun Jian's intent, Ding Feng understood that he need not engage in futile efforts. To demonstrate his sincerity to Shanghai Technology, it seemed he would have to express it through future collaborations. The sales contract Sun Jian had prepared was uniform. The pricing for the first-generation Tulu was predetermined at $12,999, $19,999, and $29,999. All distributors were mandated to adhere to these prices during sales. The contract stipulated that for every Tulu sold at $12,999, the sales company would earn 1,000 yuan. For the 19,999 model, 2,000 yuan, and for the 29,999 model, 3,000 yuan. Sun Jian's design aimed to encourage these sales companies to promote the highest-priced Tulu electric vehicle since it was also the most profitable for Shanghai Technology. As for the 12,999 Tulu electric vehicle, after deducting contract manufacturing fees and distributor commissions, the profit might barely reach 3,000 yuan. Upon seeing the contents of the contract, Ding Feng was taken aback yet relieved. As he had anticipated, the profits from the Tulu were astonishing. The 29,999 vehicle could directly yield 3,000 yuan for the distributors, illustrating the significant profit margins involved. Ding Feng had no objections to the contract presented by Sun Jian, and after a review by legal counsel, he promptly signed it. Ding Feng's swift response left Sun Jian impressed. "Chairman Ding, may our future cooperation be pleasant." "Indeed, Mr. Sun." They shook hands, exchanging smiles. Sun Jian then commenced negotiations with other distributors. After numerous similar discussions, he finally resolved the distributor issues. Initially, some distributors were reluctant to sign contracts, attempting to haggle. Aside from those seeking exclusive sales rights, a few others felt the commissions were insufficient. For these distributors, Sun Jian decided against further negotiations, as the profit margins had been established long ago. Shanghai Technology was not overly aggressive. Each vehicle sold would guarantee distributors a substantial profit. Given the current demand for the first-generation Tulu electric vehicle, Sun Jian saw no need to waste time entangled with these distributors. Fortunately, the majority of distributors recognized the prevailing circumstances and readily agreed. Having addressed the distributor matters, Sun Jian promptly reached out to various automotive companies. Selecting a suitable company for contract manufacturing required a degree of finesse. They could not choose overly large automotive firms, as such companies would likely dismiss the profits or be unwilling to construct dedicated production lines even if they could turn a profit. Conversely, they could not select obscure automotive companies lacking any reputation. The automotive company in question does not guarantee the quality of its vehicles adequately. Shanghai Technology still has a responsibility towards its customers who have purchased cars. As a result, Sun Jian found himself in a dilemma. To his surprise, he stumbled at the very first step. Selecting a suitable company was proving to be quite troublesome. With a resigned shake of his head, he resolved to face the challenge head-on and identify a fitting automotive company. One weekend, someone came to the office. "Secretary Lu, what brings you here? Please, have a seat." Lu, the right-hand man of Wu Long from the Yulong Group, had arrived at the office of Zhou Mo. The two had a history, and Zhou Mo recognized him. "Is this a courtesy visit from General Wu, seeing how smoothly you manage Shanghai Technology? If you encounter any issues, do let me know. We should look out for one another in Jiangqing." Wearing silver-rimmed glasses and sporting a benign smile, Secretary Lu appeared harmless. Yet, Zhou Mo understood that such individuals often excel in the art of concealment. The term gentlemanly rogue aptly describes this sort of person. Having been Wu Long's secretary for many years, Lu's capabilities were evident. "I appreciate General Wu's concern, but I assure you, there are no issues on my end." Zhou Mo was uncertain about Lu's true intentions and declined without much hesitation, though he refrained from being overly harsh. After all, it was Wu Long who had acquired his father's company, providing the capital necessary for the growth of Shanghai Technology. "That's splendid. I came to request your assistance for General Wu." Lu's demeanor shifted, revealing his true intentions. Zhou Mo scrutinized Lu closely. "What kind of assistance does General Wu require from me? Whatever General Wu needs, I will gladly assist, even if it means facing dire challenges." Zhou Mo's tone was fervent. As if he were genuinely devoted to Wu Long, Lu nodded slightly, believing that Zhou Mo had grasped his meaning, and he appreciated Zhou Mo's sense of propriety. Recalling how easily he had sold his father's company previously. "Come now, Zhou Mo, you exaggerate. It's merely a simple request," Lu reassured him. Zhou Mo tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he leaned forward. Lu mirrored his posture and continued. "Wu Long is keen on entering the new energy sector and has expressed interest in the power battery business of Shanghai Technology. Thus, he hopes you will sell this division to Yulong Group. Just as before, I assure you, you will not be at a loss." Lu's bravado suggested that Zhou Mo would benefit significantly from this arrangement. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Zhou Mo thought, selling power batteries now, when vehicles are practically a goldmine for Shanghai Technology. Who do you think you are to dictate such terms? However, considering Yulong Group's formidable strength, Zhou Mo realized that while Shanghai Technology was not intimidated, any underhanded tactics could indeed affect its development. Therefore, he decided to buy some time, waiting until he had sold the cars, at which point financial concerns would be alleviated. "Ha ha ha, Secretary Lu, this matter is quite significant for the company. It requires discussion before a decision can be made. How about we reconvene after some time?" Lu chuckled lightly at Zhou Mo's words. "Isn't the company yours? Selling a portion of the business shouldn't necessitate discussion." Lu, an astute individual, immediately discerned Zhou Mo's intention to delay. Zhou Mo, having his strategy exposed, maintained his composure. "This is a substantial matter and will require time. Besides, my father's company underwent numerous negotiations before any decisions were reached. Patience is a virtue we must cultivate." Lu was taken aback by Zhou Mo's eloquence, realizing he was being schooled by what appeared to be just a university student. "Very well, I shall grant you some time. But do not keep me waiting too long. Otherwise, Wu Long may take actions that could adversely affect Shanghai Technology." Lu issued a stern warning before departing from Zhou Mo's office. "Dare to threaten me? When my company flourishes, I shall not forget this." Zhou Mo fumed in his office. His reluctance to respond aggressively stemmed not from fear of Yulong Group, but from their extensive connections in the automotive parts industry, which they had cultivated over several years. With numerous domestic automotive companies and dealers in their network, Yulong's prior notice could compel certain dealers to refrain from selling the Tulu electric vehicle. Although some would continue to market it, there would undoubtedly be an impact on the vehicle's market penetration. Only after these dealers began to turn a profit would the situation improve, as no one would jeopardize their financial gain for mere connections. Upon returning to Yulong Group, Lu reported his conversation with Zhou Mo to Wu Long. "I must admit, Zhou Mo has some acumen. I previously thought him merely a frivolous rich heir, having sold his father's company without a second thought." Wu Long shook his head, realizing he had underestimated Zhou Mo. The ease with which Zhou Mo had exchanged his father's company for funds was undoubtedly a strategic move to advance Shanghai Technology. Youthful as he is, he possesses a sharp intellect. One could easily be deceived by his seemingly innocuous demeanor. "General Wu, what should we do next?" Wu Long pondered for a moment, then inquired. "Have they begun mass production of the Tulu electric vehicle yet?" Lu confirmed, "Not yet." Zhou Mo mentioned that the majority of sales would occur online, with direct shipping to customers' homes. While that may be the case, offline sales will still constitute a significant portion. Each channel has its unique advantages. Thus, aside from your earlier suggestion of leveraging public opinion against him, we should also contact offline dealers to discourage them from selling the Tulu electric vehicle. This dual approach should effectively target Shanghai technology. What do you think? Lu expressed skepticism. That could work, but surely dealers wouldn't forego potential profits, would they? It would be foolish to pass up such an opportunity. Indeed, the Tulu electric vehicle is currently quite popular. Any dealer with sense would recognize the profit potential. Therefore, we must first tarnish the vehicle's reputation online. This way, dealers will hesitate to engage. Even if they temporarily hold off, they may fear losses if they cannot sell the vehicles later. As Lu listened, he nodded, realizing the merit of the plan. Understood, General Wu. I will ensure that the Tulu's reputation is sullied online without delay. With that, Secretary Lu set his plan into motion. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo remained oblivious to Yulong Group's impending actions. He had thought he could procrastinate for a while, but Secretary Lu truly granted him a period for development. In the following days, Shanghai Technology vigorously recruited personnel while simultaneously ramping up production of the Tulu electric vehicles. Shanghai Technology boasted 3 production lines capable of producing 3 distinct models of Tulu electric vehicles concurrently. The 360 units from the last lottery, with a range of 300 meters, had all been manufactured. Shanghai Technology was now ready to transport these vehicles to the fortunate winners. Moreover, this was in preparation for the substantial order of 200,000 units. The volume of this order was overwhelming. Although they planned to subcontract production to other companies, producing a few extra units would certainly yield greater profits. Among all the orders, the Tulu electric vehicle priced at 19,999 yuan was the most popular. This price point was just right, offering a higher range, alleviating concerns about range anxiety for daily commuting. Following closely was the model priced at 29,999 yuan, which, with a range of 300 meters, was perfectly suitable not only for commuting but also for short-distance travel. Conversely, the least popular was the Tulu electric vehicle priced at 12,999 yuan, with a mere 100-meter range, which left potential buyers feeling uneasy. Many believed it wiser to invest a few thousand more for a model with a 200-meter range. Chapter 18. Dispatch of Tulu Vehicles, a groundbreaking collaboration. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Weekend. I haven't appeared on screen for a while because I've been urging the company to accelerate the production of Tulu electric vehicles. As you can see behind me, these 360 electric vehicles are the ones being gifted to our audience through the lottery. As Zhou Weekend spoke, the camera panned to reveal rows of neatly aligned Tulu electric vehicles, followed by an aerial shot showcasing the impressive array of 360 cars. Today, we will commence shipping. The 360 lucky winners can expect to receive their vehicles within 5 days at the latest. For those who did not win, we welcome customers and need to place orders directly, and we will ensure prompt delivery. Zhou Weekend concluded the video with a brief promotion for the Tulu electric vehicle, and the video came to a close. Despite being overwhelmed with vehicle orders, Zhou Weekend continued to promote enthusiastically. This created a sense of urgency in Sun Jian, who was observing Zhou Weekend recording the video. Sun Jian thought to himself, it seems imperative to expedite the search for a subcontractor. Upon the release of Shanghai Technology's video, it rapidly ascended the trending charts on Douyin. Fantastic! My little car is about to arrive. I'm so excited. How come you're so lucky? I must compete with these fortunate ones. Is it really shipping? It hasn't been long, right? I thought it was a scam. I can't believe they're already delivering the vehicles. Mr. Zhou is indeed the most charming. I'd like to inquire if there will be more of such events. I'm looking forward to the next lottery for vehicle giveaways. Mr. Zhou, when will the car I ordered be shipped? Oh, I ordered one too. And I'm feeling quite anxious. Shipping, shipping, shipping. Originally, the video was intended to inform the lucky winners that their vehicles would soon be on the way. Unexpectedly, the comments quickly turned into a flurry of requests for shipping updates. Zhou Weekend felt a bit helpless. There was no rushing that process, and he could only respond in the comments that production was being expedited. Sun Jian also received Zhou Weekend's message urging him to swiftly locate a subcontractor. Finally, perseverance paid off. Sun Jian discovered a suitable automotive company among many manufacturers, Jiangxuan Automotive Group. This automotive group is located in Ba City, Anhui Province. Founded in 1964 and established in 1997, it was listed in 2001 in Shanghai, making it a venerable player in the automotive industry. Despite its age, the company had recently faced developmental challenges, and many might not have even heard of it. However, it was currently struggling with growth, yet its capabilities were robust. aligning perfectly with Sun Jian's requirements. He was confident that by conceding a portion of the profits, there would be no issue. With the company established, Sun Jian arranged a meeting with Jiangzuan Automotive in advance, preparing to negotiate directly. Are you certain this is wise? We must be cautious against Shanghai technology. We cannot afford to let them catch a whiff of our intentions. Secretary Liu reiterated, glancing at the man before him. Rest assured, Secretary Liu, we are the most legitimate online water army. You pay, we act. No one will ever know it was you. The man before him, known online as Rat, was the leader of the water army. He managed 50 QQ groups, each with over 1,000 members. As long as the funds were sufficient, he could instantly flood others' comment sections with their activity. With slight guidance, they could lead unsuspecting netizens astray. He felt fortunate to have secured such a significant contract from Secretary Liu, as a 5 million contract was relatively rare, occurring only a few times a year. What mattered most was that if the operation went smoothly, there would be additional rewards. Your assurances better hold true. If anything goes awry, I will not spare you. However, if you execute this flawlessly, your rewards will certainly not be scant. Secretary Liu offered a mix of encouragement and caution, as he still required the man's assistance. While he was spending money to hire trolls to deliberately annoy Shanghai technology, he held a deep-seated disdain for such individuals. Rat remained unfazed. Their actions were indeed unsavory. But they were not so different from Secretary Liu's group. Regardless, as long as there was profit to be made, they would consider it a favor. After reaching an agreement, Secretary Liu made a quick phone call. Hello, Mr. Wu. The contacts have been established. However, the asking price is rather steep. What is the figure? Wu Long inquired. Do not hesitate to invest. Spending a little more can be worthwhile. They are demanding 50 million in compensation. They assert that Shanghai technology is formidable, and the risk is too high, hence the higher price. There was a moment of silence on the line, causing Secretary Liu's heart to race. Fine. Proceed with the payment, and ensure everything is handled discreetly. Upon hearing Wu Long's words, Secretary Liu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The 5 million will be transferred to your account by tomorrow at the latest. I must take my leave now. In high spirits, Secretary Liu bid farewell to Rat and departed. Rat had overheard the phone call and was taken aback. 50 million? When did I ask for that? I expected only 5 million. That's quite the markup for the middleman. However, Rat had no intention of exposing Secretary Liu, who knew what kind of powerful connections he might have. He shook his head. 5 million was already more than sufficient. Sometimes, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications and not wade into murky waters. He turned back to focus on his own tasks. Sun Jian made contact with Jiangzuan Automotive and arranged a meeting time, soon arriving in Anhui Province. Upon reaching the headquarters of Jiangzuan Automotive Group, he met with Chairman Xiang Xianchu. Mr. Sun, it's an honor to finally meet you. Xiang Xianchu warmly extended his hand, which Sun Jian grasped with a smile. I'm humbled. It's you, Mr. Xiang, who manages such a prominent enterprise. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, under Xiang Xianchu's guidance, Sun Jian was ushered into the office. I want to keep you in suspense. I am here to seek your company's assistance in subcontracting the production of Tulu electric vehicles. Sun Jian wasted no time and revealed his purpose directly. Had he not done so, Xiang Xianchu would have never guessed his intentions. As expected, upon hearing Sun Jian's declaration, Xiang Xianchu and the other executives fell silent. As I exchanged glances with you, we both discerned the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. The concept of contract manufacturing in the automotive industry? Such a notion seemed utterly astonishing. Indeed, were it not for the financial constraints faced by those new energy enterprises in their initial phases, the phenomenon of automotive contract manufacturing would likely not have emerged. However, from another perspective, this does pave the way for unprecedented commercial ventures. Chapter 19. The contract for manufacturing is finalized, and public opinion surges. Xiang Xianchu inquired, Mr. Sun, are you jesting with us? Contract manufacturing electric vehicles? We have never encountered such a business model. Haha, Mr. Xiang, I assure you, I am not joking. Sun Jian replied, producing several contracts to present to Xiang Xianchu and a few executives. Observing Sun Jian's earnest demeanor, Xiang Xianchu suspected there was no humor in this. He cautiously opened the contract and began to peruse its contents. The contract appeared quite standard. However, what lay within sent a chill through Xiang Xianchu and his fellow executives. A contract for the production of 300,000 Tulu electric vehicles? Xiang Xianchu's breath quickened. This represented a significant business opportunity. Upon glancing at the contract, he estimated that for each Tulu electric vehicle they manufactured, their company would stand to gain nearly 500 yuan. Even after accounting for costs, a profit of at least 300 yuan per vehicle seemed assured. Considering the scale of 300,000 Tulu electric vehicles, this could yield a staggering profit of 90 million yuan. It would be a grave error to underestimate this sum. For Jiangxuan Automotive Company, this was no trifling amount. According to data disclosed by Jiangxuan Automotive, the net profit for the year 2020 was 14.3 billion yuan, followed by 2 billion in 2021 and a remarkable 15.2 billion in 2023. This illustrates that companies like theirs typically earn their profits through arduous labor. Securing this order would not only exponentially increase this year's profits, but would also undoubtedly cause their stock prices to soar. At this moment, Xiang Xianshu felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed hard. Mr. Sun, is everything stated in this contract genuine? It dawned on him that since Shanghai Technology was requesting them to produce 300,000 Tulu electric vehicles, it implied that the current orders for Tulu electric vehicles were indeed comparable to this figure. Feigning ignorance, Sun Jian responded, "Are you referring to just one of them? Or all of them, Mr. Xiang?" Witnessing Sun Jian's pretentiousness, Xiang Xianshu felt a strong urge to strike him. With a wry smile, he replied, "Mr. Sun, please spare us the jest. Everything written in the contract is indeed true. As for the 300,000 Tulu electric vehicle orders, there is no cause for concern. We would not have written it if it were not certain. Recently, the order quantity for Tulu has surged from 200,000 to 300,000, which is also the reason for Mr. Sun's confidence." Receiving Sun Jian's affirmative response, Xiang Xianshu nodded emphatically and declared, "Mr. Sun, we are prepared to sign the contract immediately." He exchanged knowing glances with his fellow executives, who likewise nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness to proceed. After all, this was an opportunity presented by Shanghai Technology, and they had no reason to refuse. Let us hope that today's discussion remains confidential, lest it be deemed a breach of contract. Sun Jian suddenly recalled that the order quantity for Tulu needed to be kept secret and emphasized this point. Regardless, it was all documented in the contract. Unless Jiangxuan Automotive intended to forfeit profit, they would surely maintain discretion. "You need not worry, Mr. Sun. This matter will remain confidential with us. Indeed, rest assured, Mr. Sun, we would never act against our own interests." Following Xiang Xianshu's affirmation, the other executives echoed their commitment. Sun Jian glanced at them, realizing that since they were now aware, further discussion was futile. "Very well, Mr. Xiang. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. I hope you can expedite the establishment of the production line to a successful partnership. Our company possesses extensive experience in vehicle manufacturing and can promptly initiate mass production of the Tulu electric vehicle." With the contract signed, Sun Jian prepared to return to Jiangxing. While resting in the vehicle, he took out his mobile phone to scroll through short videos on Douyin, habitually checking for the latest updates from Shanghai Technology. Suddenly, he noticed the comment section was rife with various unfounded allegations. Shanghai Technology's technology must have been plagiarized. How did they suddenly rise to prominence? I had never heard of them before. The lithium battery technology of Shanghai Technology is not something an ordinary enterprise can possess, if they solely rely on themselves. I find that hard to believe. Clearly, Shanghai Technology must have surreptitiously utilized patents from other companies. Otherwise, how could they have developed their power batteries so swiftly? The live giveaway of vehicles by Shanghai Technology is a complete sham. To date, I have yet to see anyone in my vicinity driving a Tulu electric vehicle. Shanghai Technology has gained nearly 40 million followers, yet has only distributed 360 low-priced cars. Whether these vehicles were truly given to real individuals remains uncertain. I suspect it's a self-directed scam. Seeing the disparaging remarks directed at Shanghai Technology filled Sun Jian with indignation. All their technological advancements were the result of the company's considerable investment in human and financial resources, not the result of theft. After scrolling through the comments for a while, he exhaled, somewhat relieved to find that some rational netizens were defending Shanghai Technology. Do you not understand the principle of cumulative effort? Power battery technology is not something entirely novel. It has existed for decades. Is it wrong for Shanghai Technology to discover critical points and introduce high-performance power batteries? Many breakthroughs in key technologies are serendipitous. Shanghai Technology is not at fault in this regard. How absurd. Given Shanghai Technology's technological prowess, who would they even copy? Would the top performer in an exam plagiarize from the second place? The vehicles from Shanghai Technology are still on the road and haven't even officially launched. Where is your Tulu electric vehicle? By your logic, I could claim that I have not seen you. Thus you do not exist. Just as this individual concluded their statement, they were promptly countered. You are merely quibbling, shifting the goalposts. If Shanghai Technology is truly innocent, they should provide evidence to prove their integrity. Precisely, thus far, Shanghai Technology has remained silent like a turtle, clearly displaying guilt. The comment section devolved into chaos. Observing this, Sun Jian joined the fray, attempting to persuade the unreasonable parties. Little did he realize that these individuals were paid trolls, deliberately stirring the pot and not open to his explanations. The more he elaborated, the more they escalated their attacks. Simultaneously, at the Yuelong Group, Wu Long and Secretary Liu were also monitoring online discussions. Mr. Wu, the results seem quite satisfactory, do you not agree? Was the expenditure of 50 million worth it? Wu Long, glancing at the comments, nodded with a smile. Indeed, while the price was somewhat steep, it has proven worthwhile. Discrediting Shanghai Technology's reputation is essential to compel them into submission. Chapter 20. The choice of dealers. Wu Long suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, have we secured the Tulu electric vehicles? Not yet. The Tulu electric vehicles have only just been shipped and will require a few more days. However, we have already identified some potential winners online and made preliminary contact. Secretary Liu had managed the arrangements exceptionally well, which was to Wu Long's satisfaction. Ensure you keep a close watch on Shanghai Technology's movements and report back promptly. Hello, Secretary Liu. Have I performed well this time? After Secretary Liu exited Wu Long's office, a call came in from the rat. You indeed did well. There will be rewards for your efforts. I will transfer the funds shortly. Secretary Liu was equally generous, knowing that Wu Long was pleased with the outcome, and he too would benefit from this success. All right. Thank you, Secretary Liu. The rat flattered for a moment before hanging up the phone. Initially, he realized that the 5 million fees wouldn't yield much profit. Yet the reward from this occasion would land entirely in his pocket. He vividly recalled Secretary Liu's previous mention of a 50 million fund. He wasn't overly greedy. At the very least, he felt entitled to a reward that justified his efforts. Soon, a message arrived on his phone. Industrial Bank. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 100,000,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute, with a balance of 124,444,432 yuan. 1 million? This was a windfall. The rat's eyes widened as he stared at the message, contemplating that Secretary Liu wasn't so bad after all. Ultimately, it was Secretary Liu who had reaped the most benefits. He feared that if he offered too little, the rat might start spreading rumors, thus necessitating a silencing incentive. Having struck it rich, he planned to treat himself to a delightful dinner that evening. Hey buddy, let us go out to eat. Don't worry, it's on me. Let us head to Heideleo. Why hasn't Shanghai Technology responded yet? Indeed, while I believe there is nothing wrong with Shanghai Technology, do they lack the courage to issue a statement? I'm beginning to doubt the authenticity of those claims. I'm puzzled. How could I not win even one of the 360 electric vehicles? Is there truly something amiss? At Shanghai Technology's weekend office, Gao Yi wore a troubled expression. Zhou, are we still not going to respond? The comments online are quite unfavorable for us. Respond to what? To assert our innocence? Do you think they would believe us? Zhou shook his head, well aware that someone was deliberately stirring trouble. It's best not to respond. Otherwise, we might fall into a self-incrimination trap. The optimal strategy is to let things settle for a while, and once the Tulu electric vehicles are delivered to the fortunate recipients, we can deliver a firm rebuttal. Gao Yi understood Zhou's perspective, but recognized the precarious nature of their situation, which could potentially have significant repercussions for the company. Observing Zhou's calm demeanor, Gao Yi inquired, Zhou, do you know who is behind this? Gao Yi was no fool. The sudden surge of comments was clearly orchestrated. He had some leads, but lacked concrete evidence. Zhou's intuition suggested that the Yuelong Group was likely involved. He remembered Secretary Liu's aggressive demeanor during their last encounter. Yet, hadn't Secretary Liu promised him some time to consider? Strangely, Liu hadn't called to pressure him since that meeting. It seemed that Liu had not been deceived by their previous assurances. During Zhou and Gao Yi's discussion, Sun Jian returned from Anhui province. He headed straight to Zhou's office. Zhou, you must be aware of the situation online by now. Sun Jian seated himself in front of Zhou's desk. Uncle Sun, I'm aware. You've come for another matter, haven't you? Noticing Sun Jian's expression, Zhou deduced that the issue was more serious than mere public opinion. Indeed, since the controversy erupted online, I've been keeping a close eye on it. On my way back, I received several calls from distributors. Distributors? What did they say? Are they planning to terminate their partnerships? Zhou was candid with the distributors, as the online uproar was too significant to conceal. Yes, some are indeed considering ending our collaboration. Others are demanding an increase in their profit share to continue working with us. Gao Yi interjected, Humph. These distributors are quite shameless. Sun Jian was equally incensed, declaring it blatant opportunism. Their initial partnership proposal was quite sincere, allowing them ample profit margins. It's astonishing how insatiable they've become. Are all distributors behaving this way? Well, there's one company, Wanbang Group, that hasn't canceled its partnership. They actually called to express their desire to continue working with us, claiming they haven't been swayed by the online discourse. However, their capacity is limited. Upon hearing this, Zhou sighed with relief, grateful that at least one company remained principled. He pondered the next steps. While the Tulu electric vehicles were largely set to be distributed through online channels, offline strategies required equal attention. Uncle Son, here's what we'll do. Let us stick to the previous collaboration model with Wanbang Group and increase their supply. As for the other distributors, they can choose to re-sign the partnership contract, ensuring that any unsold vehicles can be returned to us. However, we must establish new conditions, which will involve reducing their profit share. Zhou's approach safeguarded the distributors' interests while preserving a portion of Shanghai Technology's profits. Aren't you worried about the Tulu electric vehicles not selling? No worries. Any unsold units can be returned to us. However, with such a guarantee from our side, their profit margins will inevitably diminish. Regardless, each vehicle should yield at least half the profit it previously did. If these distributors are willing to accept those terms, I have no qualms about re-signing contracts. Zhou was confident in the Tulu's prospects, believing the current challenges to be merely temporary. Upon hearing Zhou's plan, Sun Jian finally smiled. What a brilliant strategy. Zhou, I believe these distributors will make the right choice. Uncle Sun, as for the public opinion, set it aside for now. Our primary focus should be on managing the Tulu production. Zhou reassured them. As you've noticed, despite the fierce online criticism, our Tulu orders are steadily increasing. Those who genuinely need the Tulu electric vehicles will not be deterred by online comments. Rest assured. Zhou first explained this to Sun Jian and Gao Yi to alleviate their concerns regarding the online discourse. As for that issue, I have my own methods to address it. I've already devised a plan. Seeing Zhou's confident demeanor, the smiles on Sun Jian and Gao Yi's faces deepened. Since the establishment of Shanghai Technology, Zhou had never let them down, and this time would be no different. Chapter 21. Arrival of the Tulu Zhou. There's more good news. I've finalized an agreement with Jiangzuan Automotive Company to assist us in the production of the Tulu electric vehicles. Finally, a piece of good news. Fortunately, the online uproar wouldn't hinder Jiangzuan Automotive Company from collaborating with them. Zhou joked, that is fantastic. We've accumulated quite a backlog of vehicles. Had we not found a production partner, I would have been quite anxious. Haha, Zhou, with so many automotive companies in the country, how could we not find a partner? Gao Yi teased from the side. Zhou shook his head. Gao Yi was responsible for publicity, and there was no need to explain further. On a rare Saturday morning off, Chao Wenrui and his wife, Zhang Li, lounged on the living room sofa, scrolling through short videos. Honey, when will our car arrive? Do you remember? Zhang Li suddenly spotted a video about the Tulu electric vehicle and turned to Chao Wenrui. Chao Wenrui had previously asked his wife to participate in the Tulu lottery, and to their surprise, she won. After a moment of thought, he replied, I believe it's today. They mentioned they would call us when the car was delivered. As they were conversing, Zhang Li's phone rang. She pulled it out to show her husband. It was an unfamiliar number. Chao Wenrui guessed it was likely from Shanghai Technology. He sat up straight as Zhang Li answered the call and switched to speaker mode. Hello, is this Miss Zhang Li? A voice inquired from the other end. Yes, this is she. I'm a representative from Shanghai Technology. The electric vehicle, a Tulu model, which you won in the live stream, has now been delivered. We are currently waiting for you downstairs. Would it be convenient for you to come down? Zhang Li, filled with excitement, whispered to Chao Wenrui, darling. It's really the Tulu electric vehicle. Chao Wenrui, with a beaming smile, expressed his admiration for his wife's fortunate win. Now that the Tulu has arrived, he felt equally elated. Hello, Miss Zhang, can you hear me? The staff, noticing Zhang Li's silence, called out again. I can hear you. I'll be right down with my husband. After hanging up, Zhang Li urged, let us hurry down. I can't wait to drive my new car. All right. Your vehicle will soon be in your hands. Dressed and ready, Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li swiftly descended the stairs. They previously owned a gasoline vehicle, primarily driven by Chao Wenrui, who would pick Zhang Li up from work every day. Now that the Tulu electric vehicle has arrived, she can independently commute to work. Following the address provided by the staff from Shanghai Technology, they exited the community gate and easily spotted a large vehicle alongside a smaller one parked there. Zhang Li's heart raced as she recognized the small car as the Tulu electric vehicle she had long desired. The car appeared slightly larger than what she had seen online, yet not excessively so. It looked adorable and charming. Zhang Li walked straight towards the car, with Chao Wenrui following closely behind. The staff, noticing them, approached as Zhang Li drew nearer. Hello, you must be Miss Zhang, correct? Zhang Li nodded enthusiastically, her gaze fixed on the vehicle. That's right. Indeed. The car has been delivered. You may inspect it, and if all is well, please sign this receipt. The staff pointed to the Tulu electric vehicle and produced a pen along with a receipt. Zhongli signed, confirming her acceptance of the vehicle. This step was vital to avoid any disputes later. Unsure about the car, she turned to Chao Wenrui for assistance. He circled the vehicle, inspecting it thoroughly, even peering underneath. The exterior was intact, showing no signs of damage. He then opened several doors to examine the upholstery, steering wheel, and other interior features, finding no issues. Chao Wenrui nodded in assurance to Zhongli. Satisfied, she joyfully signed her name and was about to dash toward her new car when the staff interjected. Thank you, Miss Zhang, for your support. We have one more request to ask of you. The staff began to put away the pen and receipt. Zhongli furrowed her brow, questioning if there was more to this. Chao Wenrui also approached, sensing their confusion. The staff clarified, please do not misunderstand. Given the recent online discussions, we would appreciate it if you could film a short video confirming the receipt of your Tulu electric vehicle. We won't require the video itself. Just share your Douyin account with us, and we will connect later. What do you think? Of course, you won't be doing this for free. If you post the video on Douyin, we will reward you with 2,000 yuan. After a lengthy explanation, Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui finally comprehended the request. They had been following Xinghai Technology's short video content and had seen the comments from netizens. They trusted Xinghai Technology, having engaged in discussions with others, only to be met with backlash. No problem, but we don't need the money. You can take it back. Zhang Li replied readily, refusing the offered money. The staff, looking distressed, quickly shook his head. Miss Zhang, that is not acceptable. Our manager insisted that we must distribute this money, or I risk being dismissed. Please do not feel burdened. The manager stated that you can simply create more short videos about the Tulu electric vehicle in the future. Zhang Li glanced at Chao Wenrui, who encouraged her. Since they insist, you should accept it. Zhang Li nodded. All right, I will ensure the video is well made. Do not worry. I have brought professional equipment. Everything will be fine, the staff replied with a smile, retrieving the gear from his vehicle. Subsequently, Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui collaborated with the staff to film the video. The process was straightforward, and they completed it swiftly. The staff exchanged Douyin accounts with Zhang Li, who promptly uploaded the freshly made video, which was approved without issue. The staff then presented Zhang Li with the pre-prepared 2,000 yuan, departing with satisfaction. The staff reflected, finally, we have completed a task. This assignment was uncomplicated, focusing on providing excellent service to the fortunate winners and persuading them to agree to film videos. As long as they agreed to participate, a reward of 2,000 yuan awaited them. Furthermore, the staff were incentivized with a reward of 20,000 yuan for assisting in filming and posting the short videos on Douyin. Earning 20,000 yuan with relative ease felt quite rewarding. Meanwhile, similar events unfolded across the nation. Chapter 22. Surpassing in 3 years. Thank you for your hard work. Goodbye. A man waved as he watched Xinghai Technology depart, then turned to the Tulu electric vehicle beside him. He glanced at the 2,000 yuan in his hand. Just as he was about to drive the car home, he recalled someone had contacted him online, offering to buy his Tulu electric vehicle at a premium price. He took out his phone, searched for the number, and dialed it directly. The call connected swiftly, and without hesitation, he asked, "Hello, I have received my Tulu electric vehicle. Is your previous offer still valid? Great. That is wonderful. No problem. My address is." After hanging up, the man felt elated, surprised that someone was indeed interested in purchasing his car. The Tulu electric vehicle wasn't well suited for him. He had merely participated in the lottery and unexpectedly won. He had shared a few winning photos in the comments, leading several individuals to contact him, claiming that a deposit was required for delivery, revealing their deceptive intentions. Among them was one person who wanted to buy his car and suggested an in-person transaction. He agreed, as he lived in the city and could manage the deal during the day. With thoughts of a lucrative deal, his spirits lifted. I have received the goods image. I received mine too. Delivery was swift, and the staff were very courteous. Is that true? The car looks quite good from the outside. Absolutely true. Didn't you see I attached images? What about those claiming it's a scam? Where are they? Xinghai Technology is such a large company. They have no need to resort to tricks for a small amount of money. I haven't received mine yet. Do I need to wait a few more days? It should be soon. However, it won't be long now. Xinghai Technology's delivery times are not entirely uniform, but the differences are typically just a few days. Manager Zhou. Staff have reported that the items have been delivered. Sun Jian approached Zhou Weekend to update him on the delivery situation. Zhou Weekend nodded. I saw in the comments that several recipients have started to brag about their new cars. Gao Yi. Remember to connect with those who filmed videos after receiving their vehicles, so we can share them on Douyin, Zhou Weekend reminded, emphasizing the importance of this step. No problem, Manager Zhou, Gao Yi affirmed, understanding that Shanghai Technology was preparing to counterattack. Additionally, have our other patent materials been prepared? Zhou Weekend inquired further. Sun Jian nodded in reply, they are ready. Once these are sent out, they will surely leave the netizens speechless. All right, you all prepare accordingly. Once all the vehicles are delivered, we shall commence our operations. General Manager Wu, these several vehicles represent the first batch of the Tulu electric cars. Secretary Liu escorted Wu Long to a room located at the base of the Yuelong Group, where several Tulu electric cars were already on display. These vehicles were purchased in advance through prior contact with the winners. Wu Long nodded, concealing any outward excitement, and inquired, what is the performance of the electric cars? Have you conducted tests? We have completed the tests, and the performance aligns closely with what Shanghai Technology has promoted. Here are the data from our various assessments. Secretary Liu replied, handing a report to Wu Long. As he perused the document, he noted the comprehensive nature of the tests, which included results at multiple speeds. The data indicated that Shanghai Technology's technological prowess was formidable, particularly in the field of power battery technology, where they were significantly ahead of their competitors. The more Wu Long observed, the more he coveted the acquisition of Shanghai Technology. It would undoubtedly secure a prominent position for their company in the burgeoning new energy market. However, the lack of response from the weekend left him deeply troubled. They had no choice but to continue their own research and explore alternative strategies. How long will it take for our power batteries to reach this level? Wu Long asked, referring to the performance of the batteries in the Tulu electric cars. At least 3 years, Secretary Liu replied, not entirely truthful, as he feared disheartening Wu Long with the reality that 3 years might not be sufficient to match Shanghai Technology's standards. Nevertheless, he provided a time frame that seemed plausible, knowing that technological advancements could accelerate unexpectedly. 3 years. That is far too long. It seems we must intensify our research efforts. Additionally, apply some pressure on the weekend team to make a greater online presence, Wu Long instructed before departing, leaving Secretary Liu and the staff behind. Disassemble these vehicles, particularly the power batteries, and study them meticulously, he added with a sigh once Wu had left. Regarding the 3-year timeline that General Wu mentioned, one staff member began, but Secretary Liu interrupted. Focus on your tasks and leave this matter aside. Surely, he understands that technology cannot materialize out of thin air. We can only proceed step by step. In the office of Sun Jian, the atmosphere was tense as he negotiated with a dealer, presenting a newly revised partnership proposal. He handed it to General Zhao. General Zhao, this is our company's latest cooperation plan. Please take a moment to review it. Following the weekend's directives, Sun Jian had restructured the proposal and reached out to former dealers. Weren't there concerns about the previous risks? Now, Shanghai Technology is assuming all the risks. Although your profits may not be as substantial as before, this arrangement is exceedingly fair for all parties involved. General Zhao pondered the rapid concession from Shanghai Technology, noting their silence online, which suggested sincerity. Upon reviewing the most critical profit section of the proposal, he exclaimed, "What? The profits have halved." After a thorough examination, he was astonished to discover that Shanghai Technology was willing to bear all risks. Is this madness, or are they simply confident in the Tulu electric cars? Looking up at Sun Jian, who was smiling amiably, General Zhao quickly shook his head. No, I am very satisfied with this proposal. Since Shanghai Technology is willing to assume all risks, I am naturally agreeable. However, might the profits be a tad low? We must also earn during the sales of Tulu. With a chuckle, Sun Jian replied, if you prefer the original contract, the profits would certainly increase. However, under the new contract, you cannot expect to have no risks while enjoying high profits. Sun Jian's candid jest left General Zhao slightly embarrassed. Without further hesitation, General Zhao agreed, very well. We shall proceed with the latest contract. Sun Jian, pleased with this affirmation, shared a knowing smile. Subsequently, he swiftly signed new contracts with other dealers, confident that the advantageous conditions would compel acceptance. Simultaneously, the Tulu electric cars were successfully delivered to the prize winners. Chapter 23. Solving Problems. Turning the tide, Gao Yi and Sun Jian arrived at the weekend's office to report the latest developments. Mr. Zhou, Gao Yi began. The Tulu electric cars have all been delivered to the prize winners. The 360 winners have mostly recorded videos, and we have documented everything on our end. Sun Jian continued. I have signed the new contracts with the dealers. All except Wanbang Group have agreed to the new terms. As for the Tulu electric cars, we are fully prepared. Shanghai Technology operates 3 production lines, capable of manufacturing a vehicle in approximately 2 minutes. All production lines have been activated, and we currently have nearly 20,000 cars in the warehouse. Excellent. Since you are ready, it is time for us to launch our counteroffensive. We cannot allow those who trust us to be swayed by misleading online commentary, the Weekend declared, gesturing for action. Sun Jian Gaoi and the entire Shanghai technology team commenced their efforts. Gaoi was tasked with releasing new videos online. In the latest footage, Shanghai Technology addressed the recent public sentiment, confirming that all 360 prize winners had received their Tulu electric cars. The company had taken special care to engage with these individuals, and the winners shared their videos, prominently featuring Shanghai Technology's account. Viewers could easily access the winners' videos through Shanghai Technology's platform. Moreover, Shanghai Technology unveiled the latest patent numbers and corresponding patent details, which could be readily found on the Intellectual Property Bureau's official website. When Shanghai Technology developed their products, the Weekend had promptly arranged for patent applications to safeguard their innovations. Although applying for patents is a form of semi-disclosure, it is essential to prevent others from copying their work and subsequently claiming patents. While the Weekend had great confidence in the knowledge possessed by Lu Su and the research team, preemptively securing patents significantly alleviated potential complications. The video also announced that Tulu electric cars would officially begin shipping the following day, with 20,000 units prepared to meet customer demand. Shanghai Technology had never disclosed their reservation data, leaving them unaware of how many had pre-ordered Tulu electric cars. However, for most automotive companies, the figure of 20,000 is an impressive achievement. Once released, Shanghai Technology's video quickly soared to the top 10 trending spots. With over 40 million followers, the company's reach was astonishing. Haha. I told you Shanghai Technology was not deceiving us. How could you still doubt them? Exclaimed one viewer. The speed at which they deliver prizes is remarkable. From production to delivery, it took less than a week, right? I watched the videos shared by the winners. They are undeniably authentic. I can confirm that because one winner lives in my neighborhood. Have you seen the patents filed by Shanghai Technology? I never imagined they applied for so many technological patents recently. It appears that they are finally reaping the rewards of their hard work, having unlocked their potential. Who would have thought that Shanghai Technology possesses such formidable research capabilities? Even though they were established later, their innovative prowess is exceptional. I hope Shanghai Technology ventures into more domains and develops a wider array of innovations. Patent technology seems rather lofty and detached from the lives of ordinary individuals. I am far more concerned about the commencement of deliveries for the Tulu electric vehicle. Indeed, I was taken aback by the swift delivery following my reservation. In the past, waiting months for a vehicle was the norm. This time, my wait was the shortest, and the experience was unparalleled. The online discourse is overwhelmingly positive towards Shanghai Technology. Occasionally, a few negative comments arise, only to be swiftly countered by netizens, rendering the critics speechless. Do you really take everything Shanghai Technology claims at face value? I suspect they may have enlisted individuals to create these promotional videos. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that every winner has a different IP address? Is it truly necessary for Shanghai Technology to go to such lengths for a handful of electric cars? Wouldn't that be more labor-intensive? If you're attempting to sway opinions, perhaps you should contemplate your arguments more thoroughly. Your assertions lack reason. How much do comments cost? Can you guide me, as I am currently short on living expenses? What is the matter with Elon Group? Where are the hired commenters you engaged? Their influence online appears non-existent. Wulong questioned Secretary Lu loudly. Mr. Wu, there's nothing I can do. Secretary Lu responded. Shanghai Technology's recent offerings are the most effective counter to the negative discourse from earlier this period. Many netizens are not easily fooled. Shanghai Technology has already presented evidence, and any continued attempts to sway public opinion will be glaringly obvious. Secretary Lu had contacted a few individuals in advance, but they informed him that this time there was truly no recourse. While they had a few supporters, it paled in comparison to Shanghai Technology's more than 40 million followers. A single comment aimed to sway opinions would either vanish without a trace or be met with hostility from netizens. Consequently, many in his group were disheartened and reluctant to continue due to overwhelming pressure. Did we waste 50 million? Wu Long gritted his teeth. Money doesn't grow on trees. 50 million is no small sum. Mr. Wu, that's just the nature of the internet. Often, investments yield invisible results. Moreover, we did see some effectiveness earlier. It's just that Shanghai Technology is far too cunning, Secretary Lu maintained, aware that he couldn't admit to a lack of results. Or else the 50 million would be hard to justify. Wulong shot a glance at Secretary Lu, who immediately lowered his head. They had noticed a brief glimmer of effectiveness before it dissipated. He had mistakenly believed that spending 50 million would directly subdue Xinhai Technology. How naive he had been. At Wanbang Group, Ding Feng closely monitored developments at Xinhai Technology. Mr. Ding, your foresight is commendable. Unlike other dealers, you Haven-T pressured Xinhai Technology to amend the contract terms. Ding Feng chuckled. I am well aware of Xinhai Technology's capabilities. During my last visit, Mr. Sun even gave me a tour of the company, and I realized it was not as the internet portrayed. Ding Feng felt a sense of joy, acknowledging the gamble he had taken, yet it was Xinhai Technology's strength that had instilled confidence in him. The thought of those dealers signing new contracts, resulting in half profits, brought him delight. At Daping Automobile Company, Su Daping inquired, has the dismantling of the Tulu electric vehicle been completed? What were the findings? The technical director responded, Mr. Su, we have dismantled the vehicle. We found that Xinhai Technology's power batteries are indeed remarkably powerful, possibly the best on the market. However, other aspects are rather mediocre. They don't even match our technical prowess. Tulu electric vehicles belong to the so-called elderly-friendly series, aside from the battery. There isn't much to commend. Oh, can we procure power batteries from Xinhai Technology? Su Daping considered this possibility. Absolutely not. We have signed a contract with Ning Era Company, and breaching it would be untenable for us. The technical director quickly interjected, expressing his desire to utilize Xinhai Technology's batteries, but acknowledging the current constraints. Su Daping sighed, choosing not to dwell on it. The survival of the company was paramount. It seemed that the opportunity to use Xinhai Technology's power batteries would have to wait for another occasion. Chapter 24, Arrival of Tulu, 2, Mr. Zhou. The effects this time have been outstanding. We have completely turned around the previously unfavorable situation. Indeed, the online comments are now favorable to us. It is hard to believe how swiftly the sentiments on the internet can shift. In just a few days, the landscape has dramatically transformed. Sun Jian Gaoyi and Lu Su engaged in an enthusiastic discussion in the office over the weekend. The recent changes had occurred far too rapidly. Zhou leaned back in his office chair, arms crossed. Such is the allure of the internet. The company should expect many more instances like this. You must adapt quickly. Zhou was aware that the Yuelong Group's ambitions had not waned. Secretary Lu had called him several times, yet he chose not to answer. The situation was now evident to Zhou. He understood the dynamics at play and saw no need to feign cordiality. He pondered strategies to counter Yuelong Group, but had yet to devise a viable plan. Yuelong Group dealt in automotive parts, which was entirely unrelated to Xinhai Technology's pursuits. Although Zhou had the system to directly acquire automotive-related technologies and seize Yuelong Group's market share, it seemed a misguided approach that would not be worthwhile. Zhou had no intention of entering the automotive sector. Once solid-state batteries emerged, traditional vehicles would be rendered obsolete. Zhou contemplated that patience was essential, and he would strike decisively when Yuelong Group displayed vulnerabilities. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, we have learned from this experience. However, there are far too many hired commoners online. Once the relevant authorities intervene, Gao Yi had recently become aware of the concept of hired commoners, but found it blatantly illegal. Zhou shook his head, feeling that Gao Yi's naivety was somewhat disconcerting. Perhaps it was due to his recent graduation. The relevant authorities, when they choose to act, are elusive and difficult to locate. How could one expect to track them down? Zhou replied, this is beyond our control. We can only focus on our responsibilities. We must also train our employees to be mindful of their words and refrain from expressing opinions online indiscriminately. Employees of Xinhai Technology do not merely represent themselves. They represent the company. If caught in a misstep, and it is revealed they are from Xinhai Technology, the first reaction will be to flood the comments section. Lu Su, how is the construction of the power battery factory progressing? Zhou turned to Lu Su. Lu Su responded, the production line has been established, and we will commence production shortly. Once these lines are fully operational, we will not face any battery shortages for the foreseeable future. Zhou nodded, satisfied as long as production capacity kept pace. Sun Jian chimed in. Jiangxuan Automobile Company is also expediting their production line setup. I believe they will soon begin mass production. Zhou felt a wave of relief. The technological sophistication of the Tulu electric vehicle was still too rudimentary. Lu Su, you must accelerate the development of our own new energy electric vehicle. As previously stated, the Tulu electric vehicle is merely designed for the elderly. Its technological merit is limited. The only testament to Xinhai Technology's prowess lies in its power batteries. With all 40,000 Tulu electric vehicles sold, we stand to gain over 2 billion. This would enable Xinhai Technology to manufacture genuine electric vehicles, even achieving mass production without issue. Mr. Zhou, Is the company advancing to the next phase so swiftly? Lu Su queried. Is there a necessity to rush when the Tulu electric vehicle has just begun production? Time waits for no one. Since our technological strength is formidable, we must seize market share promptly. Other new energy companies are already gearing up, and I intend to deny them any opportunity. With the system's lottery requiring points, he currently possesses a meager amount, and it is evident that the more points, the better. Sun Jian and Lu Su were elated, never anticipating the company would swiftly advance to the next developmental phase. How long has Shanghai technology even been established? At this rate of progress, they could scarcely envision what Shanghai technology would resemble in a few years. Hello, sir. Your order for the Tulu electric vehicle placed online has just arrived. Really? That's wonderful. I'll be right down, he replied. This Tulu electric vehicle differs from the one received by previous winners. The former was complimentary, whereas this one was purchased at the customer's expense. In essence, with every Tulu electric vehicle sold, Shanghai technology reaps a profit. Upon descending, the man effortlessly spotted an individual clad in Shanghai Technology's uniform. The azure attire adorned with stars symbolizing the vast cosmos was familiar to him from a Douyin video. You must be Mr. Zhang. Here is your Tulu electric vehicle. You've purchased the version with a 200-meter range. This is the user manual. And you may also inspect the vehicle, the staff member stated, presenting the prepared items as Zhang approached. Zhang briefly perused the manual, which detailed the specifications of the Tulu electric vehicle. However, his primary concern lay with the vehicle itself. After a thorough inspection, he found no issues. Mr. Zhang, if you have any reservations, we can take a short drive now, the staff suggested, noticing Zhang's meticulous examination. That sounds good. My wife isn't back yet, so I can take it for a spin, Zhang agreed, taking the driver's seat while the staff occupied the passenger side. After a brief tutorial, he felt confident. Driving the vehicle was exceedingly simple. Zhang felt a surge of joy, affirming that he had made the right choice, as it suited his wife perfectly. The electric vehicle was inherently easier to operate, possessing only a brake and an accelerator, devoid of the numerous gears found in traditional vehicles. As the staff elaborated on the features, Zhang nodded in understanding. Once he grasped the controls, he took the car for a few laps around the neighborhood. Although the top speed was modest, the acceleration was impressively brisk. The vehicle's power was substantial, dispelling any notions that its affordability rendered it inferior. The interior was remarkably quiet, and given its price of 10,000 yuan, the quality was commendable. Zhang mused that these must surely be the advantages of an electric vehicle. He became so engrossed in the experience that he momentarily forgot he was merely testing the car. How does it feel, Mr. Zhang? Quite enjoyable, isn't it? The staff member kindly reminded him, aware that he had other obligations. Zhang snapped back to reality and inquired, Oh, it's quite impressive. How do I charge this vehicle at home? We provide a standard charger, allowing you to charge it conveniently at home. The charging cable is long and quite user-friendly. I'm satisfied. Do you have any other matters to attend to? This requires your signature to acknowledge receipt of the vehicle, the staff member said, presenting the delivery slip. Zhang quickly signed his name and returned the document to the staff. Once the formalities were complete, the staff member departed. Zhang glanced at the car and dialed his wife. Chapter 25, Preparation for Mass Production. Zhang called. Honey, have you finished work? Where are you now? Darling, I'm still on the bus. It's so crowded today. The cacophony of the crowded bus was palpable even through the phone. Zhang glanced at the car beside him. Let me pick you up at the nearest bus stop. All right. I'm almost there, so come over, his wife replied without hesitation. Zhang drove to the nearby bus stop, which was merely a kilometer from their residence. Shortly after, he arrived and parked the car by the roadside before walking to the stop. His wife routinely boarded the bus here for work each morning and returned in the afternoon. After a brief wait, the Route 114 bus arrived at the stop, and Zhang approached as his wife disembarked. Wife, over here, he called, waving his hand. Upon spotting him, her previously sour mood from work vanished. What has prompted you to come here to pick me up? Are you bored at home? As a journalist, Zhang's schedule was often hectic. Coincidentally, it was his wife's birthday, and he had taken a day off to prepare a surprise for her. Indeed. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. Zhang withheld the full truth, intending to reveal it later. Let us head home. I'll make you something delicious. Work was exhausting today. My boss is insufferable. Zhang walked ahead while his wife trailed, venting about her day at work. Why are you walking this way? She noticed he was heading in the wrong direction and soon caught sight of the Tulu electric vehicle. Isn't that the Tulu electric vehicle that's been trending online? I must say, it looks rather impressive. This is for you. It just arrived this afternoon, Zhang revealed without delay. For me? But we still have our mortgage to pay. And we need to save money. Are you not planning on having children? They were an ordinary couple, having purchased a home in the city, yet burdened with monthly mortgage payments. Although she worked, her take-home pay was merely 2,000 yuan. Zhang earned a slightly higher salary, yet savings remained elusive. Despite being married for 3 years, they had opted against having children, fully aware that they could not afford to raise one. Their plan was to save diligently before considering that significant step. Zhang scratched his head, explaining, "The car isn't too expensive, it won't break the bank. Besides, we can have children later. Enjoying our time as a couple is important. And today is your birthday, so consider this a gift. You're the best. But for future purchases, please discuss them with me in advance," she said, touched. Zhang opened the car door, saying, "No problem. Come and give it a try. It's quite easy to drive." "All right." His wife eagerly took the driver's seat. At Shanghai Technology Company, Sun Jian was attending to the sales of the Tulu vehicle. Sales had been impressive, and profits were quickly materializing, yet the production speed was lagging. Shanghai Technology had produced 20,000 Tulu electric vehicles, all dispatched recently. The production line was operating around the clock, churning out over 2,000 vehicles daily, but Sun Jian deemed this pace still insufficient. Indeed, it was somewhat slow, as the order volume for the Tulu continued to grow steadily. Just then, Sun Jian's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Xiang Xianxu. Picking up the call, he heard Xiang's voice. "Mr. Sun, our production line has been established. When can you come to take a look?" Sun Jian immediately rose from his chair upon hearing Xiang's words. "That is fantastic. The Jiangxuan Automobile Company can now produce the Tulu electric vehicle." "Really? Mr. Xiang, I'll come by tomorrow morning," Sun Jian decided, considering the company matters he needed to address. After all, Jiangxing and Wansha were not far apart. Xiang's cheerful voice resonated. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Sun, why would I deceive you? I shall await your esteemed presence at the office tomorrow." After conversing a while longer, Sun Jian finally concluded the call with Xiang Xianxu. After some contemplation, he decided to inform Zhou Mo and also consult Lu Su. Jiangxuan Automobile Company is now prepared to manufacture electric vehicles, and the batteries need to be delivered promptly. Sun Jian proceeded directly to Zhou Mo's office. Upon entering, he fortuitously encountered Lu Su as well. "Uncle Sun, is there something amiss?" Zhou Mo inquired upon seeing Sun Jian enter. "There is indeed a matter of great significance. General Manager Xiang from Jiangxuan Automobile Company called to inform me that the production line has been established, thus I must visit their company tomorrow morning." Sun Jian took a seat beside Lu Su. "That's splendid. We have produced an abundance of batteries lately, and the warehouse is nearly at capacity," Lu Su exclaimed. Even before Zhou Mo could respond, Zhou Mo nodded in agreement. "Uncle Sun, this is indeed good news. Lu Su and I were just discussing whether to slow down the production of power batteries, as we currently lack the capacity to absorb the surplus." After a moment's reflection, Sun Jian suggested, "Then Lu Su should accompany me to Jiangxuan Automobile Company tomorrow. What say you? We can transport a larger quantity of power batteries." "Certainly. We were already planning to send a team of inspectors, so we can take them along as well," Lu Su replied thoughtfully. Given that Wansha is not far from Jiangxing, it would not hinder the company's research and development progress. Zhou Mo proposed, "Let us bring along a few trusted researchers, so we can ensure a thorough inspection. As the saying goes, it is prudent to remain vigilant against potential harm. The quality of their own produced Tulu electric vehicle is assured, but the outsourced production requires careful scrutiny. If the inspectors are ordinary individuals, they might be susceptible to bribery, potentially altering the results. Bringing along a few loyal researchers would pose no issue." Lu Su understood this rationale, noting that the primary research personnel, including himself, total 9. Bringing 2 would suffice, leaving the remaining 7 unaffected in terms of research progress. After reaching a consensus, they set their plans in motion. Chapter 26. Commencement of mass production and preparation for shipment. The following noon, Sun Jian and Lu Su arrived at Jiangxuan Automobile Company. General Manager Xiang. "This is our chief researcher from Shanghai Technology, Lu Su. The other 2 are also researchers from our company who participated in the entire development of the Tulu electric vehicle." Sun Jian, wary that Lu Su and the others might not receive due regard from Xiang Xianxu, offered a preemptive reminder. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Xiang Xianxu was taken aback. He gazed at Lu Su and the others standing beside Sun Jian. This seemingly unremarkable individual in his 40s is, in fact, the architect of the Tulu. Thus, the power batteries utilized in the vehicle were also developed by them. Such talent is indeed remarkable. There has been much speculation online regarding the origins of the power battery. Yet the scientific community had not previously recognized this figure. Observing Lu Su, Xiang Xianxu mused that had he not been informed of the individual's identity beforehand, he would have gone unnoticed in a crowd. Perhaps Lu Su's low-profile demeanor is the reason for his obscurity? Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Xiang Xianchu extended a warm handshake. He spoke truthfully. Numerous companies are eager to recruit talent from Shanghai Technology. By acquiring their researchers, they could replicate the same caliber of power batteries. Lu Su waved his hand modestly. Haha, General Manager Xiang, you flatter us. We are not particularly renowned in the scientific community. We have merely been fortunate lately to receive support from General Zhou. He glanced back at the two individuals behind him, who nodded in agreement. Xiang Xianchu, momentarily taken aback, pondered the situation. This is Jiangzuan Automobile Company, not Shanghai Technology. Was it truly necessary to flatter him? Lu Su and his colleagues understood precisely why Shanghai Technology has progressed so rapidly. Their loyalty to Zhou Mo prevented them from divulging the underlying reasons. Observing Lu Su's genuine demeanor, Xiang Xianchu began to take an interest in Zhou Mo. Someone capable of garnering such admiration from esteemed researchers must possess extraordinary qualities. It seems prudent to seek an opportunity to meet this individual in the future. Mr. Sun, Mr. Lu, let us not linger here. Let us proceed to inspect the production line. Upon Xiang Xianchu's words, Sun Jian and Lu Su nodded in agreement. At this moment, the production of the Tulu electric vehicle remains paramount. Under Xiang Xianchu's guidance, the group proceeded to the Tulu production workshop. All equipment was ready. Once the power batteries arrived, production could commence immediately. While Xiang Xianchu conversed with Sun Jian, Lu Su and the two researchers examined the production line. It was indeed constructed according to their specifications, with no corners cut. Consequently, the quality of the Tulu electric vehicle is assured. Lu Su turned back to Xiang Xianchu and remarked, "The power batteries are en route and will arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. They are being transported via freight, arranged specifically by Shanghai Technology. 2 days for delivery is quite expedient." Xiang Xianchu had intended to inquire about the delivery, but Lu Su had already preempted him. This pleased him greatly, as it meant their company could soon begin profiting. This project promises nearly 100 million in profit, if executed well. Shanghai Technology would surely continue to entrust them with production tasks. In that case, we kindly ask for your patience for just one more day, he said. Sun Jian shook his head. No inconvenience at all. We wish to observe the process thoroughly. Subsequently, Xiang Xianchu guided Sun Jian and the others on a tour of other company facilities. Time flew, and soon evening approached. Mr. Sun, Mr. Lu, I have arranged for a banquet. Shall we proceed to dine? Lu Su, feeling a pang of hunger, readily agreed. All right, let us go. The following day, upon the arrival of the power batteries at Jiangzuan Automobile Company, the production line officially commenced operations. Lu Su observed from the sidelines while the other two researchers circled the production line. Once the first batch of Tulu electric vehicles was produced, they conducted an initial inspection. Lu Su then took a test drive, finding no issues. General Manager, everything seems fine. We will return today. However, we do wish to leave one person here for random inspections. Is that acceptable? Initially, Lu Su had intended to leave 2 individuals, but given the earlier inspection revealed no significant concerns, he deemed 1 sufficient. That is perfectly fine, with your company as professionals assisting. I trust the quality of the vehicles will be ensured, Xiang Xianchu readily acquiesced. Following this, Sun Jian and Lu Su hurried back to the company to report on the developments at Jiangzuan Automobile Company. At Wanbang Group, Mr. Ding, we just received word from Shanghai Technology that the Tolu electric vehicles are ready for shipment. The secretary burst into Ding Feng's office, excitedly delivering the news. Is that so? At last, we have awaited this moment. Ding Feng responded with palpable enthusiasm, as there are currently no vehicles on the market comparable to the Tolu electric vehicle. Presently, the Tolu electric vehicle is in high demand. Selling them will yield profits. Let us prepare everything in advance. Once Shanghai Technology delivers the vehicles, we will launch an extensive marketing campaign, Ding Feng commanded decisively, prompting his secretary to spring into action. Once the secretary departed, Ding Feng picked up the phone to call Sun Jian. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ding, no need for formality. Rest assured, we will deliver the first batch to you without fail. Excellent. Goodbye for now. We shall converse further at a later time. Sun Jian hung up with a smile. Ding Feng from Wanbang Group was the sole company in the last meeting that adhered to principles, refraining from requesting alterations to the collaboration plan. Additionally, it was suggested over the weekend that some conveniences could be offered in suitable situations. Contemplating the treachery of certain distributors, Sun Jian felt a surge of frustration. Prompting an early shipment to Ding Feng could hasten his market capture. As long as he kept a low profile, it wouldn't pose a problem. After all, The Tulu electric vehicle was not lacking in sales at present. Noticing the time was getting late, Sun Jian tidied his desk, powered down his computer, and prepared to head home. Upon pressing the elevator button and waiting briefly, the doors opened. Shaoli, why are you leaving work so late today? Sun Jian inquired. Oh, it's you, Mr. Sunday. The recent research and development tasks have been quite demanding, hasn't it? We are eager to expedite the electric vehicle project that Mr. Zhou mentioned, replied Li Tang, the youngest member of the R&D department at Shanghai Technology. He was one of the original 8 researchers who remained with the company. Having just graduated, he joined the firm, mentored by Lu Su. When the opportunity arose to leave during the weekend, he chose to stay without hesitation. After transmitting data through the system over the weekend, he had become a highly capable researcher. Chapter 27. The Leap Dragon's Subterfuge. Haha, splendid. Learn more from your mentor. Sun Jian responded, pleased. With individuals like Li Tang, Shanghai Technology would not falter. After some light conversation, they reached the ground floor. Mr. Sun, I've arrived. Please drive safely. Li Tang noted that Sun Jian was heading to the basement level, presumably to fetch his car. Sun Jian, in a friendly manner, offered, shall I give you a ride? Where do you live? I might be heading in the same direction. Li Tang, taken aback, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sun, but I live nearby. Just a short walk and I'll be home in no time. Sun Jian nodded. All right, then do take care. He did not press further. Understanding that a young person might feel uncomfortable sharing a ride with him, Li Tang bid farewell to Sun Jian and walked out of the company alone. Shortly after stepping outside, he was intercepted by 2 individuals. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Tang? They blocked his path, startling him. This late at night. Was it a robbery or something more sinister? Robbery? He had little money. If it were something worse, he felt helpless. The 2 individuals, noticing Li Tang's silence and lowered gaze, were uncertain of the situation. Are you Mr. Li Tang? We have someone who wishes to invite you for a chat over tea. Li Tang stammered. I am. You're not here to rob me, are you? The 2 men exchanged glances, assessing their surroundings, which indeed seemed a bit ominous. Ahem, Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand. We have been waiting here for quite some time. You simply finished work later than expected. Upon hearing this, Li Tang understood that they had deliberately awaited his departure. Could he refuse? Although he was somewhat uneasy after their explanation, he pondered. Isn't it better to resolve matters sooner rather than later? If I don't go today, you will still be here, and it will become a hassle for both parties. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded. After all, he had no pressing matters at home. In this day and age, with cameras everywhere, safety should not be a concern. Moreover, as a grown man, he should not fear such situations. Where is the meeting place? Just ahead. Hello, Li Tang. I am Lu Ji from Yulong Group. Others tend to call me Secretary Lu. Upon entering, Li Tang noticed a tall, thin, middle-aged man seated. As Li Tang entered, Lu Ji rose to introduce himself. Yulong Group? Isn't that the entity that acquired our company? Li Tang recalled, his impression of Yulong Group being rather vague, as he had only recently joined the company before the acquisition. I understand you are one of the principal researchers at Shanghai Technology. I would like to ask for your assistance. Of course, you will be duly compensated upon successful completion, 10 million. If you provide me with the technology behind Shanghai Technology's power batteries, I will directly offer you 10 million. Secretary Lu, straightforwardly extending a finger, believed he was presenting an exorbitant offer. Aware that the original team at Shanghai Technology consisted of only 8 members, and that Li Tang was the youngest among them, he assumed that such a young novice would be astounded by his generous proposal. However, Li Tang's reaction was not what he anticipated. Upon hearing the offer, Li Tang bristled. He was fiercely loyal to Zhou and replied with a slight laugh, shaking his head. What a jest. You think 10 million can buy me? I would never betray Shanghai Technology. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Secretary Lu stood frozen in disbelief. Isn't 10 million a substantial amount? Can't this sum even sway you? Or do you simply not grasp the value of such money? One of the men who had been blocking Li Tang's way approached, astonished by Li Tang's resolve. What should we do now? I truly didn't expect him to have such tenacity. He turned away from 10 million without a second thought. Although he worked for Yulong Group, he couldn't help but admire such fortitude. Clearly, the offer was insufficient. Tomorrow, you must approach him again and inform him that I am increasing the bid. Secretary Lu was skeptical. Is it truly possible that there exists someone who regards wealth with such disdain? After leaving, Li Tang promptly called Lu Su. Hello, master. Here is the situation. Understood. Please visit Mr. Zhou's office tomorrow. The following day, Li Tang went directly to Zhou's office upon arriving at the company. Li Tang, you're here. Please take a seat. Lu Su was also present in Zhou's office. Li Tang approached and sat beside Lu Su. I have heard about yesterday's events from your mentor. Well done, Zhou expressed, relieved that he had a system in place, ensuring that those who transmitted data would naturally remain loyal to him. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have succumbed to the temptation of 10 million. Li Tang, feeling bashful at the praise, rubbed his head. Haha, I mainly thought our company is excellent. And an inner voice guided me on the right course of action. Enough with the modesty. Since you chose to stay last time, I have come to understand your character. Lu Su teased, viewing Li Tang with the same affection as he would his own child. I called you both here for a specific task. Zhou had long desired to confront Yulong Group, and now that they have approached us, he shall bear the consequences. Lu Su, curious, inquired Mr. Zhou. What is it that you require from us? He had merely been summoned to the office without knowledge of the situation, initially presuming that Zhou wanted to discuss Li Tang's recent encounter. I wish to know if you can develop a type of power battery technology in a short time frame. A technology that appears delectable like a cake, yet is ultimately inedible? Chapter 28. Offline sales and an unexpected encounter with a beauty. Lu Su grasped Zhou's metaphor and responded. Mr. Zhou, you mean it looks promising but is impractical, correct? On the weekend, Zhou Miao nodded and said, indeed. The Yulong Group is seeking technical data from Li Tang, correct? I sincerely hope you can provide them with a set of technical specifications regarding power batteries. This documentation should compel the Yulong Group to invest substantial funds into research and development, ultimately leading to their financial ruin due to excessive investments. Both Lu Su and Li Tang gasped in shock upon hearing this. Zhou Miao's intentions were to drive the Yulong Group to its demise. However, they felt no need to concern themselves with the implications. They would simply follow Zhou Miao's directives. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Su replied, Mr. Zhou, no problem. We can prepare such documentation. We merely need to design the theoretical endurance of the power battery to a very high standard. Once the Yulong Group obtains it, their R&D department will certainly find no faults. In reality, there are issues within the data. One particular aspect will be challenging to meet, necessitating significant funds for research to achieve the theoretical performance. Li Tang nodded in agreement, evidently inspired by the idea. Zhou Miao expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. Please prepare the documentation as soon as possible. Li Tang, I'll need you to stall for a while. I am confident that the Yulong Group will seek your expertise again. Once Lu Su and Li Tang departed, Zhou Miao chuckled to himself, lost in thought. Father, your three-wheeler is quite perilous to drive. How about I buy you a four-wheeler? He suggested. A four-wheeler? Those are not inexpensive. Would you truly spend on me? His father inquired. What are you saying, Dad? Would I ever skimp on you? While I cannot afford a conventional car, have you heard about the new electric vehicles? They are quite impressive, nearly the same size as your three-wheeler. All right then, I'll accompany you to take a look. If it doesn't meet your claims, you'll need to repurchase my three-wheeler, his father replied. The two conversing were Zhang Wei, a young man, and his father. Zhang Wei's father enjoyed driving his three-wheeler, yet it was unstable and dangerous. Despite numerous warnings from his son, he remained obstinate, and Zhang Wei had previously sold the three-wheeler without his father's knowledge. To this day, his father was still upset with him. Zhang Wei took his father to the nearest 4S dealership, which belonged to Wanbang Group, where the Tulu electric vehicles were now available for sale. Although Zhang Wei had initially planned to purchase online, he happened to notice the dealership's promotion while leaving work and decided to buy in person, knowing that the prices were similar. He had already done his research and knew that payment would be straightforward, allowing him to drive away without delay. Welcome. How may I assist you today? A saleswoman greeted them as they entered. She wore black high heels, her long legs elegantly encased in sheer stockings, and approached them with enthusiasm. Zhang Wei swallowed hard. The sultry weather matched her alluring attire, making him feel equally heated. However, he reminded himself that today was for business, not for admiring beauty. He naturally shifted his gaze from her legs to her face, though she remained oblivious. I brought my father to explore the Tulu electric vehicle. Could you please guide us? The saleswoman, donning a professional smile, replied, Certainly, please follow me. Many customers had recently come to purchase the Tulu electric vehicle, and she had grown accustomed to it. Although the commission for each sale was modest, the affordability of the vehicle led to a high volume of sales, turning the Tulu into a significant source of income for the sales team. Zhang Wei and his father followed her. His father whispered, Isn't she beautiful? If you like her, go for it. I'm waiting for grandchildren. He had noticed the shift in Zhang Wei's attention. How could his son deceive others without being transparent with him? Zhang Wei shook his head. I have no interest in women. I don't wish to marry so soon. The saleswoman continued. These are the latest arrivals of the Tulu electric vehicles, with ranges of 100 m, 200 m, and 300 m, priced accordingly. Regardless of whether they were informed about the Tulu electric vehicle, the saleswoman thoroughly presented the details. Zhang Wei refrained from interrupting, well aware, but his father was not. Is it true this vehicle can travel such distances on a single charge? It doesn't consume fuel? His father asked in astonishment. Rest assured, sir. It operates purely on electricity. Charging at home is perfectly feasible. Moreover, it's simple to operate, requiring neither a license plate nor a driving license, the saleswoman assured him. Zhang Wei inquired, can we take it for a test drive? I'd like my father to experience it. Observing his father's eagerness, he posed the question. Absolutely. We have a designated vehicle for test drives, the saleswoman replied, leading them to the test drive area. At that moment, no one else was present. So Zhang Wei's father hopped into the driver's seat, while Zhang Wei took the back, and the saleswoman sat in the passenger seat. Soon, Zhang Wei's father grasped the controls and completed a lap. Haha, this vehicle is entertaining and quite simple to operate. However, I must ask, it isn't cheap, is it? He queried after disembarking. This vehicle is quite affordable. The lowest model is only 12,999 yuan, and the highest is just 29,999 yuan. Purchasing it is a smart investment. The saleswoman immediately began her pitch, recognizing that this individual might be a likely buyer. Zhang Wei responded, let us opt for the 19,999 yuan model. 300 m of range seems excessive for practicality. His father, not fully understanding, simply found the vehicle enjoyable. All right, we'll go for the 19,999 model. In truth, the highest range was the most cost-effective choice, especially during hot weather. Cold conditions could diminish the range, revealing the advantages of the 300 m option. The saleswoman passionately promoted the 29,999 model, knowing that she would earn more from such a sale. After considerable persuasion, Zhang Wei ultimately decided to purchase the 29,999 yuan Tulu electric vehicle outright. Although his family was not particularly wealthy, this purchase was quite manageable for them. Throughout the transaction, Zhang Wei's father remained transfixed by the Tulu electric vehicle. In the end, Zhang Wei successfully obtained the saleswoman's contact information. As for what would transpire afterward, that remained uncertain. You claim you're uninterested in women, yet you still exchange contact details? On their way home, Zhang Wei drove while his father sat in the passenger seat. Isn't this what you were saying about wanting grandchildren sooner? I'm simply making an effort. Zhang Wei replied, engrossed in texting while conversing with his father. Chapter 29. Record sales, lingering regrets. Xiao Su. Who was that handsome young man earlier? If you're interested, I recommend you seize the opportunity. The saleswoman, surnamed Su and named Su Ru, remarked to her colleague after Zhang Wei and his father left. A fellow saleswoman, having observed the interaction for some time, approached with curiosity. Oh, Zhang Jia, what are you saying? We only just met today? Su Ru blushed at the playful teasing. I'm not joking. I genuinely mean it. Based on my years of experience, that young man surely harbors interest in you. And now is the perfect time for you to make a move. You've been with the company for a while now and understand that the sales profession can be quite precarious. I advise you to seek a more stable career soon. Zhang Jia counseled earnestly. Approaching her 40s, she felt the weight of age in a profession where youth was paramount. Her concern stemmed from Su Ru's recent graduation, as she reminded her of her own daughter, coupled with her beauty and kindness, prompting her to speak candidly. She wouldn't extend such advice to just anyone. Su Ru listened quietly from the side, her head lowered in silence. She was already aware of what Sister Zhang mentioned, having encountered several instances of harassment recently. Sister Zhang, I will consider what you said. Once I earn some money during this period, I will reflect on it thoroughly. Sister Zhang nodded slightly in response, hoping Su Ru would make the right choice. The sales of the Tulu electric vehicle had been quite prosperous lately, allowing for a significant profit. At that moment, a few more individuals entered the room, prompting Sister Zhang and Su Ru to approach them. As this group stepped inside, one of them called out, "We are here to inquire about the Tulu electric vehicle. Could you kindly provide us with some information?" At Wanbang Group, the secretary was reporting the recent developments to Ding Feng in his office. General Manager Ding, there has been a notable increase in the company's profits recently, primarily due to the excellent sales of the Tulu electric vehicle. Essentially, every customer who visits the dealership ends up making a purchase. However, the inventory of Tulu electric vehicles is depleting rapidly. The increase is indeed evident. It seems we have made the right strategic move. Please contact Shanghai Technology immediately and inform them that we require another batch of goods. Just as Ding Feng finished speaking, he reconsidered and called the secretary back. Forget it. I will reach out to General Sun myself. Acquiring more Tulu electric vehicles from Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly be profitable. He believed he was not the only one eager to secure the goods promptly. and it was better for him to make the call personally. Ding Feng picked up his phone and located Sun Jian's number. Hello, General Sun. What have you been busy with lately? Have you had your meal? The matter is as follows. All right, General Ding. We will deliver as soon as possible. It will not delay your company's sales. Sun Jian sighed after hanging up. Since they began delivering goods to various dealers, the Tulu electric vehicle sales had been strong and rapid. Many companies were urging Shanghai technology for faster deliveries. However, their production capacity was primarily focused on online sales and could not accommodate these requests. Jiangsuan Automobile's production capacity was gradually increasing, but it could not be scaled up overnight. At that moment, his phone rang again. Sun Jian glanced at the screen. It was General Zhao, a dealer he had negotiated with several times before. Ha ha ha, General Sun. What are you busy with? Have you eaten? Do you have time to join me for a meal? I've already made a reservation. Just as he placed the phone to his ear, Zhao's hearty laughter boomed through. Sun Jian immediately recalled Zhao's rotund figure. General Zhao, I am quite busy lately. And I truly have no time, he replied without hesitation. Zhao, seemingly oblivious to Sun Jian's rejection, pressed on with his invitation, growing impatient with Zhao's insistence. Sun Jian's tone turned serious. Is there something specific you need to discuss? If not, I will hang up. No, General Sun. I was wondering if we could still finalize the original cooperation agreement. I was blinded by greed and made a wrong turn. I hope you can show leniency. Before Zhao could finish, Sun Jian could not bear to listen any longer. General Zhao, you chose to sign the contract yourself. I did not force you into it. Isn't it too late to bring this up now? Where were you before? Sun Jian dismissed him, criticizing him without restraint. It was clear he was unwilling to bear any risks, and now that the Tulu electric vehicle was profitable, he was dissatisfied with the earnings. If you're unwilling to take risks yet desire high returns, why not just pick up money off the street? Zhao continued to tempt him. General Sun, I can offer you a rebate. This matter will be known only to us. There will be no third party involved. Stop right there. I think you are mistaken. I am not that kind of person. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. Sun Jian was already amused by Zhao's antics. This dealer was resorting to dubious methods, and it was time to reconsider his collaboration with the company. On the other end, Zhao, realizing he could not sway Sun Jian, ceased his insistence. General Sun, could you possibly send us more goods? The more you send, the greater the profit for your company. This was Zhao's true motive. By starting with challenging requests and culminating in a more achievable one, his chances of success would increase. However, Sun Jian had developed a distaste for Zhao and was not inclined to allow him any advantage. General Zhao, we operate strictly according to the contract. What is rightfully yours will not be diminished, and what is not yours will not be increased. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. With that, Sun Jian ended the call. On Zhao's end, after hearing Sun Jian's final words, silence ensued. Looking at his phone screen, he realized Sun Jian had already hung up. Damn it, you are just the vice president of Shanghai Technology. The company doesn't belong to you, so why act so high and mighty in front of me? Zhao slammed his fist on the table, seething with anger. He had originally intended to invite Sun Jian out for a meal to foster goodwill. But Sun Jian granted him no opportunity, leaving him feeling humiliated, a sensation he had never before experienced. Humph, you better not fall into my hands, otherwise you will regret it. Meanwhile, Sun Jian hung up and sought Zhou Mo to report on the company's recent sales performance. Zhou, the sales of the Tulu electric vehicle have been exceptional. Both online and offline sales are thriving. Online, we have sold over 120,000 Tulu electric vehicles, generating revenue of 27.6 billion. Additionally, offline shipments to dealers have exceeded 100,000 units. Although sales are impressive, our company still has many outstanding orders, so you must work hard. Zhou Mo spoke earnestly. Not joking. Recently, online orders for the Tulu electric vehicle had surged to 500,000. Currently, they had only fulfilled 220,000, which was less than half of the online order quantity. Sun Jian agreed, acknowledging the daunting task ahead. In Chapter 30, with preparations complete, a deal was about to be struck. As Zhou Mo and Sun Jian conversed, a knock sounded at the office door. Zhou Mo looked up, and Sun Jian turned his head to see Lu Su and Li Tang enter. You're here too. Has the company made significant progress in recent research and development that requires reporting? Zhou Mo inquired with anticipation, noticing both Lu Su and Li Tang's presence. Lu Su shook his head and replied, Zhou, the research and development progress has indeed been swift, but we are not here to discuss that. Oh. Zhou Mo's eyes flickered as he observed the smile on Lu Su's face and glanced at Li Tang, suddenly recalling something. Could it be that you have made progress on the matter we discussed previously? Zhou Mo said with a mysterious smile, harboring ill intentions. Ha ha, you are indeed perceptive, Zhou. Following your guidance, we have successfully designed a suitable technical document for the power battery. As he spoke, he casually handed the technical document to Zhou Mo, who began to peruse it. Sun Jian, listening from the side, was bewildered, unaware of what the others were discussing. What are you talking about? I haven't heard of this before, Sun Jian asked curiously. Lu Su exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Jian, and Zhou Mo also smiled as he looked at Sun Jian. They then explained the situation to Sun Jian. It seems that Yuelong Group is indeed relentless. They previously attempted to acquire our company, and now they are trying to steal our technical documents. Sun Jian gritted his teeth, sighing. In the past, when the chairman of the company was Zhou Mo's father, Yuelong Group often employed underhanded tactics against them. Fortunately, both Zhou Mo's father and Sun Jian persevered through those times. However, after Zhou Mo's father was involved in a car accident, the company suffered a severe decline, ultimately leading Zhou Mo to sell the company. Little did they expect Yuelong Group to covet their technology once more, resorting to unscrupulous means. Zhou, I believe you made the right decision. Previously, the company's excessive investment in research and development caused a fracture in the capital chain. This time, we should let Yuelong Group taste the consequences. Sun Jian spoke fiercely, clearly agitated this time. Rest assured, Uncle Sunday, we have kept Li Tang dangling the bait for the Yuelong Group. This time, they will certainly be caught off guard. Zhou Mo concluded, while Lu Su and Li Tang nodded in agreement. They were unwaveringly loyal to Zhou Mo and would execute this plan with utmost seriousness. The information they possessed was invaluable. If they could develop the corresponding power battery as indicated, the prospects would indeed be highly enticing. Zhou Mo was confident that the Yuelong Group would be unable to resist such temptation, having thoroughly comprehended the materials. Zhou Mo realized that if the Yuelong Group followed the outlined research, they would inevitably fall into an abyss. Lu Su proudly declared, Zhou, this is a masterfully crafted design by our entire R&D department. The 7 members of the R&D team had invested considerable time into this project, with one absent. Still at Jiangzuan Automotive Company. In that case, Li Tang, reach out to Secretary Lu. Remember to perform well. We cannot afford to expose any flaws to the Yuelong Group. Upon hearing this, Li Tang assured, Zhou, after our dealings, I've realized that Secretary Lu is quite greedy. Such a person will overlook any inconsistencies. With that, Li Tang departed, armed with the prepared technical documents. At the Yuelong Group, Wu Long, seated on the sofa with closed eyes, inquired, has Li Tang been in contact with you recently? He reached out yesterday, informing me he has commenced action and is confident results will follow shortly, replied Secretary Lu. He believed that a young man like Li Tang would be unable to resist the allure of money. You'd better be right. Is it worth spending 100 million for this technology? Wu Long had acted impulsively. His envy for Shanghai Technology's power battery technology driving him to instruct Secretary Lu to spare no effort in acquiring it. General Wu, what we aim to obtain is Shanghai Technology's latest power battery technology. The patented technology is definitely not cost-effective. Li Tang had informed him that Shanghai Technology was on the verge of developing a new type of power battery with an energy density several times that of their current batteries. If this were true, spending 100 million to acquire the technical documents would indeed be a worthwhile investment. Secretary Lu's words were tempting, and Wu Long felt a surge of optimism, his previous impatience dissipating. The money had already been spent. It was too late to reconsider. Better to await developments from that side in silence. Just then, Secretary Lu's phone rang. General Wu, it's Li Tang. He should have good news. Lu gestured to the phone screen. Wu Long nodded for him to answer. Secretary Lu connected the call and switched to speaker mode. Hello, Secretary Lu, this is Li Tang. Came Li Tang's voice. Young Li, what is the matter? How are things progressing? Secretary Lu asked softly. The items have been secured. As for what you promised me, rest assured, I will ensure you receive your due, Secretary Lu interjected, hastily cutting off Li Tang. Wu Long, listening nearby, felt the entire situation was rather disreputable, as discussing such matters over the phone was inappropriate. All right, since Secretary Lu says so, I shall feel at ease. Let us meet at our usual place. I will wait for you there, Li Tang concluded before hanging up. After the call, Secretary Lu showed Wu Long the phone screen. Hurry and bring back the documents. I am eager to see what this 100 million worth of information entails. Wu Long was impatient, urging Secretary Lu onward. Following Wu Long's directive, Secretary Lu immediately drove to the location of their first meeting. Upon arrival, Secretary Lu eagerly asked, Did you bring the items? Did you bring the money? Li Tang countered. Over time, Li Tang had cultivated an image of a money-hungry young man in Secretary Lu's eyes. and this meeting was no exception. Secretary Lu chuckled and shook his head, realizing they were on the same page. Hand me the documents, and I'll have the bank transfer the funds to you immediately. A mere 30 million, after all. Would I really try to cheat you? Indeed, Secretary Lu had pilfered a bit during this transaction. Initially, the budget was 100 million, but ultimately only 30 million was given to Li Tang. This won't do. What if I hand over the documents and you don't pay? Besides, can you even comprehend them? I'm selling out Shanghai technology, and you have leverage over me. You should pay first. Are you really afraid I might run away? Li Tang employed a provocation tactic to nudge Secretary Lu. Do we fear you running away? I could simply have the bank transfer it, Secretary Lu scoffed. Realizing the validity of Li Tang's argument, he stepped aside to make a call to the bank. Shortly thereafter, Li Tang received a text message confirming the funds had been transferred. A greedy expression crossed Li Tang's face, though internally, he remained unaffected. Coincidentally, Secretary Lu noticed this and shook his head in disbelief. Such an inexperienced fellow. Is 30 million really that thrilling? Chapter 31. The deal is sealed. Profits surpass 1 billion upon seeing the funds credited. Li Tang promptly handed the documents to Secretary Lu. Elated, Secretary Lu reveled in the acquisition. However, as Li Tang had indicated, he could not comprehend the contents and quickly returned to the Yuelong group. General Wu, I brought back the documents. Let us get the research team to verify their authenticity. Secretary Lu rushed into Wu Long's office, barely containing his excitement. Wu Long stood up, elated. Wonderful. They are already waiting in the conference room. Following thorough verification by the Group's researchers, it was confirmed that the documents were indeed genuine. Wu Long breathed a sigh of relief. This meant their investment of 100 million was justified. Secretary Lu also felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, the documents were authentic, which eliminated any potential problems. Wu Long praised. Haha, Lu, you did exceptionally well. Secretary Lu humbly replied, it was my duty. I must extend my gratitude to General Wu for your guidance. Our group will prioritize the research and development of the power battery technology outlined in these documents. The project will be treated as a top priority, with full financial backing from the group. I hope you all will not disappoint my expectations. With the documents in hand, Wu Long wasted no time and promptly instructed the RD team to commence work. This time, he was determined to develop the power battery before Shanghai technology, ensuring they could outpace their competitors. Haha, Li Tang, splendid job. Not only did you deceive the Yuelong group, but you also managed to bring back such a considerable sum. Zhou Mo was in high spirits, already envisioning Secretary Lu's expression upon receiving the documents. If the Yuelong group were to discover that the information was flawed, one could only imagine their reaction. General Zhou, how should we handle the 30 million? Lu Su, aware of Li Tang's hesitance, took the initiative to ask. Zhou Mo pondered for a moment. It was clear that Li Tang could not receive all the money alone, given that this information was developed by your 7-member team. Aside from you, each will receive 2 million. As for the remaining 8 million, that will be yours, while the rest will go to the company. How does that sound? In truth, Zhou Mo was not particularly in need of the money, but rather aimed for a fair distribution. 8 million seems excessive. Li Tang hesitated. This was his first time handling such a large sum. It's not too much. Besides, the company hasn't provided you with bonuses thus far. Consider this as the bonus from earlier, Zhou Mo explained, waving his hand dismissively. General Zhou is offering you this, so just accept it. This amount is insignificant for the company, Lu Su encouraged from the sidelines. Suddenly, Li Tang recalled something and added, General Zhou, we still have a colleague at Jiangzuan Automotive Company. I shall withdraw 2 million from within for him, as I seldom spend such a sum myself. Very well. Since you are demonstrating a spirit of selfless dedication, I shall not hinder you. Over the weekend, nothing further was mentioned. The bonuses distributed to the research and development staff were funded without incurring any expenses for the company. Indeed, the Yuelong Group is akin to a beneficent deity of wealth. However, I wonder if Weekend would confront Secretary Lu to reclaim the portion of the originally allocated 100 million that he managed to siphon off. Uncle Son, let the remaining 10 million be treated as bonuses for the company employees. If that proves insufficient, we can always draw from the company's finances. Weekend is fair-minded. Having rewarded the RD personnel, the ordinary employees also deserve their bonuses. After Sun Jian and the others left Weekend's office, they commenced the distribution of bonuses. Soon, the bonuses were disseminated. In the RD department of Shanghai Technology, the company issued bonuses amounting to an astonishing 2 million. The company is indeed generous. It seems we must double our efforts to complete the tasks assigned by Director Zhou promptly. With this windfall, how do you plan to spend it? I suppose we should first pay off the mortgage. I wish to purchase a car, for I currently do not own one. A car? Aren't you considering buying a house? I don't even have a girlfriend at the moment. Perhaps I shall wait until I do. I believe we will never lack for money in the future. How about I introduce someone to you? My neighbor, Old Wong, has a daughter. Meanwhile, in other departments of Shanghai Technology, employees rejoiced at receiving their bonuses. I distributed 3 months' salary as a bonus. How much did you distribute? I gave out 25 months' worth. I wonder what occasion prompted the company to issue bonuses today. Isn't it wonderful to receive a bonus? This amounts to several tens of thousands. It would be foolish not to accept it. What is the big deal? Rumor has it that the RD department received an average of 2 million each. What? 2 million? That's quite a sum. What does it matter? The Tulu electric vehicle was developed by them. Have you not seen how popular the Tulu has become? They have certainly earned this money. Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. I prefer solitude for now. Are there any unmarried individuals in the RD department? I would like to compare. As expected. Without comparison, there is no sense of disparity. During this period, Shanghai Technology sold a number of Tulu electric vehicles. And Weekend noticed that the system's points could once again be used for a lottery. With a heart full of excitement, Weekend began the lottery. The ensuing 4 months passed swiftly. The production capacity of Shanghai Technology for the Tulu electric vehicle saw limited growth. However, the output from the contract manufacturer, Jiangxuan Automobile Company, exceeded that of Shanghai Technology, and offline sales of the Tulu electric vehicle surged. Over these 4 months, all online orders were fulfilled, with over 600,000 Tulu electric vehicles delivered to customers. Of course, fulfilling these 600,000 orders solely based on Shanghai Technology's output would have taken at least 6 months. The swift resolution of online orders was largely attributed to the substantial increase in production by Jiangxuan Automobile Company. The sales revenue from these 600,000 orders alone reached an astounding 13.8 billion, with profits soaring to an astonishing 8.4 billion. During this period, offline sales of Tulu electric vehicles through distributors also amounted to 550,000 units. While this segment's profit was somewhat less, it still surpassed 5 billion. In total, this means that over the 4 months, 1,150,000 Tulu electric vehicles were sold, resulting in a profit of 134 billion for Shanghai Technology. When the financial report was released, Weekend was left in disbelief. To clarify, he specifically consulted the head of the finance department, only to learn that the figures were indeed accurate. Moreover, even if the data could be misleading, the cold, hard cash of 134 billion resting in the bank account is irrefutable. In the short span of 4 months since the establishment of Shanghai Technology, an astonishing transformation had occurred, indeed remarkable. Weekend sat in his office, gazing at the financial statements before him, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment and security. As he contemplated the company's future development, Sun Jian knocked and entered. Chapter 32. Responding to the wind, Research and Development Encounters Obstacles, Xiao Mo. I have come across some news. Several companies are preparing to enter the Tulu market. When it is just the two of them, Sun Jian always calls him Xiao Mo, as it conveys a sense of intimacy. However, when others are present, Sun Jian refers to him as Director Zhou. Weekend has mentioned this a few times, but Sun Jian remains resolute in his choice. Weekend rose and said, "This is an inevitable occurrence. Our company has seized the initiative and developed well over these past few months, and we should be content." During this period, Shanghai Technology has generated substantial profits. The domestic market is challenging due to excessive competition. Those who have identified the tremendous opportunities presented by Tulu will undoubtedly become embroiled in this sector. This is something Weekend had anticipated long ago. As numerous competitors flood in, profits will inevitably diminish. Sun Jian nodded in agreement. It is indeed the case. The ability to sustain operations for this long is largely due to the effective confidentiality measures implemented initially, preventing any data from being disclosed. Even so, with so much time elapsed, other companies could still approximate the figures. Next, Shanghai Technology is poised to formally transition into the next phase of development. Weekend's eyes focused intently ahead as he spoke. The next phase that Weekend referred to has been in preparation by Shanghai Technology for several months. In this new phase, the company will no longer rely solely on a temporal advantage, but will instead leverage the true technological prowess of Shanghai Technology. Sun Jian observed Weekend's spirited demeanor with a sense of pride. At Luling Automobile Company, the head of the RD department knocked on the chairman's door with documents in hand. "Come in," came a resounding voice from within. "Chairman Chun, the vehicle has been developed. Based on our market research, I believe the name Lada Lu would be more fitting." As he spoke, the head of the department handed over the documents. Chairman Chun, originally named Chen Hong, is the chairman of Luling Automobile Company. He glanced at the documents. Tulu? He savored the name, finding it quite intriguing. This name rolls off the tongue nicely. How did you come up with it? Our investigation revealed that the Tulu has been selling exceptionally well recently. But as it is classified as a 3-no vehicle, many citizens have voiced their grievances. Moreover, as many elderly individuals are driving it, over time, it has humorously been dubbed Tulu. Chairman Chen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interesting. Let us call it Tulu. Luling Company is situated in the south, where the acceptance of electric vehicles is relatively high. Recently, he observed numerous Tulu electric vehicles on the roads, noting their ubiquitous presence. As an industry professional, he immediately recognized the business opportunity. Upon returning to the company, he instructed his team to conduct market research with various distributors. The findings revealed a staggering figure. The number of Tulu electric vehicles sold through these distributors had already surpassed several 100,000. This discovery validated Chairman Chen's suspicions and ignited his enthusiasm. Selling several 100,000 units in 4 months implies an annual figure of approximately 1 million. If Shanghai Technology were ranked among domestic automobile manufacturers, entering the top 10 would be easily achievable. This is the terrifying revelation that Chairman Chen discovered. Consequently, upon returning to the company, he promptly arranged for the purchase of several Tulu electric vehicles for disassembly. He discovered that, aside from the relatively advanced battery technology, all other components could be easily replicated by their company. Although they cannot precisely calculate the profits due to the complexities of the power battery, overall, it is evident that Shanghai Technology has garnered substantial earnings. Recognizing the immense profit potential, Chairman Chen immediately mobilized his team to take action. Now is indeed the opportune moment for profit-making. Although the company's elderly mobility scooter, known as Old Man's Joy, exhibits somewhat inferior battery performance and other shortcomings, its affordability is indeed a significant advantage. In the competitive landscape of Dongda, low pricing serves as a formidable weapon. While it may not yield profits as substantial as those of Shanghai Technology, it undoubtedly represents a promising source of revenue. With the product already developed, swift mass production should commence, followed by the engagement of distributors for sales. Given the multitude of former partners, it should be relatively straightforward to enlist a few. Chen Hong summoned the other members of the management team to outline the company's forthcoming actions. Upon receiving Chen Hong's directive, they set about their tasks with urgency. At Yuelong Group, Wu Long was in a fit of rage within his office. Secretary Lu and the researchers stood by in silence, hesitant to speak. Lu felt guilty. While the researchers were acutely aware of their prolonged lack of progress despite extensive research efforts, Wu Long, with an outstretched arm, pointed directly at the researchers and exclaimed, "What use is it to employ you? For months have passed, and despite significant investments in research and development, there are no results to show. As the saying goes, one should at least hear a sound when money is thrown into water. The group has invested billions, yet we have nothing to show for it." After venting his frustrations for an extended period, his voice nearly hoarse, Wu Long paused to survey the assembled individuals before returning to his chair to sip water from his cup. Exhausted from his tirade, he sat in contemplation regarding the company's next steps. The others remained silent, relieved that Wu Long had momentarily ceased his outburst, having not witnessed such fury in some time. "What do you think we should do? Should we continue our research on power batteries?" Wu Long suddenly asked. The researchers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Noticing their hesitation, he turned to Secretary Lu for an explanation. After all, Lu had brought back this information and owed them a response. Lu swallowed hard and replied, "General Wu, we must proceed with this project. Otherwise, our initial investments would be wasted. Furthermore, research and development are inherently fraught with uncertainty, and we cannot place all the blame on them. Indeed, General Wu, grant us another opportunity. We believe we are on the verge of a breakthrough," chimed in the researchers. "As long as we have the funding for our D, we are confident that success will eventually follow." Upon hearing this, Wu Long scrutinized their faces. "Very well, I shall grant you one more chance. However, should you fail, you will all be dismissed." Wu Long could not resist the allure of possibility. It felt akin to gambling, and perhaps, just perhaps, they might achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 33. The launch of Mango Cars, live testing at Shanghai Technology. Mr. Zhou, before you are 2 of our latest vehicle models. Lu Su enthusiastically introduced the new electric cars during a weekend tour of the company. This series, dubbed Mango Cars, features the models Mango S7 and Mango S3, both of which are sedans. Mr. Zhou was captivated by the elegant lines that sculpted the sleek, wedge-shaped bodies of the vehicles, reminiscent of a poised cheetah ready to sprint on the racetrack. The dynamic waistline stretched from the front wheel to the rear, akin to a taut bowstring, brimming with potential energy. As Lu Su continued his presentation, Mr. Zhou learned more about the specifications of both models. The first, the Mango S7, is a larger all-electric mid-size luxury sedan capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in 3 seconds, reaching a top speed of 300 km/h with an impressive range of 1,100 km. The second model, the Mango S3, is slightly smaller, a mid-size electric car that shares design similarities with the S7, offering high driving stability and a comfortable cabin. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in 6 seconds, has a top speed of 200 km/h, and boasts a pure electric range of 700 km. Both vehicles position their battery packs beneath the chassis, resulting in a lower center of gravity and enhanced driving stability, complemented by a panoramic sunroof and outstanding acceleration performance. What are the prices of these two cars? Mr. Zhou inquired, pinpointing the crucial aspect. The Mango S7 is priced higher, ranging from 689,000 to 199,000 yuan, while the Mango S3 is more affordable, falling between 259,000 and 599,000 yuan. Mr. Zhou found these prices to be quite reasonable, recognizing that the Mango cars are undeniably ahead of their competitors in the market. The S3, with its more accessible price point, allows a broader range of consumers to embrace the green travel philosophy embodied by Mango cars. The S3 is poised to be the volume model for Shanghai technology, essential for profitability. Let us conduct a live test of the autonomous driving feature. I am eager to see it in action, Mr. Zhou expressed. The autonomous driving technology was acquired through a recent points system drawn from the sale of a vehicle, which Mr. Zhou had utilized to obtain the technology. To align with the Mango cars, he had expended nearly all his points, realizing the immense potential of the system's targeted lottery. The S3's autonomous driving technology has reached level 2, while the more expensive Mango S7 boasts level 4 capabilities. Although Shanghai technology aspired to implement level 5 autonomy, current limitations in chip technology and materials necessitated a compromise, resulting in the S7 being equipped with level 4 technology. Despite the S3 only featuring level 2 autonomous driving, it remains among the top tier on the market. Autonomous driving is categorized by the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE, into 6 levels. Level 2 entails partial automation, where the vehicle can control both lateral and longitudinal movements, such as adaptive cruise control and lane keeping, but the driver must remain attentive and ready to take control. Level 3 offers conditional automation, allowing the vehicle to drive autonomously under specific circumstances, with the driver able to divert their attention but still required to intervene when prompted. Level 4 signifies high automation, where the vehicle can complete all driving tasks within certain areas without driver intervention, capable of safely stopping or taking alternative actions in case of system failures. Level 5 represents full automation, wherein the vehicle can operate independently in any environment or condition, entirely replacing human drivers. Absolutely, Mr. Zhou, we have everything prepared. Let us head to the testing ground, Lu Su replied, brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of showcasing the autonomous driving capabilities. Over the past 4 months, a significant portion of their efforts had been dedicated to this technology. Lu Su understood that Mr. Zhou would undoubtedly be keen to witness the autonomous functions of the Mango cars, and thus had proactively arranged the testing venue. Mr. Zhou followed Lu Su and the team to the testing site. The experimental site has been meticulously constructed by Shanghai Technology specifically for vehicle testing, adhering to the highest standards. Initially established, it has garnered much satisfaction over the weekends. Upon entering the testing area, several vehicles were already stationed there. Moreover, Sun Jian and Gao Yi were present on site, accompanied by a promotional team and a group of photographers ready with their equipment. Numerous cameras were installed throughout the testing grounds to document the entirety of the testing process and its outcomes. The first tests conducted included the fundamental automatic parking, obstacle detection, lane and traffic signal recognition, as well as adaptive cruise control, among others. The Mango automobiles were equipped with a laser radar, 3 mm wave radars, and 12 ultrasonic radars, in addition to 11 high-definition cameras, including front, rear, side, and parking surround cameras. These tests were a walk in the park for the Mango automobiles, instilling great confidence in Lu Su and his team. As the testing commenced, Gao Yi quickly organized his team to document the proceedings. The automatic parking test began with the drivers positioning the vehicles randomly outside designated parking spaces, with several distraction vehicles strategically placed to simulate realistic parking scenarios. Mr. Sun, do you think this car can park well? Gao Yi inquired quietly to Sun Jian. I believe it should pose no problem, Otherwise, Lu Su wouldn't be so confident. Sun Jian replied, observing Lu Su's beaming smile. Gao Yi was equally eager to witness the capabilities of Mango's autonomous driving technology. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, the driver initiated the operation, which was transmitted to the external screens for all to see. With the press of a button, the Mango automobile's steering wheel began to turn, and the car gracefully maneuvered into the parking space after several adjustments. Multiple Mango vehicles successfully parked in their designated spots with remarkable speed, surpassing the performance of the majority of human drivers. Impressive. If I owned this car, parking would no longer be a concern, Gao Yi remarked in awe. Sun Jian smiled, confident that Mango automobiles would soon astonish everyone. Subsequently, the Mango vehicles underwent a series of additional tests, all of which were completed without a hitch, leaving Weekend thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, Mango automobiles were leagues ahead of the competition. Chapter 34. The conclusion of testing and the path to contract manufacturing. Weekend expressed, I am quite pleased with this testing phase. You all have worked hard during this time. Mr. Zhou, these two models are ready for mass production. Once the assembly line is set up, we can officially commence production, which should take about a week, Lu Su replied, having prepared thoroughly before reporting to Weekend. In that case, I can rest easy, Weekend nodded, turning to Sun Jian and adding, Uncle Sun, I will rely on you to arrange the setup for the launch event. Of course, Mr. Zhou, I will expedite the preparations. However, do you have specific requests for the event? Sun Jian inquired, hoping to glean any ideas from Weekend. Weekend reflected on previous automotive launch events, feeling there were many insights to draw from. Let us host a live broadcast on Douyin to promote it effectively. Gao Yi, ensure that you assist in this matter. Additionally, invite a range of media and journalists. We shouldn't hesitate to invest in quality promotion. Lastly, consider extending invitations to other automotive companies. If they choose not to participate, it is of little concern. Presently, Shanghai Technology is merely looking to carve a niche in the market, yet many established automotive firms may not regard us highly. Thus, if they decline, I won't be disheartened. Gao Yi exchanged a glance with Sun Jian, realizing that cooperation between the two was essential. At Dapeng Automobile Company, Su addressed his team. Our Dapeng G3 vehicle has been completed. When do you think we should hold the launch event? Having previously secured multiple rounds of funding, the company had only released concept models until now. After extensive development, they finally had a model ready for mass production. Have we secured a contract manufacturing partner? Su inquired, recalling the financial woes that had plagued the company since its inception. Manufacturing vehicles is immensely costly, and establishing production lines incurs even greater expenses. With most of their initial funding exhausted, they lacked the capital to build a production line. Without it, how could they produce automobiles? Fortunately, news had circulated recently that Shanghai Technology's Tulu electric vehicles were primarily produced by other automotive companies. Many were skeptical upon first hearing this. It's one thing to outsource smartphone production, but automobiles? That's unprecedented. Nonetheless, Su was convinced, and the idea sparked inspiration within him. He promptly arranged for communication with other automotive companies to explore the possibility of contracting them for the Dapeng G3 production. WeVE secured a partnership with Nanheim Maji Automobile Company, and WeVE signed a cooperation contract. The speaker thought to himself, if we hadn't reached an agreement, would I have come to you? Upon hearing this news, Su was pleasantly surprised, as he had anticipated a more arduous process. All right, let us expedite the arrangements. We are among the earliest entrants into the new energy market domestically. We must seize the market quickly. Su felt reinvigorated, radiating confidence for the future of the company. At Nanheim Maji Automobile Company, Chairman Jingzhu questioned, are we truly going to agree to collaborate with Dapeng Automobile in producing their new energy vehicles? Despite having signed a cooperation agreement, some expressed doubt. Automobile outsourcing? Isn't that a joke within the industry? Jingzhu challenged. It may sound ludicrous, but what if it proves profitable? He countered. Profitable? Really? They queried, skepticism evident. There's no need for concern. My assurance stems from reliable sources, Jingzhu replied. Feigning mystery, those present were well informed, and inquiries quickly followed. Is it true that Shanghai Technology is having other companies produce the Tulu electric vehicles? What? Other companies are indeed outsourcing vehicle production? The room buzzed with chatter. Which company is producing for Shanghai Technology? All eyes turned to Jingzhu. Jingzhu shook his head. Some matters are best left undisclosed. However, outsourcing is indeed lucrative, and given the contract with Dapeng Automobile, it's quite difficult to incur losses. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of disappointment. Indeed, gossip abounds wherever one goes. With the contract signed and Jingzhu's confidence palpable, they ceased further questioning. Jing Zhu reveled in their reactions, feeling a sense of pride. I am aware, yet I choose not to divulge. In truth, when he first learned of it, he was taken aback. The realization that Jiangzuan Automobile Company had amassed considerable wealth from this venture, surpassing their automobile sales, ignited a sense of envy and resentment within him. The Nanhai Motsi Automobile Company was hardly faring better than Jiangzuan. Why had they not been afforded such an opportunity? Had Shanghai Technology sought their services for production, he might have ascended to a higher echelon, transitioning from the business realm to the political arena. The role of company chairman is not devoid of merit. The political landscape, after all, offers broader horizons. Yet, such an opportunity eluded him. Fortunately, Dapeng Automobile Company had reached out to them, and he promptly accepted. Approaching the age of 60, thoughts of impending retirement loomed large. If he did not exert himself now, he would truly miss his chance. Thus, both Shanghai Technology and Dapeng Automobile Company diligently prepared for the automobile launch event, eager to finalize arrangements and unveil their new energy vehicles to the market. A week swiftly passed. Dapeng Automobile Company was the first to announce the launch event online. Shanghai Technology, needing a more comprehensive preparation, delayed their announcement by a day. Mr. Zhou, Dapeng Automobile Company has also declared their launch event. Should we consider moving our time to precede theirs? Sun Jian and Gao Yi approached Zhou Mo in his office. Let Dapeng Automobile Company have their event first, Zhou Mo decided. If we intentionally schedule ours a day earlier, it could reflect poorly on us. Zhou Mo pondered briefly before shaking his head in dissent. Their company had announced their event later. Dapeng was a new force, a startup, given Shanghai Technology's current standing. Seizing the opportunity to exploit their size could lead to backlash, rendering any gains futile. Let us remain a day behind. This way, you may observe how Dapeng's launch unfolds. With that, Zhou Mo made a firm decision. Chapter 35, Dapeng Automobile Launch Event. On December 13th, Dapeng Automobile officially held its launch event. Su Dapeng, drawing from the previous promotional experiences of Shanghai Technology's Tulu electric vehicle, organized both an offline venue and an online livestream for the event. An hour remained before the launch commenced, and Su Dapeng welcomed several key guests attending the event. Mr. Jing, thank you for your support. I am delighted by your presence today. Without your backing, we might have delayed this event indefinitely. Su Dapeng warmly shook Jing Zhu's hand in gratitude. Mr. Su, you flatter me. We are in this together for mutual benefit. Moreover, I am merely an employee, not worthy of comparison to esteemed entrepreneurs like yourselves. Jing Zhu chuckled, pleased with the exchange. He had not anticipated that Dapeng Automobile would produce their vehicles so swiftly after signing the contract for production cooperation. The rapid development indicated that their collaboration could lead to significant profits for Nanhai Motsi Company, akin to those of Jiangzuan Automobile. How could he not feel elated? Mr. Jing, you jest. I am but a budding entrepreneur. Besides, we each have our roles to play, all in service of the people, Su Dapeng remarked, eliciting laughter from those present. After conversing with Jing Zhu, Su Dapeng sought out Hu, the head of their primary investment firm, Ollie. Mr. Hu, your presence here elevates our event. Su Dapeng greeted Hu Xiao, with whom he had established a connection early in his entrepreneurial journey, persuading Ollie Group's executives to invest in Dapeng Automobile. Currently, Ollie Group stands as the largest shareholder aside from Su Dapeng himself. You flatter me, Mr. Su. I am here to introduce you to someone. Hu replied with a broad smile. Su Dapeng noticed a young foreigner beside Hu, with a prominent nose and striking blue eyes, dressed in an expensive tailored suit. Though unfamiliar to him, Hu's personal introduction suggested the individual held considerable significance. This is Jack Thompson from Hongshan Capital. Despite his youth at just 30, he has already overseen several major projects, a true representative of youthful prowess, Hu briefly introduced Thompson. Su Dapeng felt a twinge of surprise. Having long been familiar with the reputation of Hongshan Capital, it was a name every entrepreneurial venture had encountered. Initially, he had intended to seek their investment, but had failed due to a lack of connections. Hu, with a knowing glance, remarked, isn't Dapeng Automobile looking to list in the beautiful country? With the assistance of Hongshan Capital and Mr. Thompson, I believe these hurdles will be mere trifles. Su Dapeng nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential this partnership could unlock. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Thompson. The young man introduced himself, his Mandarin slightly halting. Your Mandarin is quite commendable, Mr. Thompson. I am Su Dapeng. Delighted to meet you. Su Dapeng responded, shaking Thompson's hand, overjoyed by the apparent amicability of the encounter. After conversing with Thompson for a while, Hu pulled Su Dapeng aside, speaking softly. Did you not mention a lack of funds for your company? I have brought a new investment firm specifically for you. Thompson is currently overseeing investments in promising domestic companies, and he is here to invest in the new energy sector. Make sure to seize this opportunity. Thank you. Hu. Rest assured, this launch event will proceed without a hitch. Su Daping expressed his gratitude, touched by Hu's continued support in securing investors. Hu merely smiled, confident in Su Daping's potential. His assistance stemmed not only from friendship, but also from self-interest, as he had initially taken a significant risk in persuading Ali Group to invest when the new energy sector's viability was still uncertain. Now that its potential was clear, he was keen to see Daping Automobile succeed before the anticipated victory arrived. If he could help attract additional investors for Daping Automobile, it would create a larger pie, consequently reducing competition. Su Daping then met with several more individuals, either personal investors or representatives from investment firms, all of whom were pivotal figures to be courted. An hour passed swiftly, and the launch event was on the verge of commencing. After ensuring everyone was seated, Su Daping bid farewell to the crowd and made his way backstage for final preparations. At Shanghai Technology, Zhou Mo and his team were also watching Daping Automobile's livestream. Su Daping stepped onto the stage, signaling the beginning of the event. Why is Daping Automobile dragging this out? Gao Yi grumbled. Sun Jian exchanged amused glances with Lu Su, but remained silent. Upon closer examination, we might find aspects to emulate, Zhou Mo suggested, silencing Gao Yi. The group focused intently on the launch presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our company's launch event. As you are all aware, in recent years, environmental consciousness has taken root in society, and new energy vehicles have emerged as a consensus for the future. Today, we proudly introduce 3 models of the Daping G3. Su Daping proclaimed with fervor from the stage. 3 5-door, 5-seater compact SUVs gracefully emerged from the side, taking center stage. Su Daping commenced his presentation on these vehicles. The trio of models offered various options for range, including 365 miles, 401 miles, and 520 miles. The acceleration time from 0 to 100 km/h was 8.6 seconds, with a real-world measurement of 7.57 seconds for 0 to 100 km/h, and a maximum speed reaching 170 km/h. Mr. Zhou, these 3 vehicles from Daping Auto seem rather unimpressive, don't you think? After listening to Su Daping's introduction, Gao Yi felt they paled in comparison to their Mango automobiles. Sun Jian and Lu Su nodded in agreement, also perceiving them as quite ordinary. The Daping G3 was merely a standard electric vehicle, lacking even an L1-level intelligent driving system. With a maximum range of only 520 miles, who would dare purchase such a car? One would constantly have to search for charging stations. The acceleration time was excessively slow, and the maximum speed was significantly lacking. The Daping G3 is an SUV, while our Mango automobile is a sedan, making any comparison futile. Over the weekend, they still spoke well of Daping Auto, as this vehicle represented some of the best technology currently available on the market. If it weren't for the weekend system, they wouldn't even be able to produce the Daping G3. Thus, there was no need for excessive pride. Chapter 36. Mango Automobile Press Conference Announcement during the live stream. Su Daping began to announce the prices for the 3 Daping G3 models. I believe everyone is eagerly awaiting the prices of these vehicles, so I shall no longer keep you in suspense. Please direct your attention to the big screen. Enjoyment Edition, 278 million yuan. Intelligent Edition, 418 million yuan. Prestige Edition, 578 million yuan. Upon viewing the prices, the audience felt they were somewhat steep. However, fortunately, subsidies for purchasing new energy vehicles considerably alleviate the costs. To express gratitude for everyone's support, we will draw 5 lucky viewers from both the venue and the live stream, each receiving a 5-year usage right for a fully equipped Daping G3. The online car lottery will be conducted through a lucky draw, while the on-site drawing will utilize the seat numbers beneath everyone's chairs. Gao Yi inquired again, Mr. Zhou, isn't this lottery scheme borrowed from us? It seems rather stingy. In Gao Yi's view, 10 vehicles were merely worth over 2 million yuan, and they were only offering usage rights. It was understandable, as Daping Auto, being a startup, likely had limited funds. Producing 10 vehicles was already a considerable sacrifice for them. Moreover, if the vehicle won in a lottery at Dongda, any high price would incur taxes, with amounts exceeding 50,000 yuan subject to a 20 income tax. Zhou Wei understood just how financially constrained these new automotive forces were. Nonetheless, Su Daping was not short on funds. It would be wiser for him to personally invest in this promotion, as 2 million yuan was a trivial amount for him. Mr. Zhou, will we be giving away cars this time? Sun Jin asked. Previously, they had distributed 360 Tulu electric vehicles, but given Mango Automobile's pricing, they would not be able to give away that many this time. Of course we will, Zhou Wei replied with a smile, his tone resolute. We will continue as before and directly hand the cars to the winners. You all should prepare as this press conference is extremely important for us. Upon hearing Zhou Wei's directive, Gao Yi stood up joyfully, exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, our press conference will undoubtedly outshine Dapeng Autos and leave everyone astonished. Lu Su, amused, patted Gao Yi on the shoulder, teasing, Gao Yi, why do you seem even more confident than I, who was involved in the entire development of the Mango Automobile? Gao Yi bashfully replied, that's obviously because our Mango Automobile boasts superior performance, all thanks to your efforts, Lu Gu. Laughter erupted among Zhou Wei and the others, finding Gao Yi's bashfulness endearing. After the on-site lottery concluded, the entire press conference came to an end. Su Dapeng retreated backstage, where, apart from departing media personnel, several acquaintances approached him to offer their congratulations. Mr. Su, this press conference was a resounding success. Mr. Su, when will the electric vehicles be mass-produced? You must send me one. Mr. Su, let us go out for a meal sometime. Haha, thank you all for your support. Su Dapeng felt elated to witness so many people optimistic about his company. At that moment, Hu Xiao, accompanied by Thompson, approached him. Mr. Su, how about we discuss potential investment? Hu Xiao suggested, casting a discreet glance at Su Dapeng. Understanding the implication, Su Dapeng readily agreed. Wonderful. Securing funding will provide the support needed for the mass production of the Dapeng G3. The group moved to a quiet conference room to deliberate. The discussion primarily revolved around whether to pursue financing and, if so, how much to seek. In the conversation, Su Dapeng learned that Thompson's visit was not solely to find promising new energy companies, but also to invest in the broader new energy sector. What does investing in the new energy sector entail? It involves providing capital to multiple new energy companies rather than focusing on a single entity. The advantage of this approach is that, regardless of which company ultimately succeeds, Hongshan capital stands to gain significantly. However, this strategy also entails substantial investments. For other general companies, the investments might indeed be considerable, yet for a firm like Hongshan Capital, it is merely a trifling matter. Notably, among China's new automotive forces, none had previously received investment from Hongshan Capital, which starkly contrasted their aggressive maneuvers within the internet sector. Thompson elucidated some of the reasons for this during their meeting. Initially, global capital was skeptical about this sector. However, following the remarkable stock price surge of a certain company, this market began to attract attention. Consequently, Hongshan Capital established a new fund, and Thompson seized the opportunity to invest in this sector at Dongda. While Su Dapeng absorbed Thompson's extensive insights, many of his uncertainties were resolved. As they grew more amicable, the conversation shifted toward formal discussions about financing. Meanwhile, news of Dapeng Auto's car giveaway from the press conference soared to the top of Douyin's trending list. Did anyone win the lottery? 5 Dapeng G3s, each worth over 200,000 yuan. Really? My goodness, I missed a lot by not refreshing Douyin for just a while. Just 5 cars, it's not a big deal. I take it all in stride. But does anyone know which building is a bit taller? Bro, just keep your spirits up. Even if you watch the press conference, you still might not win any prizes. The odds are just too low. 5 cars have a lower chance than winning the lottery. Your assertion is misguided. While the odds of winning a car may appear low, they are, in fact, higher than winning the lottery. Dapeng Auto seems rather stingy, doesn't it? Initially, Shanghai Technology gave away 360 Tulu electric vehicles. Did you not notice? They're merely offering usage rights. Who knows what will happen in 5 years? Exactly. Dapeng Auto might claim there are issues with the cars in 5 years, and then you'll have to cover repair costs. Really? But I genuinely won. Now I'm hesitant to claim my prize after all this. Keep your spirits up, Dapeng. In 5 years, Dapeng Auto might no longer exist. And then nobody will be around to assist you. Suddenly, someone posted a message in the comments section. Check out the latest video released by Shanghai Technology. They are also hosting a car launch event. As soon as this news was shared, it caught the attention of those watching videos. Is that true? I want to see. Perhaps Shanghai Technology will also give away cars. Is Shanghai Technology that formidable? The Tulu electric vehicle was just released less than 6 months ago. Are they really unveiling a new car so soon? I'm looking forward to Shanghai Technology's new vehicle. The Tulu is too small and not suitable for a man of my stature. At last, Su Dapeng successfully concluded the financing discussions with Thompson. Thank you, Hu Gu. Your assistance has been invaluable to the company this time. During the negotiations, Hu Xiao spoke extensively. It was nothing. Thompson was already inclined to invest in the new energy sector, and among the domestic contenders, only a few are worthy of investment. He merely sought to negotiate a lower price. Hu Xiao spoke the truth. Currently, among the emerging forces, Dapeng Motors indeed leads the way. After bidding farewell to Hu Xiao and Thompson, Su Dapeng prepared to return to the company. Just as he entered the vehicle, his secretary rushed out from the meeting room. Su Zong, Shanghai Technology just announced that they will be holding a car launch event, scheduled for tomorrow evening. What? Su Dapeng swiftly opened the car door and snatched the tablet from his secretary's hands. Chapter 37. Responding to the wind. Reactions from all sides indeed. Shanghai Technology released announcements across various channels, especially on Doushou, where they even shared a short video to inform users. The first thing Su Dapeng watched was the Doushou video. He genuinely had not heard of Shanghai Technology developing new energy vehicles. He recalled that there were no such companies among the new forces, right? He had previously dismissed the Tulu electric vehicle as lacking in technical sophistication and beneath his consideration. It had been less than 6 months since the last Tulu electric vehicle was launched. Shanghai Technology must have been developing it in advance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce it so swiftly. Their company was established in 2014, yet Dapeng G3 only held its launch today, which is December 2017. From the company's inception to the release of their first market-ready vehicle, they took approximately 4 years. Although the Dapeng G3 was unveiled today, actual deliveries might not occur until December of this year. This means the vehicle production timeline is even longer. How long has Shanghai Technology been established? Su Dapeng inquired of his secretary. I believe it was only founded in the past 6 months, though its predecessor was involved in automotive parts. The secretary pondered before responding. Upon hearing this, Su Dapeng smirked slightly. After contemplating, he felt no concern. He believed Shanghai Technology's vehicle would be crude and inferior compared to the results of years of dedicated research from their company. In that case, there is no need for us to be overly concerned. It's getting late. You may head home directly, Su Dapeng concluded, prompting the driver to start the engine and drive away. The secretary opened his mouth, as he had more to say. There were some unfriendly comments about their company online that he initially intended to discuss with Su Dapeng. However, he decided it could wait until tomorrow at work, as it was merely a portion of the comments. Shanghai Technology, 666. How could they develop a new Tulu so quickly? It has only been half a year, and the original Tulu is still quite competitive and hasn't been phased out yet. What new features could the new model possibly have? Many netizens believe Shanghai Technology's new vehicle should be similar to the Tulu. However, some netizens hold differing views. How can you be certain it is the Tulu electric vehicle? Why couldn't it be a sedan or an SUV? I think the difference between Dapeng Motors G3 and the Tulu lies mainly in range and size. It should be relatively straightforward for Shanghai Technology to produce a sedan or SUV. I hope Shanghai Technology will launch a sedan this time. If the price is right, I would definitely purchase one to support them. Will Shanghai Technology be offering cars this time? I will not let this opportunity slip by. I suspect it will be the new Tulu. Those who support this, please queue here. I believe it will be a sedan or SUV. Supporters, line up below. I guess it will be the Tulu. If I guess correctly, I will give each of you a Tulu. Although it may not be much, it is still sincere. Shanghai Technology only announced that a new vehicle would be revealed at the launch event, which would also be streamed online. As for other details, they remain confidential, thus shrouding the event in mystery. Many people unleashed their imaginations, speculating on what vehicle Shanghai Technology was preparing to unveil. Yuelong Group. Wu Long and his team were also observing Shanghai Technology, seeing that Shanghai was set to release a new product while their company had yet to achieve any results. Wu Long felt quite frustrated. However, having recently reprimanded them, he hesitated to exert too much pressure. The company's research and development relied entirely on them. Otherwise, their previous investments would have gone to waste. General Manager Wu, there is nothing noteworthy about Shanghai Technology. The Tulu's technical prowess is rather ordinary, isn't it? We could replicate that. Secretary Liu attempted to console him, aware of some details. Replicate? It's easy to say, but we can't even produce batteries like Shanghai Technology. Moreover, if we use other batteries, what profit could we possibly gain? I refuse to be like other companies that simply chase after money, Wu Long retorted without hesitation, causing Secretary Liu to awkwardly purse his lips. He had previously suggested that Wu Long produce the so-called Old Man Happy, but it was dismissed. Recently, many companies have been imitating Shanghai Technology's Tulu, attempting to create their own version of the Old Man Happy, though their power batteries do not match the range of Shanghai Technology's. By controlling production costs, these companies can still turn a profit. Given the vast domestic market, sales should not be a concern. However, Wu Long looked down on such endeavors. believing that companies profiting from sweat and toil would not thrive for long. Wu Long remained perplexed by Xinghai technology, yet he had not yet given them the attention they deserved. In his eyes, once they acquired Xinghai Technology's power battery technology, Wulong Group could swiftly replace them. At that point, making money would merely be a matter of words. With this in mind, Wu Long instructed, continue to intensify the research and development of power batteries. We must develop the latest power battery. Upon hearing this, Secretary Liu immediately left the office to check on the research progress in the lab. He was beginning to regret advising Wu Long on obtaining the power battery technology from Xinghai Technology. With the company having invested so much capital, he felt apprehensive. If they ultimately failed to develop anything, he was unsure of what to do. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Secretary Liu resigned himself, hoping the lab would expedite the battery development. Jiangzuan Automotive Company. Xiangzong, has Xinghai Technology contacted us regarding this new vehicle launch? Do they not require us for production this time? Xiang Xian glanced at the executives who posed the question, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Xinghai Technology has its own production line. They will handle manufacturing themselves. They may approach us after the launch event. So far, no one knows what Xinghai Technology is truly up to. A high-ranking executive inquired, Xiangzong, should we reach out to Xinghai Technology in advance? If we do not begin production early, what if their new vehicle runs out of stock? This executive seemed particularly concerned about Xinghai Technology, leading one to think he was working for them. They also believed Xinghai Technology's new vehicle would be similar to the Tulu. No need. Since Xinghai Technology has not informed anyone, it indicates they do not wish for others to know, so there is no need to inquire. Xiang Xian understood the reasoning behind this and promptly dismissed the idea. The executives present exchanged glances, slowly settling into their chairs, appearing somewhat dispirited. Xinghai Technology has invited me to their launch. I will return for a visit, and then we will naturally understand everything. Observing their expressions, Xiang Xian shared a crucial piece of information to reassure them. After all, he recognized that manufacturing the Tulu electric vehicle was indeed a significant economic resource for the company. As expected, upon hearing Xiang Xian's words, the executives' expressions brightened. In their view, Xinghai Technology's invitation surely signified a desire to discuss business after the launch event. Thus, the new outsourcing for Xinghai Technology can be entrusted to them. Chapter 38, Mango Automobile Launch Conference. Xinghai Technology. Sun Jian observed the online comments and remarked, Mr. Zhou, the fans are eagerly anticipating our Mango automobile. Gao Yi echoed, indeed, the abundance of fans is beneficial. A mere video can attract a multitude of viewers. The follower count for Xinghai Technology's account had surpassed 55 million, a significant figure on Doushou. The more commotion they stirred, the greater the live stream audience would be, ensuring a successful launch event. Zhou Mo, smiling from the side, suggested everyone rest early, for a challenging day awaited them tomorrow. Preparations were nearly complete, with the entire day ahead for any last-minute matters. After hearing this, Sun Jian and the others left Zhou Mo's office, heading home. Zhou Mo gazed out at the dark night sky, lost in thought. Time swiftly passed, and soon the next day arrived. At 6:50 p.m., with less than 10 minutes until the launch commenced, Zhou Mo was finalizing preparations backstage. At that moment, Sun Jian approached him. Mr. Zhou, apart from Mr. Xiang from Jiangzuan Automobile, no other companies have sent representatives, but numerous media reporters are present. Zhou Mo had anticipated this outcome. Jiangzuan was the only company collaborating with them. Many car companies regarded the Tulu electric vehicle as outdated and unremarkable. However, Zhou Mo was unfazed. Those who chose not to attend would miss future opportunities. As for the media, their presence sufficed for publicity. With that, he proceeded to the stage. Truth be told, Zhou Mo felt somewhat out of his element. Although he had faced larger audiences in live streams, they were merely cameras. This was his first time addressing such a crowd in person. Nevertheless, he had rehearsed the launch process multiple times. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mo stepped onto the stage. Look, Zhou Mo has appeared. Capture several close-up shots. He must be featured in the women's magazine tomorrow. If Zhou Mo weren't the owner of Xinghai Technology, I would consider bringing him into the entertainment industry. The media reporters were invigorated, capturing images with cameras and smartphones, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to stars in the night sky. Zhou Mo understood that the audience was snapping photos. Distinguished guests, greetings. I am Zhou Mo, and I welcome you to the Xinghai Technology Launch Conference. After his introduction, he bowed to the audience. Xiang Xianchu, seated in the front row as arranged by Sun Jian, stared intently at the stage, eager to discern the young man before him. Youthful and handsome was Xiang Xianchu's first impression. He scrutinized Zhou Mo from top to bottom, finding him to be an ordinary individual without any remarkable traits. He could not fathom how this young man managed to establish such a successful company as Xinghai Technology. Others might not grasp how lucrative Xinghai Technology was, but Jiangzuan Automobile, as a subcontractor for Tulu, was acutely aware, without even mentioning the Tulu electric vehicles produced on their own assembly lines. The quantity of Tulu electric vehicles they had subcontracted approached 1 million. Conservatively estimating, Xinghai Technology's sales exceeded 20 billion. As for profits, they surely wouldn't be insignificant. To be honest, Xiang Xianchu and his colleagues envied Xinghai Technology's financial success. Through their subcontracting efforts, they had earned several hundred million in pure profit, more than their company typically made in a year, leaving them quite satisfied. He planned to speak with Zhou Mo after the launch, both to discuss future subcontracting and to explore Jiangzuan Automobile's developmental direction. At that moment, Zhou Mo confidently addressed the audience. I believe prior to the launch, many of you are curious about the product we will unveil tonight. A significant number assume it will be the second generation of the Tulu electric vehicle. Zhou Mo paused deliberately, smiling at the audience before continuing. However, you are mistaken. Tonight, we will introduce our new energy sedan. Upon this revelation, a buzz of incredulous discussion erupted among the crowd. A sedan? I thought it would be the Tulu electric vehicle. What a wasted trip. Although Xinghai Technology has some capability, I cannot believe they have developed a car so swiftly. Having been established for less than 6 months, he doubted they could produce a vehicle in such a short time. He had expected Xinghai Technology to generate significant hype for a larger audience. Applying for permission from his superiors to attend the launch, only to feel disappointed. Did Xinghai Technology not understand that such ambitious leaps could lead to failures? Focusing on the next generation of Tulu and accumulating experience would be a wiser choice. If Xinghai Technology's sedan managed to compete with the Daping G3, he would eat his words. These reporters were more informed than the average person and recognized Xinghai Technology's capabilities. They had closely followed Daping Automobile's journey from inception to the launch of its first mass-produced vehicle, thus understanding the challenges of car manufacturing, making them skeptical of Xinghai Technology. Xiang Xianchu furrowed his brow. Could it truly not be a Tulu series electric vehicle? Meanwhile, many at Xinghai Technology were observing Zhou Mo's speech, including Sun Jian, Lu Su, Gao Yi, and Li Tang. They heard the audience's discussions clearly, contrasting Zhou Mo's possible oblivion to the murmurs. Gao Yi, indignant, remarked, Sun Jian, should we quiet them down? We cannot allow them to speak freely. What are they saying? This is a launch event. They can express whatever they wish, Sun Jian replied, both amused and irritated. Lu Su interjected, Gao Yi, you should remain composed. Do you not have faith in our vehicle? Of course I have faith. It's just that their comments are quite harsh. Gao Yi explained. Sun Jian chuckled and shook his head, recognizing Gao Yi's good intentions. As a recent graduate, he still lacked experience. Zhou Mo remained focused on his presentation. Continuing, next, I invite our Mango Automobile to the stage. After the announcement, he stepped aside. The audience witnessed the lights dimming and the stage engulfed in darkness. Music played, and animations appeared on the large screen behind the stage. The audience gazed upward, captivated by the dazzling visuals created by the harmonious interplay of animation, music, and lighting. Following the meticulously prepared video, 2 Mango automobiles emerged from backstage in a breathtaking manner. Subsequently, the stage lights brightened, revealing the 2 vehicles in all their glory before the audience. Chapter 39. Intelligent Driving, Industry Earthquake. Wow, how cool. Setting aesthetics aside, this vehicle is truly attractive. The aesthetic standards of domestic car companies are abysmally low. Otherwise, their sales wouldn't be so poor. If only they could learn from Xinghai Technology. Looks cannot sustain one. Performance is paramount. Just because it's attractive doesn't make it viable, does it? Many in the audience were drawn in by the spectacular reveal and the sleek design of the 2 Mango electric vehicles. The media reporters raised their cameras, fervently capturing images of the 2 vehicles on stage. The immediate impression, whether from the audience in attendance or those watching online, was one of sheer astonishment. It was the first time a domestic automobile company had crafted such visually stunning and captivating cars. The sleek, streamlined lines, avant-garde front design, fashionable and futuristic body aesthetics, striking logo, and exquisite paintwork all exemplified the extraordinary nature of these automobiles. During the weekend presentation, it was revealed that these 2 vehicles are the latest achievements of Xinghai Technology, named Mango Automobile, or Mango in English. Many might wonder how a company established in such a short time could produce a vehicle of this caliber. I would assert why not, just because others may falter. It does not imply our company will. In our pursuit to expedite the mass production of Mango automobiles, we have compressed our timeline to the utmost limits, enabling us to manufacture these cars within just over 4 months. Rest assured, the quality of our vehicles is undoubtedly assured. All tests have been passed. Or else these 2 cars would not be here. Having shared so much, I wish to pose a question to everyone. What does your ideal electric vehicle resemble? Is it one with a short range, an unattractive appearance, or one that is inconvenient to use? Laughter erupted from the audience, as many held such preconceived notions about electric vehicles. The presenter countered, "What about the reality of electric cars?" With confidence, he proclaimed that our Mango S7 boasts an impressive range of 1,100 miles. I believe this figure surpasses that of most gasoline vehicles when fully fueled. 1,100 miles? If true, I must purchase one for myself. If it indeed has a range of 1,100 miles, daily use would be entirely feasible. The newly released Dapeng G3 has a range that is merely half of what the Mango automobile offers. Doesn't that signify a substantial difference? The audience was taken aback, pondering how the power battery technology could have advanced so significantly. Was it possible that the weekend presenter was the reincarnation of a deity overseeing power batteries? They all understood that the greatest challenge to the widespread adoption of new energy vehicles has been the range issue. If Shanghai Technology's Mango automobile has resolved this dilemma, it could genuinely pave the way for electric vehicles to supplant fuel-powered cars. Moreover, our Mango automobile is equipped with the world's most advanced onboard driver assistance system, Mango. The vehicle features 1 LiDAR, 3 millimeter wave radars, 12 ultrasonic radars, and 11 high-definition cameras. This configuration allows for assisted driving, parking assistance, and, when necessary, even autonomous driving. The audience was astonished. Could this truly be the case? The weekend presenter continued, revealing that our Mango S7's intelligent driving capabilities have already attained level 4, placing our autonomous driving technology at the forefront globally. To bolster their credibility, they presented a video on the screen. A multitude of viewers, both present and online, fixed their eyes on the display, captivated by the notion of autonomous driving, a technology they had only heard about but never witnessed. The video showcased various functionalities, including automatic parking, obstacle detection, lane and traffic signal recognition, and adaptive cruise control, culminating in a demonstration of autonomous driving. The vehicle navigated not just empty highways, but seamlessly maneuvered through city streets. This starkly contrasted with the initial perceptions held by the media reporters. As the video concluded, a palpable silence enveloped the room, reflecting the audience's astonishment. The weekend presenter smiled, satisfied with their reaction, aware that they had been thoroughly impressed. Gradually, the attendees began to engage in animated discussions. "Incredible! This car is astonishing. I must have one," exclaimed some, while others expressed disbelief at the claims of a range of 1,100 miles. The discussions grew fervent, akin to a bustling marketplace. "Finally, a car that can park itself. I need one to alleviate my parking woes," remarked another. The technological prowess of Shanghai Technology's autonomous driving capabilities was evidently unparalleled. Many media reporters, momentarily forgetting their duties, hurriedly typed away, eager to disseminate this groundbreaking news. As the audience engaged in lively discourse, the stark contrast to their initial skepticism was evident. Gao Yi beamed with pride, relishing the surprise that had overcome the once doubting crowd. Then, the weekend presenter unveiled the interior design of the Mango electric vehicle. Without the constraints of a fuel engine, the Mango electric car offered a more spacious interior and ample storage, comfortably accommodating adults in both the front and back seats. The front cabin featured 2 large 10-inch displays, a rarity in many gasoline vehicles, leaving the audience intrigued. The lavish interior, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship, was an undeniable testament to luxury. "This interior is stunning. I must purchase it for its aesthetic appeal alone," exclaimed one attendee. The expansive space was a boon for those seeking roominess. This was the electric vehicle they had envisioned. Continuing with the weekend's introduction, beyond the aforementioned aspects of endurance, intelligent driving, and interior space, the vehicle's power performance is of paramount importance. Could it be that Shanghai Technology has yet to unveil its grand surprise? This thought crossed the minds of everyone present, all eagerly anticipating what Weekend would reveal next. With confidence, Weekend stated, "In terms of power performance, our Mango S7 accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 3.2 seconds, with a top speed reaching 300 km/h. Meanwhile, the Mango S3 also achieves 0 to 100 in merely 6.1 seconds, with a maximum speed of 200 km/h, certainly meeting everyone's daily needs. Is this a sedan? It feels more akin to a sports car." Such formidable performance makes me reconsider my own sports car. My Ferrari and Porsche now seem to lag behind. Indeed, even my Lamborghini must be upgraded. I have decided. Mango automobiles will henceforth be my dream vehicle. Is this the chasm between functional and intelligent machines? My primary concern now lies in the vehicle's price. I suspect it won't be inexpensive. As the press conference approached its conclusion, it was nearly time to reveal the pricing of Mango automobiles. Weekend, with a meaningful gaze cast upon the audience, boomed. What do you think would be the price? The media representatives exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their guesses. Who could possibly predict this? With so much cutting-edge technology embedded in Mango automobiles, it's challenging to find a comparable vehicle to reference. At that moment, someone in the audience shouted, 1999. The crowd fell silent for a moment, before erupting into laughter. Ha! Weekend pointed at the individual on stage and jokingly retorted, you must be here to cause trouble. The audience burst into laughter once more at Weekend's humorous exclamation. Sun Jian and others in the audience joined in the mirth. Lu Su chuckled and teased, it's my first time hearing President Zhou curse. Forget about 1999. If such an electric vehicle truly existed, I would buy as many as I could, Weekend quipped, eliciting chuckles from the audience who understood its impossibility. After the laughter subsided, Weekend resumed his presentation. As I mentioned earlier, we are unveiling two models today, the Mango S7 and the Mango S3. Please refer to the large screen for their prices. Weekend gestured towards the screen behind him. The price range for the Mango S7 is between 689, 981 and 999, 999 yuan, while the Mango S3 is priced between 259, 935 and 599, 999 yuan. The final price will be determined based on the orders placed. Following Weekend's announcement, applause echoed throughout the venue. Although the Mango S7 is somewhat pricey, the configuration and pricing of the Mango S3 remain quite reasonable. This price is unaffordable. For over 200,000 yuan, why not just buy a Highlander instead? Weekend must be out of his mind thinking about money. For a first car to be priced so high, what justifies it? Some reporters in attendance believe the price to be excessive, suggesting it should be under 100,000 yuan for it to be appropriate. Of course, the ideal scenario would be receiving it for free. Why? Simply because the vehicle's configuration is worthy of its price. Can the aesthetics and performance of this car possibly be compared to those of mid-range vehicles? Electric cars save fuel, don't you know? Mango automobiles can save a significant amount on fuel costs, money that could be better spent on delicacies. Those who own cars understand this well. While many can afford to buy a car, not everyone can afford to maintain one. Beyond the purchase price, ongoing fuel and maintenance costs also take a considerable toll. Setting aside the Mango S7, even the Mango S3, with its current configuration, is undoubtedly priced low. If this vehicle's technology wasn't the result of a lucky draw, but rather developed through Weekend's investment, selling at this price initially would mean losing money on each sale. Alongside the media representatives present, many viewers were actively commenting in the live broadcast. The Mango S7 is impressive. The top configuration is reasonably priced. I want to buy one for fun. Hey, wealthy folks upstairs, need any accessories? The S7 is too expensive. The Mango S3 is reasonably priced, and I'm looking to buy a car soon. So I'll go for this one. You all must be wealthy to purchase without hesitation. But the Mango S3 only has a 700 kilometers range, which makes me a bit apprehensive. Then just spend extra on the S7. The 1,100 kilometers range will surely alleviate your worries. Next, Weekend announced exhilarating news for both the audience present and those watching the live stream. Finally, we will select 10 fortunate viewers from the live broadcast to each receive a Mango S7. The media representatives in attendance gasped in astonishment. Shanghai Technology was giving away cars again. Moreover, it was the more expensive Mango S7. However, would it be similar to Dapeng Automobile's offer of a usage right? As doubts lingered, Weekend continued. Rest assured, we will not be offering usage rights. We will be giving away the entire vehicle. Regarding the tax implications, our company will cover that. If we can afford to give away cars, we certainly won't skimp on the tax. Wow, Shanghai Technology is incredibly generous. The value of these 10 cars exceeds 10 million yuan. This clearly highlighted Dapeng Automobile's stinginess. What use is a 5-year usage right? Weekend, undeterred by the audience's reactions, continued. Everyone, please open Douyin, enter the Shanghai Technology live stream, and click on the lucky bag to participate in the lottery. We will distribute these 10 vehicles through 5 lucky bags, giving away 2 Mango S7s each time. Upon hearing Weekend's words, the reporters quickly took out their phones to access Douyin. mistakenly thinking that the drawing would occur live. Weekend's decision to forego a live lottery was primarily to ensure fairness. With only 10 vehicles available, if half were drawn live, there would be little left for online viewers, potentially inviting criticism. Meanwhile, those watching the Shanghai Technology live stream eagerly began dialing friends to join in the lottery. Chapter 41. Another car giveaway, live lottery. Now, this car launch event is drawing to a close. The reporters present were engaged in the lottery, and Weekend felt somewhat awkward standing alone on stage. He decided to step down and approach Sun Jian and the others. President Zhou, the press conference was a resounding success. The impact was remarkable. Sun Jian was the first to speak. Lu Su remarked, "Indeed, tonight must be the most shocking press conference these journalists have ever experienced." President Zhou, their expressions were priceless. Especially when they initially doubted. Once you revealed the real deal, they were utterly dumbfounded. Gao Yi animatedly expressed, clearly in high spirits. At that moment, Xiang Xianchu approached from the front row. Sun Jian, facing him, discreetly alerted Weekend, who had his back turned. "President Zhou, Chairman Xiang is coming over." Weekend raised an eyebrow. He was the only notable attendee from Jiangzuan Automobile Company. Regardless of the reason, Xiang Xianchu's presence was a significant gesture. Weekend adjusted his expression, turning to smile. "Chairman Xiang, I sincerely appreciate your attendance at this press conference." Xiang Xianchu paused, glanced at Sun Jian behind Weekend, who nodded, indicating the reminder. "Not at all, truthfully. It is my honor to attend this Mango automobile launch." Sun Jian was not merely being polite. He genuinely believed this. The Mango automobile launch had profoundly impressed him. As Shanghai Technology had unveiled several world-leading technologies, he felt that after tonight, Shanghai Technology would soar, leaving future weekends far behind. "President Zhou, your quiet yet impactful reveal of so many innovations will surely leave those absent from this event regretting their absence. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to General Manager Xiang for his generous praise. The credit truly belongs to our company's dedicated research personnel. Without their relentless efforts, our firm would not have achieved such remarkable technological advancements." His words resonated deeply with me, filling my heart with joy. While the two of us engaged in conversation, the reporters were not idle. Each draw takes approximately 10 minutes, during which they ascended the platform to admire the Mango automobiles. The platform showcased only 2 vehicles, both in sleek black, exuding an air of sophistication. Customers were required to select their preferred colors when placing orders. Nevertheless, these 2 Mango cars became the centerpiece of attention, as onlookers frequently lifted their phones to capture the moment, having missed clear shots from a distance. Amidst their admiration, they murmured in awe, proclaiming the vehicle's exquisite beauty. Observing them up close allowed one to truly appreciate the allure of the Mango automobiles. Some male reporters reached out to caress the car's body, their expressions reflecting sheer ecstasy. Nearby, spectators were left with goosebumps at the sight. Some impatient reporters, unable to contain their excitement for the lottery, immediately began placing reservations on the Shanghai Technology official website. How extravagant! Fortunately, the reservation channel had opened prior to the conference. A total of 5 rounds of draws were scheduled, each yielding results in about 10 minutes. As the rounds progressed, the number of viewers in the live stream did not diminish but rather swelled. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the exhibit area. "I've won." "What? Someone actually won. Why wasn't he at me?" exclaimed another, overwhelmed by envy. A cacophony of chatter erupted, drawing Zhou Wei's attention. Sun Jian interjected, "General Zhou, it seems someone has won over there." "Won? That's quite the stroke of luck," Zhou Wei replied, shaking his head in disbelief. He had thought that none of the reporters would win. Surprised, he and Sun Jian made their way over, followed by Xiang Xianchu, who had been engaged in conversation with them. "Everyone, please make way. General Zhou is coming through," someone shouted, prompting the reporters to part as they instinctively recognized Zhou Wei's authority and the need to heed Shanghai Technology's directives. The crowd was also curious about Zhou Wei's next move. He surveyed the individuals present, uncertain of who the winner was, and inquired, "Which gentleman has won? Please raise your hand." At that moment, a young man at the front eagerly raised his hand. He appeared to be around 30 years old. "May I ask your name?" "Hello, General Zhou, my name is Zhang Shang." Zhang was visibly elated, his face flushed with excitement. He could hardly believe he had won, especially such a prestigious prize as the Mango S7, valued at over 800,000 yuan. "Please show me your winning information." Zhang extended his hand, offering his phone to Zhou Wei. The phone displayed the live stream, confirming his victory. Zhou Wei glanced at the screen and affirmed, "Indeed, you have won. You're quite fortunate. After the conference concludes, you can drive your car home. However, currently, the only available color is black." Would you prefer the black one? Or wait for a time to select your desired color? The prospect of driving it home today was exhilarating. Shanghai Technology was indeed serious about their offerings. Zhang couldn't believe he was able to drive away with it. Why wasn't he luck on my side? Ah, how fortunate he is. Why didn't I have such luck? The reporters, visibly frustrated, sighed in unison. Witnessing Zhang's win while they remained empty-handed felt akin to a personal tragedy. Zhang, momentarily caught off guard, had not anticipated being able to drive it away immediately. Lost in the joy of winning, he hadn't yet processed the implications. Suddenly struck by a thought, he mustered the courage to ask, General Zhou, may I exchange the car for money? What? Has this young man become overly ambitious? Indeed. To think he would propose such a thing. Surely, General Zhou wouldn't acquiesce to this request. Although the car was valued at over 800,000 yuan, its actual worth would certainly be less. The murmurs of disbelief from the crowd reached Zhou Wei's ears. Why would one refuse the car? Without a compelling reason. Zhou Wei would undoubtedly reject the request. Zhang scratched his head, feeling bashful as he explained, General Zhou, although electric cars save money compared to fuel vehicles, there are still significant expenses involved once I take it home. For instance, maintenance costs, charging fees, insurance, parking fees, and so forth. While these may seem trivial to others, my family cannot bear this financial burden. I already own a vehicle, a Tulu electric car that I bought for my wife, that is sufficient for our needs. Zhang had previously purchased the Tulu electric car as a birthday gift for his wife. The others present, upon hearing Zhang's explanation, began to understand his predicament. They turned to Zhou Wei, eager to see how he would handle the situation. Xiang Xianchu stood by, observing how Zhou Wei would respond. Chapter 42. News spreads. Industry tremor. Zhou Wei was taken aback to realize that Zhang Sheng was not only a devoted partner, but also a customer of their company. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Wei devised a solution and spoke up. I completely understand your situation, and your love story is truly touching. However, even so, I cannot grant your request. Zhou Wei firmly rejected the proposal. What? Zhou Wei is being unreasonable. Indeed, given the circumstances, is this small concession too much to ask? The atmosphere in the room became tense. When they were in agreement with Zhou Wei, they addressed him respectfully, but when they disagreed, they referred to him more casually. Zhang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. This was indeed a conundrum. Zhou Wei continued, you may still take the car home, but you will be driving the Mango S3. As for the price difference between the S7 and S3, I will compensate you. However, this arrangement does not align with our regulations, so you will be responsible for the taxes. How does that sound? Zhang thought he had misheard. And only upon a gentle nudge from those nearby did he comprehend the offer. He calculated in his mind. The price difference between the S7 and S3 was 460,000 yuan. After taxes, he would still receive nearly 300,000 yuan in cash along with a Mango S3, which was quite favorable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang quickly expressed his gratitude. No problem, General Zhou. Thank you very much. I knew it. General Zhou isn't an unreasonable person, someone chimed in. Indeed. This amount is hardly a concern for General Zhou. Zhang had technically violated the rules, so a slight penalty was justified. Zhou Wei, hearing the murmurs, couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was not inclined to listen any longer. He acknowledged that he had not considered whether the winner could afford the upkeep of the vehicle. However, it was not an insurmountable issue. If any winner found themselves unable to maintain the car, they could discuss it further during the redemption process. Zhou Wei instructed Sun Jian to keep an eye on the winner's needs. Time passed swiftly. An hour had gone by. All 10 Mango S7 cars had been distributed. During this time, apart from Zhang Sheng, no other reporters had won, which relieved Zhou Wei. Having one winner among the journalists was already fortunate. If there had been more, it would have raised questions about the fairness of the lottery. That would have been a precarious situation. Once the lottery concluded, the entire conference came to an end. All the reporters exited the venue with heightened enthusiasm, having gathered substantial insights. As for the fortunate winner Zhang Sheng, Gao Yi stepped forward, offering to handle the arrangements. Zhou Wei did not decline, as he and Sun Jian had other matters to attend to, and Gao Yi had a lighter workload at that moment. Gao Yi approached Zhang Sheng, saying, Mr. Zhang, I am Gao Yi from Shanghai Technology. Please follow me to claim your prize. Zhang Sheng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Meanwhile, after the conclusion of the press conference, discussions surrounding Mango Automobile began to intensify. Keywords such as autonomous driving, 1100m range, and exquisite design quickly ascended the trending lists across various platforms. Concurrently, news about Mango Automobile gained momentum. Shanghai Technology launched a comprehensive advertising campaign, encompassing television, online, and offline promotions, ensuring that Mango Automobile would be a household name by the weekend. Not only were netizens buzzing online, but major media outlets, ranging from financial to automotive and beyond, joined the fray. They crafted sensational headlines, claiming shocking revelations from the press conference. Astonishing. Secrets hidden in Shanghai Technology's press event. Unbelievable. The performance of Mango Automobile exceeds all expectations. Shocking. This vehicle is valued at $1 million. Stunned. A foul-mouthed eruption at the press conference. Naturally, many reputable media outlets reported on the event, highlighting Shanghai Technology's numerous world-first achievements and questioning why Mango Automobile's performance was so far ahead of its competitors. As offline reporters shared photos and videos of Mango Automobile on social media, these were swiftly disseminated across forums, websites, Weibo, and short video platforms, igniting a frenzy among online spectators. Goodness, I never imagined a car could be this spectacular. This is not merely a vehicle, it's a work of art. I am truly moved by Shanghai Technology's design prowess. It seemed that yet another luxury toy had entered the lives of the affluent. Due to the overwhelming excitement, even internet celebrities like Song stepped forward to join the buzz, posting screenshots of their successful orders of the Mango S7 from Shanghai Technology's official website. 4 cars, no less. Crying. Even Song couldn't resist the allure of Mango Automobile. Is this the life of the wealthy? Buying a Mango car is as casual as purchasing mangoes. Some fortunate winners even shared images of their winning tickets online, intensifying the envy of those who had not won. Jealousy makes me feel fragmented, one might lament. Oh, Shanghai Technology, with such wealth, why not share a bit more? Last time, the number 360 was quite generous. Could it be that, even with greater generosity, they would remain excluded? I shall compete with you fortunate individuals. Yuelong Group had been closely monitoring the developments at Shanghai Technology for some time. However, they had missed the live stream of the press conference the previous night. In the eyes of Wu Long and his colleagues, Shanghai Technology's capabilities were unimpressive, and they expected the automobile launch to be mediocre. Considering the brief span of 4 months, they presumed it was merely an upgraded version of the second-generation Tulu. Although they found themselves puzzled by the rapid emergence of a second-generation product, it didn't particularly concern them. Just as Wu Long reclined in his bedroom, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Secretary Lu calling. Why is he calling at this hour? He clearly lacks decorum, Wu Long thought, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with Secretary Lu's recent performance. However, realizing it was unusual for him to call at such a late hour, he decided to answer. Hello, President Wu. It's bad news. Shanghai Technology has launched a new energy vehicle. Please check the news. What? Speak clearly, Wu Long replied, struggling to comprehend the rapid delivery of information. President Wu, the situation is as follows. After listening to Secretary Lu's explanation, Wu Long finally grasped what had transpired. A seismic shift had occurred in the automotive industry. When had Shanghai Technology become so formidable? Wu Long could not fathom it. However, upon hearing that Mango Automobile boasted a range of 1100 m, he involuntarily experienced a jolt of surprise. Only 1100 m? Does that mean Shanghai Technology has not achieved success? He recalled the documents received from Shanghai Technology, which indicated that their power battery's range exceeded 2000 m. Initially skeptical about the existence of such a long-range battery, he felt a surge of excitement and, influenced by Secretary Lu and the researchers, decided to invest heavily in development. Yet, as he pondered, he realized that despite his doubts, he could not afford to halt progress. Having already committed significant resources, he had intended to abandon the project if results did not materialize soon. However, upon learning that Mango Automobile indeed had a range of 1100 m, he shifted his perspective. Wu Long resolved to increase R&D investments upon returning to the company the next day. He was prepared to devote himself to the development of power batteries. That night would prove to be a sleepless one for him. Chapter 43. A tremendous response, shocking both home and abroad. Hello, my dear. On the way to claim his prize with Gao Yi, Zhang Sheng received a call from his wife. He suspected she had seen his winning news while browsing Douyin, prompting her to call for confirmation. As he anticipated, his wife's voice came through the phone. Honey, I just watched a live stream, and there was someone who looked just like you, who also won a prize. That person wouldn't be you, would it? Zhang Sheng could clearly hear his wife's anxious breaths, indicating her nervousness. She must have called specifically to verify the news. Yes, dear, that winner is indeed me. Zhang Sheng was momentarily startled by his wife's exclamation, quickly holding the phone away from his ear. Once the noise subsided, he gently brought the phone back, speaking patiently. Honey, please don't get too excited. I'm currently at the prize claim office. We'll discuss everything when I return. All right, love you. Please be safe on your way back. After the call ended, Zhang Sheng shook his head in exasperation. Gao Yi, who had been listening to Zhang Sheng's conversation, remarked, Mr. Zhang, you and your wife must not have been married long, right? Zhang Sheng looked up, slightly embarrassed, and replied, Mr. Gao, you flatter me. We've actually been married for several years. I couldn't tell. I thought you were newlyweds. Gao Yi, although not entirely understanding, had heard that many things change after marriage. Zhang Sheng smiled shyly. Without further ado, Gao Yi proceeded to assist Zhang Sheng with the necessary paperwork. The cash would be directly transferred to Zhang Sheng's bank account, while the vehicle would depend on his preferences. Mr. Zhang, we currently have the Mango S3 series only available in black, but it is fully loaded. If you prefer a different color, you will need to wait a while. Gao Yi observed Zhang Sheng's choice. Without hesitation, Zhang Sheng opted for the black. Soon, Gao Yi facilitated all the necessary procedures, allowing Zhang Sheng to drive the car away. The vehicle was fully charged, enabling Zhang Sheng to return home comfortably. As Gao Yi watched Zhang Sheng drive off, he thought to himself that the combination of the car and 300,000 yuan in cash should significantly transform Zhang Sheng's family's life. The next day, at Daping Automobile Company, Su Daping glared at the assembled executives, his voice raised in anger. What on earth is going on? Why am I only hearing about such an important matter now? This morning, he had woken up to an avalanche of news about Mango Automobile. Whether it was autonomous driving or the 1100M range, these were heights unattainable by Daping Automobile. Fortunately, it seemed that only Shanghai Technology possessed such technological prowess. Although Daping Automobile was not the most advanced, it remained in the top tier. The executives present exchanged exasperated glances. What purpose does it serve to speak with you, Mr. Su? Everyone was concerned about the late hour and feared it might disturb your rest, which is why we decided to inform you, the secretary explained. Is this a trivial matter? This is a critical issue that pertains to the very survival of our company. Shouldn't you have reported it promptly? This time, the executives lowered their heads in silence, and the secretary ceased to speak. The gap between them and Shanghai Technology was insurmountable, and it seemed unlikely they could catch up in a short time. After a moment, Su Daping composed himself. Anger would not resolve anything. The immediate priority was to address the issue at hand. Su Daping sat down and inquired, do you have any viable solutions? Mr. Su, I believe the most effective course of action at this moment is to reduce our prices, one executive suggested. Indeed, if we lower our prices slightly, there remains a market for us. Shanghai Technology's vehicles are still somewhat overpriced for the average consumer. Upon hearing this, Su Daping furrowed his brow. Lowering prices? It sounds simple, yet raising them again would be quite the challenge. Do you have any other suggestions? The executives shook their heads. Unable to compete on technology, they had no choice but to engage in a price war. Su Daping sighed and said, very well. Let us announce a slight reduction on our official website. The government still offers subsidies, so we don't need to lower the prices too drastically. After subsidies, our prices will be below 200,000. If we reduce them too much, we won't make any profit. The executives exchanged glances, acknowledging that this was the only feasible approach for now. Moreover, we must intensify our research and development in autonomous driving technology and make this news public, so everyone is aware. Although Daping Motors currently lags behind in technology, the tech industry operates on the principle that once one company achieves a breakthrough, others can follow in its footsteps to quickly update their technology. While the final results may still fall short compared to Shanghai Technology, at least we would address the fundamental issue. Mr. Su, that is an excellent idea. I believe all companies will soon invest in autonomous driving research and development. Some executives flattered Su Daping. They knew it was mere flattery, yet it still brought them joy. News of Shanghai Technology inevitably reached overseas, prompting incredulity among many international netizens. How is this possible? A major Eastern university enterprise has achieved a breakthrough in the electric vehicle sector, autonomous driving, with a range of 1,100 meters. This must be the ultimate electric vehicle. This is the electric car of my dreams. Where can we place an order? Oh my goodness. What kind of company is Shanghai Technology? I've never heard of it before. Why hasn't TR America made any breakthroughs in this area? What are those politicians doing? We don't need 11 aircraft carriers. We just want the dignity of the common citizen. Our nation should seriously reflect on why we lag behind. Indeed, wherever one goes, there is no shortage of reflections. International media reported back to the domestic audience, dramatically boosting the pride of the Eastern University community. Many netizens believe that in the burgeoning heavy industry of electric vehicles, Mango Motors had single-handedly carved out a new territory. With Shanghai Technology's autonomous driving and advanced battery technology, Mango Motors stood as an invincible entity, poised to reshape the global automotive landscape and truly overtake foreign automotive brands. As various factors converged, the popularity of Mango Motors surged. More and more people learned about Shanghai technology and Mango Motors through the internet. Chapter 44. Pre-sales set records. Shocking the magnates in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, the most economically powerful city in the Eastern University area. An official named Tang was engaged in discussions concerning the establishment of a factory by Tesla in Magic City. Since 2016, Ma Kaiyuan had been fervently negotiating with Magic City in hopes of investing in a domestic factory. However, after 2 years of negotiations, a critical issue remained unresolved. The Eastern University imposed restrictions on foreign investment in domestic automotive enterprises, capping foreign ownership at 50%. Perhaps due to previous setbacks in this area, Ma Kaiyuan was unwilling to relinquish control. Both parties were at an impasse. Just as the situation seemed destined to collapse, and Ma Kaiyuan prepared to withdraw, officials from Magic City received news from the capital. By early 2018, the Eastern University would introduce policies aimed at further opening up, including the removal of restrictions on foreign ownership in automotive enterprises. Upon receiving this information, Magic City immediately began preparations. Additionally, after the Eastern University rolled out its new energy subsidy policy, numerous companies had exploited these subsidies, prompting the capital to take notice. Thus, the Eastern University devised a plan to invite Tesla into the fold. The officials were now focused on preparing for Tesla's entrance into the Eastern University region. Tang Zheng, the official responsible for economic affairs in Magic City, was highly influential in the area. He received a message on his phone and perused its contents. When did domestic technology enterprises become so formidable? Is this information credible? Tang's expression turned serious as he regarded his secretary. Understanding the gravity of this matter for the Eastern University's strategy, this was no trivial affair. The information is authentic. There is absolutely no doubt, the secretary replied firmly. Tang glanced at the others still engaged in discussion and declared, "Let us cease our deliberations. We have a new objective. Take a look at this." He handed his phone to them, contemplating how to facilitate Shanghai Technology's investment in a factory in Magic City. Since the press conference, the popularity of Mango Motors had remained consistently high. Accompanying the surge in public sentiment around Mango Motors, their sales figures soared. Within 4 minutes of opening sales, orders exceeded 20,000 in 7 minutes. They surpassed 30,000, and within 27 minutes, they broke the 80,000 mark. By 7 p.m. the following evening, the total number of pre-orders officially exceeded 180,000, a truly remarkable figure. This number is astonishing at any time. What was most incredible was that over 130,000 of these orders were for the Mango S7. Initially, Zhou felt incredulous, but upon further reflection, the reasoning became clear. Typically, households purchasing electric vehicles already owned gasoline cars. Such families were not short on funds, and thus, they tended to opt for high-end configurations. At the onset of pre-sales, Zhou's target was to achieve over 100,000 orders within 24 hours, which he thought was ambitious. He was utterly taken aback by the outcome, which filled him with immense surprise. The results of the 24-hour order tally bolstered Zhou's confidence in Mango Motors sales for the year. "Mr. Zhou, the pre-sale results are impressive, but we currently have a significant shortfall in vehicle production. Our factory's output is simply insufficient," Sun Jian interjected. Originally, Shanghai Technology had its own factory. However, after Mango Motors began production, the assembly lines for the previous Tulu electric vehicles were dismantled to establish production lines for Mango Motors. Production of the Tulu electric vehicles was entirely handed over to Jiangxuan Automotive Company. Presently, their factory's production line required a minimum of 2 minutes to manufacture each vehicle. Operating around the clock, they could only produce 720 Mango Motors daily. To fulfill 180,000 orders would take at least 250 days, not accounting for any subsequent orders. Zhou rested his forehead in his hand, recognizing the predicament. "Should we seek a contract manufacturer?" Zhou shook his head. "No. Mango Motors is not the same as Tulu. We must construct our own factory. Furthermore, we currently possess ample funds and can certainly establish our own factory. We can complete the construction within a year if we allocate additional resources." Sun Jian nodded. For the time being, a slower delivery from their company's production capacity was acceptable. Once the factory was completed, they could deliver in bulk. As the two discussed potential locations for the factory, Gao Yi suddenly rushed in. "Mr. Zhou, we just received a call from the Magic City, requesting to visit our company and meet you." Zhou Mo glanced at Sun Jian, confusion evident in his gaze. Sun Jian shook his head. Did they mention who is coming? They only mentioned the name, Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng. Zhou Mo had not heard of this name and could not recall any company owner by that name. Sun Jian suddenly realized he had heard of this individual. Isn't he the governor of the Magic City? Mr. Zhou, I've heard of him. He is. After Sun Jian's introduction, Zhou Mo nodded, understanding the significance of Tang Zheng's visit. Did they say when they would arrive at our company? Gao Yi blurted out, tomorrow morning, they will arrive early. So soon. And that early? What could be the reason? Zhou Mo shrugged. Never mind. We'll handle whatever comes our way. The next morning, Zhou Mo, along with Sun Jian and several high-level executives, awaited at the entrance. With the growth of Shanghai technology, their staffing became more comprehensive and standardized. Zhou Mo, as the chairman, primarily formulated development strategies, while Sun Jian, as the general manager, oversaw daily operations. Various departments such as finance, human resources, auditing, and research and development followed Sun Jian closely. Given the high status of the visitors, they naturally had to show due respect. They did not wait long before a coaster bus, flanked by several artists, approached. Zhou Mo surmised that the distinguished guest, Tang Zheng, must be inside. The vehicles arrived and halted at the company entrance. As the coaster's door opened, several individuals emerged. Zhou Mo immediately recognized Tang Zheng, a man in his 40s with black hair and a healthy complexion, exuding vitality. He wore black-rimmed glasses and bore a warm, benevolent smile, instantly creating a sense of familiarity. Having researched Tang Zheng online after Sun Jian's introduction, Zhou Mo had a vague impression of him. As Tang Zheng approached, Zhou Mo stepped forward. Governor Tang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to our company. You must be Zhou Mo, right? You look quite youthful. Tang Zheng had already been briefed about Shanghai technology, and Zhou Mo's reputation preceded him. Indeed, seeing you in person is more impactful than hearing about you. I underestimated your youthfulness. Zhou Mo perceived Tang Zheng's high status, but held no intention of flattering him. Nevertheless, given Shanghai Technology's current limited strength, it was prudent to avoid offending him. Subsequently, Zhou Mo led Tang Zheng and his entourage on a tour of the company and the Mango automobile production line. Zhou Mo, would you be interested in establishing a mango super factory in the Magic City? Tang Zheng inquired suddenly during the tour. Zhou Mo was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Tang Zheng's visit was specifically to discuss the establishment of a super factory in the Magic City. He recalled that in his previous life, the production line of Tulu was indeed established in the Magic City. How had the situation changed this time? Was it due to his influence? The others present had also overheard Tang Zheng's proposition, and all eyes shifted to Zhou Mo, awaiting his response. Sun Jian and the others were elated. After all, this was an invitation from the governor of the Magic City. Establishing a factory there was certainly feasible, given the well-developed infrastructure surrounding the area. Tang Zheng's associates looked expectantly at Zhou Mo as well. After visiting Shanghai Technology, they had gained a certain understanding of the company, and if they could persuade them to establish a factory, their objectives would be met. Zhou Mo contemplated, remaining silent for a moment. He realized that remaining mute would not be wise, yet he hesitated to give a direct affirmation. Governor Tang, how about we first explore the Mango automobile? We can experience the autonomous driving technology together, shall we? Demonstrating their technological prowess would be the best way to impress Tang Zheng, making it easier to negotiate terms thereafter. Tang Zheng smiled at Zhou Mo, nodding in agreement. Sounds good. I've only seen videos so far, and I am eager to experience the autonomous driving firsthand. At the Jiangxing City Government Building, Zhong Zhengwo arrived at the office early. Just as he settled in to work, his secretary entered. Governor Zhong, we just received news that Governor Tang Zheng from the Magic City is visiting Jiangxing. As Tang Zheng, a high-ranking official, was in another city, it was customary for him to notify the local authorities. Zhong Zhengwo pondered the purpose of Tang Zheng's visit. Is there any significant event occurring in Jiangxing? He asked, looking up at his secretary. None. The secretary shook his head, then suddenly recalled, if there is anything significant, it must be the launch event for Shanghai Technology. The secretary had previously mentioned this to Zhong Zhengwo, who was already aware. Zhong Zhengwo nodded slightly, questioning what Tang Zheng's real purpose for visiting Jiangxing could be. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Tang Zheng is here to poach Shanghai Technology? Otherwise, there would be little reason for such a personal visit. This Tang Zheng is quite the opportunist. Zhong Zhengwo immediately stood up. Prepare the vehicle, we are going to Shanghai Technology. Without looking back, he left the office, hoping there was still time. Meanwhile, the secretary, bewildered, hurriedly followed, dialing the driver as they went. Governor Tang, this vehicle before you is our Mango S7. With a range of 1,100 kilometers, equipped with an L4 level autonomous driving system, Zhou Mo explained as they arrived at the testing site. Tang Zheng gazed at the sleek mango automobile, undeniably captivated. This was indeed the model he had seen in videos. In his youth, he would have surely fallen in love with such a car. May I give it a try? Tang Zheng asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Of course. The purpose is to showcase the allure of technology. If you don't experience it personally, it would be a missed opportunity. Tang Zheng immediately declared. I'll take the driver's seat. You sit in the passenger seat and guide me. Zhou Mo readily complied, opening the door for Tang Zheng. Once he settled in, Zhou Mo took his place in the passenger seat, allowing Tang Zheng's secretary to join him in the back. Electric vehicles differ from gasoline ones, having only an accelerator and a brake pedal. Press here to start the vehicle with one touch. Zhou Mo indicated a circular button. Tang Zheng pressed it, and the car roared to life, illuminating the screens ahead. The start mechanism resembles that of a sports car, Tang Zheng noted. Pressing the accelerator, the car surged onto the road. Being an experienced driver, Tang Zheng quickly mastered the accelerator's sensitivity, stabilizing the vehicle. This car has quite the power, he exclaimed with delight. The acceleration of electric vehicles surpasses that of gasoline cars significantly, which is one of their advantages. Tang Zheng nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that many people opted for electric vehicles. Driving one felt akin to operating a sports car, providing an exceptional experience with robust power, all at a considerably lower price. Once Tang Zheng became somewhat accustomed, the weekend began to introduce the autonomous driving system. This piqued Tang Zheng's interest, as his primary motivation was to experience it. Mr. Zhou, is the autonomous driving feature safe? Tang Zheng's secretary suddenly interjected from the back. Shaoli, refrain from making rash comments. Tang Zheng chided with a serious expression. It's all right, Secretary Li. Since you asked, I shall clarify, Zhou replied. Level 4 autonomous driving is defined as highly automated, allowing the vehicle to independently complete driving tasks under specific conditions without human intervention. In some scenarios, it can operate more scientifically and perfectly than a human driver. Our testing area is relatively straightforward, and there should be no issues. It was specifically designed for testing purposes. Although some aspects may pose challenges, there are no other vehicles to interfere, minimizing potential problems. After hearing this, Secretary Li fell silent. The weekend also found himself in the vehicle. There should be no problems. Mr. Tang, on this screen, there is an autonomous driving button. Once clicked, the vehicle will navigate from the starting point to the destination as programmed. Tang Zheng followed Zhou's instructions, setting the starting and ending points before clicking the autonomous driving button on the screen. The mango car indeed began to move, with the steering wheel requiring no input from Tang Zheng. He found the unfolding scene quite novel and exceedingly interesting. Secretary Li leaned forward from the back, stretching his neck to glimpse the situation in the front cabin. Observing the expressions of the two, Zhou mused that they had merely scratched the surface. This was only in a testing area, devoid of other vehicles, presenting no real challenge. The effect would be far more impressive on the road, with a stronger visual impact. Before long, the mango car arrived at its destination as programmed. With the windows closed, those outside were unaware of the specifics inside. Others from the metropolis assumed Tang Zheng was merely testing the vehicle. Subsequently, Zhou allowed Tang Zheng to experience the automatic parking feature. Once again, Tang Zheng was taken aback. This vehicle was truly fascinating and exceptionally convenient. Through this test drive, he recognized that Shanghai Technology was a company of considerable strength, further solidifying his determination to establish a factory for Shanghai Technology in the metropolis. Chapter 46. The arrival of the second big shot. Zhou, your company possesses impressive technical prowess. What are your thoughts on the prospect of establishing a factory in the metropolis? Feel free to express any requirements. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's words, Zhou felt a sense of elation. He had been anticipating this inquiry. However, before Zhou could respond, a voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. Old Tang, it's rare for you to visit. Why didn't you come by my place for a drink first? This feels rather inconsiderate. Zhou and the others turned to see the front desk leading two men into the room. One appeared older, likely in his 50s, while the other was younger, probably in his 30s. It was evident that the older man was the leader. Zhou was unfamiliar with the newcomers, but since they referred to Tang Zheng as Old Tang, he must also hold a significant position. Noticing Zhong Zhangwo's arrival, Tang Zheng smiled dimmed slightly. He thought to himself, what brings him here? He must be attempting to gain a time advantage to negotiate the agreement with Shanghai Technology. However, given that they were on someone else's turf, he needed to consider the broader implications. Thus, he approached Zhong Zhangwo with warmth, extending his hand. Old Zhong, I intended to visit your office shortly. What brings you here in person? Zhong Zhangwo internally scoffed, thinking, why wouldn't I come? Shanghai Technology is in Jiangcheng. This is my domain, after all. It's only natural for me to accompany you. He added, you've made quite the surprise appearance. If it weren't for your higher rank, I would have scolded you outright. Shanghai Technology is a key enterprise in Jiangxing. Naturally, I must be here to assist during your visit. At that moment, Sun Jian approached Zhou and whispered, this is our Jiangxing's official. He hasn't visited before, so I'm unsure why he is here now. The front desk had already briefed Sun Jian on the situation. Zhong Jiangwo had come to Shanghai Technology specifically to see Zhou. Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, Zhou quickly grasped the situation. Initially, he had only intended to make a minor inquiry, but unexpectedly, this led to a significant opportunity. He understood the principle of when the crane and clam vie, the fisherman benefits. Aware of Zhong Jiangwo's identity, Zhou approached. At this point, Zhong Jiangwo and Tang Zheng were engaged in conversation, their words laden with an invisible tension. Director Zhong, hello. I am Zhou Mo, truly a young hero. Establishing Shanghai Technology in such a short time is remarkable. Zhong Jiangwo nodded in acknowledgement before praising Zhou. You flatter me, Director Zhong. Perhaps we should find a conference room to discuss matters. This is not the ideal setting for a conversation. Both Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo understood the nature of the ensuing discussion, and naturally, Zhou was aware as well. Indeed, I come bearing great sincerity. Tang Zheng smiled as he spoke first. He was determined to secure this deal. However, Zhong Jiangwo remained silent, still unclear about Tang Zheng's intentions. Currently, he only harbored personal conjectures. If Tang Zheng truly intended to transfer Shanghai Technology to the metropolis, he would absolutely oppose it. The group proceeded to a conference room, where Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo sat facing each other, with Zhou and Sun Jian seated in between. As soon as they settled, Tang Zheng spoke first. Zhou Mo, as I mentioned earlier, feel free to state any conditions. As long as it facilitates the establishment of a factory in the metropolis, we can discuss it. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, Zhong Jiangwo finally understood that the goal was to move Shanghai Technology to the metropolis. However, Shanghai Technology only had a small factory in Jiangxing. If a new factory were to be built, it should be in Jiangxing, not the metropolis. Clearing his throat, he remarked, well, Zhou Mo, since you are a company based in Jiangxing, we will certainly support you. Please articulate any requests you may have. Zhong Jiangwo deliberately cleared his throat to draw their attention before stating his conditions. Zhou noticed both men looking at him, awaiting his response. Yet he felt hesitant to propose demands directly. It would be ideal if the two were to compete against each other. If he articulated a low demand, he would be at a disadvantage. If he aimed too high, he risked offending someone. Director Tang, Director Zhong, I believe it would be fairer for you both to present your conditions first. I can then choose between them. Zhou clearly articulated his criteria, indicating he would select the most favorable option. Of course, he held no bias regarding whether the factory would be established in the metropolis or Jiangxing. Either location would suffice. Both the metropolis and Jiangxing had solid foundations, with minimal disparity. Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo considered Zhou's words, thinking him quite shrewd. He was pleasing both sides while seeking the best conditions for himself. This put Zhong Jiangwo in a difficult position. He had not prepared in advance. He initially assumed Tang Zheng aimed to lure the company away and hadn't allocated time for extensive preparation. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had come prepared, promptly retrieving pre-prepared conditions from his secretary. These conditions were initially meant for another party. Now that there were superior domestic electric vehicle companies, they could also be offered to Shanghai Technology. Zhou Mo, here are the conditions we are proposing. Take a look. Tang Zheng casually handed over the documents, and Zhou naturally accepted them, beginning to peruse their contents. During the weekend, as I perused the materials, Sun Jian and his companions gathered around. Tang Zheng's proposals primarily encompassed 4 key aspects: land, loans, taxation, and subsidies. Firstly, regarding land, at a market price of approximately 9.8 billion renminbi, Shanghai Technology could acquire 860,000 square meters for factory construction, with a land use period of 50 years. Secondly, in terms of loans, a staggering total of 18.5 billion renminbi would be offered at an interest rate of 3.9, alongside a guarantee of up to 9 billion renminbi through a secured loan agreement, and an additional 22.5 billion renminbi in unsecured revolving credit. As for taxation, the corporate income tax rate for the factory in Modu would be set at 15 from 2018 to 2023, reverting to 25 in 2024. Finally, regarding subsidies, approximately 600 million renminbi would be allocated, encompassing both cash and other forms of aid. The conditions offered to Shanghai Technology were indeed generous, yet they came with stipulations. Primarily, the taxes from the Modu factory must remain local. Furthermore, starting in 2023, Shanghai Technology's superfactory would be required to pay no less than 22.3 billion renminbi in taxes annually to Modu, failing which they would need to return the land or compensate for the land price. Additionally, there was an obligation to invest 148 billion renminbi in capital expenditures within the next 5 years, including an additional 7 billion renminbi dedicated to constructing a super energy storage facility. As I examined these conditions over the weekend, they felt eerily familiar. Were these not the very terms offered to Taninla in my previous life? Now, with the might of Shanghai Technology revealed to Modu, had these conditions been bestowed upon me? Was I perhaps preempting Ma Kaiyuan? I wondered how he would react upon learning this. Sun Jian and his companions observed the terms presented by Tang Zheng, their joy growing with each glance, unable to suppress their smiles. Tang Zheng, witnessing their delight, felt a swell of pride and assurance. In contrast, Zhong Jiangwo began to feel anxious, realizing that Tang Zheng had come well prepared. Time was not on their side, and there was no opportunity for counter-preparation. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhong Jiangwo, a clever means to buy some time. He interjected, "Weekend, regardless of what Modu offers, we can extend the same conditions." He cast a challenging glance at Tang Zheng, asserting that the two of them had identical terms, curious to see how I would choose. I looked up at Zhong Jiangwo, incredulous. "Really? If that's the case, what choice is left?" "Director Zhong, are you serious?" I asked. "Of course, I am," he replied, glancing at Tang Zheng. "Director Tang is here as a witness. I would not deceive you." At that moment, Tang Zheng's expression soured, having not anticipated this tactic from Zhong Jiangwo. Nevertheless, he cautioned, "Old Zhong, are you truly prepared to adhere to the terms I proposed?" Zhong Jiangwo was taken aback, incredulous at the implication. "I don't need to scrutinize your terms. Just inquire if I can present the same conditions you offered to Shanghai Technology." He slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. Tang Zheng pondered briefly and nodded. "Conceding, you certainly could. Then that settles it," Zhong Jiangwo declared, turning away. I found their banter amusing. Evidently, these two had crossed paths before. "Director Tang, can you present even better conditions?" I inquired with a serious countenance. "This is the best we can offer. If you choose Jiangsheng, I have no objections. However, I must reiterate that Modu holds advantages that surpass those of Jiangsheng." Tang Zheng seemed uncertain of my decision, emphasizing Modu's merits in hopes I would favor their city. "Weekend. Remember, you grew up in Jiangsheng," Zhong Jiangwo added, attempting to appeal to sentiment. I chuckled and shook my head. Ordinarily, this would indeed pose a dilemma for me. However, my ambitions soared high this time. As the saying goes, children make choices, while adults take it all. With that, I glanced at both men, who were fixated on me as if their willpower alone could sway my decision. Though Tang Zheng maintained a calm facade, a flicker of anxiety crossed his features. It had been long since he felt his heart race. He regretted not negotiating the terms with me sooner. Zhong Jiangwo held his breath, waiting for my announcement. Shanghai Technology had long been rooted in Jiangsheng, and he had previously overlooked its significance. This time, he feared Tang Zheng might seize the opportunity. Sun Jian and his peers were also eager for my decision, curious about which city I would ultimately select, as they were unaware of my thoughts. I did not keep them waiting long, declaring, "I accept both of your proposals. I will establish a mango super factory in both Modu and Jiangsheng." This was the result of my careful consideration. The mango super factory in Jiangsheng would cater to the domestic market, while the Modu factory would target international markets, propelling mango motors onto the global stage. Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo exchanged incredulous glances, turning to me in disbelief. They had never anticipated my choice. Tang Zheng, exerting calm authority, remarked, "Weekend, you need not feel pressured. Even if you do not select Jiangsheng, I believe Director Zhong would not be angered." Zhong Jiangwo, aghast, thought, "What does that even mean?" Just as he prepared to retort, I continued, "Ha, gentlemen, I am entirely serious. I hold great confidence in our mango motors, and I aspire for both factories to achieve an annual production capacity of 1 million units." Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo were taken aback. A single super factory producing 1 million units? That amounts to 2 million across both. They exclaimed, "Can we actually sell that many?" "Certainly. The initial demand may not require such a volume, but a capacity of 500,000 units is essential. To be candid, we currently have nearly 200,000 orders for mango motors," I revealed. 200,000? You must be jesting." Zhong Jiangwo gasped. "This is no jest. If it is indeed 200,000, coupled with the pricing of mango motors, the sales figures will be substantial." Tang Zheng nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at me. I took the tablet from Sun Jian, placing it before both officials. Zhong Jiangwo eagerly reached for it, while Tang Zheng stepped closer. The tablet displayed the recent order data for Mango Motors, 198, 654. The glaring figures stood before them, and it continued to rise, leaving them with no choice but to believe. Tang Zheng returned to his seat, rendered speechless. Zhong Jiangwo sank heavily into his chair, suddenly recalling something. Old Tang, let me see the terms you just offered weekend. He extended his hand toward Tang Zheng. With a resigned shake of his head, Tang Zheng complied. After reviewing the terms, Zhong Jiangwo marveled. Old Tang, you truly have invested heavily. These terms are exceedingly generous. What? Regretful? If you are. It is not too late for both Mango super factories to be built in Modu, Tang Zheng teased. What nonsense. Regret? I have never regretted anything in my life. Zhong Jiangwo scoffed, turning away. Seeing Tang Zheng's conditions ignited a sudden realization in Zhong Jiangwo. Fortuitously, he had previously claimed to match Tang Zheng's proposal, and now Weekend had seamlessly opted for 2 super factories. If they were truly allowed to return and renegotiate the conditions for Star Sea technology, the terms offered would undoubtedly be far less favorable. Consequently, Jiangxing might very well miss out on Star Sea technology, unaware of its remarkable potential. Zhong Jiangwo glanced at Zhou Mo, a young and handsome man, successful in his career and remarkably composed in their presence, able to converse with ease. The more Zhong Jiangwo observed him, the more he found himself impressed, eventually inquiring, Ahem, Zhou Mo, do you have a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to my granddaughter? Zhou Mo's eyes widened in surprise. What is going on? Are you trying to set me up? Tang Zheng, noticing the audacity of the suggestion, interjected. Your granddaughter is only 13 years old. What are you thinking? Zhong Jiangwo retorted. As the saying goes, height is not a barrier, and age is not an issue. Young Mo is still quite youthful. It won't be long. Zhou Mo, forced to smile at the situation, replied, Director Zhong, I already have a girlfriend. Of course. He did not have one. It was merely an excuse. You may call me Uncle Zhong from now on, he added. Uncle Zhong, Zhou Mo managed to utter awkwardly. Having a girlfriend is no problem. You can meet her beforehand. A girlfriend is not a wife, after all. Oh, come on, Lao Zhong. Let us not make things awkward for young Mo. We should focus on the matter at hand. Tang Zheng interjected, trying to steer the conversation. Uncle Zhong. Tang uncle is right. Let us discuss the super factory project instead. Zhou Mo seamlessly took the cue. Tang Zheng, pleased to hear Zhou Mo refer to him as uncle, shot him an approving glance. You're quite astute. Subsequently, the group deliberated on the specific details. Chapter 48, Cooperation reached. Suspicion across the internet. Zhou Mo's demands were quite straightforward. The super factory should be constructed as swiftly as possible. He recalled that the last grand display of the civil engineering sect occurred in Jiangxing. The establishment of 2 sacred mountains took merely 10 days, albeit at the cost of the sect's resources. Zhou Mo's expectations were not extravagant. The Mango Automobile super factory would undoubtedly differ in complexity and could not be erected overnight. In his previous life, the Tesla super factory in Shanghai was completed within 11 months. Zhou Mo hoped it could be finished within 6 months. To this end, Zhou Mo, Tang Zheng, and Zhong Jiangwo renegotiated the terms. Regarding loans, they agreed to reduce the amount by half, considering that Star Sea Technology had over 10 billion in its account waiting to be utilized. However, throughout the construction of the factory, neither city could present any issues. Financing, personnel, and permits must all be expedited, ensuring the factory's construction was executed with the utmost speed and quality. Zhou Mo was confident that, with sufficient funds and no deliberate disruptions, completing the project within 6 months was feasible. After Zhou Mo made concessions, Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo also relented. They promised to expedite the construction, with permits and green lights being standard operations. Both cities would establish dedicated task forces to cooperate with Star Sea Technology. Ultimately, the timeline for completing the factory was beyond their control. After reaching an agreement, that afternoon, Star Sea Technology, along with the cities of Modu and Jiangxing, jointly announced the construction of 2 Mango super factories. A signing ceremony was held at the Star Sea Technology headquarters, with Zhou Mo, Tang Zheng, and Zhong Jiangwo all smiling joyfully. They also invited local media from Jiangxing to cover the signing event. When this news hit the internet, it sparked a significant uproar. Star Sea Technology is quite ambitious, planning to construct 2 super factories at once. Can they really handle an annual production of 1 million vehicles? Some expressed skepticism, suggesting that such grand ambitions could lead to failure. Oh no, Zhou Mo seems to be getting ahead of himself. In my opinion, constructing just 1 super factory would suffice. Star Sea Technology might be setting itself up for a major fall. Many netizens were initially doubtful. In 2017, automotive companies achieving sales of 2 million units ranked among the top 15 globally. For a nascent company like Starcy Technology to aim for such goals seemed utterly unrealistic, akin to a pipe dream. However, some netizens supported Starcy Technology. These individuals possessed a clear understanding of Mango Automobile's technological prowess, with some even placing orders for the vehicle on the company's website. What is the problem? Starcy Technology has the resources and capabilities. Why not take a bold step? Haven't you read the news? The ultimate production capacity of the two Mango super factories will reach 2 million. Not that they will achieve that right from the start. Do you comprehend the technological sophistication of Mango Automobile? It outshines a multitude of electric vehicle companies. I've already placed my order online. Here is the screenshot. I'm getting the top spec Mango S7. You can't lose with this purchase. Not to mention, the following day, Doping Automobile announced a price reduction for its G3 model, which only underscores the value of Mango Automobile. Gao Yi entered Zhou Mo's office. Mr. Zhou, there is a lot of negative commentary online. Do you think we should respond? Zhou Mo had noticed the online discussions and nodded slowly. Indeed, a response was necessary. However, he needed to contemplate the appropriate manner of addressing it. Zhou Mo considered that, after some time, Starcy Technology would hold a delivery ceremony, where the lucky winners and first batch of car owners would be present. That would be the right moment for a response. Let us wait until we deliver the cars to respond. You should coordinate with the winners beforehand. No problem, Mr. Zhou. We've already reached out to the remaining 9 winners. They will definitely attend. Although young, Gao Yi was diligent and capable, which gave Zhou Mo confidence in his work. While Zhou Mo prepared for the delivery ceremony, far across the ocean in America, dawn was just breaking. Ma Kaiyuan got out of bed, refreshed himself, and took a sip of water from the kitchen. He called his personal chef to ensure breakfast would be delivered on time. While waiting for his meal, he settled onto the living room sofa and opened his computer to browse the latest news. As soon as he logged into his social media account, a flurry of notifications flooded in. What is going on? Ma Kaiyuan was perplexed. Had something intriguing occurred? Oh, Iron Man, you should see what is happening with Dongda. Your Tesla is falling behind Starcy Technology's Mango Automobile. The autonomous driving capabilities of Mango Automobile are unparalleled. I hope Tesla can catch up. I don't want Tesla's autonomous driving to be so foolish. In comparison to Mango Automobile, it seems utterly incompetent. Starcy Technology is preparing to establish 2 super factories. Your plans are in jeopardy. Ma Kaiyuan furrowed his brow at the comments before him. What was Starcy Technology? What was Mango Automobile? Had Tesla's autonomous driving technology truly fallen behind? Starcy Technology was also venturing into super factories? Taking a deep breath, Ma Kaiyuan began researching online. After some investigation, he discovered that Starcy Technology was a tech company affiliated with Dongda. Although it had been established for a short time, its technological strength was formidable. Mango Automobile was their latest electric vehicle, equipped with commercially viable autonomous driving technology that had astonishingly reached level 4 capabilities. This revelation left Ma Kaiyuan wide-eyed in disbelief. He had always thought his full self-driving FSD system was at the forefront of the industry. Until now, he had never heard of Starcy Technology, only to find that it had suddenly emerged as a formidable competitor. What kind of entity was Starcy Technology? And to plan the simultaneous construction of 2 super factories, was that not a bold move? A sense of urgency began to wash over Ma Kaiyuan. On one hand, he was eager to ascertain the authenticity of Mango Auto's autonomous driving technology. On the other hand, he aimed to expedite the establishment of a super factory in Dongda. Previously, he had engaged in several discussions with the authorities in Modu, yet they had failed to reach a consensus. To his surprise, Shanghai Technology had already secured an agreement with Modu. However, Ma Kaiyuan had a sudden flash of inspiration, devising a clever strategy. Regardless of the veracity of Shanghai Technology's capabilities, his Taineng La was undoubtedly the most renowned in the world at present. Since Dongda was keen on incorporating his vehicle, he saw an opportunity to leverage this situation. Ma Kaiyuan, having made up his mind, promptly picked up his phone to contact Modu. Chapter 49, News Spreads, each with their own concerns. Jiangzuan Automobile Company. After attending the press conference for Shanghai Technology, Xiang Xianchu returned to the company following a discussion over the weekend. He was astounded by the formidable strength of Shanghai Technology. Besides sharing insights from the event with the executives, he also aimed to dispel any unfounded hopes they might harbor. Do not entertain any illusions. Shanghai Technology has just announced the construction of 2 super factories, and Mango Auto has no need for our contract manufacturing. In the conference room, Xiang Xianchu directly quashed the executive's aspirations. Contract manufacturing the Tulu electric vehicle had indeed been lucrative for their company, leading the executives to become complacent. Hoping to profit from assisting Xinghai Technology, Mr. Xiang, hasn't Xinghai Technology dismantled the Tulu production line? Currently, we are the only ones capable of manufacturing Tulu. Can we not request Xinghai Technology to increase our contract manufacturing fees? One executive pondered Xiang Xianchu's earlier remarks and suddenly voiced his thoughts. Given that Xinghai Technology had dismantled the production line, could they not use this as leverage against them? Additionally, with other automotive companies entering the Tulu market, offering lower prices, Tulu had merely capitalized on its first-mover advantage to secure a portion of the market. If they delayed Tulu's production, Xinghai Technology would undoubtedly face significant losses. They were acutely aware of the stakes involved. While they could not obtain Mango's contract manufacturing, they could certainly negotiate higher fees from Xinghai Technology. Xiang Xianchu gazed intently at the executive, who initially appeared cheerful but soon felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, lowering his gaze. Internally, Xiang Xianchu scoffed at the short-sightedness of these individuals. Did they truly believe they could outmaneuver Xinghai Technology? If Jiangzuan Automobile were a private enterprise, he would have dismissed this person on the spot. I hope you will refrain from mentioning this matter in the future. Our current priority is to excel in the contract manufacturing of Tulu, Xiang Xianchu stated sternly as he surveyed the executives present. Upon hearing his words, the executives dared not utter a sound, fully aware that Xiang Xianchu was genuinely angered. Dismissed, he declared, and the executives hastily exited the conference room. Left alone, Xiang Xianchu contemplated the words spoken to him over the weekend. Xinghai Technology. Uncle Tang, is there something you need? All right, thank you, Uncle Tang. I understand. Weekend ended the call, chuckling softly. It was Tang Zheng who had contacted him, revealing that Ma Kaiyuan had suddenly reached out to them. Ma Kaiyuan no longer sought control over the company. However, he had presented a new demand for the establishment of a factory in Dongda, namely, that Xinghai Technology be sold to him. Aware of Xinghai Technology's capabilities, Tang Zheng had naturally refused outright. Considering this matter, he specifically called Weekend to inform him. Weekend shook his head in resignation. Ma Kaiyuan was still attempting to play the same old game, which was utterly outdated. During the early days of reform and opening up, to stimulate economic growth, many governments initiated investment invitations, particularly for foreign capital. Numerous foreign companies would seize this opportunity to introduce ulterior motives. These companies typically imposed certain conditions as prerequisites for entering the Dongda market, such as acquiring a particular company. At that time, Dongda lacked technology and needed economic development. Coupled with the so-called greater good, many already promising companies were sold at meager prices. Examples include Zhonghua toothpaste and Tianfu Cola, among others. However, by the time people realized the implications, it was too late. Yet, the present circumstances are vastly different from those times. Now, Dongda is not what it once was. Thus, Ma Kaiyuan's ambitions are likely to falter. Daping Automobile Company. Xinghai Technology is quite audacious, establishing 2 super factories without fear of overextending themselves. Su Daping scoffed without hesitation. Initially, he had no particular grievances against Xinghai Technology. However, after their press conference coincidentally followed Daping Automobiles by a day, it seemed deliberate. Moreover, during their event, they had given away 10 vehicles, while Daping could only offer a 5-year usage right. Xinghai Technology had audaciously overshadowed them by directly gifting cars. You may be wealthy and aloof, but you cannot intentionally trample on us. If these were mere coincidences, Su Daping found it utterly implausible. Indeed, the current public opinion online is quite unfavorable for us, all thanks to Xinghai Technology, echoed the executives, particularly regarding the usage rights for those 10 Daping vehicles. They found themselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. On one hand, their company genuinely required funds, even if they wished to gift vehicles. It would not pass muster with their shareholders. Yet, they could not outright refuse, or they would face public backlash. Presently, they had no choice but to feign ignorance, hoping that the current wave of public sentiment would pass. After all, most online commentary was merely following trends and would soon be forgotten. What progress have we made in our preparations for entering the autonomous driving sector? Su Daping queried. Daping Automobile was a technology-oriented firm with a certain level of technical prowess among the new players, with Xinghai Technology taking the lead in autonomous driving. Failing to keep pace would leave them significantly lagging in future developments, a scenario he found unacceptable. We have identified a promising company and are currently in discussions. If all goes well, we should be able to acquire it soon. Simultaneously, the company was in the process of recruiting relevant technical talent. Su Daoping felt pleased. Following the recent funding from Hongshan Capital, employee morale had significantly improved, especially among the executives, who had received options as part of the financing arrangement, thus motivating them more than before. However, numerous companies were intensifying their efforts in autonomous driving research and development, resulting in higher recruitment costs and increased difficulty. Hearing this, Su Daoping felt a sense of helplessness. After all, their company was still a startup, and its competitiveness was minimal compared to others. We must proceed gradually. If we encounter talent, we must be willing to offer commensurate options. The options we provide represent Daoping Automobile's utmost sincerity and, indeed, the largest pie we can offer. Chapter 50. Offline Delivery. Shocking the internet when Shanghai Technology announced that it would hold an offline new car delivery ceremony. It sparked a new wave of discussions online. Hasn't Shanghai Technology yet begun constructing the superfactories? How can they produce cars so quickly? It was evident that those unfamiliar with Shanghai Technology were unaware that it had its own production line capable of manufacturing a portion of Mango Autos. I am envious of the 10 fortunate individuals who have won and are able to acquire the Mango cars, valued at 800,000, free of charge. How delightful it is. I am among the first batch of owners and shall soon retrieve my Mango car. I genuinely admire those above, though I am uncertain which batch I belong to, as the ordering process was rather unclear. Alas, we are all in the same boat. The vast majority are not from the initial group. I too placed an order, and I did so quite early, yet I am not among the first. It seems many have reserved the Mango car. I sincerely hope Shanghai Technology can expedite the production of these vehicles, for I can no longer contain my eagerness to acquire my beloved car. There are indeed many affluent individuals above. How astonishing that so many have placed orders. I too have ordered. In fact, I reserved 10,000 cars. Why would I deceive you? I truly have ordered. Let me show you the screenshot. Dear, I just received a call from Shanghai Technology, and they informed me that the offline delivery ceremony will commence the day after tomorrow, and they have already arranged our flights and hotel accommodations. Zhongli held her phone up to Chao Wenrui, who leaned over to glance at the screen. The screen displayed 2 flight tickets and the details of the booked hotel. Shanghai Technology is hosting an offline delivery ceremony for the Mango cars, allowing each winner or first batch customer to submit 2 names to attend. All expenses, including round-trip tickets and lodging, will be covered by Shanghai Technology. My dear, you are truly fortunate. Winning the Tulu electric vehicle and now a Mango car so soon after. How splendid. Chao Wenrui exclaimed, planting a kiss on Zhang Li's cheek. Zhang Li, grinning, wiped away the drool from her face and said, "Now you understand how lucky I am, don't you? You must treat me well from now on, or you shall certainly find misfortune." Suddenly, Chao Wenrui had a thought and asked Zhang Li, "My love, have you ever purchased a lottery ticket? Given your remarkable luck, perhaps we should try our hand at it?" Zhang Li shook her head, admitting she had never bought one. She pondered that with such good fortune, perhaps it was worth a shot. Consequently, Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui made their way to a lottery sales point. Zhang Li casually selected a few numbers, purchasing 5 tickets for a total of 10 yuan. Having accomplished this, they returned home, filled with anticipation for the evening's drawing. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng, having received his Mango S3, drove it home. As the first person to operate a Mango car outdoors, Zhang Sheng felt exceptionally fortunate. The Mango car has recently gained tremendous popularity, with many people having seen its exterior and logo online. Its striking design ensures it turns heads wherever it goes. Although he was enjoying this newfound luxury, one question lingered in his mind. "Honey, Shanghai Technology mentioned that we could also attend the offline delivery ceremony. Should we go?" Zhang Sheng inquired as he entered the kitchen, where his wife, Wu Na, was preparing dinner. "When is it? If we have time, we should certainly go. Even though you were lucky enough to win. Without the lottery ceremony, you wouldn't have received the prize, would you?" Wu Na, who juggled her job and cooking for Zhang Sheng each evening, found his reasoning quite sound. Zhang Sheng, realizing the event was the day after tomorrow, a Saturday, suggested, "Let us attend together. After all, we have 2 spots, so it will be like a complimentary trip." "Really? That would be wonderful. It seems we haven't gone out in ages. Let us go together," Wu Na said, her excitement causing her to pause her cooking. "It's settled then. I'll message Shanghai Technology to confirm, and they will handle the flight and hotel arrangements." With that, Zhang Sheng exited the kitchen and sent a message to Gao Yi. Gao Yi replied promptly, acknowledging receipt. Zhang Sheng was pleased by the quick response, having maintained contact with Gao Yi since their last meeting. The true source of Zhang Sheng's concern, however, was not merely attending the Shanghai Technology offline delivery ceremony. It was something else entirely. Let us go and see what it's like, then we can decide what to do next, Zhang Xing thought to himself. Far across the ocean in America, Ma Kaiyuan, after his requests were directly declined by the Shanghai authorities, remained at home, feeling discontent. He had been contemplating his next steps. He recalled how Dongda had previously expressed a strong desire for him to invest in a factory. However, mutual consensus had long eluded them, causing the project to stagnate. His recent overtures had been met with outright refusal by the Shanghai parties, revealing the undeniable technological prowess of Shanghai technology, which had inspired such resolve. It seemed prudent to visit Dongda, to witness the performance of the Mango car firsthand and discuss other opportunities in the region. There are so many provinces in Dongda. And relying on the reputation of Telnala, apart from Shanghai and Jiangcheng, I refuse to believe I cannot find a location for a super factory. Ma Kaiyuan resolved, promptly instructing his secretary to book the earliest flight to Dongda. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Kaiyuan had already begun his endeavor ahead of the weekend. Jack, you must secure the investment in Shanghai Technology. It is a directive from headquarters. I will ensure that Shanghai Technology agrees to the investment. Rest assured, Jack concluded the call. He turned to those awaiting his report in the office, inquiring, what progress has been made on the investigation into Shanghai Technology and the weekend event? Have we arrived at any conclusions? Initially, he had intended to visit Shanghai Technology immediately following their press conference, recognizing it as another Telnala. However, to ensure a foolproof investment, he decided to clarify all details regarding Shanghai Technology and the weekend event before taking action. Mr. Jack, we have completed our investigation. It turns out that Shanghai Technology originated from a company's research and development department, and the weekend individual is merely an ordinary university student who has yet to graduate. Following his father's unfortunate accident, he took a leave of absence, the investigator reported. Jack nodded, astonished by the origins of Shanghai Technology and the weekend individual. How did Shanghai Technology develop so swiftly? Did the weekend individual's father intentionally leave him the research department before his accident? This revelation piqued Jack's interest further. Shanghai Technology's rapid rise is indeed extraordinary. It must possess exceptional qualities. The future of Shanghai Technology is beyond imagination. Therefore, Jack was determined to acquire Shanghai Technology, willing to invest significantly. Chapter 51, Live Delivery. Envy from netizens. 2 days passed swiftly, and the day of the offline car delivery ceremony at Shanghai Technology arrived. Shanghai Technology was making final preparations. Sun Jian approached Zhou Wei. Mr. Zhou, everything is set up. The event will commence in under 10 minutes. At that moment, Zhou Wei was finalizing arrangements in Shanghai Technology's production workshop, which had been repurposed for manufacturing Tulu electric vehicles to accommodate the production of Mango cars. The pace of Mango car production had slowed somewhat. However, given that the 2 super factories were yet to be constructed, they had to make do for the time being. Are the media reporters ready? Gao Yi replied, they have all arrived. The equipment is calibrated, and the live streaming devices are already activated. The netizens are eagerly awaiting your appearance. All right, let us make our entrance, Zhou Wei declared, stepping outside with purpose. Sun Jian and the others followed suit. As this event differed from their usual press conferences, they would be standing by on the sidelines. Outside the workshop, a crowd of over 100 individuals awaited. And to maintain the integrity of the offline delivery ceremony, attendance was limited. The assembly comprised journalists, the inaugural car owners, and several employees from Shanghai Technology. Among them were 10 fortunate car owners accompanied by their families and 40 initial car owners. Indeed, the number of first car owners invited by Shanghai Technology was a mere 40. It was not due to a lack of desire to invite more. Rather, the logistics of delivering vehicles to an overwhelming crowd would prove cumbersome. They formed a line, creating a space of 5 to 6 meters in front of them, ample enough for a vehicle to pass through. A large backdrop stood before them, emblazoned with the words Shanghai Technology Mango Car Offline Delivery Ceremony, heralding the imminent delivery of Mango cars to them. At that moment, the crowd was buzzing with anticipation. A few young individuals at the back began to jump slightly, eager to catch a glimpse of the weekend's proceedings. Honey, when do you think Mr. Zhou will appear? I haven't seen him in person yet, Zhongli exclaimed, craning her neck and inquiring of her companion, Chao Wenrui. The delivery ceremony is about to commence. It should be just a few minutes away. Chao Wenrui replied while glancing at the time on his phone. Since Shanghai Technology has set the time for 6 o'clock, it will undoubtedly be precise. This event is relatively small for a company like Shanghai Technology, known for hosting large-scale launches. I truly did not anticipate that Mr. Zhou would personally deliver our cars. When I first learned of this arrangement, it seemed almost surreal, Zhongli remarked, still in disbelief, as she grasped Chao Wenrui's arm. Chao Wenrui shook his head in bemusement. Sighing, "You've mentioned that several times already." Just as he was about to continue, he spotted Mr. Zhou approaching from afar. "Look, Mr. Zhou is coming." Chao Wenrui pointed excitedly. Due to her shorter stature, Zhongli struggled to see and exclaimed, "Where? Oh dear, everyone in front is too tall. I can't see anything." Mr. Zhou walked steadily along the designated path to the backdrop. Today, he would present the mango cars to 50 car owners. Standing at the forefront, he gazed at the camera nearby with a smile, raising his head. Applause erupted from the audience, resonant and exuberant, indicating their delight. Mr. Zhou gestured for quiet, and the clapping gradually subsided. "I am thrilled today to welcome 50 car owners to our delivery ceremony. Our company initially invited 50 individuals, and we anticipated some might decline. However, seeing everyone here, it seems my luck is favorable. I appreciate your presence," he exclaimed, eliciting laughter from the crowd, who found Mr. Zhou's demeanor charming and devoid of the typical sternness associated with corporate leaders. After lightening the atmosphere with his humor, Mr. Zhou continued, "Among these 50 car owners, 10 are fortunate viewers who won the Mango Car S7 through our live lottery, while the remaining 40 are our inaugural car owners. It is a pleasure to host this offline delivery ceremony, and I extend a warm welcome to all." He bowed deeply, prompting another wave of enthusiastic applause that was even more fervent than when he first appeared. Simultaneously, numerous online viewers were tuned in to Shanghai Technology's live stream. Witnessing Mr. Zhou's engaging and sincere introduction, they felt a newfound connection with him. Previously, Mr. Zhou had only appeared in videos and live streams, creating a sense of distance. However, this occasion unveiled him as a relatable, humorous individual. "For the first time, I find Mr. Zhou amusing. He is distinctly different from other CEOs," one viewer mused. "Indeed, those wealthy executives often have serious faces, as though everyone owes them something. I think I may have fallen for Mr. Zhou. He's young, handsome, affluent, and, most importantly, not balding. A true male idol. Hey, those upstairs, stop daydreaming and control your drool." Another chimed in. Mr. Zhou's authenticity was palpable, and many envied the few fortunate attendees of the offline delivery ceremony. The real envy should be directed at the winners. "I wish I could swap places with one of them right now," a viewer noted. "Stay calm, my friend. I fear your appearance might startle Mr. Zhou." Beyond the viewers, many others were also watching Shanghai Technology's livestream. Since the launch of the Mango Car, an increasing number of individuals and companies had begun to take interest. Initially, they had overlooked Shanghai Technology, but the last launch event had served as a wake-up call. Since then, they had ceased to be complacent, realizing that Shanghai Technology could potentially unveil something significant at any moment. Thus, whenever an event was announced, they were quick to discern what Shanghai Technology had in store. Chapter 52, Reactions from All Sides. Astonishing data at the local government building in Jiangcheng. Many had already left for the day by 5 o'clock. Yet Zhong Jiangwo remained at his office. "Leader, Shanghai Technology is currently live streaming," his secretary informed him, entering with a mobile phone in hand. Ever since Shanghai Technology gained prominence, particularly after nearly being undermined by Tang Zhong, Zhong had taken a keen interest in the company. He had instructed his secretary to monitor all information regarding Shanghai Technology closely, ensuring that any updates were reported immediately. "Oh, let me see," Zhong said, taking the phone from his secretary. As he observed the content on the screen and heard Mr. Zhou's words, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. The comments flooding the stream were largely praises for Shanghai Technology, and he found the live streaming as a promotional tool quite effective. Suddenly, he realized that Jiangcheng, as the headquarters of Shanghai Technology, had yet to officially promote the company. He felt it would be prudent to create a promotional video for Shanghai Technology, utilizing short video formats for advertisement. This would serve to showcase the local technological enterprise and strengthen the relationship between them, ensuring they did not overlook Shanghai Technology as they had in the past. Zhong communicated this decision to Secretary Liu, seeking his opinion. "Leader, that's a splendid idea. This would also illustrate our commitment to innovative technology enterprises," Secretary Liu readily supported. Zhong nodded. While Jiangxing's economy primarily relied on state-owned enterprises, it lagged in technology-driven innovation. Seizing this opportunity to enhance external promotion might attract other companies to establish themselves in Jiangxing. "Very well, I assign this task to you. Coordinate with our publicity department and connect with Shanghai Technology to ensure the video is well-produced," Zhong instructed decisively, prompting his secretary to take note and begin action. After the secretary departed, Zhong resumed watching the live stream, eager to see what Mr. Zhou would do next. At Daping Automobile Company, Su Daping and several executives were quietly observing Shanghai Technology's livestream. "Haha, Mr. Zhou appears youthful, yet he speaks quite engagingly, one executive remarked with a chuckle. Su Daping turned to glance at the executive, who seemed to realize that praising a competitor was not prudent, and he quietly returned to silence. Greetings to all. Let us observe and learn diligently. Beyond its technical prowess, Shanghai Technology's promotional strategies are indeed commendable. Su Daping refrained from criticism, instead opting for a subdued tone. Recently, Su Daping has come to realize the impressive nature of Shanghai Technology's marketing techniques. He conducted a thorough analysis, noting that since the inception of their first live broadcast, each subsequent promotion has been intricately interconnected. The executives present nodded in agreement, having also observed that news regarding Shanghai Technology frequently trends on social media. However, they acknowledged that Shanghai Technology is willing to invest significantly, directly gifting automobiles, in stark contrast to their own modest offer of a 5-year usage right for Daping automobiles. Initially, they believed their gesture to be generous, yet in comparison, it now appears rather petty and unremarkable. Nevertheless, they hesitated to voice their sentiments, considering the company's ongoing financial constraints. After a brief silence, Su Daping focused intently on the live broadcast featuring Zhou Mo, who eventually spoke up. Before we commence the Mango automobile delivery ceremony, I have an announcement to make. Upon hearing Zhou Mo's words, the audience fell silent, eager to discern what he might reveal. Could it be that Shanghai Technology is unveiling a new technology? Viewers of the live stream pondered the nature of Zhou Mo's impending announcement. Please, do not be overly anxious. There is no monumental news. I merely wish to disclose the number of Mango automobile orders. Recently, discussions have emerged regarding Shanghai Technology's ambitious construction of 2 super factories, which some deem excessive. However, in my view, it is quite appropriate, as the current number of pre-orders for Mango automobiles has reached an impressive 218,691 units. If we reflect on the previous Tulu electric vehicle, maintaining a low profile was ideal for maximizing profits. Yet, Shanghai Technology's revealed capabilities no longer permit such discretion. Even if they wish to conceal their achievements, it would be futile. They might as well display their triumphs openly to enhance the visibility of Mango automobiles. As Zhou Mo concluded, the audience momentarily stood in astonishment. Wow! Erupted in a chorus of disbelief, soon followed by animated discussions. An order quantity of 210,000 units serves as a testament to Shanghai Technology's strength. Fortunately, I ordered early. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity to be here. Dear, I was right when I said that with such robust technological capabilities, Mango automobiles would not struggle to sell. If we had delayed by even a minute, we might not have made it here. Among those present, aside from media representatives, most were Mango automobile owners. Conversely, online discussions reflected a different sentiment. With nearly 220,000 pre-orders, are there truly that many affluent individuals? The cheapest model costs 260,000, while the most expensive is priced at 820,000. Averaging these orders has generated 100 billion in sales for Shanghai Technology. When did selling cars become this effortless? I am filled with envy and resentment. As someone in the automotive industry, witnessing Mango automobiles achieve such sales is genuinely astonishing. Those purchasing Mango automobiles are remarkably quiet. There is no news online regarding these numerous orders. It's not that we are silent. Rather, those of us who ordered are unclear about how many have come before us. No wonder the website was sluggish when I placed my order. I initially thought it was just a connectivity issue. This context explains why Shanghai Technology's decision to construct 2 Mango super factories makes perfect sense. Do you really just accept everything Zhou Mo says? Don't you doubt his honesty? At this moment, a dissenting comment surfaced. Does Zhou really need to deceive us? There is no necessity for such antics. Some individuals are inclined to believe in conspiracy theories to feel intellectually superior. If you don't trust what you see, why are you even watching the live stream? You should exit now. A person who expressed dissent was quickly targeted by vigilant netizens, resulting in a barrage of criticism. It is uncertain whether that individual exited the stream, as no further comments were made. As Chapter 53 unfolds, the president approached the car door, unveiling top-tier marketing strategies. Cursed Zhou Mo, what is your secret that compels so many to defend you? Secretary Lu fumed. Indeed, the individual commenting in the live stream was Secretary Lu of the Yuelong Group. Enough of this verbal sparring. Our foremost priority is to expedite the development of power batteries. Having observed the information on Shanghai Technology's Mango automobiles, Wu Long found himself increasingly impatient. He yearned to outpace Shanghai Technology and advance the development of power batteries. 1100 m range is trivial. If we can successfully develop the power batteries outlined in that document, we could completely revolutionize the global energy landscape. At that point, Shanghai technology would appear insignificant in comparison. Wu Long, consumed by ambition, channeled all the company's resources into power battery research. Secretary Liu watched this unfold but refrained from intervening. Having worked alongside Wu Long for an extended period, he understood Wu Long's character and secretly hoped Yuelong Group would successfully develop power batteries to strike a blow against Shanghai technology. In order for everyone's Mango automobiles to be delivered promptly, we must accelerate production. However, as you can see, our factory's capacity is quite limited, Zhou Mo explained, gesturing towards the factory behind him. Thus, we are compelled to construct the Mango super factories. With the enthusiastic invitations from both Modu and Jiangcheng, we have resolved to build 2 factories simultaneously. The attendees nodded in understanding, realizing this was the rationale behind the decision. After further discussion, Zhou Mo commenced the delivery of Mango automobiles, beginning with 9 fortunate owners who would be able to drive away today in a top-tier Mango automobile S7, valued at 820,000. This aroused considerable envy among the audience. Zhou Mo pulled out a piece of paper and announced the winners. Mr. Chao Wenrui and Ms. Zhang Li, congratulations. Please come forward. Upon completion of his announcement, Zhou Mo scanned the crowd, awaiting their appearance. Dear, hurry up. I can hardly wait to take the car home, Zhang Li urged from the audience. Soon after, Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li approached Zhou Mo, one after the other. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Greetings, Mr. Zhou. The couple warmly greeted Zhou Mo, eager to embrace him. Zhou Mo smiled, politely returning their embrace and extending a hand for a gentle shake. Congratulations on winning. You appear to be a couple. May I ask which of you won the Mango automobile? Zhou Mo inquired, adhering to the prearranged protocol. Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li exchanged glances, with Zhang Li nodding in encouragement for Chao Wenrui to respond. Indeed, we are married. My wife was the one who won the prize. Her luck far surpasses mine, and following that win, we even went out to buy lottery tickets. Chao Wenrui succinctly answered Zhou Mo's question while sharing the story of their lottery experience. The audience, witnessing this couple on stage, felt a wave of envy, recognizing the fulfillment of their dreams. Oh, given your wife's fortuitous luck, she must have won something substantial, right? Zhou Mo replied with a smile. Not at all. The lottery tickets we bought were a complete bust. My wife's good fortune seems to be confined to the Shanghai technology draw. Chao Wenrui chuckled, shaking his head, yet remaining undeterred by their lottery loss. Zhang Li stood by, her face radiating joy, leading Zhou Mo to momentarily believe they had won the lottery. That's all right. Our Mango S7 is also valued at over 800,000, which makes you considerably luckier than most. Time is limited, so let's not linger. Let's take a look at your new car. As the weekend concluded, a sleek white Mango S7 glided in, with a driver specially assigned by Shanghai Technology at the helm. The color had been pre-selected by Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li, who were given the liberty to choose their preferred hue before taking delivery. Wow! The crowd erupted in awe. It was indeed spectacular. For many present, it was their first encounter with a Mango vehicle, with most having only seen images online. In this context, the pre-sale success of Mango automobiles speaks volumes about its excellence. Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li were utterly captivated, their hearts racing with excitement. This was the feeling of true exhilaration. The choice of a white Mango automobile was a consensus between Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li. Although black appeared more striking, it was deemed more suitable for men than women. Red, while fitting for women, would not be appropriate for Chao Wenrui's daily outings. Ultimately, they settled on white. And in hindsight, their choice proved to be impeccable. In fact, any color would have sufficed. As the white Mango S7 approached, Zhang Li called out to Zhou Wei as he prepared to open the door. Mr. Zhou, we rarely have the opportunity to meet you. Could we take a photo together? Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhou Wei turned, glanced at Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui, and nodded affirmatively. Of course. Let us take a photo in front of the car. You can coordinate with the staff for the pictures later. Mr. Zhou, you are truly wonderful, Zhang Li exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she nudged the astonished Chao Wenrui beside her. Realizing the moment, Chao Wenrui promptly joined his wife at Zhou Wei's side. He was surprised at how easily Zhou Wei had acquiesced. It seemed too simple. Initially, they planned to stand beside Zhou Wei, giving him the center position. But upon noticing their intent, Zhou Wei graciously stepped aside. Today, you two are the stars. I'll stand beside you. With no further ado, Chao Wenrui quickly nudged Zhang Li into the central spot. Zhang Li, still caught up in the thrill of the moment, stood bewildered as the two positioned her between them. Soon, All three raised their thumbs in unison for the photo. Zhou Wei embraced them both briefly before pulling open the door of the Mango automobile. Chao Wenrui was momentarily dumbfounded as Zhou Wei opened the door for them. When would he ever experience such privilege? Zhou Wei, the CEO of Shanghai Technology, was personally attending to him. A nod from Zhou Wei prompted Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li to take their seats without delay. Zhou Wei waved goodbye as the driver set the Mango S7 in motion, exiting the venue while the onlookers remained in a state of disbelief. What had just transpired? Not only had they taken a photo with Zhou Wei, but he, as the CEO of Shanghai Technology, had also opened the car door for them. Was this the kind of treatment they could expect? The fortunate winners felt increasingly blessed, while the first batch of car owners felt their visit had been worthwhile. They would boast about how the CEO of Shanghai Technology had opened the door for them. Zhou Wei's series of actions were witnessed not only by the audience on site, but also broadcasted live for countless online viewers. Chapter 54, Top-Tier Marketing. Competitors take note. Zhou Wei exemplified professionalism, even in the act of opening a door like a seasoned chauffeur. The males embraced warmly while the females bowed slightly in their hugs. Was this the politeness of a tech company executive? Zhou Wei mused, what constitutes top-tier marketing? Fellow competitors, take note, I will only demonstrate this once. Initially, he had intended to purchase a Dapeng, but upon reflection, he chose the Mango instead, not merely because it surpassed the Dapeng, but because owning this car would serve as a constant reminder to remain grounded, diligent, and persistent in his endeavors. He genuinely envied those fortunate enough to attend the delivery ceremony in person. A hug worth 100,000, a photo worth 200,000, a handshake worth 100,000, and opening a door valued at 400,000, a remarkable profit. Since you have already recouped the cost of the car, I would reluctantly acquire your Mango automobile at half price. Setting aside other considerations, Zhou Wei's willingness to shake hands, embrace, take photos, and open doors for these car owners was ample proof of his deserving respect. In the live stream, Zhou Wei's thoughtfulness and amiability garnered widespread approval, with the comments section overflowing with praise and envy. This young man truly knows how to engage, Tang Zheng remarked while watching Zhou Wei's broadcast, shaking his head in disbelief. Sir, Shanghai Technology has thrived through internet marketing. Zhou Wei is well-versed in this domain. Tang Zheng affirmed. Indeed, no one currently rivals him in this regard. The comments here are all accolades. Clearly, adhering to the people's route poses no issues. Tang Zheng's political acumen was astute. Otherwise, he would not occupy his current position. He easily discerned Zhou Wei's strategy. Yet many could see through it, but fail to replicate it. After all, many successful individuals are of a certain age, making them less likely to lower their stature. Those capable of humility often lack Zhou Wei's wealth or are unwilling to spend. Even those possessing both qualities may not conceive of Zhou Wei's marketing approach. Take Su Dapeng from Dapeng Automobile. If he attempted to imitate Zhou Wei's tactics, he would undoubtedly face severe backlash online. You are fully responsible for assembling a dedicated team to liaise with Shanghai Technology during the construction of the Mango Automobile Superfactory. Should any issues arise, report directly to me, Tang Zheng instructed, increasingly valuing Shanghai Technology while aiming to fulfill his initial agreement with Zhou Wei. Understood, but what about the situation with Tainela? Should we disregard them entirely? After all, Ma Kaiyuan is the world's richest person. Humph, what relevance does being the world's richest hold? It's merely the inherent flaws of capitalism. If capital is solely controlled by individuals, what benefit does it bring to the common people? Tang Zheng scoffed. In Dongda, many crucial industries remain under state control and are not open to private enterprises. If everything were to be fully liberalized, even the richest would merely be a figure. Moreover, for those at their level, money is no longer their pursuit. What significance does being the world's richest hold? Hasn't Ma Kaiyuan also ventured into politics? His flattering words are merely a tactic to buy time. Having traversed the path of reform and opening up, Tang Zheng is well acquainted with the strategies of foreign companies. They initially claimed to collaborate with Dongda while obstructing the internal development of Dongda's companies. Once the companies missed their prime development opportunities, they abruptly ceased collaboration. During this period, Dongda has suffered significant setbacks, leaving a deep impression on Tang Zheng. Even if Ma Kaiyuan proposes enticing conditions, he will not entertain them. At Dapeng Automobile, Su Dapeng was currently in a state of shock. Was marketing truly capable of such innovation? If this constituted marketing, then what had their company been doing all along? When did domestic entrepreneurs become so adept? Additionally, he struggled to accept the sheer volume of orders for Mango automobiles, over 210,000, nearing 220,000. This figure felt like a thunderclap to Dapeng Automobile, as their own G3 had yet to surpass 1,000 pre-orders, and their annual total would likely not exceed 20,000. The disparity was insurmountably vast, leaving him disheartened. It felt as though Mango Automobiles towered over him like a giant, utterly unbeatable. The executives also noted the shift in Su Dapeng's demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Dapeng remains the helm of their company. Whether for their own future or for other reasons, Su Dapeng must not falter at this moment. If he truly wishes to step down, it would be prudent to wait until the company goes public and secures some capital first. Thus, one of the executives immediately spoke up to offer reassurance. President Su, our company is currently still in the first tier. Going public should pose no issues. Going public? Indeed. His Dapeng Automobile Company is set to list. Ultimately, the public offering is of paramount importance. Once the funds are acquired, the company can flourish. Su Dapeng steeled himself and turned to face the executive before him. Upon seeing Su Dapeng's spirits lift, the executive felt a surge of joy. Everyone is on the same vessel. The primary concern is to enlarge the cake together. From this moment onward, we must accelerate our pursuit of Mango Automobile, so I appreciate everyone's hard work in the coming period. The executives present were well aware that a formidable challenge lay ahead. Mango Automobile had surged far ahead, yet fortunately, they still had a year to catch up. After encouraging himself, and with the time still shy of 8 p.m., there was still time for more work. The executives departed the conference room, immediately immersing themselves in their tasks. At this point, they could only trade time for space. There was no other option. Meanwhile, the delivery ceremony for Mango Automobile continued on the other side. After Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li received their cars from the weekend festivities, the subsequent recipients followed suit. Handshakes, embraces, photo sessions, culminating with the weekend host personally opening the car door. Regardless of the circumstances, the emotional value of this entire process was maximized. As those who followed learned the protocol, the delivery ceremony for Mango Automobile became increasingly efficient. Soon, all 50 car owners had received their vehicles. Given the late hour, the owners could rest for the night at a hotel reserved by Shanghai Technology before returning home the next day. Virtually all the owners opted to stay an additional night, as driving at night is often deemed unsafe. For those who preferred not to drive home, Shanghai Technology would kindly arrange for their cars to be transported back, demonstrating exceptional thoughtfulness. As the delivery ceremony concluded, the weekend host also prepared to return home for some rest. Today's event was even more exhausting than the previous Mango Automobile launch, yet the live broadcast impact was remarkably positive. Gao Yi had been closely monitoring the live stream from Shanghai Technology, and upon the ceremony's conclusion, he approached the weekend host with 4 individuals in tow, seemingly to discuss a matter. Mr. Zhou, you should be familiar with these 4 individuals, Gao Yi remarked. Upon a cursory glance, Weekend recognized Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li, along with Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li were the first couple to receive their car, marked by heartfelt handshakes and embraces, leaving a lasting impression on Weekend. As for Zhang Sheng, he was somewhat familiar, being the only individual to win a car during the Mango Automobile launch. Although they had already taken their car home, Weekend still invited him forward. Zhang Sheng brought Wu Na along, and after a brief exchange, it became clear they were husband and wife. Is there something you wish to discuss? Weekend inquired, puzzled. Gao Yi slapped his forehead, realizing he had neglected to inform Weekend in advance. Mr. Zhou, the situation is as follows. You previously mentioned seeking individuals to engage in short video production to promote our automobiles, correct? I believe these 4 are quite suitable, and they are willing, so I brought them for you to consider. After Gao Yi explained, Weekend understood the context. Initially, he had merely shared some promotional strategies for short videos with Gao Yi, not anticipating that he would remember so well. Weekend felt quite pleased, though he had not originally contemplated this venture. Given that Mango Automobile's technological prowess was unparalleled, such endeavors seemed somewhat unnecessary. However, seeing Gao Yi's eager expression, akin to a child yearning for candy, Weekend hesitated to refuse outright, fearing it might dampen Gao Yi's confidence. A glance at Chao Wenrui and the others revealed their nervousness. They understood that the technological strength of Shanghai Technology signified they were not just any enterprise. If they truly managed to secure Shanghai Technology's support, their future would be virtually assured. After a moment of contemplation, Weekend concluded that Chao Wenrui and the others were indeed a fitting choice. Supporting their growth would not incur substantial costs, so he agreed. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. We appreciate this opportunity, they exclaimed in unison as Weekend consented. They were eager to resign from their previous jobs and dedicate themselves fully to the short video industry. No need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, Direct it towards Gao Yi. Weekend chuckled, gesturing towards Gao Yi. No, no. I'm merely following Mr. Zhou's guidance. Gao Yi quickly waved off the thanks. Weekend couldn't help but wonder when Gao Yi had become so humble, shaking his head in amusement without further comment. Subsequently, Gao Yi led Chao Wenrui and the others to the company to finalize the necessary paperwork. Since they were entering the self-media industry, Shanghai Technology could not overtly support them. But covert assistance was entirely feasible. Money, to Shanghai Technology, was merely paper, and Mango Automobile was akin to a printing press. The research and development costs for Shanghai Technology were minimal. After accounting for basic component costs, everything else was profit. Supporting a few self-media creators was indeed a trivial matter. As they arrived at the company, Zhang Sheng extended an invitation. Thank you so much, Gao Yi. Shall we have dinner together tomorrow? Indeed. It's astonishing to have secured the backing of Shanghai Technology. It's truly a delightful surprise, Chao Wenrui chimed in. The two ladies, though a bit more reserved, nodded enthusiastically. I am simply glad to see you all agree. From here on, focus on effectively promoting Mango Automobile. Before long, the group, filled with laughter, reached Shanghai Technology's office. Currently, the company occupied a standard office building, which had initially been rented before Weekend purchased it outright after achieving financial success. Upon entering Gao Yi's office, he retrieved a contract he had prepared in advance and handed it to them. Here is the contract I prepared, please review it. The four took the contract and began to examine it attentively. Gao Yi stepped aside, pouring each of them a glass of water and placing it before them while patiently awaiting their review without interruption. Darling, the conditions offered by Shanghai Technology are exceedingly favorable. Indeed, they are exceptional. With a base salary and resource support, it would be difficult not to succeed. Their base salary matched that of Shanghai Technology's employees, each receiving 15,000 yuan. Resource support would come from Shanghai Technology's Doshou account for traffic generation, and they would also invest in purchasing some traffic to aid their growth on Doshou. Most importantly, the live streaming rewards would all belong to them, as Shanghai Technology deemed that amount insignificant. The contract also contained some rather stringent clauses, such as the Doshou account being owned by Shanghai Technology and the prohibition of disclosing their affiliation with the company. They understood the rationale. After all, they were specifically tasked with promoting Mango Automobile. Revealing their connection to Shanghai Technology might give the impression of self-promotion. As for why Shanghai Technology insisted on retaining ownership of the account, despite not lacking funds, it pertained to management issues, essentially a means of limiting Chao Wenrui and the others to prevent them from becoming complacent. Once they had thoroughly reviewed the contract, Gao Yi stood and surveyed the four, inquiring, have you finished reading? Do you have any questions? Chao Wenrui and his companions exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Chao Wenrui replied, Mr. Gao, we have no issues. At this moment, Chao Wenrui had already altered his demeanor, no longer addressing him as Gao Yi as he had at the outset. You need not be so formal. Calling me Gao Yi feels more comfortable. If there are no issues, we shall proceed to sign the contract, Gao Yi remarked with a smile, gesturing toward the pen on the table. In no time, everyone inscribed their names, finalizing the contract. There were several copies of the agreement, and once completed, Chao Wenrui and his colleagues each took a copy with them. Given the late hour, they departed Gao Yi's office immediately after signing. Chapter 56. Tremendous response. Offline sales as soon as they stepped out of the company's entrance. Chao Wenrui experienced a wave of relief. He glanced back at the building of Shanghai Technology and then at the contract in his hand. Holding this contract instilled a profound sense of security within him. With the support of Shanghai Technology, the future of their endeavors on Doshou appeared promising, potentially leading them to great wealth. Zhang Sheng, how about we go out for a meal? Chao Wenrui inquired, looking at Zhang Sheng, who was of a similar age and, henceforth, would be his partner in this journey, deserving of mutual care and camaraderie. Zhang Sheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he discreetly turned to glance at his wife. Wu Na, a smile spreading across his face. What are you looking at? If you want to go, then go, but we girls should join too, Wu Na remarked. Pouting slightly, she was somewhat uneasy about letting them go alone, preferring the company of all. Zhang Sheng beamed with delight upon hearing this. And Zhang Li had no objections either. They soon hailed a taxi to the nearest barbecue restaurant. In a stunning turn of events, Shanghai Technology's sales orders surpassed 210,000 in a week, setting a new world record for speed. Mango Automotive would soon commence deliveries, with an anticipated monthly output of 21,000 vehicles, which could increase significantly once the superfactory was established. Investment institutions noted that Shanghai Technology's valuation had reached 200 billion renminbi, although some claimed this figure was grossly underestimated. The most successful individual of the post-90s generation had emerged, Zhou Mo of Shanghai Technology, born in 1998 and only 19 years of age. Your peers are abandoning you. What justifies your lack of effort? The Eastern University Daily stated, if you feel weary, take a look at Zhou Mo's life experiences for inspiration. What is this nonsense? Zhou Mo sighed in frustration as he scrolled through online news. This is clearly pushing me into a pit. Aside from the first two statements, he found little agreement. To put it plainly, in his eyes, Shanghai Technology was worth far more than 200 billion renminbi. If the currency were converted to dollars, perhaps he would take a glance. With a market value exceeding 50 billion US dollars, how could Mango Automotive's technological prowess be any less impressive? Who could they possibly look down upon with a valuation of 200 billion renminbi? If foreign investors were aware, they might assume his company lacked technological substance. Mr. Zhou, currently, Shanghai Technology is at the epicenter of attention. There is no denying it, Gao Yi admitted with resignation, acknowledging the mixed messages circulating online. However, he believed that the chatter was not entirely unfounded, as he considered Zhou Mo to be a genius. Each time, Zhou Mo would conceive numerous brilliant ideas. And Gao Yi often wished he could peer into Zhou Mo's mind to discover its secrets. Zhou Mo, however, wished to avoid such troubling thoughts. At that moment, Sun Jian spoke up. Mr. Zhou, representatives from Jiangxing and Modu have reached out to discuss the construction of the Mango Automotive Superfactory. Particularly, Jiangxing has sought collaboration with relevant promotional departments to facilitate filming activities that would promote our company under the name of Jiangxing. Building the superfactory was of utmost priority, and Sun Jian would handle this matter, emphasizing the need for swift progress. As for the promotional filming, they would cooperate, as it served the purpose of publicizing their company. Especially since they were operating within Jiangxing, fostering good relations was undoubtedly beneficial. Zhou Mo maintained a grounded perspective, not allowing the recent achievements of Shanghai Technology to inflate his ego. Ultimately, he was merely human, and in the face of the national machinery, he was no more than a slightly larger fly. Now that Mango Automotive was ready for delivery, expediency was vital, despite the robustness of their vehicles. Swift market penetration was paramount. Sun Jian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of this matter. Before long, half a month had passed, ushering in the annual new year. During this time, Sun Jian was busy coordinating with Jiangxing and Modu regarding factory construction, while also acquiring and renovating offline Mango Automotive sales outlets across the country. Initially, Zhou Mo believed that Mango Automotive could solely rely on online sales or emulate Tesla by securing a location within a CBD for exclusive sales. However, after much persuasion from Sun Jian and the team, he ultimately decided on a brick-and-mortar store model for offline sales. While Mango Automotive's performance was indeed impressive, a suitable venue was necessary for customer experience. Relying entirely on online sales was not feasible. Nonetheless, even within this model, Zhou Mo would maintain strict control over the number of offline stores, as too many would serve little purpose. Through Sun Jian's diligent efforts, several sales outlets for Mango Automotive had been established in major first- and second-tier cities across the nation. Standing alone in his office, Zhou Mo gazed out at the Han River, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia. Just then, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Sun Jian calling. Hello, Zhou Mo, why aren't you coming over to celebrate the new year with us? I thought I had mentioned it to you in advance. Sun Jian's voice came through, tinged with mild reproach. Uncle Sun, I plan to spend the new year alone. I wouldn't want to intrude on your family. Please convey my New Year's greetings to Aunt Sun and Wan Jia. Zhou Mo replied. What nonsense. While you may be my boss at work, I am still your Uncle Sun. Hurry over, someone will come to pick you up. Sun Jian hung up before Zhou Mo could refuse. Someone's coming to pick me up? Could it be Wan Jia? Zhou Mo pondered, just as another call came in from an unfamiliar number. Hello, Zhou Mo. I'm here to pick you up for the new year. Mom has prepared lots of delicious food for you. A warm and familiar voice greeted him. It had been some time since Zhou Mo had spoken to Wan Jia, Sun Jian's daughter, who was 3 years his senior. They had grown up together, akin to childhood sweethearts. Wan Jia had always taken care of him, treating him almost like a younger brother. They had attended the same university, Jiangxing University. Though Zhou Mo had to drop out after less than a year due to his father's circumstances, while Wan Jia excelled academically and continued her studies at the same institution. Zhou Mo, I specifically came to pick you up. You wouldn't want to miss seeing me, would you? Wan Jia teased upon noticing Zhou Mo's silence. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Mo cleared his throat. Since Wang Jia has come to personally pick me up, I must honor that. I'll be right down. That's the spirit. I'll be waiting for you at the company entrance. Chapter 57. Sharing the Mango Experience. Gaining inspiration, Zhou Mo intended to grab some gifts from the office, but searched in vain for a while. Reluctantly, he decided not to keep Wang Jia waiting any longer, resolving to make it up to her later. He headed downstairs and exited the company, spotting a white Mango S7 parked not far away, beside which stood a tall girl with flowing hair. Despite the winter chill, Wang Jia's figure was evident even beneath her down jacket. Zhou Mo walked over, instantly recognizing her from memory. Wang Jia spotted him too and waved. Long time no see, Zhou Mo, during the weekend. Without revealing any hint of awkwardness, Zhou Mo naturally called out. Upon seeing him approach, Sun Wan immediately stepped forward to embrace him. Zhou Mo was momentarily taken aback by her action, but soon his hands were firmly pressed against her back. It had indeed been quite a while since they last met. Almost 6 months since your father departed. Sun Wan whispered gently in his ear. In that moment, Zhou Mo felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Despite having traversed through time, he undeniably sensed Sun Wan's concern for him. As they parted, Sun Wan meticulously scrutinized Zhou Mo's face, while he too surveyed her features. She was undeniably beautiful. Yet her allure did not stem from the typical internet celebrity visage. Rather, she possessed the dignified countenance of a nurturing elder sister, growing more enchanting with each glance. You seem to have lost weight during this time. Is my father too lazy? Haven't I told him to take better care of you? I shall reprimand him upon my return, Sun Wan remarked, her brow furrowed and her demeanor serious. Zhou Mo found her expression rather endearing, and a chuckle bubbled up within him. Indeed, Sun Shu's little cotton-padded jacket was quite drafty. Ahem, Sun Shu has been exceptionally kind to me, assisting with most matters at the company. He is truly hardworking, he replied. Sun Wan paid no heed to Zhou Mo's lingering gaze. Checking the time, she announced. Let us get in the car, we're heading home for dinner. My mother has prepared your favorite dishes. Subsequently, she took the driver's seat, while Zhou Mo settled into the passenger seat. As Sun Wan drove, they engaged in casual conversation, which soon turned to the vehicle itself. Sister Wan, what are your thoughts on the Mango S7? Zhou Mo inquired. It was not surprising that Sun Wan drove a Mango S7, for Zhou Mo had gifted one to each of the executives, including Lu Su and Gao Yi, while bestowing 3 upon Sun Jian, 1 for each member of his family. Zhou Mo asked Sun Wan for her opinion, partly because she was a woman and might possess unique insights or feelings. It drives quite well. It's indeed one of the best electric vehicles on the market today. The spacious body and automatic parking features make it easy for women, alleviating most concerns. However, I still believe the Mango S7 may be slightly oversized for women. The smaller S3 would be more suitable. Unfortunately, the S3's autonomous driving capabilities are vastly inferior to those of the S7. Therefore, I suggest enhancing the automatic parking feature specifically for the S3 to make it more user-friendly for female drivers, Sun Wan articulated, while Zhou Mo listened attentively. This was a perspective he had not previously considered. Although the Mango S3's autonomous driving technology was indeed cutting-edge globally, the Level 2 capabilities were merely adequate for occasional use. Perfectly executing automatic parking consistently without error posed significant challenges. However, for the Mango S7, equipped with Level 4 autonomous driving technology, it was a trivial task, essentially devoid of difficulty. It appeared prudent to implement targeted upgrades for the female demographic in this regard. If the Mango S3 could reliably assist women in parking, its sales would undoubtedly surge. Sister Wan, I've noted your suggestions and will relay them to the technical department upon my return to the company. I would be delighted to be of assistance to you, Zhou Mo assured her, prompting a smile from Sun Wan as she focused on the road ahead. Suddenly, Zhou Mo asked, Sister Wan, don't you feel upset that I haven't been in touch for so long? Sun Wan, concentrating on driving, replied, I understand that your work keeps you busy. My father mentioned that I should not disturb you. Most importantly, he said you have moved on, which brings me joy. Plus, as I am pursuing my graduate studies, I seldom have time to reach out to you. Haven't you felt the same? Indeed, her reasoning resonated with Zhou Mo, although he felt a twinge of guilt. He had been preoccupied with work lately and had inadvertently neglected their connection. Memories of his previous self, who frequently contacted Sun Wan, surfaced. Hearing her explanation eased his mind, reassuring him that he had not betrayed any hints of inconsistency. Before long, their lighthearted banter brought them home. Sun Wan parked the car in the garage, and Sun Jian emerged upon hearing the noise. His residence was a villa, complete with a garage and garden, valued at no less than 10 million in the current market. Xiao Mo, I had informed you in advance. yet you were reluctant to come. Thankfully, Xiaowan took the initiative to pick you up, Sun Jian remarked. Uncle Sun, I was merely concerned about intruding on your family reunion, Zhou Mo replied, slightly embarrassed. He had grown accustomed to solitude, perhaps due to the nature of his time travel, and he had not truly felt the warmth of familial bonds, thus experiencing no discomfort in his solitude. However, for Sun Jian and his family, it was a different matter. They viewed him as a child recently bereaved of his father, undoubtedly fragile in spirit. You have grown up before my very eyes. Is there really a need for such formality between us? Come, dinner is nearly ready. Let us enjoy a lively meal together, Sun Jian urged. Just then, Sun Wan arrived from the garage, and the group entered the house together. Zhou Mo followed suit, changed his shoes, and noticed Aunt Su Wei, donned in an apron, bustling around the dining table, serving dishes. Xiao Mo, please sit. Dinner will be ready shortly, Aunt Su called out as she spotted Zhou Mo entering. Aunt Su, once a stunning beauty in her youth, had devoted herself entirely to homemaking since marrying Sun Jian and having Sun Wan. Now approaching 50, remnants of her former allure still lingered. Sun Wan's striking features were undoubtedly inherited from her mother. Aunt, it's been a while. I'm sorry to trouble you again. I didn't bring any gifts this time, Zhou Mo said, feeling somewhat awkward as he approached her. Trouble? Not at all. Your presence alone brings me joy. Please, make yourself comfortable. I just have one last dish to prepare before we can eat. Aunt Su replied before heading back to the kitchen. Zhou Mo followed Sun Wan to the restroom to wash his hands. Upon exiting, he found Sun Jian placing dishes on the dining table. Xiao Mo, do eat plenty. I've heard from your uncle that you often eat at the company. Aunt Su expressed concern as she served Zhou Mo. Cooking for myself is too much hassle, so I usually make do at work. Since Shanghai Technology became profitable, the employee benefits are quite generous, providing 3 meals daily, Zhou Mo explained. You ought to take care of yourself. After work, you can come home with your uncle, and I'll cook for you, Aunt Su offered warmly. Thank you, Aunt. Our company's meals are also quite good, and I have my own little stove. Zhou Mo replied cheerfully. Sun Jian nodded in agreement, noting that he often dined from the small stove himself, as the large pot meals did not appeal to Zhou Mo. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Even so, you should visit more often, Aunt Su encouraged. All right, Aunt, Zhou Mo acquiesced, understanding that continually declining would not be ideal. Xiao Mo, are you planning to continue your studies? Sun Wan paused, setting down her utensils. Truthfully, Zhou Mo had not contemplated this question. However, realizing he currently had no need for further education, he shook his head. For now, I lack the time for school, and returning to studies holds little significance for me at this stage. Sun Wan nodded in understanding, having considered the matter herself. Being the daughter of the general manager of Shanghai Technology, she was well aware of the company's circumstances. Given Zhou Mo's current worth, further education would not yield substantial benefits, and such credentials bore little relevance to him. Throughout dinner, the group animatedly discussed various topics. Before long, the meal concluded, and Zhou Mo accompanied Sun Jian and the others to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Though Jiangxing was located in the southern region, many still gathered to enjoy the festivities. Feeling somewhat indifferent towards the Spring Festival Gala over the weekend, Zhou Mo decided to bid farewell to Sun Wan and the others as he prepared to return home. Let me give you a ride. It's getting late and everyone is celebrating the new year. It would be difficult to catch a cab, Sun Wan remarked as she stood up. Before Zhou Mo could respond, Su Wei interjected, Exactly. It's been half a year since you two last met. Let one send you home so you can catch up. Zhou Mo glanced out the window, pondered for a moment, and agreed. Then I'll trouble you, Wan Jia. Don't mention it. Let us go, Sun Wan replied, turning to lead the way. After bidding farewell to Sun Jian and Aunt Sun, Zhou Mo hurriedly followed her. Su Wei turned to Sun Jian. What do you think of this kid, Zhou Mo? Sun Jian raised an eyebrow and responded without much thought. He asked quite good. I've been noticing his efforts lately. Su Wei smiled upon hearing this, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Sun Jian inquired, curious. Don't you think Wan and Zhou Mo are a good match? Zhou Mo is exceptionally capable, and they've grown up together. They know each other well. Sun Jian shook his head helplessly, leaning on his forehead. With a skeptical look at his wife, he teased. You're not interested in someone else's wealth, are you? Su Wei playfully slapped Sun Jian. What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with money. Besides, we may not be wealthy, but we aren't exactly lacking either. Crossing her arms, Su Wei felt a bit upset, realizing that Sun Jian viewed her in this light. I was just joking. I know your character well. Sun Jian quickly apologized as he noticed his wife's displeasure. Su Wei continued. Zhou Mo is quite unfortunate. He lost his mother at a young age, and recently his father passed away in an accident. P.S. Only 19. Tears welled in Su Wei's eyes as she spoke. Ultimately, it depends on their feelings. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. Seeing his wife in tears, Sun Jian embraced her, understanding her compassion, especially since they had watched Zhou Mo grow up since childhood. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo and Sun Wan arrived home quickly. Sun Wan parked in front of Zhou Mo's house, but he hesitated to exit the vehicle. "Thank you for the ride, Wanjia. Would you like to come in for a bit?" Zhou Mo suggested, realizing the timing was inappropriate, fearing it might be misinterpreted. Indeed, Sun Wan's face flushed slightly. Her gaze drifted away from Zhou Mo. She thought, Zhou Mo has really matured. He is using his charm on me. Never mind. It's late, and I should head back, she decided after checking the time. Zhou Mo, noticing her blush, coughed awkwardly to change the subject. Cough, cough. Wanjia, you still have some time before you head to school, right? Yes, do you need something? Sun Wan turned to Zhou Mo, curious about his intentions. Well, I'd like to invite you to dinner, and also buy some gifts for Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun. Since I didn't bring anything today, I feel a bit embarrassed, Zhou Mo explained. Sun Wan nodded slightly, understanding. No problem, your company must be busy. Just let me know when, and we can go together. She readily agreed, not turning down Zhou Mo's desire to express his gratitude. After a bit more conversation, Zhou Mo exited the car. Wanjia, goodbye, drive safely. As Sun Wan made a U-turn, Zhou Mo waved to bid her farewell. Make sure to rest early. See you next time, Sun Wan called out as she pressed the accelerator, swiftly driving away. Zhou Mo watched until her car disappeared before returning home. Upon entering, he adjusted the air conditioning in his bedroom to a comfortable temperature before taking a hot shower. Then, lying on his bed with his tablet, he began browsing through Doushou, preparing to see if there were any recent developments. Recently, Ma Kaiyuan had appeared in Yangqing, engaging in close discussions with local officials. What could he possibly be doing there? Was he still fixated on the previous incident? Zhou Mo shook his head, choosing not to delve further. Ma Kaiyuan's followers, no matter how impressive, could not rival his system. Continuing to browse other news, Zhou Mo eventually stumbled upon an article about mango cars, reporting their official launch and many delighted new owners. Intrigued, he opened the comments section, where numerous netizens were discussing the news. One comment caught his eye. Has anyone received their mango car? I'm looking to purchase one at a high price. Immediate responses followed. Is this for real, or are you a scammer? I bought one too. But the line is too long. I can't wait anymore. Here as proof. Bank balance. Mango car order screenshot. Wow, so many zeros. This person is quite the big shot. What price can the big shot offer? I have a fully equipped Mango S7 for private chat. After that, the big shot stopped replying. It seemed credible. The world certainly had its share of wealthy individuals. Zhou Mo, curious, continued to explore the comments, realizing he had no authority over those reselling mango cars. If people were willing to pay that price, it indicated the car's value. Subsequently, he continued browsing the news until fatigue finally compelled him to rest. Chapter 59. The wealthy purchase cars. Unrestrained by humanity, on the first day of the new year, Zhang Wei lay on the sofa. Having just finished a meal while scrolling through Doushou, he was engrossed in videos about mango cars, eagerly anticipating his own vehicle's arrival in a few days. He had ordered the top-tier Mango S7. Although it was expensive, he managed to make the purchase. Having ordered early, he was among the first batch of owners. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, big brother, what's up? Zhang Wei found it odd that his elder brother, who lived nearby, would call him. Just received news that someone is willing to pay 2 million for the latest Mango S7, and you were my first call. Zhang Wei was not surprised that his brother knew about his car purchase, as he had boasted about it on social media after placing the order. Is that true? It can't be a scam, right? Zhang Wei shifted on the sofa, making himself more comfortable for the call. His first reaction was disbelief. Who would be foolish enough to pay over 1 million extra for a car? It's true. That person is my boss, and we dined together. Don't you remember? He is at my house right now. I called to see what you think. If you're interested, come over. If not, no worries. His brother's serious tone made Zhang Wei jump up from the sofa. He recognized the person his brother mentioned as a highly influential individual, recalling a dinner where many sought to curry favor with him. My boss stated he wants the car because his son likes it, but couldn't he get one? If you agree, let me know, and I'll inform him. If not, that is fine too. Of course I'm willing. Zhang Wei exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Earning over 1 million without effort seemed like a foolish opportunity to pass up. It's just that I'm not in a hurry to get the car. I can wait. Great. I'll tell my boss right away. Hurry over so we can discuss everything. Thank you, big brother. I really appreciate you thinking of me. Zhang Wei expressed his gratitude eagerly. Family is family, no need for formalities. It is only fitting that I express my gratitude to you. You have assisted my boss in resolving his issues, which will undoubtedly elevate my standing in his eyes. The tone of my elder brother exuded a sense of ease, and Zhang Wei could palpably sense the improvement compared to the beginning. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll be there immediately, Zhang Wei declared before hanging up the phone. He grabbed his coat from the sofa and bid farewell to his wife before stepping out. In the following 3 days, even during the weekend when there was little to do, he frequently visited the office. Now that the holiday had commenced, the company was rather deserted. It was not until the 4th day that people began to return to the office. On this day, as soon as he arrived at the company, Gao Yi sought him out. He had just returned to work and his first order of business was to find Zhou Wei. Mr. Zhou, please take a look at this information, Gao Yi said, handing over his phone. An influential figure has spent 2 million to purchase a Mango car. It is indeed foolish to spend so extravagantly on a vehicle worth only 800,000 yuan. Who could argue otherwise? Furthermore, it is a second-hand model. It appears that some people simply cannot bear to see others prosper. For these affluent individuals, spending 800,000 or 2 million is akin to a mere meal. I possess the latest top-tier Mango S7, which affluent individual is willing to pay for time. As the comments flowed, someone suddenly recalled that their own Mango car was soon to be in their possession and casually inquired in the comment section, I want one. How much? Can we meet offline first? Before long, a response appeared. Let us discuss privately. But let me be clear from the outset. You must have the means. Rest assured, I certainly possess the means. Who else would spend over 800,000 on a new energy vehicle? The two exchanged a mere 4 messages before ceasing communication altogether. Their accounts subsequently transformed into private status, indicating that a transaction was likely in the works. However, the comment section was abuzz, with numerous responses flooding in, and the screenshot of their exchange was circulated as news. Brother, is this for real? Are you truly going to buy it? Calm down, my friend. Wouldn't it be wiser to spend 2 million on a Ferrari instead? How foolish. If I had 2 million, I would simply purchase an Audi A4 and spend the rest on anything but cilantro. Upon reading these comments, Zhou Wei chose to stop scrolling. He had grasped Gao Yi's implications. He returned the phone to Gao Yi and articulated his perspective. It is no great matter. If someone is willing to spend their money, it is not my concern. Moreover, their actions inadvertently enhance the perceived value of our Mango cars, serving as promotion for us. What is not to love? But, Mr. Zhou, could this negatively impact our reputation? Gao Yi felt the validity of Zhou Wei's argument, yet still harbored some apprehensions. Zhou Wei shook his head. Isn't this akin to the previous craze over fruit phones? Some individuals were willing to sell a kidney just to acquire the latest model. There is no detrimental effect. A car priced at over 800,000 is not intended for the average person. As one commenter noted, those willing to spend 2 million on a vehicle are either foolish or extraordinarily wealthy. Gao Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in that statement. The Mango S3, in contrast, is indeed the vehicle suited for the average individual, designed for mass appeal, provided it does not detract from the S7 model. However, Mr. Zhou, among our 20,000 pre-sale orders, 60% are for the Mango S7. Doesn't that present a concern? Upon hearing Gao Yi's remark, Zhou Wei rubbed his forehead, suddenly reminded of an outstanding matter. Please hold on. I need to summon Lu Su. Just as he prepared to dial, Lu Su knocked on the office door. Zhou Wei looked up just in time to see Lu Su enter. Mr. Zhou, you need not call. I noticed you and Gao Yi conversing, so I waited outside. Perfect timing. I have a matter for you to address, Zhou Wei replied, setting down his phone and gesturing toward Lu Su. Lu Su quickly approached and inquired, Mr. Zhou, what is it you need? I have noticed a deficiency in the automatic driving feature of the Mango S3, Zhou Wei stated. What exactly is lacking? Lu Su asked. Curiosity piqued as he leaned against the desk. Gao Yi, standing nearby, also felt intrigued, wondering how this related to their earlier discussion. Why, as Gao Yi mentioned, 60% of our initial pre-sale orders are for the Mango S7. Why would so many people opt for such an expensive vehicle? Zhou Wei posed the question to them both. Lu Su glanced at Gao Yi, having overheard their earlier conversation. He too pondered, indeed. What motivates so many to purchase such a costly car? Is it simply a case of foolishness or affluence? Zhou Wei, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. What kind of response is that? Gao Yi nearly laughed. It was indeed a tall order to expect those in technical roles to grapple with such inquiries. The crux of the matter lies in the superior technological attributes of the Mango S7, which far exceed those of comparable vehicles, whether electric or fuel-powered, Zhou Wei answered confidently. With an 1,100-kilometer range, L4, level-assisted driving, and performance that rivals supercars, any one of these features would be a game-changer in the electric vehicle market. And yet, Starseed technology has managed to combine them all. Lu Su and Gao Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Zhou Wei's points. However, the Mango S3 had only garnered 40 orders, indicating it lacked the allure of its counterpart. This was an unfortunate reality. Despite the rising penetration of new energy vehicles in recent years, many potential customers hesitated for various reasons. Therefore, we must enhance the Mango S3 with additional features to attract users, Zhou Wei concluded. What area do you think we should focus on enhancing, Mr. Zhou? Lu Su asked, eager to contribute. Zhou Wei smiled and nodded. Given that many vehicles have already been delivered to customers, upgrading hardware is impractical and unnecessary. The current battery S 700-kilometer range is already among the highest available on the market. Thus, we will concentrate on software enhancements. I believe we can introduce a more advanced version of the automated parking feature for user selection. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi understood Zhou Wei's intentions. While Lu Su remained somewhat perplexed, Zhou Wei's plan was to bolster the appeal of the Mango S3, thus enhancing its sales. The existing automated parking feature was somewhat underwhelming. If it could match the S7's capabilities, I am confident that the number of buyers would significantly increase. Lu Su, do you foresee any issues in implementing this? Now understanding, Lu Su promptly affirmed, no problem, Mr. Zhou. Achieving this goal will not be difficult. Excellent. Please proceed with preparations. But note that this feature will incur a cost. It will not be provided free of charge. Gao Yi, you should also prepare to announce this news on our official website and social media platforms. Following Zhou Wei's instructions, Lu Su and Gao Yi set to work. Zhou Wei, however, had other matters to attend to, specifically a dinner with Sun Quan. Initially, he had planned to make a brief stop at the office before departing. But Gao Yi's early arrival had altered his schedule. Glancing at the time, he realized he still had ample opportunity. With the car keys in hand, Zhou Wei made his way to the underground parking lot to retrieve his vehicle. He drove a top-tier Mango S7, which boasted superior performance, though the differences compared to the standard model were not particularly pronounced. Notably, the capabilities of his vehicle could hardly be showcased in the vicinity of East University. As Zhou Wei navigated his way out of the parking garage, he set his course for Sun Wan's residence. On the previous occasion, Sun Wan drove, but this time, as it was a weekend gathering, it would be inappropriate for a woman to take the wheel. Sister Wan, I have already set off and will arrive in 20 minutes. Came a voice message from the weekend. Inside Sun Jian's home, Su Wei was searching for clothes for Sun Wan, who was in the midst of her makeup routine. Xiao Wan, what do you think of this outfit? Su Wei inquired, holding up a brown trench coat. Oh, Mom, that's just too outdated. Sun Wan replied, catching a glimpse of her mother through the makeup mirror. Outdated? This dress accentuates your figure beautifully. It suits you perfectly. Su Wei insisted, holding the coat up for comparison. Regardless, I won't wear that outfit. I'll prepare something for myself shortly. There's still time, Sun Wan dismissed, uninterested in debating with her mother. Since it's your first date, naturally, I should help you choose something. It shows you care more. Mom, what are you talking about? It's just dinner with Xiao Mo. Sun Wan retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed, perhaps due to the makeup. Yes, just dinner, Su Wei replied, somewhat exasperated. At that moment, Sun Jin approached. Let the girl make her own choices. Your presence here is more of a distraction. Seeing both her husband and daughter in agreement, Su Wei huffed and stormed out of the room. Just then, Sun Wan's phone lit up on the table. She glanced down and opened the message from the weekend. Sister Wan, I've set off, and I'll arrive in 20 minutes. She promptly replied, all right. Take your time and drive safely. Sun Jian, still present, overheard the voice message. Have fun today. Xiao Mo is indeed a good kid, but it ultimately depends on you. As a concerned father, he felt a pang of melancholy. Dad, it's just a meal, Sun Wan playfully replied. I understand you're merely sharing a meal. Yet I also know you have feelings for Xiao Mo. Ultimately, you will marry. We cannot care for you forever. Marrying someone unknown to us is less preferable than Xiao Mo. Both your mother and I think he is quite suitable, so seize this opportunity. Sun Jian spoke earnestly, hinting at an unspoken truth. Before the weekend's father passed away, he had jokingly suggested several times that Sun Wan should marry Xiao Mo. Sun Jian had brushed it off as a mere joke, but after reflecting on it following a recent dinner where his wife mentioned it, he found the idea quite appealing. But Dad, what if I choose not to marry? Many people today opt out of marriage. I can always take care of you, Sun Wan protested, echoing the sentiments of many daughters. Not marrying is not an option. Xiao Mo is an exceptional young man. He is more than deserving of you. He doesn't have a girlfriend at the moment, so I insist you take advantage of this chance. With that, Sun Jian turned and exited the room. Sun Wan remained alone, pondering her thoughts. 20 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Xiao Mo's car arrived at Sun Jian's doorstep. Upon exiting, he spotted Sun Wan, elegantly dressed, standing by the door, flanked by Sun Jian and Su Wei. Uncle Sun, Auntie Sun, Sister Wan, Xiao Mo greeted everyone. Sun Jian nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, while Su Wei cheerfully urged, Xiao Mo, ensure you have a delightful time with Xiao Wan. Rest assured, Auntie Sun, Uncle Sun, he replied, leading Sun Wan to the vehicle. Goodbye, Uncle Sun, Auntie Sun. Xiao Mo called out as he adjusted the car and drove off. Don't linger. When it's your turn to marry off a daughter, you'll feel even more distressed. Sun Jian remarked, noticing Su Wei peeking out. Oh, hush. Su Wei retorted, playfully nudging Sun Jian before retreating inside. With a resigned shake of his head, Sun Jian followed her in. Chapter 61. The date in progress. An awkward moment. Sun Wan sat in the passenger seat, gazing straight ahead and remaining silent. She had carefully chosen her outfit for this occasion. A long gray sweater paired with a fitted gray skirt, complemented by skin-tone stockings and knee-high boots. This ensemble was a first for her, meticulously prepared for her dinner with Xiao Mo, causing her some nervousness. As they drove onto the main road, Xiao Mo turned to glance at Sun Wan in the passenger seat. Sister Wan, you look truly stunning today, he complimented, trying to alleviate the awkwardness of their silence. Really? I'm glad my efforts have paid off, Sun Wan beamed with pride. Do you think this outfit suits me? She asked, glancing at her attire. It's quite fitting. It's the first time I've seen you in this style, Xiao Mo affirmed. Sun Wan's beauty, combined with her new attire, exuded an air of elegance. Previously, she tended to dress more conservatively. Noticing her effort for this dinner, Xiao Mo felt a sense of accomplishment. Being appreciated and needed is a unique emotional reward. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the Central Business District, the largest and most luxurious commercial area in Jiangxing, bustling with activity. The high-foot traffic required Xiao Mo to drive slowly. His Mango S7, with its striking appearance, attracted attention, leaving many curious about the unfamiliar logo. After a brief pause due to traffic, Xiao Mo parked the car. Since we have some time, let us buy some gifts once I park, he suggested. That is fine. But you really don't have to buy anything for my parents. They don't need more stuff, Sun Wan replied. Sister Wan, that is not quite right. Whether they need it or not is a separate matter. My desire to gift them is what truly matters. It's a matter of etiquette in relationships. And it's not so simple, Xiao Mo explained. Though he wasn't particularly fond of the idea, he felt compelled to comply. While they conversed, a figure approached and knocked on Xiao Mo's window. Tap, tap. Both he and Sun Wan turned to look. Xiao Mo rolled down the window to reveal a girl hunched over, her right hand clutching her chest, making a beguiling gesture. Hi, handsome. I'm feeling a bit dizzy today. May I sit in your car for a moment? She asked in a pitchy voice, believing her demeanor would attract attention. However, Xiao Mo, though inexperienced, quickly discerned her intentions. Do you need me to call an ambulance? I'm at your service, he replied, scrutinizing her intently. Realizing her mistake, the girl noticed Sun Wan's beauty inside the car and promptly turned away, departing without another word. Xiao Mo shook his head in resignation. Such encounters were commonplace in Jiangxing, particularly outside bars. Throughout the exchange, Sun Wan remained silently observant, though Xiao Mo noticed the slight upturn of her lips when he declined the girl's request. After parking in the underground garage, they proceeded to purchase a few gifts. For Sun Jian, Xiao Mo selected a leather belt, while for Su Wei, he chose some cosmetics, both conventional gifts. As for Sun Wan, he opted for a watch worth over 100,000. Initially, he intended to buy something even more extravagant. But Sun Wan declined, stating, a watch worth that much is already a first for me. I can't afford anything pricier. After several polite refusals from Sun Wan, Zhou Wei decided not to insist on meeting over the weekend. In truth, money had ceased to hold the same significance for him as it once did. Subsequently, the two of them found a restaurant to enjoy a delightful meal. Since they needed to drive, Zhou Wei refrained from ordering red wine, and they settled for some juice instead. After their meal, Zhou Wei took Sun Wan for a leisurely stroll nearby. Shall we catch a movie? Sun Wan suddenly suggested as they found themselves at the cinema entrance. Zhou Wei recalled that it was the spring festival period, which meant a plethora of appealing films were available, and he readily agreed. As they approached the ticket counter, the attendant cheerfully greeted them. Hello, handsome and beautiful. What would you like to see? Zhou Wei glanced at Sun Wan, silently encouraging her to choose. Sun Wan looked up at the screen, pondered for a moment, and pointed to one of the films. Let's go with that one. Zhou Wei followed her finger to discover it was X-File 3. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering why she had chosen this particular film. Observing Zhou Wei's reaction, Sun Wan curiously asked, is there something wrong with this choice? I read some great reviews online. Not at all, Zhou Wei replied, hesitating. The X-Files series had indeed been quite successful. They were low-budget films that consistently turned a profit. However, given the festive season, Zhou Wei had intended to select a comedy for a joyful experience. It's fine. If Wanjia likes it, we'll go with this, he conceded. They purchased 2 tickets for X-File 3. Unfortunately, there were no good seats left, so they had to settle for the last row. That's all right. It was my choice after all. What matters is not what we watch, but who we watch it with, Sun Wan remarked, tilting her head and smiling at Zhou Wei. He was momentarily taken aback by her gaze, as it was the first time he had looked at her so closely. Feeling a bit shy under his scrutiny, Sun Wan quickly suggested, "Let us hurry. The movie is about to start." "Sure, let us go in," Zhou Wei replied, snapping back to reality. They picked up a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola, making their way to the last row just as the film began. Between their seats was a convenient space for the popcorn, allowing both to enjoy it easily. As the movie commenced, the audience fell silent, all eyes glued to the screen. Zhou Wei had never seen this film before, so he was attentive. However, midway through, he noticed a couple in front of them embracing and engaging in intimate actions. Initially uncertain, he became aware of heavy breathing and the sound of swallowing. Internally, he scolded them for their inappropriate behavior during the film. As the chapter of their date concluded, Zhou Wei discreetly glanced at Sun Wan, who was probably observing the scene more clearly than he was. Coincidentally, their eyes met, and she quickly turned away, feigning nonchalance. Yet, Zhou Wei noticed her reaction. Pretending not to have seen, he continued watching the film and munching on popcorn. Faithfully, as Sun Wan reached for the popcorn, their hands brushed together, causing her to retract her hand in surprise, as if caught in a guilty act. Zhou Wei continued as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the couple in front remained engrossed in their own world, completely unfazed by the public setting. "Xiaomo, there's not much left to see in this movie. Shall we head back?" Sun Wan suddenly suggested. Zhou Wei agreed, and they both bent slightly to exit the theater. Once outside, he noticed Sun Wan's cheeks flushed, an adorable sight. Containing a laugh, he was met with her playful annoyance. "Xiaomo, are you laughing at your Wanjia?" she teased, realizing Zhou Wei might be amused by her earlier embarrassment. "Wanjia, how could I? I was merely reflecting on a delightful thought," Zhou Wei replied, raising his hands in defense. Sun Wan turned her head, pretending to be upset, and ceased looking at him. It took some time for Zhou Wei to cheer her up. With the evening winding down and not much left to do, he drove Sun Wan home, also delivering gifts to Sun Jian and Aunt Sunday. Once home, Zhou Wei received a message from Sun Wan. "I had a fantastic time tonight. I hope we can do it again. Good night." He promptly replied, "Good night, Wanjia." Meanwhile, Sun Wan, upon returning home, quickly freshened up and climbed into bed. Reminiscing about the day spent with Zhou Wei, she had enjoyed herself immensely, yet the experience felt distinctly different from their previous outings. The day had been marked by an awkward moment when they witnessed a couple kissing and engaging in intimate gestures, leaving her with a significant emotional impact. Having only seen such scenes on television or heard about them from her roommates, who all had boyfriends, she felt a mix of curiosity and embarrassment. Lying on her back, gazing at the ceiling, she pondered, is kissing truly that pleasurable? Time passed swiftly. Employees of Shanghai Technology gradually arrived at the office, and the company resumed its normal operations. Zhou Wei's earlier directives to Lu Su and Gao Yi began to bear fruit. After thorough research, they had developed an optional installation package for the Mango S3, enabling it to feature automatic parking capabilities akin to those of the Mango S7. Gao Yi's team successfully announced the news, garnering much enthusiasm and support from customers, particularly women. Many female buyers of the Mango S3 expressed relief, stating that their mothers no longer had to worry about their parking skills. This move undoubtedly addressed significant concerns for many female users, leading to a slight uptick in orders for the Mango vehicles. In fact, several female users even took to creating short videos to advocate for the Mango cars. "Hello everyone, this is my Mango S3, and today marks the 17th day since I received my vehicle. Let me share my initial impressions," began a girl in a black down jacket, her hair tied up. "From the moment I got this car, I was astounded. The design, performance, range, and durability of the Mango S3 have left me thoroughly excited. For me, it was love at first sight, especially due to its aesthetics and autonomous driving technology. The automatic parking feature has become indispensable to me. It has resolved many of my parking dilemmas, especially in narrow spaces where even seasoned drivers struggle. The Mango S3 handles them flawlessly. However, I must address some shortcomings within this narrative. Despite several commendable instances, there have also been moments of error. Recently, there have been a few notable missteps." As she spoke, the video interspersed various clips documenting the Mango S3's automatic parking failures. Some instances showed the vehicle repeatedly maneuvering within a parking space, unable to settle. Others depicted it frozen in place, seemingly at a loss. And in more alarming cases, the vehicle, having been properly parked, inexplicably drove itself out. The woman in the video continued, expressing her relief that recently, Shanghai Technology had specifically upgraded the Mango S3's automatic parking feature. Upon the release of this update, she promptly purchased it, and now, nearly a week later, she could only describe the experience as astonishingly effective and remarkably economical. Since the update, the Mango S3's automatic parking function has exhibited no issues whatsoever. Following this, additional video clips showcased the updated Mango S3 executing automatic parking maneuvers with a newfound fluidity, akin to the proficiency of an experienced driver. Furthermore, the video captured several scenarios that would typically pose challenges for seasoned drivers, yet the Mango S3 performed flawlessly. Post-update. Exiting the parking space no longer necessitated the driver's intervention. A mere tap on her mobile device would prompt the vehicle to autonomously navigate to the designated location. The woman showcased this feature adeptly in her video, which quickly ascended the trending charts on Douyin, garnering over 800,000 comments and shares, with likes surpassing an astonishing 2 million. Meanwhile, Gaoi noticed this video creator, puzzled as he could not recall the company having signed such an individual. Thus far, he had only engaged with the couples Chao Wenrui and their partners. In a city far removed from Jiangcheng, a woman exuberantly leaped about in her room. Those familiar with her latest video would recognize her as the creator who filmed the Mango S3's automatic parking features. Previously, she had served as the public relations director for an advertising firm specializing in automotive promotions, earning an annual salary of approximately 200,000 yuan, a modest sum. However, her fortunes changed when the agency was acquired, and during the merger, she was let go. Faced with this predicament, she sought an alternative path. Coincidentally, as short videos surged in popularity, she resolved to embark on a journey into social media. Initially, she selected the automotive niche, aligning with her previous career. Although her efforts yielded little success due to overwhelming competition, just as she contemplated giving up, she chanced upon the launch of the Mango automobile by Shanghai Technology. Captivated by the vehicle's technology and performance, she resolved to seize the opportunity, driven by a determination to succeed and a genuine fondness for the Mango S3. Had the Mango S7 not been prohibitively expensive, she would have undoubtedly opted for that instead. After considerable deliberation, she decided to take the plunge. During the Mango automobile launch, she ordered the Mango S3 from Shanghai Technology's official website, believing herself among the earliest to do so, only to discover others had ordered before her. When Shanghai Technology announced an offline delivery ceremony, she astutely recognized the business potential, though it felt irrelevant to her, leaving her with a sense of regret upon reflection. Fortunately, her early order meant she soon acquired the vehicle. At this juncture, she realized she was among the few who shared her aspirations online. Motivated, she swiftly began creating multiple videos featuring the Mango S3. Initially, her follower count hovered just above 10,000, but upon releasing the video, her followers skyrocketed to over 100,000. While this may seem modest in the vast realm of Douyin, it undeniably bolstered her confidence, affirming her path was indeed valid. Recently, with the option to pay for an update to the Mango S3's automatic parking feature, she wasted no time, investing nearly 10,000 yuan for the upgrade. After experiencing it, she immediately filmed another video showcasing the new features. With many still awaiting their vehicles, she found herself at the forefront of the trend. Unexpectedly, this video garnered unprecedented attention, with likes and comments far exceeding her previous total. Her imagination soared at the prospect of creating more such content, envisioning a swift ascent to becoming a million-follower influencer. With aspirations for the future, she engaged with viewers in the comments section while contemplating her next video ideas, drawing inspiration from the feedback. Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying a call from Jiangcheng. "I don't believe I have any friends in Jiangcheng," she mused, noting the number didn't resemble a spam call. Who could it be? Furrowing her brow, she pondered. After a moment, she considered it might be someone she knew and answered the call. "Hello, may I speak with Ms. Jiang Qianqian?" A youthful male voice inquired from the other end. Before she could respond, he continued, "I am Gao Yi from Shanghai Technology. You may have heard of me." Initially taken aback, Jiang Qianqian struggled to process the information. Shanghai Technology? Gao Yi? Wasn't that the company behind the Mango automobile? She recalled having researched the executives of Shanghai Technology during a live stream, knowing Gao Yi was responsible for the company's promotions and marketing. What could this individual want with her? Was he a fraud? "Ms. Jiang Qianqian, Please do not worry. I am not a scammer. I reached out because I saw your video on Douyin and would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Sensing her hesitation, Gao Yi clarified his intentions to alleviate her concerns. Upon viewing her content, Gao Yi's immediate impression was that she perfectly aligned with Xinghai Technology's promotional vision for the Mango S3. If she were to join their team and create more promotional videos, it would undoubtedly enhance the vehicle's appeal among female consumers. Many women prioritize brand recognition and aesthetics when purchasing cars. The Mango automobile, with its striking design and growing reputation, may not yet rival luxury brands like BMW or Mercedes-Benz. But with its technology-driven market approach, its recognition is destined to expand, gaining increasing favor from consumers, a sentiment shared by everyone at Xinghai Technology. Hello, this is Jiang Qianqian. She stammered, her voice trembling slightly. The excitement was overwhelming. A senior figure from Xinghai Technology was contacting her. Most crucially, she recalled Gao Yi's role within the company. The sudden outreach from someone in such a position after viewing her Mango automobile video was nothing short of significant. However, Jiang Qianqian was mistaken. Gao Yi was not an executive at Xinghai Technology, but had been closely involved with internet marketing support, giving the impression of a higher status. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind, Mr. Gao? Jiang Qianqian asked eagerly, her recent experiences having been quite tumultuous. If only there were a grand tree for her to embrace, it would be akin to a blessing. The matter of collaboration is rather straightforward. However, I require Miss Jiang to visit our company for a discussion regarding the specific details. Gao Yi is prepared to have a thorough conversation with Jiang Qianqian. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Qianqian, holding her phone, furrowed her brow. This situation is rather challenging. It's not merely a matter of expenditure. Rather, she perceives that the back and forth is an extravagant waste of time. Having recently gained significant attention through her videos about Mango cars, it is evident that others have also noticed this avenue. If she does not seize this momentum now to capitalize on her current advantage and accumulate more followers, such an opportunity may seldom arise in the future. Thus, she candidly expressed her concerns over the phone. While the prospect of collaborating with Xinghai Technology is appealing, if it merely entails returning to the traditional work routine, she would rather forego the opportunity altogether. She is truly reluctant to return to a fate dictated by others. On the other end of the line, Gao Yi slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. Miss Jiang, I apologize for my lack of consideration. In light of this, shall we have our discussion via video call instead? Upon hearing that Gao Yi was accommodating her request, Jiang Qianqian felt a surge of joy and developed a favorable impression of him. No problem. This number is my WeChat ID. Mr. Gao, feel free to add me directly. Subsequently, they exchanged contact information and commenced their formal conversation. Chapter 64. The third lottery draw. Zhang Sheng. Have you seen that video on Douyin? On Zhang Sheng and Chao Wenrui's side, their teams had not yet formally commenced short video filming and live streaming upon returning. They had initially intended to wait until after the Lantern Festival to start, but unexpectedly, someone had gotten ahead of them. Consequently, Chao Wenrui promptly called Zhang Sheng to discuss. I have indeed seen it. We have missed a golden opportunity, but we needn't be overly disheartened. This merely indicates that there is indeed traffic for videos related to Mango cars on Douyin. Zhang Sheng was currently comforting Chao Wenrui. You make a valid point. I intend to begin preparations immediately. What about you? Chao Wenrui, finding Zhang Sheng's reasoning sound, decided to act without delay. I am also ready to start. I have already acquired the necessary equipment. Great, let us both strive for success. Yes, let us do our best. After concluding their conversation, Chao Wenrui hung up the phone. Zhang Sheng tossed his phone aside, and at that moment, his wife Wu Na emerged from the side. Darling, do you have any ideas yet? Wu Na inquired curiously, her urgency mounting, especially after witnessing other success with Mango Cars videos. Wife, do not worry. After all, we have the backing of Xinghai Technology. Ordinary individuals cannot compete with us unless they also gain support from Xinghai Technology, which is highly unlikely. So, there is no need for concern. Moreover, I have begun to formulate some ideas. Zhang Sheng replied with confidence. Really? Husband, you are simply remarkable. Wu Na's eyes sparkled with admiration. Seeing her expression filled Zhang Sheng with a sense of accomplishment, prompting him to share his plans. First, I believe we can leverage the videos from the previous press conference to promote ourselves and enhance our visibility. This promotional opportunity should not be squandered, especially considering the plethora of clips regarding his win that flooded Douyin. However, since that press conference, he has remained elusive online, leaving many curious about him. Wu Na nodded in agreement, finding merit in Zhang Sheng's reasoning. And what comes next? She asked encouragingly. Next, We need to upload some videos about the Mango S3 and commence live streaming, as many individuals have yet to receive their vehicles, resulting in heightened curiosity about Mango cars. However, our Mango S3 has a significant drawback. Its autonomous driving technology is only at level 2, falling short compared to Chao Wenrui's Mango S7. Nonetheless, we must not lose heart, as this disadvantage can generate discussions and traffic, which is a direction we should pursue. Zhang Sheng then elaborated on their current status and analyzed how to maximize their advantages. After their analysis, equipped with a strategy, the duo officially began filming their short videos. Meanwhile, Chao Wenrui was indeed preparing to utilize the autonomous driving technology of the Mango S7 as a selling point for their launch. He planned to initiate a live stream immediately after releasing the video to attract viewers interested in the autonomous driving technology of the Mango S7. He realized that, thus far, no one had undertaken a live stream, presenting an excellent opportunity. As both teams prepared, Gao Yi and Jiang Qianqian concluded their discussion. Mr. Gao, I am immensely grateful. I shall certainly put forth my best effort. Jiang Qianqian was pleasantly surprised by the favorable terms offered by Gao Yi. In addition to a base salary, there would be support for traffic. Most importantly, all earnings from the account would belong to her, albeit the ownership was not entirely hers. Moreover, to compensate for her account's losses, Gao Yi had even transferred a sum of money, though the amount was a mere 20,000 yuan. It reflected Gao Yi's respect for her, as he did not seek to exploit her from the outset. This 20,000 yuan could be regarded as a purchase of her account's ownership, with the rights to the earnings remaining with her. Managing the account well and promoting the Mango S3 will be my greatest gratitude, Gao Yi humbly remarked, as this approach had been conceived over the weekend. Following that, they ended the video call, and Jiang Qianqian began preparing to shoot the latest short video about the Mango S3. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this period, Mango cars experienced robust sales. Coupled with the ongoing sales of Tulu electric vehicles, the system's points had finally accumulated to a commendable level. Although the relatively high price of Tulu electric vehicles had significantly hampered their sales, nonetheless, due to their reputation, a substantial portion had still been sold. Since the last lottery draw, nearly half a year had passed, during which Shanghai Technology had garnered over 10 billion yuan in pure profit, with Tulu electric vehicles contributing a substantial portion. Although Mango cars had high profit margins, their sales duration had been considerably shorter. To truly earn significant revenue, time was essential. After all, in the past month, only over 20,000 units of Mango cars had been delivered, with total sales barely surpassing 10 billion yuan. After the last lottery draw, he had gained clarity. The points correlated directly to the profits earned by his company. Approximately 1 million yuan equated to 1 point. With Shanghai Technology's profits exceeding 10 billion yuan, his points had only increased to over 10,000. During the weekend, he felt quite helpless. The ratio was rather daunting. However, there was no alternative. He had to work diligently to earn money for the lottery. Currently, only Zhou Mo was present in the office. Sitting on the sofa, Zhou Mo opened the system panel. Level, LV3 host. Zhou Mo points. 10,693. Apart from the points data, the lottery wheel was also displayed. Zhou Mo gazed at the dazzling array of technologies on the wheel, nearly drooling. Previously, he had won prizes twice, allowing the system to level up from LV1 to LV3. The first lottery draw yielded 10 points and a specified draw from the system. The second time, having leveled up, required 100 points for each draw. Zhou Mo glanced at the lottery wheel. Fortunately, the points required for this draw had only escalated to 200. Had it reached 1,000, he could scarcely fathom how long it would take to obtain a prize. Initially, he had believed that accumulating sufficient points would guarantee access to the technologies displayed on the wheel. However, reality delivered him a resounding slap. Previously, he had expended nearly 10,000 points to obtain the complete set of autonomous driving technology. Yet, he could only blame himself for his last choice of random selection. This time, he resolved to attempt a different approach by opting for a designated draw. The advantage of a designated draw is that it allows one to select a specific technological document, ensuring that the corresponding technology is acquired. The downside is glaringly apparent. It requires a substantial amount of points. The last time he checked, the designated draw would consume 5,000 points. An expense he hesitated to incur, coupled with his inexplicable confidence in his luck, leading to a near 10,000 point expenditure for a prize, a decision he regretted deeply. This time, he was determined to proceed directly with the designated draw, albeit the cost had doubled to 10,000 points. Nevertheless, He no longer trusted his fortune. System. Designated draw. Extract. Chapter 65. Complete technical documentation for chips. System. Designated draw. Extract complete technical documentation for chips. He was resolute in his ambition to manufacture chips independently. This decision was not made lightly. After all, in today's electronic technology landscape, the chip remains the crucial component. He vividly recalled that the sanctions on chips had rendered him vulnerable to external forces. Moreover, the Mango car required a copious amount of chips, a problem he aimed to resolve. Furthermore, if the Mango car aspired to achieve Level 5 autonomous driving technology, chips were indispensable. Currently, the automotive chips available could not meet the requirements for Level 5 autonomous driving technology. With a decisive command, the wheel began to spin. Before long, it came to a halt on the desired complete technical documentation for chips. He silently prayed, "Heaven bless, may it not be mere riches, but rather the comprehensive collection of chip design, research, production, and other technical knowledge." Since the draw wheel displayed only a simple title of the technical document, he was unaware of its contents until he opened it. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, he clicked to unveil the data package. Instantly, a series of more detailed folders appeared before him. Design technology, manufacturing technology, packaging and testing technology, photolithography production technology, etching machine production technology, and so forth. Indeed, the system had not deceived him. It was a complete set of technologies. Overcome with exhilaration, he leapt from the sofa. He could already anticipate the contents of the data package without needing to open every file. The system had proven reliable, and the expenditure of 10,000 points was undoubtedly worthwhile. Yet, to be prudent, or perhaps to satisfy his own expectations, he selected a document to peruse. Within the chip design technology, it encompassed the overall architectural design to meet application scenarios and functional demands, including the layout and interconnections of modules such as CPUs and GPUs. As he delved deeper into the chip design technology, an expansive array of more intricate technical documents unfolded before him. This included front-end design technology, algorithm design, architectural design, logical design, RTL design, and verification, among others. The back-end design technology encompassed layout design, routing design, physical design, parasitic parameter extraction, and post-simulation. Auxiliary design technologies featured the development of design automation tools and the design and integration of IP cores. At this juncture, he felt overwhelmed. The volume of technical information was staggering. Merely one segment of this technical package was nearly equivalent to the new energy technology documentation he had received from his first draw. Furthermore, within the design technology, there were additional fields such as circuit design and layout design. Armed with this knowledge, Shanghai Technology could re-engineer a new chip architecture, addressing the bottleneck issue at its source. The Huawei Kirin chip was impressive, yet it still utilized a public architecture, not entirely self-developed. While Huawei was constrained, Shanghai Technology could achieve what they could not. Filled with newfound confidence, he envisioned a promising future beckoning him. However, a moment of reflection struck him. If all these innovations were to be developed by Shanghai Technology, the foremost challenge would be the current shortage of personnel. The company was expanding rapidly, and they were already facing a significant shortfall in manpower, with fewer than 100 researchers. It wasn't that they were unwilling to hire more. The system limited the number of personnel who could receive the transferred data. Following his second draw, the transfer capacity had increased from 10 to 100 individuals. If this time the capacity only doubled, he pondered how long it would take to produce the chips. Upon glancing at this draw as transfer capacity, he was astonished. 1,000. Indeed, he could transfer the data to 1,000 individuals. While this number might be inadequate for other firms, it was more than sufficient for him. By disseminating the information, each recipient could evolve into a leading scientist or researcher in their respective fields. With such expertise, Shanghai Technology would be fully equipped to produce chips autonomously. Thus, the next step for Shanghai Technology was to embark on a significant recruitment drive. Of course, beyond researchers, other personnel were necessary. A company cannot thrive solely on the backs of its scientists. This time, he resolved to let Shanghai Technology embark on a grand initiative to alleviate societal employment pressures. With a clear strategy in mind, he summoned Sun Jian, Lu Su, and Gaoi into his office. "Uncle Sun, I believe we are currently understaffed. Many universities are conducting spring recruitment. I propose we hold a large-scale hiring event." Upon Sun Jian's entrance, he articulated his thoughts. Having spent a considerable day out with Sun Wan, he had observed Sun Jian's reactions, noting nothing amiss. As he reflected on this, he felt a sense of calm. Despite not sharing anything significant with Sun Wan, Their outing had left him feeling somewhat peculiar and guilty. Sun Jian nodded, acknowledging the evident staffing crisis. No problem. I'll compile the numbers shortly to ascertain how many we need to recruit. No rush. Since this is a large-scale recruitment, the number will undoubtedly be substantial. Our Mango car has already gained traction. I intend for Shanghai Technology to venture into a new industry. Sun Jian's understanding deepened. It was this matter that required their attention. He glanced at Lu Su and Gao Yi, realizing that their presence was likely related to the company's forthcoming development direction. Moreover, he continued, I am preparing for the company to enter the chip industry. The chip industry? They echoed, having never ventured into such territory before. However, considering Zhou Nian's previous accurate assessments of the company's direction, Sun Jian hesitated to voice further concerns. Which aspect of the chip industry does Zhou intend to enter? Is it chip design, equipment manufacturing, or production? Zhou shook his head, responding with firm conviction, none of these. I aim for Shanghai Technology to engage in the entire chip industry chain. The complete industry chain for chips? Are we aiming this high? Is Shanghai Technology capable? Such questions arose simultaneously in the minds of Sun Jian and the others. Chapter 66. Confidence and Abundance Amidst Conspiracy. Sun Jian glanced at Lu Su beside him, a researcher who should comprehend the intricacies involved. He gestured for Lu Su to persuade Zhou Mo. Lu Su understood Sun Jian's intention and spoke up. Mr. Zhou, might the pressure on Shanghai Technology be excessively burdensome? Our research department is vast, yet few possess relevant experience. Zhou Mo waved his hand dismissively. The pressure is hardly substantial for us. You must have faith in this aspect. Just as before, at present, he possessed a complete set of technical documentation. Once transmitted, Shanghai Technology would instantly ascend to become the new hegemon of the chip industry globally. Upon hearing this, Lu Su and the others felt reassured. Previously, Zhou Mo had consistently exuded confidence, and they had inexplicably succeeded. They trusted that Zhou Mo had adequately prepared once again. Coupled with their unwavering loyalty to Zhou Mo, they were essentially bound to comply unconditionally. Currently, your foremost task is to investigate the domestic chip industry chain. If it is already world-leading, we need not pursue it further. Should the domestic sector indeed be at the forefront, Zhou Mo would opt to purchase directly rather than invest time in research and development. On one hand, if Shanghai Technology undertook everything, the time required would be extensive, hindering the company's growth. On the other hand, it would render Shanghai Technology conspicuously prominent, suggesting a monopolistic approach, which would be detrimental at this juncture. At least for now, Zhou Mo's Shanghai Technology had not yet extricated itself from Earth, making such actions inadvisable. The second matter involves recruiting relevant research personnel based on the investigation's findings. I intend to elevate the company's research staff to 900 individuals. The reason for not reaching 1,000 is to reserve some slots for data transmission purposes. For instance, personnel like Sun Jian and Gao Yi, while not engaged in research, are indispensable due to their loyalty to Zhou Mo. As Zhou Mo issued his directives, Sun Jian and the others commenced their inquiries while simultaneously preparing for recruitment. Meanwhile, with the soaring sales of Mango cars, attention was drawn to Shanghai Technology. Two middle-aged men arrived at the entrance of the Mango car dealership. Brother, is this really going to work? Shanghai Technology is not a small firm. Won't we run into trouble? The younger man hesitated, glancing at the opulent dealership, reluctant to proceed. Why not? You've never shown fear before. Besides, we have backing. There's no need to fear Shanghai Technology. The elder brother, Du Feng, exuded confidence, unperturbed. The man who spoke first was named Chen Xiao, while the elder, referred to as Du Feng, had previously engaged in various unscrupulous activities to make ends meet. They had resorted to tactics such as disposing of expired goods in unmonitored supermarkets to extort compensation from the owners, stealing valuables from parcels while working as couriers, and even misappropriating customers' funds to lend at exorbitant interest rates. Their previous endeavors had largely gone undetected, and even in high-risk ventures like loan sharking, they had managed to reclaim their funds. This time, they had been approached by a former client who requested their assistance with a simple task: purchase a Mango car and record a video of it experiencing brake failure. The malfunction would be fabricated, yet they needed to produce the video for online dissemination. Subsequently, they would present the video as a complaint to Shanghai Technology. They were only required to execute these tasks, with no further responsibilities on their part. Du Feng perceived the task's high reward and low risk, with the client offering 100,000 yuan, an unprecedented order for them. He believed that Shanghai Technology, being a large corporation, would not stoop to engage with them. Thus, he promptly accepted the assignment. Upon entering the dealership, Du Feng immediately inquired, Do you have any cars available for immediate purchase? Price is not an issue as long as the vehicle is available. The sales personnel, caught off guard by his directness, responded, Sir, you are in luck. We do have a vehicle available. Du Feng, growing impatient, interjected, No need for pleasantries. Just bring the car out. Any model will suffice. I have matters to attend to. The salesperson, surprised by such a straightforward customer, maintained her professionalism and asked again, Are you certain you want any car? Indeed, just bring it out. I'm not picky as long as it's a mango car. Du Feng waved his hand dismissively. Recognizing his determination, the salesperson instructed her colleague to fetch the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a basic version of the Mango S7 was presented before them. The original customer had canceled their order, opting for a higher-end model instead, which had resulted in this vehicle being available. The basic model was notably less popular compared to the fully equipped version, as those willing to spend 800,000 yuan on an electric vehicle would likely not hesitate to invest a few extra thousand for the premium variant. Unaware of these details, Du Feng contacted the client to finalize payment. When the client learned that Du Feng had purchased the Mango S7, they were momentarily taken aback, but ultimately proceeded with the transaction. With the latest Mango S7 in hand, Chen Xiao was enamored by its striking appearance, particularly given its hefty price tag. He had never been in such an expensive vehicle before. While Du Feng handled the paperwork, Chen Xiao circled the car, marveling at it. Soon, Du Feng completed the transaction, and they drove off together. After their departure, the sales personnel could no longer maintain her initial composure. She erupted in excitement. She had just sold a car that another customer had returned. Chapter 67. The largest recruitment in history after conducting thorough research into the current state of the domestic chip industry. Sun Jian discovered that in fields such as high-end chip manufacturing, semiconductor equipment production, EDA software, and advanced general-purpose chips, the country lagged significantly. In advanced processes, international standards had reached 3 nanometers, 2 nanometers, or even smaller, while Dongda could only produce 14 nanometers and 7 nanometers chips, with substantial discrepancies in yield stability and efficiency compared to global counterparts. The lithography machine, the heart of chip manufacturing, was dominated by the Dutch company ASML, which led in extreme ultraviolet lithography. Whereas domestic firms could only manufacture machines capable of producing chips at a maximum of 28 nanometers. The EDA software requires a robust industrial foundation, necessitating gradual refinement. And there remains a substantial gap compared to international standards. Not to mention, high-end materials such as photoresists are predominantly monopolized by Japanese companies. Nonetheless, there are certain areas in which the domestic industry excels, such as the packaging and testing of integrated circuits, where the integrity of the industrial chain surpasses that of international counterparts. Furthermore, etching machines and cleaning equipment have also reached a level of international competitiveness. Upon reviewing a report over the weekend, I found myself shaking my head in dismay at the sheer magnitude of the disparity. It is disheartening that some individuals believe that unless a product is entirely manufactured domestically, it is deemed inferior. In the world, aside from Japan, no other nation possesses such audacity. Having gathered sufficient information, Sun Jian and his team commenced their actions. First and foremost, Gaoi made a groundbreaking announcement on both the official website and the Douyin account, revealing that Shanghai Technology intends to recruit 900 RD personnel and 100,000 employees within the next 2 months. This news rapidly ascended to the top of trending topics across media platforms, primarily due to its astonishing nature. While the recruitment of 900 RD personnel may not be particularly shocking, given that many tech companies boast larger RD teams, the prospect of hiring 100,000 employees is indeed staggering. To put this into perspective, at the end of 2018, Tencent employed only 54,000 individuals, indicating that Shanghai Technology's recruitment could potentially form 2 companies of similar size. Despite the enormity of the undertaking, it pales in comparison to the scale of other technology firms, such as Huawei, which employs 188 million globally. In my view, although 100,000 is an impressive figure, these individuals are primarily intended to support the 900 RD personnel in developing the necessary equipment for the chip technology supply chain, ultimately aiming to produce chips domestically. The moment this announcement was made, a deluge of comments flooded the various accounts of Shanghai Technology, with many questioning the rationale behind such a massive recruitment. The official website had clearly stated the intention to hire chip industry professionals, suggesting that Shanghai Technology is preparing to venture into chip manufacturing. Yet, can chips truly be produced so easily? I remain skeptical about Shanghai Technology's capabilities. They excel in marketing, and I would wager that aside from the 900 RD personnel, the rest of the recruitment is merely a publicity stunt. If they genuinely hire 100,000 individuals, I would be willing to stand on my head while washing my hair. I too find this situation exaggerated. With only a little over 1,000 employees currently, managing such a vast workforce would be unfeasible. I pondered for quite some time about what roles these 100,000 people would fill in the chip industry, as even the most labor-intensive chip manufacturing requires only a few thousand workers. It seems to me that Shanghai Technology is being exceedingly reckless. Having no prior experience in the chip sector and their sudden recruitment may lead to a farcical outcome. Presently, the online discourse is polarized into two factions. One side believes that Shanghai Technology is merely seeking attention, orchestrating a marketing ploy under the guise of recruitment for our D personnel. The other side predicts that Shanghai Technology is bound to face embarrassment, regardless of the veracity of their claims. Ultimately, the consensus appears to be that Shanghai Technology is destined for failure. Indeed, to a rational observer, the logical sequence would entail first recruiting our D personnel, then achieving research results, and subsequently moving towards production, a stepwise process. However, in the eyes of Weekend, such conventional reasoning need not apply, as his system operates without regard for typical norms. Meanwhile, in the office of Shanghai Technology, Weekend perused the online comments alongside Sun Jian and the others. They had already encountered these remarks, but Weekend purposefully gathered them to review collectively, aiming to galvanize the team. You all have seen the comments. What are your thoughts? Weekend inquired playfully, but no one spoke up, uncertain of what to say. Expressing loyalty? That was unnecessary. Declaring determination? Weekend preferred not to engage in such displays. Since you remain silent, I shall speak on your behalf. Simply adhere to our prior preparations. There is no need for further contemplation. Weekend's confidence remained unwavering, even as onlookers might have felt inclined to challenge him. Mr. Zhou, will the company's finances be strained? Sun Jian finally asked. While our revenue is substantial, the prospect of hiring 100,000 individuals will undoubtedly impose considerable financial pressure. Weekend had contemplated this scenario previously. As a technology enterprise, the minimum salary for employees is 150,000 per month. Just as with Chao Wenrui and his colleagues, who receive the most basic salaries, this figure is relatively high within the tech sector. At Shanghai Technology, even ordinary employees in the Mango automotive production line earn this wage, with salaries and other roles being even higher. Consequently, the monthly payroll will amount to billions. Although there remains a profit of 20 billion in the company's accounts, this amount does not provide Weekend with complete peace of mind. How about this, Sun Jian? Please reach out to other companies to see if anyone is interested in acquiring our Tulu brand. Weekend decisively instructed, opting to divest from the Tulu electric vehicle. Recently, as other companies entered the senior mobility market, Tulu's sales had begun to decline. Despite its high profitability, the elevated price of the Tulu electric vehicle has diminished its competitiveness. Weekend had considered lowering the price, but quickly dismissed the idea. A price reduction would not only impact Tulu, but also tarnish the reputation of Shanghai Technology. After all, one cannot treat the loyal supporters of Shanghai Technology as mere fools. After careful consideration, Weekend concluded that selling Tulu and allowing others to bear the burden would be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 68. Will Shanghai Technology face bankruptcy? At present, while Tulu electric vehicles are ostensibly associated with Shanghai Technology, they are merely a nominal affiliation. The key components of Tulu vehicles consist only of batteries produced by Shanghai Technology. Following the emergence of Mango Automotive, in order to counter the increasing competition in the senior mobility market, the remaining components of Tulu electric vehicles have gradually been sourced from other companies. Currently, the production of Tulu vehicles has been entirely outsourced to Jiangxuan Automotive, with Shanghai Technology merely supplying batteries. In other words, Shanghai Technology contributes only batteries and brand recognition, while reaping the majority of Tulu's profits. Weekend is confident that Xiang Xianchu is acutely aware of this arrangement. He likely knows that many within Jiangxuan Automotive would encourage Xiang Xianchu to develop a similar senior mobility vehicle, a task that would be straightforward for them. However, Xiang Xianchu has only attended one Mango Automotive press conference and has not sought out Weekend since, which has piqued Weekend's interest. Simultaneously, divesting from Tulu would allow the company to streamline its workforce. The value of Tulu is too low to warrant the continued investment of time and resources from Shanghai Technology. After Weekend articulated his thoughts, Sun Jian and the others expressed their agreement, sharing the same perspective. Previously, they hesitated to voice their concerns as it was the company's inaugural product. With Weekend now proactively suggesting the sale, they felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, Weekend outlined the conditions for the sale, and Sun Jian promptly exited the office to initiate contact with potential buyers. Sun Jian's first thought was of Xiang Xianchu, as he was the best-connected partner in the production of the Tulu electric vehicle. Subsequently, Sun Jian reached out to several acquaintances in the automotive industry and recounted the situation. In his view, the Tulu brand would ultimately be subject to market competition, where the highest bidder would prevail. As Sun Jian disseminated the news, it reached not only car manufacturers, but also various other companies. In the office of Hongshan Capital, Shen Beipeng picked up the phone and dialed the number. Upon connection, he immediately spoke. "Hello, Jack. Oh, you're so annoying. Are all you foreigners as impressive as you? Get out." Shen Beipeng faintly heard several women's voices on the line, and he could easily imagine Jack Thompson's current activities. Suppressing his anger, Shen Beipeng inquired, "Where are you right now? Come to my office immediately." With that, he hung up. Jack Thompson had come from America previously, having attended the Dapeng automobile launch event. His company had sent him to invest in the new energy sector. But since investing in Dapeng, he had yielded no results and spent his time pursuing leisure with local women. What was most intolerable to Shen Beipeng was that Jack did not spend a dime on these escapades. This disparity was unacceptable. After all, Shen Beipeng had to spend money whenever he sought entertainment. Did Jack truly possess some unique charm simply because he was a foreigner? Half an hour later, Jack Thompson arrived at Shen Beipeng's office. "Shen, did you need to see me for something?" Jack asked leisurely. Shen Beipeng shot him a glance and, calming his temper, replied, "We have an opportunity. I've received news that Shanghai Technology is currently in need of funds and is preparing to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand." Upon hearing this, Jack's demeanor changed, and he looked intently at Shen Beipeng. "Is that true? Shen, this isn't a joke, is it?" Jack inquired, swallowing hard. Numerous investment firms were eyeing Shanghai Technology, but despite their efforts, the response remained the same. They were not in need of money, and they would reach out when they were. Initially, these firms were convinced, but as time passed, they realized that not only was Shanghai Technology not short on funds, but it was also increasingly profitable. While they could not compute exact figures, they estimated profits in the range of tens of billions, if not 100 billion. This revelation was intolerable for these investment firms. A lucrative business like this should not be beyond their grasp. "It's true. So you'd better halt any plans we had. If we do invest in Shanghai Technology, I don't want anything to jeopardize their profitability," Shen Beipeng declared unequivocally. Jack nodded, recognizing the soundness of the argument. Yet he soon reconsidered. "Shen, if we continue, can't we lower Shanghai Technology's valuation? That could work in our favor." Shen Beipeng regarded Jack thoughtfully. "You certainly have a sharp mind. While you may lack in doing the right thing, your cunning is remarkable when it comes to mischief." "You're correct, but let us hold back for now. We should first gather information on Shanghai Technology before making any decisions. Financing cannot be completed overnight." Jack agreed, realizing that a short wait was manageable. Meanwhile, other investment companies had caught wind of the news and were preparing to secure a substantial share of Shanghai Technology. Soon, Du Feng and Chen Xiao received information from their client. "What? You want us to wait? That wasn't the agreement. You can do that, but it will cost more. All right, let us have a pleasant cooperation." Du Feng cheerfully ended the call, and Chen Xiao, noticing his brother's demeanor, asked eagerly, "How did it go?" "Our client has requested that we delay uploading the video for a while, and they are willing to pay extra for it," Du Feng explained briefly. "But, brother, could this indicate some issues on their end?" Chen Xiao expressed concern. "You make a valid point. However, from the tone of their voice, it didn't seem like a problem. Besides, they're paying more, so waiting a few days is not an issue." After hearing Du Feng's reasoning, Chen Xiao chose not to press further. As the saying goes, there's no wall that does not let the wind through. The news of Shanghai Technology's intention to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand leaked online. "Shanghai Technology is failing so soon? I said they wouldn't last. Just days ago, they boasted about hiring 10,000 people, and now they've wilted? Xiao Xing, you've really withered too quickly. This isn't like your usual style. Wasn't the Tulu electric vehicle quite profitable? Why are they selling it so soon? Is Shanghai Technology going bankrupt? What about my newly purchased Mango car? Will there be no after-sales service? Haha, congratulations to the person above for acquiring a limited edition vehicle. Isn't this a cause for celebration? I always warned against buying electric cars. Those who didn't heed my advice are now paying the price." The online chatter regarding Shanghai Technology grew louder, with various rumors circulating wildly. Meanwhile, Zhou at Shanghai Technology became aware of the online situation. Chapter 69, Statement, Rumor. Absolute rumor. "Director Zhou, should we respond? Otherwise, it will undoubtedly affect our Mango car sales," Gao Yi suggested. Indeed, we need to issue a response. Just post a statement on the official website. Nothing more is required. Zhou could easily disclose the company's financial situation, but now was not the right time. Revealing too early would complicate their plans to sell the Tulu brand. Currently, Tulu was still profitable, and it seemed dubious that Shanghai Technology would choose to sell the brand. Given the current order volume, the company was not in a rush to sell. Zhou considered all aspects thoroughly, planning to wait until after the Tulu sale before addressing any customer cancellations, treating those as a windfall. Following the directive, Gao Yi promptly released Shanghai Technology's statement across various platforms, including their official website and Douyin. We sincerely thank everyone for their continued support and trust in Shanghai Technology. In response to the recent concerns, we clarify that the company is financially sound, and the decision to sell the Tulu electric vehicle is part of a strategic adjustment. Our recent investments in research and development have been substantial, the statement, lengthy and reminiscent of those from companies before bankruptcy, was released. As soon as the statement went live, netizens flocked to witness the unfolding drama. Why does this statement sound so familiar? Have I seen it somewhere before? Of course, many companies have issued similar statements, only to face issues later. I see. It seems Shanghai Technology is struggling too. Is producing electric vehicles really that costly? Though Shanghai was established recently, I always believed in its technological prowess. Perhaps they haven't sought financing yet? A friend in the investment sector mentioned that Shanghai Technology is a rarity in the investment world, having never accepted funding. Oh, that makes sense. Could it be that their recent R&D expenditures have been too great, prompting the need for funds? That seems quite plausible. If Shanghai Technology opened up to financing, they could quickly recover. With the announcement made by Gao Yi, although many still believe that Shanghai Technology is short on funds, the majority think that the issue lies with the excessive investment in research and development rather than any other reason. Over the weekend, he received calls from several individuals simultaneously. The first two were from Governor Zhong Jiangwo of Jiangxing and Governor Tang Zheng of Modu, both of whom had seen the information circulating online. Although they were aware of the actual situation at Shanghai Technology, their calls served to reassure them further. With a definitive response from the weekend, both of them felt considerably more at ease. Not to mention, the fact that Shanghai Technology has successfully sold over 200,000 Mango electric cars represents a substantial profit on its own. Then, the weekend received a call from Sun Wan, who expressed her concern for him and inquired about the company's status. He was somewhat taken aback, as Sun Wan had not initially asked about her father, Sun Jian. After all, is the general manager of Shanghai Technology and would presumably have the most accurate information. Nevertheless, since Sun Wan showed concern, he naturally accepted it. He reassured her not to worry, yet he refrained from divulging the actual circumstances of the company. In addition to these individuals, the weekend also received numerous calls from investment firms. Upon learning that funds were lacking, they inquired whether he needed financing, offering immediate financial support if necessary. Shaking his head in resignation at these messages, he merely responded that they could discuss it further. This response sent ripples through the investment community, as it indicated that the weekend was finally open to accepting investments. Previously, he had shown no willingness to entertain such offers. Consequently, with his newfound openness, these investment firms began to mobilize, preparing to present their utmost sincerity to persuade him to accept their investments. Many of these firms were aware that only larger investment companies would likely be successful this time, yet the smaller firms were still eager to try their luck, hoping that the weekend might consider their proposals. A few days later, in the grand conference room of Shanghai Technology, a large group gathered. These investment firms had their own connections in the industry and were somewhat surprised to see representatives from automotive companies present. What was going on? Was this not a financing conference? Were these automotive companies also looking to invest in Shanghai Technology? As representatives from the investment companies looked around, they spotted several individuals from automotive firms. It was possible, after all, that Shanghai Technology intended to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand, which might pique the interest of these companies. One individual expressed his thoughts, still believing that Shanghai Technology had summoned them for financing purposes. They decided to wait. Perhaps the weekend had two objectives in mind. One person reclined in his chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence, affirming that haste would yield no fruitful results. Others soon followed suit, and the initial restlessness faded. Meanwhile, representatives from automotive companies began to take note of the situation. The presence of so many automotive industry figures heightened the competitive atmosphere. One representative from an automotive company was taken aback by the number of attendees in the conference room. Our company is very eager to acquire the Tulu brand from Shanghai Technology. We have received direct orders from our management, and it seems this matter might not unfold in our favor. Another individual shook his head, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. You are mistaken. Those individuals are known to me. They are from investment firms, and I've heard that Shanghai Technology is seeking financing. One person who understood the situation clarified. A chuckle emerged from the crowd, with someone sarcastically suggesting that Shanghai Technology must indeed be in dire need of funds, implying that they could leverage this to negotiate a lower price. Go ahead and try. With so many automotive companies present, all interested in Tulu, you will likely be eliminated in the first round. Another individual shot him a disdainful glance. The one who had suggested a price reduction shrank back, feeling the weight of judgment from those around him. As more individuals continued to enter the conference room, the number of attendees steadily increased. Before long, the room was nearly full. Shortly thereafter, the weekend emerged from a side passage accompanied by Sun Jian and others, followed by several individuals carrying numerous documents. The previously boisterous conference room fell silent, all eyes fixated on the man at the front. The young man standing before them was a figure stirring up significant waves in the technology and internet sectors. Welcome, everyone, to the auction of the Tulu electric vehicle brand. The weekend began, dropping jaws among the attendees. The initial response from investment firms was confusion. An auction? Is this not a financing meeting? The automotive companies echoed similar sentiments, bewildered that it had transformed into an auction. Noticing the stir among the crowd, the weekend anticipated their thoughts. I understand your confusion, and I must first extend my apologies, particularly to the investment firms who traveled from afar. The representatives from these investment firms remained puzzled, unsure of the weekend's intentions. Among the investment firms sat Shin Beiping and Jack from Hongshan Capital, who had joined forces to secure this significant opportunity. However, the unfolding situation appeared precarious, leaving them uncertain about the weekend's plans. Then, the weekend continued. The sole purpose of gathering you here today is to announce that Shanghai Technology is prepared to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand along with certain technologies. Originally, the weekend had only intended to sell the brand, but with so many investment firms approaching, he decided to drop a significant bombshell. Otherwise, he would not attract any interest. The weekend planned to sell the battery technology utilized in the Tulu electric vehicle, contingent upon the brand's sale. Although the battery technology had become outdated for Shanghai Technology, it remained competitive within the market. Since this technology no longer served a purpose for Shanghai, the weekend was ready to part with it. As the weekend spoke, the room fell silent, with all ears tuned to his words. Each company present was reputable, and rushing to interject would not serve them well. Shanghai Technology will be offering the power battery technology utilized in the Tulu electric vehicle. I trust you all understand what this technology represents. Upon hearing this, representatives from automotive companies could no longer remain seated. Was Shanghai Technology truly generous enough to present such technology? Had they lost their minds? Were they planning to cease electric vehicle sales altogether, even discontinuing the Mango brand? A few negotiators from the automotive firms stood up, swallowing hard, apprehensively inquiring, Mr. Zhou, is what you just said true? Are you genuinely selling the power battery technology? Absolutely. All present here can attest to it, the weekend confirmed with a nod. With his assurance, representatives from the automotive companies rushed outside to make phone calls. The news was astonishing, exceeding their expectations and authority. Concurrently, the investment firms began to grasp the situation. This was not about financing. What are we here for if it's not for financing? Are you planning to take advantage of us? An irate investment firm owner stood up, demanding, Zhou, are you joking? Would you call all of us from the investment companies to join you in this endeavor? What purpose do you have in gathering us if there is no financing involved? Zhou Mo shrugged helplessly and remarked, I have never mentioned that Shanghai Technology is preparing for financing. Zhou Mo spoke the truth. He had not alluded to any financing plans, and these were merely assumptions made by the investors. Upon reflection, the investors realized this was indeed the case. Yet it was also due to the misleading information Zhou Mo had inadvertently provided, which led to their misjudgment. As they came to this understanding, they prepared to counter his statements. Noticing the intense expressions of the investors, Zhou Mo deftly shifted his tone, saying, Of course, I have brought you here for a reason. Please take a look at this document. He instructed a few individuals who had entered earlier with the materials to distribute them. Soon, the documents were in everyone's hands. Shin Beiping observed the cover, which read, Tulu electric vehicle and power battery related report. Many, like Shin Beiping, were puzzled upon receiving the document. Shun, there are many characters here I do not recognize. Can you explain it to me? Jack whispered beside him. Shin Beiping chuckled at Jack's demeanor, thinking to himself, even you have moments of seeking assistance? Pay close attention. The Chinese characters from Dongda are profoundly rich. The investors began to explore the data detailing the legendary history of the Tulu electric vehicle under Shanghai Technology, as they discovered that the vehicle had sold an astonishing 15 million units in the first 4 months, raking in a staggering profit of 13.4 billion. They were overwhelmed with excitement. Is this true? Was the immediate reaction among the investors, fearing that Shanghai Technology might be deceiving them. However, observing Zhoumo's confident demeanor on stage, they chose to believe in the authenticity of the figures. Even if Zhou intended to mislead them, they could easily investigate the information contained within the document. This was astounding. An elderly man had amassed such wealth in just 4 months, outperforming even established automotive companies. They continued to examine additional data. Although the sales figures and profits for Tulu had decreased, the profits remained formidable. They then glanced at the introduction concerning the power battery situation. Many were still unclear about Zhoumo's intentions, though some began to sense something significant. Zhou attentively observed the expressions of the investors, noting their alternating hues of red and white, and felt a sense of pride. Sun Jian and his colleagues exchanged glances, engaging in silent deliberations. In truth, my purpose in gathering you all is to package and sell the technical materials related to the Tulu electric vehicle and power batteries to one or several of you. Many of you are familiar with the era of Ning, correct? With this technical documentation, one could easily recreate a similar company. Coupled with the impressive sales figures and high profits of the Tulu electric vehicle, I firmly believe this will tell a captivating story in the capital market. After laying the groundwork for so long, Zhoumo finally revealed his true intentions. The auction he organized was specifically tailored for these investors. While numerous domestic automotive companies boast impressive sales, their profits remain too low to contribute significant funds. As for foreign giants like BMW and Mercedes-Benz, it is uncertain whether they would be willing to invest such substantial amounts. The truly affluent and willing to spend are these investment institutions. Their funds are abundant, and not even their own, allowing for generous expenditures. As Zhou concluded his statement, the investors contemplated the potential of this opportunity. Clearly, as Zhou had articulated, this was an excellent narrative, tangible and substantial. At that moment, the automobile company's negotiation representatives who had previously exited re-entered the room, appearing to have reached an agreement. However, they noticed that the demeanor of the investment companies had noticeably changed. Though unable to articulate the difference, they paid little attention, returning to their seats in anticipation of the auction's commencement. Chapter 71. Eager to seize the opportunity, Mr. Zhou, may I ask, if the Tulu electric vehicle is so profitable, why is Shanghai Technology considering selling it? A representative from an automotive company suddenly stood up to pose a question that everyone was eager to know. Had they been aware from the outset that Shanghai Technology intended to sell such a lucrative asset, they would have inquired immediately. Yet now, they hesitated, fearing they might offend Shanghai Technology. To ask too many questions could risk Zhou opting against their participation, which would be quite unpleasant. As the saying goes, better to be poor than to offend a friend. Thus, when this individual posed the question, both the automotive representatives and investors cast grateful and approving glances in his direction. Zhou regarded the brave individual before him. You are quite audacious. In truth, he was pleased. He had hoped someone would ask, but no one had until now, which had caused him some anxiety. If he did not clarify soon, he might face criticism later. So he promptly issued a disclaimer. Previously, Shanghai Technology announced plans to recruit 100,000 individuals. This is not a jest. After selling the Tulu electric vehicle to replenish funds, we will commence hiring immediately. Upon hearing this, the audience's eyes widened in surprise. So, Shanghai Technology had been truthful all along. With the owner of Shanghai Technology making this declaration before them, they had no choice but to believe it. Initially, they had considered it a fanciful notion, similar to what one might find in a fairy tale, but now, confirmed by this revelation, they were left in a state of astonishment. The representative immediately seized the opportunity to press further. Mr. Zhou, I would like to ask one final question. With such a massive recruitment drive, are you planning to enter the chip industry? To be honest, this thought mirrored the sentiments of many others present. 100,000 individuals is no small number. Thus far, they had never heard of any chip industry requiring such a workforce. Could it be a new sector? Yet, that seemed implausible. As investors, they were well versed in industry developments and had not encountered such a notion. Zhou pondered for a moment. Ultimately, this matter could not remain concealed, and the announcement would soon make it clear. There was no harm in addressing it now. Shanghai Technology intends to manufacture chips from the ground up, necessitating a significant workforce and funding. 100,000 might not even suffice for us. As Zhou concluded, A palpable silence enveloped the room. This was not merely Zhou Mo's impression. The attendees were digesting the gravity of his statement. What a preposterous assertion. Shanghai Technology is poised to establish a full-fledged chip industry? How absurd. Dongda, with national efforts over many years, remains behind. Yet a small company like yours aims to achieve what they could not? Is Shanghai Technology out of its mind? Is Zhou Mo delusional? While Shanghai Technology possesses considerable technical prowess, this ambition seems excessively lofty. The attendees suppressed laughter, fearing that any sound might attract Zhou Mo's ire. Suddenly, one person could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Zhou Mo, witnessing this, felt exasperated. He had earnestly attempted to elucidate the matter. May I ask what you find amusing? Zhou Mo inquired, pointing at the individual. Cough. Well, I just recalled something quite delightful. The person replied, maintaining a serious facade. Another burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Surely you too have thought of something amusing? Zhou Mo teased the individual who laughed. Indeed, Mr. Zhou, there is a joyous occasion at home. The person nodded but avoided making eye contact, apprehensive that Zhou Mo would remember him. On the weekend, I helplessly rested my forehead, truly believing he had never seen Stephen Chow's The Mermaid. Once they regained their composure, I continued in earnest, stating, thus, our decision to sell the Tulu electric vehicle was not made lightly. Observing my serious demeanor, the crowd appeared to take me seriously. They glanced at Sun Jian, Lu Su, and their group, all wearing somber expressions. Could it be that what I said was indeed true? They began to engage in discussions with those nearby, exchanging their perspectives. Do you think what he said is true or false? It seemed plausible. We only needed to observe how Shanghai Technology planned to proceed. Indeed, if Shanghai Technology truly intended to recruit 10,000 employees, it would indicate my genuine ambition. One could only remark on how audacious I was, taking such a significant leap without fear of falling. Who could say? Ultimately, it was not our concern, as long as Shanghai Technology was willing to sell the Tulu electric vehicle and its technology. Meanwhile, Shen Beipeng and Jack were engaged in their own discussion. Shen, what do you think about acquiring the Tulu electric vehicle and launching it in America? The financial stakes are certainly high, he pondered, realizing he must consider Shen Beipeng's opinion. Based on my assertions, selling the Tulu was a means of recouping funds, which made perfect sense. However, I remained skeptical about Shanghai Technology's intentions to penetrate the entire chip industry. Shen Beipeng shook his head in resignation, sensing that I was deceiving him. If I were aware of his thoughts, I would undoubtedly protest my innocence. My intention was to genuinely venture into the complete chip industry chain, but first, I needed to sell the struggling Tulu brand at a premium. Shun, this is a fleeting opportunity that may not present itself again. We are not the only investment firm present. Look around at the eagerness of others. Both Shen Beipeng and Jack noted the excitement among other investors, all fervently anticipating the opportunity. Jack, feeling anxious, hoped that Shen Beipeng would simply agree. Let's observe the unfolding situation before making our decision. Shen Beipeng, a seasoned expert in the investment realm, maintained his composure in this critical moment. Noticing that his words had failed to sway Shen Beipeng, Jack could only lean back in his seat, helplessly silent. In truth, Shen Beipeng was also quite tempted by the prospect of this lucrative opportunity. But he had his own contemplations. Not only was the Tulu electric vehicle's profit staggering, but its power battery technology warranted serious consideration. Ningxera, currently the second largest battery leader after Shanghai Technology, had an estimated valuation of approximately 100 billion renminbi. However, their late entry into the market meant they held minimal shares. The crucial point, however, was their uncertainty regarding the auction price of the Tulu. If the price were right, he would not hesitate to make a move. Thus, he decided to wait and see. If he could not secure it alone, there were plenty of other companies present. Chapter 72. Rise. 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 While the investors contemplated, I was making final preparations for the press conference. After about 10 minutes, the attendees reached a consensus. Seeing that no one had left, I felt a surge of joy. It appeared the Tulu could fetch a handsome price. Well, since everyone remains, I shall announce a starting price, and you may all place your bids. The highest bid will prevail. Upon my declaration, some individuals expressed their delight. As long as the bids were purely monetary, devoid of other complications, it would be relatively fair. However, Xiang Xianxu, representing the state-owned enterprise, sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse. His company would not allow him to throw out reckless bids. If the price for the Tulu escalated, he would have to concede. Considering the latest sales profits of the Tulu electric vehicle, coupled with the valuation of its power battery technology, I set the starting price at 20 billion, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 1 billion. I concluded my statement and quietly observed the crowd. This valuation was quite reasonable. If calculated based on the peak profits of the Tulu electric vehicle, its market value would be at least 600 billion renminbi. In the electric vehicle sector, valuations typically derive from a company's annual profits multiplied by a price-to-earnings ratio, generally ranging from 20 to 30. For instance, Tulu's profits over the first 4 months totaled 13.4 billion, yielding a valuation of 804 billion. Such figures were evidently unrealistic. Even a layman could discern this. For example, if a fruit company had a market value of $20 trillion, no one would foolishly attempt to acquire it for that sum. Valuation and actual worth often diverge significantly, much like the current situation with the Tulu electric vehicle. Despite its inflated valuation of 800 billion, I would readily sell it for merely 1/20th of that price if someone was willing to invest. Unlike previous financing meetings, this was an auction. The starting price was not the most crucial factor. The investors remained silent until the representative from Modu Automotive spoke up. We bid 21 billion. The negotiator from Modu Automotive raised the paddle, and seeing no immediate response, he stepped forward to announce a 10 billion increase. However, silence enveloped the room once more. Everyone quieted down, not due to a lack of interest, but rather in anticipation of others' bids. Even the first bidder did not believe that 21 billion would secure the Tulu. All right, this gentleman has bid 21 billion. Is there anyone willing to offer more? I will count to 3. If there are no higher bids, the Tulu brand will be sold to the company represented by this gentleman. Sun Jian, standing at the forefront, boldly declared. Among the executives from Shanghai Technology, only Sun Jian, alongside me, could maintain composure in such a setting. 22 billion. As soon as he uttered the first number, another bid surfaced. This time, it was from Jiangzuan Automotive's Xiang Xianchu, the sole chairman present, indicating his serious interest in the Tulu and Shanghai Technology. Nevertheless, I had already established that the highest bid would win. Even though Xiang Xianchu enjoyed a good rapport with Shanghai Technology, I was not prepared to grant him any favors. Sun Jian, an old friend of Xiang Xianchu, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, to which Xiang Xianchu responded with a smile. As Xiang Xianchu's voice faded, the bidding intensified. 23 billion. 5 billion. 32 billion. Soon, the bid soared to 32 billion, exceeding the starting price by 12 billion. For these automotive companies, this was likely the upper limit of their bidding capacity, with BMW emerging as the highest bidder. I observed intently, initially surprised by BMW's dominant bid, but soon understanding the rationale behind it. I recalled that Ning's era had initially collaborated with BMW. Now that Ning's era had flourished, BMW's electric vehicle efforts had languished. It seemed BMW was prepared to abandon Ning's era and forge a new path. Nevertheless, the internal dynamics of the car companies were of no concern to Shanghai Technology. Witnessing BMW's substantial bid, the other automotive firms appeared despondent, convinced that the Tulu brand and its technology would ultimately belong to BMW. Even the BMW negotiators present appeared elated, as if victory was assured. Seeing this, I shook my head in resignation. It could not possibly conclude so easily. The wealthy contenders beside me had yet to make their move. At this moment, a group of investors nearby recognized that the time had come for them to make their move. 35 billion. A voice rang out, instantly elevating the price by 6 billion, creating a stark contrast with the previous 32 billion. Jinhe Venture Capital from Jiangxing offered 35 billion, a substantial increase of 6 billion. Was there anyone willing to bid higher? This unexpected bid of 35 billion had taken Sun Jian and his associates by surprise. Up to this point, Shanghai Technology had yet to amass even 30 billion. Sun Jian couldn't help but lament internally, realizing that engaging in real industry was far less lucrative than the rapid profits made by those in financial investments. The speed at which money flowed was astonishing. Zhou, seated nearby, displayed a look of delight. This was just the beginning. The automotive companies present were all wide-eyed in disbelief. Hadn't they come to seek financing? Why were they now competing for the purchase of the patrol? Confusion reigned as they all turned to Zhou, seated at the front. The individual who had previously bid 32 billion now voiced his confusion. Weren't they here because Shanghai Technology needed financing? What do they mean by this? Zhou understood that an explanation was necessary, but he was not prepared to step forward, signaling to Sun Jian to take the lead. Our purpose in hosting this auction is solely to sell the brand and technology of the patrol. These investors are here for the same reason. Shanghai Technology does not require financing and has never claimed to. All the investment firms present are well aware of this. As Sun Jian spoke, he gestured towards the area where the investors were seated. The automotive representatives turned to look, observing the investors nodding enthusiastically, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grains. This group of investors realized that this auction had little to do with the automotive companies. Their engagement was merely a favor to Joe. The earlier speaker from BMW had no choice but to sit down, feeling helpless. Although BMW was indeed highly profitable, raking in over $10 billion annually. This equated to just over 100 billion yuan and 32. For billion was already at the limit of what the company could accept. Ultimately, BMW was still rooted in real industry, and their earnings could not match the swift profits of those engaged in legal fundraising. Chapter 73, The Bidding Soars. Surpassing 45 billion, the automotive companies soon grasped the reality. Their previous fierce bidding had been akin to children playing house. The true showdown lay among the investors. The crux of the matter was their lack of capital. They now positioned themselves to observe the investors' performance, eager to see who would ultimately acquire the patrol and for how much. The bids from the investors were far more generous than those of the automotive companies. Before long, the price soared to 45 billion. You read that correctly, 45 billion. In no time, it surged by another 10 billion, an utterly terrifying escalation. The investors, akin to shoppers at a market, continued to bid with fervor, leaving the automotive representatives utterly astounded. Someone exclaimed, "What an eye-opener. Do they not feel a pang of regret tossing money around like this?" Those nearby understood the investors' mindset. Regret? These investors were astute. What benefit would compel them to act otherwise? Indeed, if we could also bring the patrol to market, we could reap such profits, another chimed in, indicating that they were well aware of the underlying dynamics. It was an astonishing spectacle. This was the first time they had witnessed investors bidding in such a manner, and the thrill was palpable. Some envied the investors' audacity, their admiration evident. They seemed to regard money as mere paper. One should not emulate them. However, it was apparent that several top-tier investment firms, such as Hongshan Capital, Diding Capital, and IGD, had yet to place their bids. Meanwhile, a group of investors below began to whisper among themselves. 45 billion is already substantial. I wonder how high the final bid will go. The speaker was the same individual from Jinha Venture Capital who had previously bid 35 billion. He seemed to have exhausted his options. Ultimately, it depended on the thoughts of the investors. Only those capable of bringing the patrol to market could reap substantial rewards. They recognized that this price was still on the lower side and understood precisely how to profit. Indeed, the key lies in resource comparison. Companies like ours are merely dabbling domestically. Witnessing others effortlessly seize such a grand opportunity while they were left empty-handed was akin to losing a loved one. Shall we unite? One suggested quietly. As soon as he spoke, the previously disinterested investors immediately responded. Yes, after all, they are investment firms. They have been led astray by Zhoumo's auction. The goal of an investment firm is simply to profit. Collaborating on this project would not only alleviate financial pressure, but also mitigate risk. The proposal garnered immediate agreement. And after some deliberation, Mr. Jean from Jinha Venture Capital raised his hand. Mr. Jean from Jinha Venture Capital, do you have something to say? Sun Jian noted the raised hand and recognized that the individual had a query. Mr. Sun, may I inquire whether we can collaborate on the bidding? Our several investment firms are prepared to jointly acquire the brand and technology of the patrol. Joint bidding? The moment Mr. Jean finished speaking, a wave of discussion erupted in the room. Sun Jian smiled and replied, no problem. It matters not how many firms join together. The highest bid will prevail. He did not need to consult Zhoumo, as this had been prearranged. Shanghai Technology aimed to profit from the sale of the patrol, and their goal was crystal clear. After Sun Jian spoke, everyone turned to Zhoumo. Ultimately, they trusted his words more. Zhoumo stood, nodded, and smiled, saying, what, Mr. Sun stated is what I wished to convey, and I can vouch for this. A discussion ensued among the attendees. We can collaborate. We still have a chance. Let us invest together. As long as we bring the patrol to market, we can easily recoup our investment in the stock market. Count me in. We will secure the bid and later distribute shares according to our contributions. Among the investors, it was primarily the smaller firms that were most enthusiastic, as they often found it challenging to secure a share of lucrative projects. Usually, they could only invest in nascent companies. Once those companies gained traction, they would inevitably attract the attention of larger firms like Hongshan Capital, leaving them with no opportunity. While investing in startups involved lower stakes, the risks were disproportionately high, necessitating a broad approach. In contrast, firms like Hongshan Capital invested in more mature projects. Although the investments were larger, the risks diminished. Furthermore, they typically acquired entire sectors, allowing them to facilitate mergers between companies in uncontrollable situations. A prime example of this was the merger between Ugly Group and Little Review. Although the two firms initially clashed fiercely, Both had previously received investment from Hongshan Capital. Ultimately, through the mediation of Hongshan Capital and other investment firms, the two became allies. Similar instances include Didi and Kuaidi, Youku and Tudo, 58 and Ganji, Trip and Kynner, among others. With such a lucrative opportunity at hand, they were determined not to let it slip away. Soon, several small investment firms formed a collective. Meanwhile, the representatives from the automotive companies found themselves at an impasse. Unlike the investors, who were solely motivated by profit, these individuals were driven by technology and brand integrity. Even if they were to band together for a joint acquisition, the question of how to distribute the assets remained. Ultimately, it could end in chaos. Among them, BMW, the most formidable player, was reluctant to share the spoils with domestic automotive firms, deeming them unworthy. They were also disinclined to collaborate with international automotive giants, viewing them as rivals. Thus, no one from the automotive sector advocated for a united acquisition effort, fully aware that even a coalition would not match the might of those investors. At this juncture, Shen Beipeng and Jack became privy to the sentiments of the other investors. "Shun, this is quite unfortunate," Jack whispered in Shen Beipeng's ear. "Let us proceed cautiously and observe IGD and Lowland Capital's intentions." Shen Beipeng shot him a glance, thinking to himself, "Do you need to remind me?" In truth, he was contemplating whether they should seek a partner to expand their collective venture. This approach would not only mitigate risks but also align with his investment philosophy. The prospect of allowing Hongshan Capital to fully acquire a company seemed excessively perilous to him. As Chapter 74, The Fate of Tulu, unfolded, Shen Beipeng cast a glance towards Zhang Sanshur of Lowland Capital. It was as though they shared a silent understanding, for Zhang Sanshur suddenly turned and smiled, nodding at Shen Beipeng. Taken aback for a moment, Shen Beipeng smiled and nodded in return. Following that, neither made any further moves. Observing from above, the weekend had brought him immense delight. Only by uniting could they drive the value of Tulu higher. Before long, a new round of bidding commenced, with the auction price swiftly escalating from 45 billion to 55 billion. Although some investors had formed alliances, they were not foolish. Each acquisition required careful consideration. The foremost concern was determining the most prudent expenditure for the acquisition. Beyond a certain threshold, they would cease to raise their bids. Additionally, they needed to evaluate the potential returns post-listing, ensuring that the yield surpassed their typical investment returns. Moreover, the issue of listing arose. Generally, for a technology company, going public abroad was preferable. For instance, in America, the registration process for an IPO is significantly streamlined, which explains why many companies vie for a listing in the U.S. Currently, no new energy company from China had gone public in America. Thus, the first to achieve this would enjoy a higher valuation than those that followed. Companies like Weilai, Xiaoping, and Li Auto had chosen to list on the New York Stock Exchange, vying for the title of the first listed company. As the bidding reached 2 billion and 55 billion, the pace of bids slowed considerably, no longer escalating by billions as at the outset. With fewer participants, many investors began to regain their composure, realizing that the strategy was entirely orchestrated by Shanghai technology. Yet, they found themselves ensnared, as the allure of the cake was too tempting to resist. Not all present could partake in this bounty. The major players would not share the gains with the smaller firms, and the latter, driven by greed, were unwilling to concede. Thus, a stalemate emerged. While these smaller companies were less robust individually, their coalition constituted a significant force. Gradually, the pace of bidding diminished. However, a few large investment firms remained silent. Unable to remain passive any longer, Shen Beipeng pondered his next move. Continuing to bid in this manner was untenable and beneficial to no one. The unified investment firms constituted a formidable force, and if they persisted in contention, acquiring Tulu would come at a steep price, rendering it unwise. He glanced toward Zhang Sanshur, and upon formulating a plan, turned to Jack, saying, "I need to discuss something with Zhang Sanshur. You stay here." Without waiting for Jack's response, he navigated through the crowd to sit beside Zhang Sanshur, who had noticed him and surmised his intent. Shen Beipeng wasted no time, directly stating, "Shall we consider collaborating once more? At this current bid, it would be quite painful for either of us to proceed alone. As investors, we must avoid excessive risk. Furthermore, if we continue to compete, we merely enrich Shanghai technology, delaying our investment prospects." The reason he suggested collaboration was due to their previous successful partnerships in the internet sector. Zhang Sanshur understood this rationale and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Absolutely, but relying solely on our two firms presents too great a risk. That is easily resolved. We can invite other capable firms to join us in expanding the cake," Shen Beipeng suggested. delighted by Zhang Sancher's immediate agreement. He felt reassured that his influence still held weight. Quickly, they reached a consensus and discussed a mutually agreeable price. Subsequently, Shen Beiping reached out to IGD, Qiming Capital, and several other investment firms with international ties. These investors were far from short-sighted, and they swiftly came to an agreement. During their discussions, they had already resolved to pursue a listing abroad. Given this, they would prioritize firms with overseas capital connections. Regarding equity distribution, they collectively decided to address it post-auction, at which point the focus would shift to who could provide the most support for Tulu's future growth. With all arrangements settled, Shen Beipeng was determined to bring the auction to a close. He stood up, raised his bidding paddle, and proclaimed, "We bid 68.8 billion. In a bold move, he increased the bid by 10 billion, reaching an astonishing 68.8 billion. The room fell into stunned silence. Even the auctioneer, Sun Jian, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained his composure and excitedly announced, 68.8 billion. A very auspicious figure, bid by Mr. Shen Beipeng. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? If not, then the Tulu brand and technology will be acquired by Mr. Shen Beipeng." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they processed the staggering bid of 68.8 billion. Shen Beipeng's audacity was evident in his willingness to raise the stakes by such a significant amount. This was a strategic move designed to deter other competitors. Observers noted that the investors had united, indicating that the outcome was likely sealed. One individual, resigned, shook his head, acknowledging that they no longer needed to bid. It was clear, the result of the auction had been determined. After Shen Beipeng made his bid and displayed his imposing presence, no one else dared to place a bid. On one hand, they understood that even if they tried to contest, they would not succeed, and on the other hand, they did not wish to offend Shen Beipeng and his group of investment firms. Ultimately, it is a society built on relationships. Everyone is part of the investment circle, and there is no need to make enemies. Zhou Mo, observing from the front, recognized the situation. 68.8 billion, far exceeding his expectations, brought him great satisfaction. He subtly nodded at Sun Jian beside him. Receiving Zhou Mo's signal, Sun Jian announced, "I declare that the brand and technology of Tulu have been acquired by Mr. Shen Beipeng." Applause erupted, filling the room with enthusiastic acclaim. Chapter 75, Financial Arrangements. Shen Beipeng turned to face all those present and graciously bowed. It was hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary, slender man had just, with the ferocity of a tiger, intimidated a large crowd. The representatives from the automotive companies were still in a state of shock. Was that it? Were they truly driven away by 68.8 billion? They had anticipated another round of bidding. Yet, as they collected themselves, they found the experience thrilling. This was their first participation in an investment auction. And the last time they heard of such excitement was when these investment firms competed fiercely for Dejiang. Subsequently, other investment firms and automotive company representatives began to withdraw, leaving only Shen Beipeng and his allies in attendance. The remaining companies were curious and wished to stay and observe the conclusion, yet they knew it no longer concerned them. However, they were aware that once news of this investment auction spread, Shanghai technology would once again be thrust into the spotlight, stirring the world. Once all irrelevant parties had departed, Shen Beipeng remarked, "In my years of investing, I rarely admire anyone, Mr. Zhou, but I hold you in high regard." Zhou Mo laughed heartily, responding, "Mr. Shen, you jest. I am most impressed by your ability to intimidate a host of investment firms." Zhou Mo felt genuine joy at that moment, not mere politeness. After all, Shen Beipeng and his associates had yet to make their payment, and as the financial backers, it was only natural to offer some flattery. The group exchanged a few more pleasantries, after which Zhou Mo instructed Sun Jian to present the pre-prepared contract. Once both parties verified its contents, they signed without hesitation. Given that Shen Beipeng was part of a consortium of several investment firms, they also signed a joint agreement on-site. Zhou Mo was not privy to the specifics, but it was clear that Shen Beipeng's side had secured the lion's share of this acquisition. With the contracts duly signed, both parties breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Mo relaxed, having successfully sold Tulu at a high price, while Shen Beipeng felt satisfied having acquired Tulu at a relatively low cost. Both sides believed they had struck a lucrative deal. A celebratory meal had been prepared in advance, and the group dined together in a restaurant, toasting each other as if they were brothers. Zhou Mo knew that Shen Beipeng and his associates were still keen on investing in Shanghai technology, and after this transaction concluded, they would likely approach him again. However, for the time being, he could relish a period of tranquility. After their meal, Shen Beipeng and his group bid farewell to Zhou Mo and returned to their company. In the car, Shen Beipeng and Jack sat in the back seat. Shun, you appeared quite jovial at the table with Zhou Mo. Are we to continue pressuring Shanghai Technology to accept our investment? Shin Beipeng glanced at him dismissively, replying, let us wait a while. I believe no investment firm can resist the allure of such a grand opportunity as Shanghai Technology. Jack scratched his head, recalling how jovial Shun had been at the table, surprised by the sudden shift in demeanor. Very well, I'll have them wait a bit longer. After this transaction, Jack found himself more respectful towards Shun Beipeng and thus more obedient. Initially, he had thought Shun was uninterested in Tulu, yet at a critical moment, Shun had decisively raised the bid by 10 billion, a move not typical of ordinary individuals. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for liaising with Shanghai Technology. Ensure that Tulu's assets are transferred smoothly, and once complete, remit the funds to Shanghai Technology. As he spoke, Shun Beipeng felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of transferring 68.8 billion, knowing that Hongshan Capital would bear the brunt of this payment. However, he reassured himself, they excelled at storytelling, and together they would expand the pie, ultimately leading Tulu to an IPO and yielding substantial profits. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Technology, Zhou Mo and Sun Jian returned to the office. Zhou Mo had indulged in a bit of wine, leaving him parched. Upon entering the office, he approached the water dispenser for a drink, only to hear Gao Yi eagerly exclaim, Zhou, we've struck it rich this time. 68.8 billion. Our company hasn't even earned half of that yet. These investment firms are truly affluent. Gao Yi had been holding back his excitement all the way, eager to share the news as soon as they entered the office. Zhou Mo did not respond immediately, but simply stated, if you want water, serve yourself. Before turning to sit on the sofa, Sun Jian also approached the water dispenser, pouring several cups. Gao Yi and the others waited to see how Zhou Mo would respond or what instructions he might give next. As Gao Yi expressed, this was undeniably exhilarating. Money is merely paper, Zhou Mo said calmly. It is not what we need most right now. We are all financially secure. Initially, he had been excited, but soon after, a sense of emptiness washed over him. Zhou Mo was correct. Sun Jian and the others received the highest salaries in the company, with their after-tax income exceeding tens of millions annually, an amount far too substantial for an ordinary person to spend. Most of their time was consumed by work, leaving little opportunity to relish their wealth. Sun Jian brought over the water, handing a cup to Lu Su and Gao Yi. Nevertheless, the fact that they had sold Tulu for such a high price was indeed a reason for celebration. By the way, Uncle Sun, how many employees do we currently have? Zhou Mo suddenly turned to inquire of Sun Jian. Without hesitation, Sun Jian replied, including the employees at Mango automotive sales outlets across the country, we have about 2,000 employees. Currently, Shanghai Technology has 100 researchers, while the rest are executives and general staff. Zhou Mo continued, given that we sold Tulu for such a favorable price. Once the funds are received, let us reward each employee involved in Tulu's development and sales with 6 months' salary. For those who joined later, each will receive a bonus of 2 months' salary. While Zhou Mo did not lack money, he understood that for these employees, such rewards were crucial. He planned to distribute a substantial bonus to ensure everyone could celebrate. One should not underestimate the significance of 6 months' salary, as Shanghai Technology's minimum wage is already 150,000. Moreover, early joiners in the company had seen their salaries increase significantly with the company's growth. A 6-month salary bonus would yield at least 100,000 in bonuses for them, which is no small sum. In total, Shanghai Technology would distribute close to 1 billion in bonuses, with research personnel receiving the bulk of it. Though there were fewer than 100 researchers, nearly 500 million of the bonuses would be allocated to them. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. On behalf of the employees, I extend my gratitude, Lu Su expressed, knowing that the research personnel would receive a considerable bonus once again. Everyone was aware of Zhou Mo's generosity, having distributed bonuses several times throughout Shanghai Technology's development. After discussing the bonus, the weekend was set to plan the company's next steps. Chapter 76, a tremendous response, shocking the entire internet. Mr. Zhou, do we need to pay taxes if we sell the Tulu? Gao Yi suddenly inquired, having recalled something. Zhou Wei chuckled softly but remained silent, while Sun Jian explained from the side, previously, Jianshan granted us a tax exemption policy of 3 exemptions and 3 reductions. So we need not pay taxes this time. However, it must be said that Jianshan must be feeling the pinch. Sun Jian teased, glancing around at the others. His face flushed with amusement. Ha ha, that's wonderful. If we had to pay tax on 68.8 billion, it would be quite substantial, Lu Su chimed in with a smile. Even though we are exempt from taxes, we should still show our gratitude. How about this? You contact them and donate 1 billion directly to a local charity. Zhou Wei resolutely shook his head, insisting that necessary expenditures must be made. He could already envision the online commentary the following day. If Shanghai Technology were to pocket the money, there would undoubtedly be harsh criticism. Sun Jian, hearing Zhou Wei's arrangement, nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Wei was increasingly resembling the owner of a large corporation. All right, back to business. It's time to begin recruiting. I believe there will be no doubts about our capabilities moving forward, Zhou Wei stated earnestly. Previously, many online had speculated that Shanghai was on the verge of collapse, either facing bankruptcy or severe financial strain, with some mocking the company's recruitment efforts. This time, Zhou Wei was prepared to slap them in the face. There was no need for Shanghai Technology to say anything, as news of today's events would naturally silence the critics. The next day, news of Shanghai Technology's investment at the auction had gone viral online. Supporters of Shanghai Technology, who had previously endured ridicule and mockery, were now emboldened to stand up. Were those who said Shanghai was short on funds, and those who claimed they would eat their words? Come forward, they exclaimed. Indeed, a real man must own up to his words. And those who predicted bankruptcy, show yourselves. With 68.8 billion in hand, it's hard to believe bankruptcy is even an option. I always said Shanghai Technology wouldn't fail. I am glad to have stood by them. And my orders have not been cancelled. I've been receiving my vehicle faster these days. Additionally, some netizens were astounded by the exorbitant transaction. They expressed their opinions and analyzed the deal. Goodness, is the Tulu brand really worth that much? 68.8 billion? Even if I spend $1 billion a day, it would take 2 years to deplete. The high cost was primarily due to the advanced battery technology, coupled with the profitability of the Tulu electric vehicle. Isn't Shanghai Technology's battery technology even more advanced? Shouldn't Tulu's technology be outdated by now? And yet, it still commands such a high price? They noted that the batteries produced by Shanghai Technology were exclusively for Mango vehicles and not sold externally, making Tulu's batteries the next best option. This time, Shanghai Technology had indeed struck gold, securing nearly 68.8 billion in cash. Who says Shanghai has profited? If they truly gained, why would investors pay such a high price for Tulu? A commenter reasoned. The previous post makes sense. I also feel Shanghai has lost out. If they had gone public, their gains would have surely been greater. Yes, the potential profits are more substantial, but the timeline is too slow. Didn't you see how Shanghai is currently in dire need of funds? Another chimed in. I heard through the grapevine that Shanghai Technology is gearing up to enter the entire chip industry chain. It frightens me. I heard that too. Shanghai's ambitions seem overly grand. Wouldn't it be better to take it one step at a time? This 68.8 billion won't even make a sound if tossed into that endeavor. Most of the time, rumors turn out to be the most accurate information. I'm quite curious how Shanghai plans to leverage a mere 68.8 billion to penetrate the entire chip industry chain. Shanghai Technology is just exaggerating. Do you really believe they can pull it off? I certainly don't. One individual researched and noted, as of 2017, the total investment in the domestic chip industry was 210.5 billion. 68.8 billion is merely a quarter of that, clearly insufficient. Next, I want to know if Shanghai Technology will genuinely recruit 100,000 employees. Thus far, while the rumors of bankruptcy have been quashed, no one believes that Shanghai will venture into the entire chip industry chain. Regarding this, even supporters of Shanghai Technology had little to say. In the office of the Jiangxing government building, Zhong Zhengwo had already received the news and sat at his desk, his head bowed. 68.8 billion. If taxes were to be levied, that would be quite a hefty sum. However, I have already signed an agreement with Shanghai Technology, and the policy support has been given. At this thought, Zhong Zhengwo felt a pang of regret, realizing that they had forfeited hundreds of billions in tax revenue. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door was rapped upon, and the secretary entered. Leader, I just received news that Shanghai Technology has contacted them about donating 1 billion renminbi for charity. Hearing this, Zhong Zhengwo lifted his head. That Zhou kid, he muttered, shaking his head in resignation. Yet a smile crept onto his face. If Shanghai Technology is willing to donate, let them. This money must be put to good use. I want a detailed account of how it is spent. The secretary, having received Zhong Zhengwo's orders, left the room quietly, closing the door gently behind her. After she exited, Zhong Zhengwo picked up the phone on his desk and dialed. At Dapeng Automobile Company. Su Dapeng had just received a call from Jack. Due to Tulu's advanced battery technology, they required Dapeng Automobile to utilize Tulu's batteries for future developments. Thus, Su Dapeng was extremely irate in his office. Why? Why should Tulu command such a high price? Yet, I struggled to secure financing even once. Su Dapeng couldn't fathom it. Moreover, Many of the investment companies acquiring Tulu had also invested in his Dapeng automobile company, providing nearly 68.8 billion in cash to competitors. Aren't they pushing Dapeng automobile into a fire pit? Mr. Su, we must bow our heads under the roof we share. Our priority now is to hasten Dapeng automobile's public listing and claim the title of the first new energy company to go public in the country. Indeed, Mr. Su, that is paramount. Which internet and tech company in the country hasn't thrived on capital? They counseled. As long as we maintain control, the company will still be ours. Persuaded by his executives, Su Dapeng calmed down. Having experienced multiple entrepreneurial ventures, he understood the nature of capital. I know what you all are saying, but it is just a bit frustrating. How is the research on intelligent driving progressing? Mr. Su, we are already researching it. We even purchased a Mango vehicle to dismantle and study its intelligent driving system. Su Dapeng nodded. Intelligent driving had finally commenced. Overall, things were moving in a positive direction, and Dapeng Automobile needed to keep pace. Chapter 77. The Disappearance of Public Opinion, Zhang Sheng's live broadcast. I just received a call from Director Zhong, who expressed his recognition of us. As Shanghai Technology was in a meeting, Zhou Wei suddenly received a call from Zhong Zhengwo. After hanging up, Zhou Wei shared the contents of the call with everyone. Mr. Zhou, this is good news. It at least indicates that Director Zhong has been paying attention to us. Indeed, the swift phone call indicates that Zhong Zhengwo has been keeping a watchful eye. Has the company disseminated the news regarding the forthcoming bonuses? What has been the reaction among the employees? The notifications have been sent out, and the employees are elated, offering high praise for President Zhou, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Over the weekend, with a slight nod, as long as they refrain from labeling him a capitalist or a sweatshop owner, all is well. All right, let us conclude today's meeting. Preparations for recruitment can commence. With that, Zhou Ming announced the end of the meeting and rose to depart from the conference room. Online. As news of Shanghai Technology's exorbitant sale of the Tulu electric vehicle for 68.8 billion spread widely, the order volume for Mango Motors continued to surge. Regardless of Shanghai Technology's future actions, netizens and users need not fear the company's bankruptcy or the loss of their chance to acquire a limited edition vehicle. This monumental transaction undoubtedly instilled considerable confidence in them. The trending discussions about Shanghai Technology's bankruptcy quickly vanished from the news, as though they had never existed. In their place, the sensational transaction news surged back to the forefront. At Zhang Sheng's home, he and his wife were perusing information about Shanghai Technology online. Darling, fantastic news. I told you Shanghai Technology would not go bankrupt. We can finally resume our live broadcasts, Zhang Sheng exclaimed excitedly to his wife, Wu Na, who sat beside him. I know, you've mentioned it several times, Wu Na replied, her expression one of mild exasperation. Over this time, the couple had been closely following updates on Shanghai Technology. However, recent online comments regarding the company were far from favorable. Beneath Mango Motors' short videos, the comments section was rife with derisive remarks. Comments ranged from expressions of envy over acquiring a limited edition electric vehicle to praise for Mango Motors, wishing families to purchase more. Some went so far as to inquire, can orders still be placed for Mango Motors? I see there are still 20,000 people ahead of me waiting for their cars. I hope my company doesn't go bankrupt before it's my turn. It would be disheartening if my deposit were unrecoverable like with OFO. Consequently, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na had refrained from posting videos about Mango Motors lately, and their live broadcasts had diminished significantly. They proceeded to prepare for the evening's live broadcast, arranging for the installation of equipment in their vehicle to facilitate the session. Recently, they had been conducting their broadcast from the car, demonstrating the autonomous driving capabilities of the Mango S3. Although the vehicle's level of autonomy was rated at L3, it was still sufficient for their needs. During the live sessions, Zhang Sheng often did not need to control the vehicle, merely needing to touch the steering wheel occasionally. Although there were instances of sudden braking and the vehicle coming to a halt, this added to the authenticity of the broadcast. Their mutual cooperation, combined with the genuine nature of the live sessions, attracted a substantial following. Each night, their broadcasts drew thousands of viewers, sometimes even tens of thousands. Currently, their account had amassed over 500,000 followers. They had also established several fan groups, including some for fans who had not purchased Mango Motors vehicles and others for those who had. Zhang Sheng frequently engaged with them to discuss the Mango S3. If any bugs were discovered in the vehicle, he would submit the issues through internal channels. Oftentimes, fans would receive a delightful gift as a reward for identifying problems, enhancing Zhang Sheng's reputation within the fan community. Brother Zhang, Sister Na, the equipment in the car is ready, came a young voice over the phone. Let us head down. Xiao Lu and the others have installed the equipment. Zhang Sheng said as he and Wu Na made their way downstairs to find the filming equipment had indeed been set up. Zhang Sheng meticulously checked the equipment, finding everything in order. Recently, Zhang Sheng's follower count had surged, making it impossible to approach live streaming as casually as before. On one hand, they needed to prepare for unexpected situations during the broadcasts. On the other hand, managing the live streams alone was quite exhausting. Thus, he and Wu Na decided to hire two young individuals to assist them. These two had studied photography in school, making them well suited for the live streaming business. Zhang Sheng subsequently registered a small company, providing standard salaries and benefits for the two young assistants. Their tasks were minimal, primarily involving the installation and adjustment of equipment before broadcasts and managing unforeseen issues during the sessions, as well as editing the live videos afterward. They managed these responsibilities with ease, and Zhang Sheng offered them a competitive salary of 10,000 per month, with bonuses for good traffic. Essentially, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were allocating part of their earnings from Shanghai Technology to support them. In the current job market, this salary was undoubtedly appealing. During the day, there was no need for strict hours. They merely had to ensure timely video editing. All right, we've prepared sufficiently. The timing is right. We shall commence shortly, Zhang Sheng remarked, glancing at his phone to note that it was already 7 p.m., the perfect time to begin the live broadcast. The four of them then entered the vehicle, with Zhang Sheng and Wu Na seated in the front and the two young assistants in the back. As usual, Zhang Sheng initiated the live stream. However, prior to that, he needed to report to Shanghai Technology, not only to inform them of their activities, but also to await potential gifts during the broadcast. Shanghai Technology was quite generous. Whenever they went live, the company would account for their sessions and shower them with gifts to increase viewership. The gifts were never retracted, and the financial arrangements were fair. There was no exploitation of the public's funds. Such sums were trivial for the profit-generating Shanghai Technology. Thus, Zhang Sheng and his team accepted this support with ease, as it constituted a portion of their daily broadcast income. However, it was worth noting that Shanghai Technology did not always provide gifts, as the company was not a bottomless pit. Chapter 78. Emergency Rescue. Online viewership surpasses new heights. Time flew by, and before long, it was 11 p.m. Since starting at 7 p.m., Zhang Sheng and his wife had broadcasted continuously for 4 hours. At this moment, there were still several thousand viewers in the live stream, likely those returning home from work, lounging on their sofas or beds to watch. Zhang Sheng's vehicle had driven to a rather secluded area with few cars in sight. Dear friends in the live stream, it's getting late. We shall be heading back now. Tonight's broadcast is coming to a close. Wu Na waved to the audience. Can't you broadcast for a little longer? The timing is still favorable. The roads are clear tonight, perfect for testing the Mango S3's autonomous driving, a viewer commented. How can you rest at your age? Another chimed in. Wu Na, witnessing the viewer's reluctance, offered a faint smile. She, too, wished to continue the broadcast. But it was indeed quite late. Turning to Zhang Sheng, she noticed he was weary, yawning frequently. Meanwhile, the two young assistants in the back were struggling to keep their eyes open. Who said young people had boundless energy? If engaged in something they did not enjoy, no amount of vitality could be of use. As Wu Na scanned the comments, just as she was about to decline further broadcasting, she spotted a message. Host, look ahead. It seems someone is standing in the middle of the road, waving. Wu Na thought to herself, could it be a traffic officer? Wu Na widened her eyes as she gazed ahead, spotting a solitary figure standing in the middle of the road. A strange sense of relief washed over her, though she could not quite fathom why, for she had done nothing wrong. But upon a moment's reflection, she questioned her own apprehension. As the car drew nearer, she discerned that it was a young woman, likely in her 20s. Wu Na found it peculiar that a person, especially a young woman, would be standing in the road at such a late hour. The girl clutched her abdomen, her head bowed low. Instinctively, Wu Na instructed Zhang Sheng to pull the car alongside the girl. Something within her, a woman's intuition, sensed that something was amiss. Noticing Wu Na's serious expression, Zhang Sheng complied and parked the car by the roadside. Wu Na stepped out of the passenger seat and approached the girl. As she drew closer under the light, she noticed blood streaming from the girl's lower body, soaking the ground beneath her. Shocked, Wu Na gasped at the sight of such a significant loss of blood. Zhang Sheng, concerned for his wife, followed her out and was equally taken aback by the scene before them. Can you take me to the hospital? I can't get a cab at this hour, the girl whispered, her voice barely audible. Wu Na turned to Zhang Sheng, her large, dark eyes pleading with him. Although Zhang Sheng could not see the girl's face clearly, he sensed her distress and understood Wu Na's unspoken message. The girl was covered in blood, and should they take her to the hospital, their plans for a live stream would undoubtedly be thwarted. Of course, we'll take you to the hospital. Zhang Sheng replied without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Na smiled subtly at his response. Zhang Sheng approached the car, opened the back door, and instructed, Xiao Lu. You two get out and take a cab back. I'll call you tomorrow. Xiao Lu and his companion, unaware of the gravity of the situation, complied and exited the vehicle, standing bewildered by the roadside. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na remained oblivious to the fact that their live stream was on the verge of going viral. Without further delay, Zhang Sheng rushed over and lifted the girl into his arms. Wu Na continued to converse with the girl, offering her comfort. As Zhang Sheng carried the girl, he could feel the sticky warmth of her blood seeping onto him, yet he paid it no mind as he placed her in the back seat. Wu Na followed suit, and Zhang Sheng resumed his place behind the wheel, starting the car. In an instant, they sped away, leaving Xiao Lu and his friend to stand in the wind, disoriented. Brother Zhang and sister Na are truly impressive. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. I hope that girl is all right. Xiao Lu remarked. Wait, wasn't he the live stream still on? Let us check it out. Both pulled out their phones, opening the app to find Zhang Sheng's livestream. Upon entering, Xiao Lu glanced at the viewer count. Oh my, what is happening? Slow down, your phone is lagging, his friend replied. There are already 50,000 viewers in Brother Zhang's livestream. Meanwhile, after a brief drive, Zhang Sheng suddenly recalled a video he had seen online. Wife, call the traffic police and tell them we have a patient that needs urgent transport to the hospital. Wu Na, quick to grasp his intention, dialed the number and held the phone to Zhang Sheng's ear. Hello, this is 122. How can I assist you? There's a girl in our car who is bleeding profusely, and we need to get her to the hospital urgently. We require the nearest traffic police's assistance, or I'll have to run red lights to get there. I'll report it to you. Zhang Sheng spoke decisively. May I ask your current location and license plate number? We are near Shifeng Park on Jianxi North Road, and my license plate number is Xiang XXXXX. After a brief pause, the operator responded, I've dispatched the nearest traffic officer, who will arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Please continue along Jianxi North Road. Hearing this, Zhang Sheng felt a slight sense of relief. Having a police escort would ensure a safer journey. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, he heard the sound of sirens in the distance. A traffic officer on a motorcycle awaited at the intersection, and upon spotting Zhang Sheng, he signaled for him to follow. Despite it being past 11 at night, there were still many cars on the road. With the officer leading the way, Zhang Sheng found the route considerably easier to navigate. Less than 10 minutes later, Zhang Sheng arrived at the hospital entrance, where doctors and nurses were already on standby with a stretcher. He parked the car, and Wu Na opened the back door. The nurse promptly stepped forward, taking the injured girl from Wu Na's arms and assisting her onto the stretcher. The doctors hurriedly wheeled her inside. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na watched silently as she was taken away, hopeful for her recovery. At that moment, the traffic officer who had guided them approached. He surveyed Zhang Sheng and Wu Na, noting the blood on their clothes. You two did an incredible job, he commended, giving them a thumbs up. Upon hearing his praise, the previously stoic expressions of Zhang Sheng and Wu Na finally broke into smiles. Suddenly, Wu Na remembered that their live stream had not been turned off. Chapter 79, The Public Response and Marketing Revival. The next day, on the weekend, Wu Na awoke from her slumber, stretching luxuriously in bed as she marveled at the ceiling. Rolling over, she picked up her phone to check the time, which read a little past 9. Noticing several missed calls from both Gao Yi and Sun Jian, she wondered what could be so urgent. Just then, her phone rang again. It was Gao Yi. Zhou, you need to check the latest news, Gao Yi urged as soon as she answered. Intrigued, she opened the app to find the first video featuring a Mango car owner who had run 19 red lights to rush a bleeding girl to the hospital. Mango car owner? Did the driver cause the accident? Zhou's first thought was that Shanghai technology might need to address this, as many people tend to associate the quality of a driver with the car brand they drive. If a driver of a domestic car was involved in an incident, viewers would likely flood the corresponding live stream with criticism upon seeing the brand. However, after watching the video, she realized it was a heartwarming story. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na, during the conclusion of their live stream, had encountered a severely bleeding passerby and had bravely transported her to the hospital despite the blood. Viewers learned that the broadcaster's Mango S3 was won in a raffle, and many deemed him deserving of such fortune. I was watching Zhang Sheng's live stream at the time. They are true heroes. It filled me with excitement, and I instantly placed an order. Kindness begets kindness. Fortune favors the brave. I heard they are a couple of streamers. I must support them next time they go live. The broadcaster's account, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na, was now nearly at 2 million followers. Though Zhou was unaware of the previous follower count, she was certain it had significantly increased. As she scrolled through Zhang Sheng's latest videos, She noticed they had addressed the events of the previous night. An idea began to take shape in her mind. This presents a splendid marketing opportunity, especially since both Zhang Sheng and Wu Na are employees of the company, which makes matters even more manageable. Understanding this, over the weekend, they reached out to Sun Jian and Gao Yi. Upon receiving instructions from the weekend, Gao Yi and Sun Jian immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na remained at home. Today, aside from filming a video to post on Douyin, they accomplished little else. Their Douyin account saw a substantial increase in followers today, which should have been a cause for celebration. However, they were inundated with several advertisement and sales calls, all implying a desire to engage them for promotional purposes. Most of these advertisements were related to pharmaceuticals, prompting Zhang Sheng and his companions to reject them without much thought. They understood the company's intentions were simply to capitalize on their newfound popularity to have Zhang Sheng promote their products. Nevertheless, this was not what Zhang Sheng and the others were seeking. Suddenly, Zhang Sheng's phone rang. Whose call could it be? Surely not more advertisement pitches? Wu Na grimaced, clearly feeling a bit uneasy. Zhang Sheng glanced at the phone and was surprised to see it was Gao Yi calling. Dear, it's General Gao. Zhang Sheng pointed at the phone, addressing Wu Na. Wu Na's eyes widened in astonishment. After a brief moment, she quickly realized the significance of the call. Given the magnitude of the situation, it was entirely reasonable for General Gao to be informed. Hurry, pick up. We can't keep General Gao waiting, she urged eagerly. Zhang Sheng promptly answered the call and activated the speakerphone so Wu Na could listen in. Hello, Zhang Sheng. I have wonderful news for you. President Zhou is very pleased with your performance last night. He believes you did exceptionally well, and as a reward, he is preparing to gift you a brand new Mango S7. Wu Na, who had been seated on the sofa, stood up and moved closer to Zhang Sheng upon hearing Gao Yi's words. Zhang Sheng thought he must have misheard, and Gao Yi, sensing his disbelief, reiterated the information. Another car? His luck was extraordinarily favorable indeed. President Zhou's generosity was remarkable. A gift worth 800,000 yuan was truly astonishing. You needn't feel any psychological pressure. This is what you both rightfully deserve. Gao Yi proceeded to elaborate, and Zhang Sheng quickly grasped the situation. Shanghai Technology intended to leverage their newfound fame to promote Mango Motors effectively. In addition to receiving a Mango S7, he would also receive a cash reward of 1 million yuan as a token of gratitude for his heroic act. Naturally, the cash reward would be given privately and not publicized, as President Zhou was concerned that such a substantial cash prize might lead to an influx of individuals driving to save others at night. As the saying goes, one must be wary of others' intentions. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were overjoyed. This was a reward from Shanghai Technology, distinctly different from the previous promotional calls they had received. They were engaging in this endeavor to promote Mango Motors, thus felt no psychological burden. Gao Yi and Zhang Sheng agreed on a time, and when the moment arrived, Zhang Sheng would attend the award ceremony at Shanghai Technology. Once again, it would be President Zhou presenting the Mango S7 in person. In a twist of fate, the very Mango S7 that had been drawn in the first lottery had returned to Zhang Sheng. Initially, he had exchanged it for a Mango S3 due to financial constraints. But now that he was financially stable, he had no intention of parting with it again. On the designated day, Shanghai Technology announced on their official website and Douyin, in appreciation of Mango Motors owner Zhang Sheng and Wu Na's bravery and selfless dedication. Shanghai Technology is pleased to award them a brand new top-of-the-line Mango S7. Additionally, President Zhou will personally attend the ceremony to present the award. On Douyin, Shanghai Technology collaborated with Zhang Sheng to jointly announce this news. With Shanghai Technology's fanbase boasting an impressive 40 million followers, this event significantly increased Zhang Sheng's follower count, soaring from 2 million to over 3 million. This surge in followers not only garnered envy from many Douyin influencers, but also caught the attention of fellow Shanghai Technology streamer Chao Wenrui, who, despite his envy, called Zhang Sheng to extend his congratulations. Zhang Sheng, I watched your live stream. You did splendidly. Your follower count is rising so swiftly that even I can't help but feel envious. Zhang Sheng recognized Chao Wenrui's teasing tone and could only respond with a hint of resignation. I suppose I've just been fortunate lately. Your follower count isn't far behind mine. Chao Wenrui had consistently used the Mango S7 and had amassed a significant following from the outset. Presently, his Douyin account boasted over 1 million followers, a genuine and tangible increase. Despite Zhang Sheng's current follower count exceeding 3 million, it remained uncertain how many would remain or convert into revenue, perhaps even fewer than Chao Wenrui's. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. Time flew by, and soon it was the day for Zhang Sheng and Wu Na to receive their award. Chapter 80, We Can Live Award Ceremony. Once again captivating fans, the award ceremony was organized similarly to the previous one, with Shanghai Technology covering Zhang Sheng and Wu Na's travel expenses. The ceremony took place in the open space in front of the Shanghai Technology building, where a stage had been set up well in advance. Holding the award ceremony at Shanghai Technology's premises was also a strategic move to promote their company, allowing online viewers to witness the grandeur of the Shanghai Technology building. Countless cameras of various sizes filled the area below the stage. The award ceremony would be streamed live for viewers online. The stage was surrounded by a diverse crowd, comprising Shanghai Technology employees, journalists, and officials from the Jiangxing government. Following the successful collaboration during the production of a promotional video for Shanghai Technology, Gaoi had exchanged contact details with their leaders. Upon learning about the event, they promptly contacted Gaoi, expressing their desire to attend the award ceremony. Without hesitation, Gaoi agreed, treating them as journalists. However, they had not anticipated that they would not only include official media from Jiangxing, but also the local television station. Consequently, the turnout was substantial, surpassing even the number of reporters present at the previous offline delivery ceremony hosted by Shanghai Technology. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na awaited their turn at the foot of the stage. Although they had previously participated in the Mango Motors delivery ceremony, a twinge of nervousness lingered. During the last event, they had shared the experience with many others, which had made it quite enjoyable and relaxed. However, this occasion was solely dedicated to them, making it impossible not to feel anxious. "Dear, there are so many people this time. I'm feeling a bit nervous," Wu Na whispered, tugging at Zhang Sheng's sleeve as she surveyed the crowd. Zhang Sheng turned to her, offering quiet reassurance. "It's all right. I'm here with you. We will go up together." He, too, felt the weight of anxiety but strove to remain composed in front of his wife. Before long, the award ceremony commenced. The proceedings were straightforward, beginning with Sun Jian delivering a speech. Subsequently, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were invited onto the stage. Sun Jian addressed the audience and online viewers, introducing them. "Ladies and gentlemen, the remarkable individuals beside me are the heroes who recently saved a life. In a moment of crisis, they acted without hesitation, ensuring the patient reached the hospital safely, embodying the spirit of ordinary individuals." Sun Jian extolled their virtues with a flurry of commendations that left Zhang Sheng and Wu Na feeling rather bashful. As Sun Jian concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, affirming the recognition and appreciation directed towards them. However, they believed that at that moment, any reasonable person would make the same choice as they did. "Now, let us welcome Zhou Mo, the chairman of Shanghai Technology, to present awards to our two heroes." As soon as Sun Jian finished speaking, Zhou Mo walked up from the audience. Today, he was dressed not in casual attire, but in a formal blue suit. Many netizens were watching the live broadcast, and as soon as Zhou Mo appeared, the comments flooded in with phrases like "so handsome," "idol," and similar sentiments. It seemed there were many female viewers among the audience. At that moment, in a girls' dormitory at Jiangxing University, Sun Wan was alone in her room, watching the live stream of Shanghai Technology on her phone. The life of a graduate student is quite busy, and today she finally managed to take a half-day off while her roommates went shopping. It was her first time seeing Zhou Mo in such formal attire, as she hadn't seen him dressed that way before. She thought he looked quite dashing in a suit, perfectly complementing his physique. She also noticed the comments rolling in and inwardly berated the commenters for their superficiality. Meanwhile, the awards ceremony at Shanghai Technology continued. After Zhou Mo took the stage, a hostess followed him, holding a tray draped with red cloth. Upon it lay a circular smart car key, easily recognizable by Mango automobile drivers as belonging to the Mango S7. Under the watchful eyes of the audience and netizens, Zhou Mo picked up the key and ceremoniously presented it with both hands to Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. Although they knew Zhou Mo would be awarding them, both felt a surge of excitement and elation. For them, receiving an award from Zhou Mo held far greater significance than the allure of the Mango S7 itself. They admired Zhou Mo immensely for his youth and success. Taken aback by the presentation of the key, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na hurried to accept it with both hands. "Thank you, Chairman Zhou," they expressed their gratitude. "No need to thank me. You have also helped Shanghai Technology promote Mango Automobile. I should be the one thanking you. Moreover, you have done exceptionally well this time. I hope you continue to uphold this standard in the future," Zhou Mo replied earnestly, shaking his head. His words were audible to both the audience present and the online viewers. The attendees were taken aback by Zhou Mo's candor, as the primary purpose of the award ceremony was to promote Mango Automobile, a fact they all understood but had not openly acknowledged. The online viewers were equally astonished. Can he really say that so openly? Chairman Zhou, you were too candid. How genuine. Truly, he is the chairman we admire the most. Many felt that it was entirely acceptable for Shanghai Technology to reward Zhang Sheng and Wu Na with the Mango automobile, viewing it as a form of promotion. Isn't promotion supposed to cost money? If I were to choose a new energy vehicle, Mango automobile would be my first consideration. The substantial investment by Shanghai Technology deserved recognition. In this day and age, there are not many bosses like Chairman Zhou who are so straightforward. The configuration of Mango automobile is among the best in its class. I can find no reason not to purchase one. The comments section was filled with praises for Shanghai Technology's actions. Even when Zhou Mo openly stated their promotional intent, nobody seemed to mind. Rather, they appreciated his sincerity. Indeed, sincerity is a powerful weapon. In truth, Zhou Mo understood the sentiments of the netizens. Addressing the matter directly at this moment was far better than having it exposed later by marketing influencers. The award ceremony concluded as Zhou Mo handed the keys to Zhang Sheng and Wu Na, after which he returned to his office. Chapter 81. Tremendous Reactions. Potential crisis that day. The footage of Shanghai Technology awarding Zhang Sheng and Wu Na spread across the entire internet. When netizens learned that the reward was a fully equipped Mango S7, they became even more restless. Shanghai Technology is too generous. I hope there are more companies like this in the world. Although it might not have been standard practice for Shanghai Technology to reward Zhang Sheng and Wu Na with cars, they still applauded the company. Chairman Zhou is truly charming. Does he still need a boyfriend? You upstairs from Rongqing? Better keep your distance from our Chairman Zhou. Did you not notice that this car owner had previously won a Mango S7? So what if I did? Do you suspect that the host's rescue that night was staged? Exactly. Hosts like Zhang Sheng and Wu Na deserve to win. A fully equipped Mango S7. I truly envy their luck. Why didn't I encounter it that day? Haha. Even if you had, would you dare to help? In today's society, the prevailing atmosphere is disheartening. The question of whether to assist those in need troubles many. We hope more companies like Shanghai Technology will step up. Changing societal attitudes cannot rely solely on one company. The underlying reasons are complex. Many expressed envy towards Shanghai Technology for rewarding Zhang Sheng with the Mango S7 while affirming their support for the company. However, the conversation soon shifted to past discussions about whether to assist those in need. Many sought to calm themselves by sharing stories of individuals who had been taken advantage of while trying to help others. Once the award ceremony concluded, aside from the abundant information regarding Mango Automobile and Shanghai Technology circulating online, nothing else of note occurred. After receiving their new Mango S7, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na resumed their regular live broadcasts and short video productions. Each time they went live, tens of thousands of viewers tuned in. A remarkable increase compared to before. The engagement on their short videos also saw a significant improvement. Looking at the current data, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, the only aspect that left them somewhat exasperated was the influx of users who enjoyed making jokes in the comments section, often posting similar messages. Host, since you have a new car, will you sell your old one for 20 bucks? Host, I'll offer 30 bucks, 10 more than the person above. Host, I'll bid 40. Such comments appeared in the comment sections of their short videos. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na would typically chuckle at these remarks, occasionally joining in on the banter and playing along with the viewers. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had gone by. One day, Sun Jian sought out Zhou Mo in his office. Xiao Mo, we have completed the arrangements with Hanshan Capital. The 68.8 billion will be transferred shortly. Sun Jian directly delivered this good news to Zhou Mo. With only Zhou Mo and Sun Jian in the office, there was no need for concern. Uncle Sun, you can call me Xiao Mo in front of them if you wish. That won't do. You must maintain a certain level of authority in their presence. Sun Jian quickly rejected. Zhou Mo sighed. He had mentioned this to Sun Jian several times before, but he remained steadfast. By the way, Uncle Sun, you mentioned that the transfer of Tulu's assets has been completed? This transfer had taken over half a month, during which Sun Jian had been busy communicating with Hanshan Capital. Yes, everything has been handed over as per the contract. The 68.8 billion will arrive as soon as tomorrow, although a group of people is still waiting there. However, after the transaction, Shen Beipeng and Zhang Sanche are still inquiring whether Shanghai Technology needs financing. I believe their ambitions have not yet diminished, Sun Jian affirmed, expressing his concerns. Zhou Mo nodded slightly, fully understanding the situation. The nature of capital is that it relentlessly pursues its objectives. For instance, why has Huawei frequently faced sanctions? Before these sanctions, Huawei was expanding its influence across the globe. In fact, in the second quarter of 2020, Huawei surpassed Samsung with sales of 55.8 million units compared to Samsung's 53 7 million, becoming the world's largest smartphone vendor for the first time. The primary reason behind this is that Western capital could not profit from Huawei, which is far more distressing to them than outright destruction. For capital, wherever profits can be made is considered its homeland. Thus, they possess no sense of national identity, only an unyielding pursuit of profit. As the development of Shanghai technology progresses, it is inevitable that many will be drawn to it. Among these individuals are a plethora of diverse characters. From the outset, Zhou Mo has felt a sense of urgency. Developing technology in the chip sector is his strategy to counter the impending onslaught of capital. This endeavor must unfold gradually alongside the company's development. Haste is not an option. Entering the chip industry is a necessary step we must take. By the way, Uncle Son, are preparations for recruitment in order? They are well underway. Shanghai Technology's reputation is quite favorable, and universities are readily accommodating our requests to conduct recruitment on their campuses. The universities mentioned by Sun Jian undoubtedly refer to the nation's top institutions. This time, they aim to recruit 900 research personnel and 100 related professionals. The recruitment of the 900 researchers is relatively straightforward, with a basic foundation and the materials transmitted through the system by Zhou Mo. They can swiftly become leaders in this field. However, the recruitment of the 100 professionals requires meticulous prior arrangements to prevent management issues. Additionally, the registration of a new company has been completed in the past half-month. Once the Jiangxing authorities were informed of our new company registration, they indicated that we could utilize a special channel moving forward. Upon hearing this from Sun Jian, Zhou Mo smiled. Although Jiangxing's tangible support for Shanghai technology is limited, excelling in these minor details is certainly commendable. Given this, you may commence. During this recruitment phase, strive to hire more students from local universities. Zhou Mo reciprocates by contributing to local employment through this initiative. With the development of Shanghai technology, it is clear that we cannot remain confined to Jiangxing alone. The top universities are located in first and second-tier cities, and Zhou Mo plans to establish branches in major urban centers accordingly. The registration of the new company serves this purpose. The first registered entity is Mango Automotive Technology Company, Limited, which will separate from Shanghai Technology. Additionally, the newly registered company for entering the chip sector is named Xingxin Technology Company, Limited. As for Shanghai Technology, it will become the parent company of these two entities and will take on primary research and development responsibilities. As long as Shanghai Technology excels in R&D and produces chips that vastly outperform current market offerings, Zhou Mo is confident that there will be no shortage of users. Consequently, Shanghai Technology has initiated the recruitment process. Chapter 82. Recruitment begins. Chips take flight. Jiangxing University. It is February, the prime season for spring recruitment. As one of Jiangxing's premier universities, it remains a favored destination for top companies seeking talent. Each year, a multitude of graduates venture into prominent firms such as Penguin, Ali, and Huawei. Others opt for state-owned enterprises or foreign companies, yet invariably, most secure positions with leading corporations. This year is no exception, as numerous companies have descended upon Jiangxing University for recruitment. The recruitment fair is bustling with crowds, tightly packed with layers of students. In addition to local students, many from other universities are also present, particularly graduates from Jiangxing's 211 universities. Though these institutions may not rival Jiangxing University, the students attending the recruitment are certainly noteworthy. Like other companies, Shanghai Technology has set up a recruitment area at Jiangxing University, complete with several recruitment tables. This time, 5 recruitment personnel represent Shanghai Technology. Though this may seem a modest number, it is actually the largest contingent sent by Shanghai Technology, given that the company employs only 2,000 individuals, including sales staff from Mango Automotive. These recruiters must travel across the nation to various universities for talent acquisition. It is evident how strained Shanghai Technology's workforce is. Among the 5, 2 sit at desks registering inquiries and applicants while gathering information, while 3 distribute flyers and maintain order amid the overwhelming number of applicants. The line of students waiting to apply is wound around several corners, yet they exhibit remarkable patience. This is partly due to Shanghai Technology's recent rise to prominence and the attractive salary packages they offer. At the end of the queue stands Zhao Hang, who stretches on his toes to survey the winding line ahead. After scanning the crowd for some time without spotting anyone familiar, he suddenly feels a tap on his shoulder, followed by a cool voice behind him. Zhao Hang, is that you? Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Hang recognizes it, but struggles to recall the name. Turning around, he sees a familiar face, Li Bing, a female student majoring in Chinese language and literature. They met during a volunteer service activity and have intermittently kept in touch since. Zhao Hang, with a hint of exasperation, replies, Li Bing, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Are you applying for a position related to the chip industry? How can you know unless you try? Li Bing retorts, pouting. Besides, haven't you already been recruited by Huawei? Her curiosity is piqued, as Huawei is a large corporation with excellent salary offerings. Zhao Hang, being among the top students in his class, had already attracted several companies even before graduation, making his presence at this recruitment fair seem unnecessary. This field has stringent academic requirements, and Li Bing's high school focus on liberal arts precluded her from qualifying for admission. Initially, she struggled with the curriculum, and after learning that Huawei offered Zhao Hang an impressive annual salary of 600,000, she grasped the disparity. With news of Shanghai Technology's recruitment, she has also heard that their minimum salary is 150,000. If fortune favors her, she too could secure an annual salary of 180,000. Though it pales in comparison to 600,000, it is certainly better than nothing. Ultimately, it is not merely the prestige of the university that determines high salaries. It predominantly hinges on the field of study. Haven't you seen the recruitment information from Shanghai Technology? They are seeking 900 research personnel nationwide, and upon hiring, each will receive a base salary of 1 million, significantly surpassing Huawei's offering. Zhao Hang leans closer to Li Bing, whispering. His breath brushes against her ear, causing her to feel a slight tickle. However, she paid little heed to it, instead listening intently to Zhao Hang's words. Li Bing's eyes widened and her mouth slightly agape, as if questioning the authenticity of what she heard. Of course it's true. You should know that Shanghai Technology has been established for less than a year, right? Zhao Hang inquired. Li Bing nodded. Indeed, Shanghai Technology had been founded for less than 7 months. This was common knowledge that left everyone in awe. Can you guess how much the least paid researcher in their company has earned so far? Zhao Hang asked mysteriously. Li Bing pondered. Considering that with a starting salary of 1 million per year, after 7 months, one would have received a maximum of 700,000. She swallowed hard and asked, Is it 700,000? Zhao Hang responded with a knowing smile, holding up 5 fingers. Could it be 500,000? That is plausible. Li Bing was slightly taken aback. If the minimum for 7 months was indeed 500,000, then the annual salary certainly surpassed that of Huawei. Zhao Hang displayed a look of disdain and replied, What 500,000? I meant 5 times that amount, totaling 5 million. What? 5 million? How is that possible? Li Bing exclaimed in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. How could it not be possible? Recently, didn't Shanghai Technology just sell Tulu? After the money came in, everyone received at least 3 months' salary as a bonus, with most getting 6 months' worth. Li Bing calculated in her mind. With an ordinary employee's base salary of 150,000, a 6-fold bonus would amount to 900,000. As for those in research, their salaries would be even higher, making it quite evident. My goodness, is Shanghai Technology engaging in charity? Li Bing turned her head, only to hear Zhao Hang continue. As for whether this is the 2nd or 3rd time Shanghai Technology has issued bonuses, I can't recall. It's certainly not the first. I can only say that such bonuses have been distributed several times within the mere 7 months since the company's inception. Zhao Hang was not averse to sharing more with Li Bing, as he had gleaned this information through internal channels. In truth, as long as it did not involve company secrets, the researchers at Shanghai Technology were open to discussing such matters, though they would not boast about it. These details were not particularly confidential, much like what Shanghai Technology publicized. For ordinary employees, the company offered a base salary of 150,000 per month. Once one joined Shanghai Technology, that was the minimum. Those with technical prowess could command even higher salaries, which was quite normal. Everyone aspired to join Shanghai Technology for the lucrative salaries. This sentiment resonated with Zhao Hang and the students waiting in line. Chapter 83. Unexpected applicants at the recruitment site. After Zhao Hang's remarks, Li Bing suddenly felt a surge of urgency and pressure. She glanced at the line ahead and silently hoped to successfully enter Shanghai Technology. This time, the company was recruiting 100,000 employees, not only seeking talents in chip-related fields, but also in other areas. Among these 100,000 positions, some were to be filled by graduates from schools, while others would be sourced from the broader community. Establishing a chip company solely with fresh graduates was insufficient. A cadre of experienced professionals from related industries was essential. The line moved swiftly, and before long, only a handful of candidates remained ahead. At that moment, Zhao Hang and Li Bing found themselves behind the last university student applying. This candidate was somewhat unique, as he was not from Jiangxing University. Hello, from your resume, I see you are not a student of Jiangxing University? The recruiter inquired. The young man, hearing this, anticipated rejection, causing his response to come off as somewhat stiff. That is correct. I am from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. I heard you were recruiting at Jiangxing University, so I came directly. I believe, since you are recruiting here, there is no stipulation that one must be a student of Jiangxing University to interview, right? Zhao Hang and Li Bing exchanged glances, surprised by the young man's confidence. They had heard tales of students from other universities applying at their school, but had not anticipated encountering one so soon. Notably, this young man did not exhibit the usual naivety or timidity of typical students. He spoke with calm assurance, sitting upright in his chair. You misunderstood. I am aware that Jiangxing University of Science and Technology is also a top local university. What I meant to convey is that we at Shanghai Technology also have recruiters at Jiangxing Science and Technology, and they will be visiting soon, the recruiter clarified. The recruiter was a young woman in her 20s, her demeanor gentle and patient. Upon understanding the situation, the young man sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Realizing he had made a mistake, Jiangxing Science and Technology had not yet begun recruiting, and thus he had not received any information. Then I shall take my leave for now. In a few days, I will attend the Shanghai Technology recruitment event at my school. As he prepared to rise and retrieve his resume, the recruiter spoke again. You need not rush to leave. Participating in recruitment at any location is quite similar. Our company is very sincere and respectful toward genuine talent. I reviewed your resume, and your major in integrated circuit design and integrated systems aligns perfectly with our company. Therefore, I believe you would be an excellent fit. What do you think? The recruiter smiled warmly, extending an invitation, recognizing that the individual before her was indeed a true talent. According to his resume, his name was Wang Bo, and he had ranked first in his class. He had consistently secured scholarships, making him a candidate she could not afford to overlook. Really? Thank you, sister. Wang Bo was elated. Ever since Shanghai Technology launched the Mango car, he had been closely following the company. He was well aware of the technological prowess behind it and was utterly captivated. Especially when he learned that Shanghai Technology would be recruiting, he had eagerly rushed to Jiangxing University, even turning down several offers from major corporations. In his view, only by joining such a cutting-edge company could he learn and engage with more advanced technologies. Sister, you have a sweet tongue. We are peers. You can just call me Wang Jia, she responded lightly, handing him the salary offer. Wang Bo accepted it and examined it closely as Wang Jia provided further details. Our base salary for you will be 1 million RMB per year. Every researcher who joins our company receives this salary, regardless of their level of excellence. Wang Jia stated succinctly. I'll let you in on a little secret. The primary income for our researchers comes from bonuses, which you will understand once you join the company. She left him intrigued without revealing too much. Wang Bo gazed intently at Wang Jia, nodding vigorously. Their conversation did not go unnoticed by Zhao Hang and Li Bing, who exchanged glances and shared information silently. Upon hearing Wang Jia's words, Li Bing became increasingly convinced of the truth in Zhao Hang's earlier assertions. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that this was of little concern to her, as she was not involved in chip research. As for Zhao Hang, excitement bubbled within him, thinking, leaving Huawei was indeed the wisest choice. Wang Bo proceeded to sign a tripartite agreement on site. Wang Jia watched quietly, contemplating yet another bonus secured. As for why she was not concerned about the potential fabrication of Wang Bo's resume, she had her reasons. Due to the impending investigation into the researchers being recruited, if any discrepancies are found, Wang Bo would have breached the tripartite agreement. The agreement stipulates that the company has the right to terminate its relationship with Wang Bo. Soon, Wang Bo signed the agreement, and it was time for Zhao Hang and Li Bing. Zhao Hang, being the first in line, took his seat as Wang Bo had already greeted Sister Wang and departed. Zhao Hang sat down and faced the two recruiters. He observed that Sister Wang was quite talkative and primarily responsible for the recruitment process, while the male assistant beside her remained silent, merely assisting her by passing documents. Hello, Sister Wang. My name is Zhao Hang. Zhao Hang handed his resume to Sister Wang and began his self-introduction. As Sister Wang glanced at Zhao Hang's resume, her interest was piqued. Today seemed to be her lucky day. She had encountered yet another talent. As she listened to Zhao Hang's introduction, she nodded slightly in approval. Once he finished, Sister Wang praised him, saying, Student, you truly excel, surpassing the previous candidate. You have even received awards in your relevant field during your studies. You are precisely the kind of talent our company seeks. Would you be interested in joining us? Sister Wang refrained from elaborating. primarily because the resume indicated that Zhao Hang had previously declined offers from Huawei 3 times. This was remarkable. Anyone who could attract Huawei's attention undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. I would be delighted, Zhao Hang responded, exhilarated by how effortlessly everything had unfolded. Subsequently, Sister Wang briefed him on the salary conditions. Li Bing, observing from behind, felt a twinge of envy. If only she had chosen a different academic path and performed better in her exams, she wouldn't be left with mere admiration. Chapter 84. Couples move in free Sister Wang. Will I receive a mango car upon joining? Zhao Hang was taken aback. In addition to an annual salary of 1 million, a mango car was included upon employment. Indeed, this is a benefit exclusive to researchers, an S3 model upon commencement. As Zhao Hang absorbed the level of benefits, he finally grasped why so many aspired to join Shanghai Technology. He also understood why Sister Wang had previously claimed that Shanghai Technology respected talent above all. Beyond this, Shanghai Technology also offered housing subsidies, applicable to all employees. Suddenly, Zhao Hang noticed a particularly unique benefit. If a newly hired researcher had a girlfriend willing to join Shanghai Technology, the company could directly recruit her as well. Initially, Zhao Hang did not comprehend this, but upon reflection, the rationale became clear. Although Shanghai Technology valued talent, they required researchers to commit substantial time to their projects. This could potentially strain personal relationships. Thus, Shanghai Technology devised this strategy to alleviate researchers' concerns, allowing them to devote more energy to their work. However, this matter was irrelevant to him, as he currently had no girlfriend. Before long, Zhao Hang signed his name on the tripartite agreement. Having completed the formalities, he stood aside, waiting for Li Bing. Sister Wang glanced up, mistakenly assuming Zhao Hang enjoyed watching others interview. Li Bing, feeling anxious, noticed that Wang Bo and Zhao Hang had occupied their seats for an extended time. However, during their queue, the preceding candidates had moved swiftly, suggesting they would not have reached the front so quickly otherwise. Li Bing handed her resume to Sister Wang and was about to take a seat when Sister Wang called out, "I'm sorry, but today we are only recruiting university students with a background in chip technology. You may leave your resume here for us to review later." Li Bing, bending slightly, felt awkward. Observing Sister Wang's serious demeanor and the thick stack of resumes on the table, she understood why the previous candidates had exited so quickly. With a sigh, she thought, waiting. I despise waiting. The uncertainty is unbearable. She felt her chances of being hired by Shanghai Technology were slim, given her major did not align with their requirements. Zhao Hang overheard Sister Wang's words, but felt helpless. Li Bing approached him, her steps heavy. Zhao Hang, a typical STEM student, was at a loss for comforting words. As she reached him, they turned to leave together. Sister Wang, glancing at Zhao Hang, seemed to recall something and called out, "Zhao Hang, are you two here together?" Hearing Sister Wang, Zhao Hang paused and turned to reply, "Yes. We came to the interview together." Li Bing stopped alongside him. "Come back. Didn't you catch the details of the salary package? Since she is your girlfriend, Shanghai Technology will assist her with employment as well." Upon hearing this, everyone present, especially the girls in line, looked enviously at Li Bing. They thought, how wonderful it would be to have such an outstanding boyfriend. If only mine were as exceptional. Zhao Hang stood frozen, realizing Sister Wang had mistaken Li Bing for his girlfriend. Li Bing, equally bewildered, had not been fully attentive during the conversation. Zhao Hang turned to her. Noticing her confused expression, he softly explained, "Those who join Shanghai Technology as researchers can have their girlfriends hired too." At this moment, Li Bing comprehended that Sister Wang had mistaken her for Zhao Hang's girlfriend. She genuinely wished she were his girlfriend, but deceiving him was not right. Just as she prepared to clarify, Zhao Hang quietly asked, "Don't you want to join Shanghai Technology? Pretending to be my girlfriend could work. Would you like to give it a try?" Seeing the earnestness in Zhao Hang's eyes, Li Bing felt a mix of embarrassment and reluctance. "Really? That seems rather awkward," she responded, hesitating. Yet Zhao Hang, with his straightforward demeanor, replied, "If you're not interested, that's fine. Sister Wang is waiting." "Wait, I'm willing." Li Bing, noticing the many eyes upon them, quickly replied. Internally, she criticized Zhao Hang for his bluntness, wishing he could allow her to maintain a semblance of modesty. Zhao Hang chuckled, shaking his head as he took her hand. Li Bing was taken aback, initially intending to pull away, but then realized they were merely acting as a couple and allowed Zhao Hang to hold her hand. Sister Wang, witnessing the pair approach hand in hand, felt reassured. "What is this? Are you shy? Don't be. This is a benefit for researchers at Shanghai Technology. I joined under similar circumstances." Sister Wang, assuming Li Bing was merely bashful, explained further. "Sister Wang, is your boyfriend a researcher at Shanghai Technology?" Li Bing inquired, her surprise evident as she addressed Sister Wang. Indeed. But he isn't my boyfriend at the moment. We actually got married some time ago. We can discuss this later, as we will see each other regularly at the company. For now, let us focus on business. With that, Sister Wang took Li Bing's resume and placed it alongside Zhao Hang's, stapling them together and marking them accordingly. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Li Bing transformed from an uncertain graduate into an employee of Shanghai Technology. This is your benefit. You may take a look, Sister Wang said, handing her a card detailing the special benefits for individuals like Li Bing. Li Bing, filled with curiosity, took the document, eager to discern how it differed from the standard employment contracts. Zhao Hang stood beside her, sharing in her intrigue. The first aspect that caught their attention was the salary, a monthly income of 250,000, surpassing that of regular employees by 10,000 over the course of a year. This amounted to a total of 3 million in base salary, not accounting for additional bonuses. Just this single item nearly left Li Bing drooling with excitement. The second benefit was the opportunity to work for extended periods at the headquarters of Shanghai Technology. Since the Research and Development Center was situated there, this policy aimed to prevent long-term separation between male and female employees. The third benefit pertained to housing. Shanghai Technology offered complimentary employee dormitories, suitable for 2 occupants. The fourth perk allowed Li Bing and her colleagues to select their desired positions, choosing roles that best suited their skills and preferences. The fifth benefit revolved around marriage and childbirth. Upon getting married, one would receive a bonus, and additional rewards were granted for each child born, with larger bonuses for larger families. Li Bing stood in a state of astonishment, contemplating how generous these benefits were. However, as she continued reading, she noticed a caveat. If employees remained unmarried for an extended period, not only would their benefits vanish, but they could also face termination. Just as the two were playfully bantering, Sister Wang interjected with a dose of reality. This prompted Li Bing to notice the stipulations regarding the latest permissible marriage date. Exceeding this timeline would result in the loss of benefits and significant deductions from bonuses. Initially, she felt this was unjust, questioning the rationale behind the requirement to have children upon marriage. Yet, upon reflection, she understood that these rules were designed to prevent individuals like her from exploiting the system. Moreover, Shanghai Technology had already prompted them to make choices prior to joining. In truth, the objective of Shanghai Technology, or rather the intent of the weekend, was to subsidize these researchers. After all, once technical data was transmitted into their minds, they would exhibit unwavering loyalty to the company, even if they initially struggled to adapt to the weekend's demands. Eventually, she discovered that these researchers were not unlike ordinary individuals. Due to the confidentiality surrounding many of Shanghai Technology's operations, the weekend was cautious about exposing them to sensitive information. Consequently, the weekend maintained these regulations. As Li Bing contemplated the enticing benefits before her, a sense of despair washed over her. Yet, she felt it unwise to voice her concerns now. Having submitted her application, she feared revealing her thoughts might adversely impact Zhao Hang's future career. It appeared she would have to navigate this situation step by step, possibly resigning after securing employment under some pretext. Youth, marrying anyone is still marriage. As someone who has been through it, I can assure you that finding someone who loves you is more significant than loving someone yourself, Sister Wang remarked, seemingly sensing Li Bing's despondency as she took her hand to offer comfort. Moreover, married life isn't without its perks. My husband spends most of his time in the lab, leaving us little time for quarrels. You'll understand once you start working at the company. Your interactions will mainly occur at night when you share the same bed, as you won't see each other much otherwise. Li Bing felt a flush of embarrassment at Sister Wang's words. Zhao Hang, meanwhile, glanced around, remaining silent, uncertain if he had overheard Sister Wang's comforting remarks. Afterward, Li Bing exchanged contact information with Sister Wang before departing with Zhao Hang. Meanwhile, Sister Wang continued the recruitment process, with many applicants still waiting in line. Observing Li Bing leaving with Zhao Hang, they felt a mix of envy and helplessness. As Li Bing accompanied Zhao Hang out of the recruitment venue, he checked the time on his phone, noting it was nearly noon. I'm heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Would you like to join me? He inquired. Li Bing chuckled at Zhao Hang's suggestion, thinking to herself that he could have chosen a more upscale venue to invite her to lunch. Nevertheless, she replied, Sure, it's on me this time. You've been a great help, so consider this my way of thanking you. Once I receive my first paycheck from Shanghai Technology, I'll treat you to something special. Li Bing's family was of modest means, and she lacked funds. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to join Shanghai Technology. The primary allure remained the company's lucrative salary. After a moment's thought, Zhao Hang agreed without hesitation. All right, during lunch, I'll share what I know about Shanghai Technology. Having settled on a dining venue, Zhao Hang retrieved his electric scooter from the side. Li Bing naturally took her place on the back, gripping his shirt. In an instant, Zhao Hang accelerated, the electric scooter darting away swiftly. While the recruitment fair unfolded, the weekend drove to the entrance of Jiangxing University. His primary purpose for attending was to avoid the pretense of indifference he had previously maintained. Not long ago, the university's administration had specifically asked Sun Wan to inquire about the weekend's intentions regarding his education, wondering if he planned to continue his studies. Previously, the weekend had instructed Sun Wan to relay his definitive decision. He would not return to school. Moreover, with his busy schedule, he had no time for academic pursuits. The university administrators understood his circumstances and did not press the matter further. They expressed hope that he would visit Jiangxing University, his alma mater, when time allowed. Initially, the weekend had merely responded with a vague promise to return someday. He had held a lingering sense of guilt about the school, especially since he had not amassed significant knowledge during his previous tenure. With Shanghai Technology's recruitment at Jiangxing University, the institution readily consented and assisted in preparing for the event, awaiting the arrival of the company's recruitment team to commence the hiring process. Realizing he could not delay visiting Jiangxing University any longer, the weekend seized the opportunity presented by Shanghai Technology's recruitment. After making arrangements, he drove his Mango S7 onto the campus grounds. The Mango S7 was quite the sensation, often featured in trending news among college students. As soon as the vehicle appeared, students recognized it immediately, drawn to its sleek design and striking lines, prompting many to whip out their phones to capture the moment. Ignoring the crowd, the weekend soon arrived at the prearranged location, the School of Electronic Information. This was the very discipline he had studied, a field chosen by his father. Upon arrival, he spotted the university leaders, the dean, and a group of professors waiting at the entrance. After parking, he stepped out of the car. The university leaders and the dean approached him. "Good day, Dean Su." The weekend greeted, recognizing only Dean Su from his initial enrollment, as he had been introduced by his father. "Long time no see, weekend." Dean Su replied with a warm smile. He then gestured to a middle-aged man beside him. "This gentleman is our university president, Mr. Do." From a distance, the weekend had seen President Do but was unaware of his specific identity. "Hello, President Do," he said, extending his hand for a handshake. As they shook hands, the weekend observed the refined demeanor of the president. With a gentle smile adorning his face, he appeared to be in his 50s. Yet his physique remained unblemished and free from the ravages of time. "You shouldn't have come here unannounced on a weekend," Principal Do chided, though the smile betraying his true feelings. "Indeed, I must admit my fault. Our company has been hiring recently, which prompted me to visit my alma mater," Weekend explained, chuckling as he acknowledged his unexpected arrival. He had only reached out to Dean Su prior to departing from the company. The mention of their alma mater brought evident joy to Principal Do and Dean Su, given Weekend's current standing in the industry. His affiliation with Jiangxing University was more than adequate. Most importantly, his presence signified a recognition of Jiangxing University, which would undoubtedly benefit the institution in terms of promotion and resources. After exchanging pleasantries, they introduced Weekend to others before he followed Principal Do and the rest into the grand building of the college. In Chapter 86, titled Negotiation and Communication, a meeting room was secured for discussions. Through brief exchanges, Weekend gleaned the needs of Principal Do and Dean Su. Their primary request was for Weekend to agree to deliver a lecture at Jiangxing University, a task he readily accepted, considering it the simplest of requests. The second matter pertained to Jiangxing University's desire to collaborate with Shanghai Technology on educational research and development. Given Shanghai Technology's leading position in the fields of new energy and autonomous driving, their desire for collaboration was entirely reasonable. Typically, any ordinary company would eagerly accept an invitation from a prestigious institution like Jiangxing University. However, Shanghai Technology was no ordinary enterprise. Weekend's technological data stemmed directly from the system, rendering collaboration unnecessary. Even someone with no prior exposure to the relevant fields could be transformed into an expert through data transmission. While recruiting top talent was crucial, Weekend was wary of other companies discerning any irregularities. If Shanghai Technology were to develop cutting-edge technology without employing the best minds, it would raise suspicions over time. When Principal Do posed this query, Weekend replied candidly, "Principal Do, unfortunately, we cannot accommodate this request, as our company possesses numerous confidential elements that cannot be disclosed." A glance exchanged between Principal Do and Dean Su revealed their disappointment. The potential for immense enhancement through collaboration with Shanghai Technology was evident. However, Weekend proposed an alternative. "I can arrange for some of our researchers to author textbooks in relevant fields, utilizing the latest and most pioneering research, he offered, stepping back to soften the refusal. It would not be overly burdensome for their esteemed researchers to compile educational materials. This unexpected turn of events instilled a sense of regained hope in Principal Do and Dean Su. Weekend, we truly appreciate your willingness. The onus lies with us for not considering the practicalities of our initial request, Principal Do sincerely explained, acknowledging Shanghai Technology's generous gesture. Weekend, having spent a brief time studying at Jiangxing University, felt he could not impose moral obligations upon them. Indeed, we are quite pleased with your willingness. Weekend, Dean Su concurred. The university's textbooks had long been outdated, often containing information several years, if not decades, old. However, the rectification of such materials was a formidable challenge, requiring substantial manpower, resources, and support. The complexities of university materials made the process intricate and time-consuming, often resulting in outdated content by the time new textbooks were finalized. The collaboration with Shanghai Technology to produce supplemental materials would suffice to provide students with insights into the latest advancements. They were confident in Shanghai Technology's capabilities. As discussions progressed, they agreed to postpone the lecture due to the sudden nature of Weekend's visit. It was decided that the lecture would be held the following Monday, affording both Weekend and the university a few days for preparation. The task of compiling textbooks was ultimately delegated to Weekend, who, with ease, agreed to instruct his research team to find time for the endeavor. After concluding their discussions, Weekend stood to depart the meeting room. There's no need for you to see me off, Principal Do and Dean Su. I drove here myself. As he exited, Principal Do and Dean Su followed suit. It's just a short walk, Principal Do replied, maintaining his warm and lively demeanor. Under Principal Do's enthusiastic hospitality, they escorted Weekend to his vehicle. As he drove away, Principal Do waved goodbye, watching as Weekend's car distanced itself. Once Weekend's vehicle was out of sight, Principal Do dismissed the remaining attendees. Alone with Dean Su, he remarked, "Given your previous acquaintance with Weekend, it would be beneficial for you to foster a closer rapport with him." "While that sounds reasonable, we aren't particularly familiar," Dean Su replied, expressing a hint of uncertainty. "As you observed, Weekend keeps a clear boundary between himself and the university." Principal Do shook his head, having encountered countless individuals throughout his career. Yet, Weekend remained an enigma, obscured by a veil of mystery. "I sense he simply wishes to avoid complications. By assisting him with various matters, you will gradually become acquainted," he advised. Young people today tend to think ahead, but their hearts are filled with genuine goodness, qualities not possessed by those of previous generations. Such individuals, if they come from ordinary backgrounds, often struggle to integrate into society. Dean Su nodded slightly, unsure if he fully comprehended the sentiment. Meanwhile, Weekend, instead of departing directly, found himself at Sun Wan's dormitory. During his time at Jiangxing University, Sun Wan frequently visited his residence. Though he had learned her dormitory's location, he had yet to visit. Despite it being his first time, the journey felt familiar. The roads of Jiangxing University were spacious, and with classes in session, the foot traffic was minimal. Soon, Weekend arrived at Sun Wan's dormitory building and called her. "Sister Wan, I've arrived, you may come down now." Today being Wednesday, Sun Wan was initially scheduled for class. However, upon learning of Weekend's visit to Jiangxing University, she sought permission from her instructor, who readily granted her request, understanding their connection. Soon, Sun Wan and her roommate descended the staircase. Chapter 87. The second visit to Jiangxing University. After enjoying a delightful meal with Sun Wan, they strolled through a shopping mall before returning her to the dormitory. Subsequently, Zhou Mo drove back home. The following day, upon returning to the company, Zhou Mo shared his plans regarding Jiangxing University with Sun Jian and the others. "Mr. Zhou, this matter is quite manageable. I will arrange for the RD personnel to handle it shortly," Lu Su replied without hesitation. "For their research and development department, this task was indeed a piece of cake." "All right, then proceed with the arrangements. Additionally, I intend to make a donation to Jiangxing University under the name of Shanghai Technology. How much do you think would be appropriate?" Zhou Mo stated, leaving Sun Jian and the others momentarily speechless. Noticing their silence, Zhou Mo chuckled and further clarified. "I do not have a deep emotional connection to Jiangxing University. How much do you think is suitable?" Understanding their hesitation, he continued to explain. "Mr. Zhou, I believe 10 million would be just right. I recall that last year, Mao Jinhua donated 10 million to Jiangxing University." Sun Jian was the first to respond. Offering an example, Lu Su and Gao Yi concurred, agreeing that 10 million was indeed a fair amount. Zhou Mo nodded, considering the figure favorable. He had heard of Mao Jinhua, who seemed to be a dean at Jiangxing University. Such an individual donating 10 million seemed reasonable. He had no need to contribute excessively. Although he had little interest in money, he would not foolishly throw billions into the institution. After all, he had only spent less than 2 years studying at Jiangxing University and had not received significant assistance from it thus far. As for Jiangxing University's desire for greater support from Shanghai Technology, their future performance would dictate that. Very well, let us proceed with the 10 million donation. Uncle Sun, please assist in arranging for the finance team to contact Jiangxing University, Zhou Mo instructed. He then began preparing the content for his speech scheduled for the following Wednesday. Contemplating what to present. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day for Zhou Mo's speech at Jiangxing University arrived. Many students were already aware of the news and were engaged in discussions. In a graduate dormitory, 3 young men were conversing. Have you heard? Zhou Mo from Shanghai Technology is coming to our university this afternoon to give a speech. I heard about it early on and signed up in advance. I also heard that attending the speech could earn several credits. I signed up since I lack credits. Really? Attending the speech can earn credits? It was available before, but it's all gone now. They were snatched up quickly. Hey, Lu Fei, why are you so quiet? I remember you used to be in the School of Electronic Information. You should know Zhou Mo, right? The boy named Lu Fei was currently browsing study materials on his computer. I do know him. We used to share a dorm. Really? Please tell me more about Zhou Mo. I want to boast. The boy had initially spoken casually, but upon realizing Lu Fei actually knew Zhou Mo, he became intrigued. Pulling a chair over to sit and listen intently, another boy also approached Lu Fei's side, eager to hear some gossip. There's nothing much to say. Just the usual daily life. I've forgotten many things now, Lu Fei replied, glancing at them and shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Is that true? You can forget such things? Didn't you have any interesting experiences? Do you still keep in touch after graduation? The boys seemed skeptical, bombarding him with questions. Lu Fei smiled wryly and explained. He left school before graduating and never returned after that, and he rarely stayed in the dormitory. He is actually from Jiangxing. Lu Fei spoke the truth, and his expression did not seem feigned, so his 2 roommates believed him to a large extent. Oh well, I had planned to ask you to introduce us. It seems that's not going to happen. It's unfortunate. You have such a good connection, yet never keep in touch. It was unclear whether they were genuinely lamenting Lu Fei's situation or teasing him. After saying this, both returned to their respective computers, needing to process data and complete their experimental projects. Lu Fei sighed as they left, momentarily lost in thought about past occurrences in the dormitory. He then chuckled, shook his head, and resumed studying. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo arrived at Jiangxing University as agreed. This time, Sun Jian and the others accompanied him. Each drove a Mango S7, forming a small convoy that could easily be mistaken for a display of wealth. However, Zhou Mo and his companions paid little mind to such perceptions. When their vehicles halted at the school entrance, they instantly attracted the attention of the gathered crowd. Wow, which tycoon bought so many Mango S7s? To acquire so many at once and get them so quickly, they must have paid a premium. How infuriating. Why isn't that wealthy person me? Quick, take pictures. Such a chance to see so many Mango S7s together is rare. Following this, the onlookers hastily took out their phones to snap photos. Zhou Mo turned off the engine, parked the car, and stepped out. Wearing glasses, he initially went unnoticed by many. After Zhou Mo exited, Sun Jian and the others followed suit. Unlike his previous unannounced visit, Zhou Mo had spotted Principal Dou waiting at the entrance from afar. The school leaders had arrived early to greet him. Zhou Mo felt pleasantly surprised by their hospitality. During his last visit, Principal Dou and Dean Su had welcomed him at the college entrance, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Principal Dou, a deputy ministerial-level leader, treated Zhou Mo, a mere company owner, with such respect, which astonished him and made him feel appreciated. Principal Dou, why have you come to the school entrance? I could have gone directly to the auditorium, Zhou Mo said, making an effort to be courteous. No problem. It's a joy to have you here. Allow me to introduce you to these individuals, Principal Dou replied, presenting the leaders beside him to Zhou Mo. After the introductions, Zhou Mo reciprocated by introducing Sun Jian, establishing mutual acquaintance. At that moment, the students nearby, who had been taking pictures, noticed the cordial interaction between Zhou Mo and Principal Dou. Realizing it was indeed Zhou Mo who had arrived, they had long anticipated his speech at their university and were astonished to encounter him so fortuitously. Now, it became clear who possessed the influence to procure such a number of Mango S7s.